Welcome back. We had to do a little reset in our internet, but we are back live here. So thank you, everybody, for retuning in. Make sure you're sharing the page and letting everybody else watch around as well. But Miles, we have had a small little bit of action, but the stock class, we only have a few in the...
John Williams and then Justin Reese, if I'm not mistaken.
And Justin Reese, the 46.19, is in that number 2 spot. Actually, John Williams is in 3rd position right now. But John Williams is at that 36-minute marker on his lap time. Brad Lovell is at a 26.2.
Be faster than that later on today.
It will be.
And again, if you were just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate it. This is the Beatdown at Area BFE, presented by Area BFE Tents. This place is
over here with the clouds. It's beautiful.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff everywhere. Looks like 46.05 of Albert Contreras and the 46.27 of Jacob Seeger have all made it through the...
We're saying somebody's broke down or stuck or whatever, be out if they need to.
It looks like that's just not a lot of go-fast sections on this course. And if you're just tuning in, it's going to be...
Guys, we'll see. We do have Justin Reese on camera right now, but coming through the short course, we do have Albert Contreras of the 40...
Compton, California, with Jeep Thrills Racing.
It's really cool to see these two
Contreras.
For sure. We will see what Albert Contreras is having a little bit 4-minute lap.
And there's Jacob Seeger right on his tail, so on adjusted time, Jacob Fleming, John Snell, and
is actually going into the hot pits, to the AMSOIL hot pits.
As we speak, break for him. Looks like that is John Williams, I believe.
Glines.
Oh, yep, that is Kendall Glines. That's a mental mistake on mine.
Thank you. Our camera working with us and all working together. It's amazing. So a little bit JP Gomez and Raul Gomez.
Yep. Showing that the attrition is starting to set in. This course is very, very tough. And there's not much passing. This race is on adjusted time. They took off in 30 seconds.
You could hear some chatter over the radio. Tom Biddle, the 46.53, has made it through the Joker line.
Be running it soon, I'm sure. And I haven't heard of too many people that are out of the race yet. We're trying to, and I haven't really spoke much about it, but I'm still super excited about the motor packages for the EV class, and that's going to be very cool to see as that comes about. Is a combustion motor and a combustion, and then a motor is electric. So.
Right. Just could show you how steep that Yukon launch is, and he's getting ready to go down the monster drop.
He's with Trail.
We'll get you. I remember seeing last year when we were here. I can't remember who it was, but he just bicycled coming down over.
And I just far so good. If you're just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and 6:53 trying to make his way through the Bronco Proving Grounds. We have Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster Energy, Racing Fuels, Nitto, King Shocks, Ultimax Belts, and Biddle is pulling into the AMSOIL hot pits as we speak. So there's lots of action in the hot pits today.
We have.
Albert and Tom Biddle's checking something out in the front end, not exactly sure.
Official. We have Brad Lovell in number 1, Biddle 6.
So they may be having issues on course.
Fleming has made it through the Joker.
Because this course is tough. And
we're chit-chatting race. He goes, definitely running a spare because anything can happen. Going through to get the white flag on today's race. So he is definitely doing well. We'll see.
At level with Level Racing. So he's heading out for his 3rd and final lap. So 5.5 more miles to go. So is he a minute slower? Yes, but he's also with Sherpa Motorsports.
Getting ready to go down the monster drop place.
Physical second.
Wait, Alex.
Brad Lovell has already passed everybody out.
Just tell us because I don't want to be picking my nose or anything. Just kidding. I don't do that.
So welcome back to the 2022 Beatdown at Area BFE, presented by Area BFE Tents. It's been a great race thus far, and we've got all day long, so be sure to stay tuned in. This is the 4600 Spider Track stock class. Brad Lovell is out front, out on his 3rd and final lap, so it is definitely his race to lose. We'll see how it all shakes up. He's the only one out on the 3rd and final lap.
He is. Justin Reese was behind him earlier, but by, 7 minutes?
Something like that.
Right now he has not came back through, but we did see Alex Fleming go through, so he's out on his second lap right now. So next time around, Brad Lovell is going to get that checkered flag.
Yeah, we'll see. He was a 26-minute lap the first time, a 27-minute lap the second time, so he's looking good. We'll see. We'll see when he comes through.
I'm pretty sure his first lap was a 26:29, so I'm pretty sure it was an exact minute slower. But like you were saying, Miles, it was slower, but he's staying consistent right now, which is really, really good. He knows he has that lead. He's talking with his pits, so why chance it? Why try to hurry up? Save the car, like earlier said.
Absolutely.
It definitely would be easier for the next race, race prep.
Just not that you don't want to break it on your
right.
third lap. So, but also that kind of goes the opposite in the big cars. Some of the guys and gals were saying we're going to take it easy the first 5 or 6 laps and then start turning it on because they don't want to break the car early.
Mm-hmm.
But there's going to be 2 or 3 of the top names. They're going to run hard. They're going to run fast, and if they have a perfect lucky day,
mm-hmm.
It takes a little luck for sure. But if they can pull that all together, it's there's going to be a few of them that are going to be fast.
You know what that strategy is, right? They're going to let everybody else break first, and the ones that are going hard, they're going to break first, and then it'll be up to them to finish out and keep their laps consistent and not have to worry about, fixing the car on course or getting towed off course, but there's definitely a strategy to taking it easy those first couple laps.
Absolutely, yeah. Up next, we'll be racing the 4900 Can-Am UTV class.
Well, that's going to be a fast one.
Yep, and then we'll be intermixed with the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class with the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. They will start how they qualified yesterday, but they are racing in their own class. We'll have 2. Well, this next race we'll have 3 classes
mm-hmm.
racing at the same time, and then we'll have 2 races at the same time, and then we'll go to the 4400 Unlimited class. So everything's coming back together, so we appreciate everybody staying tuned in. We're pulling off this live feed from the middle of Moab, Utah. We're a long ways from town. It's just absolutely amazing what this team can pull off.
Definitely, and like we were saying, we're shooting internet from roughly 20 miles away. So, there will be technical difficulties every once in a while. It happens. It's technology. I mean,
for sure.
I don't understand it, that's for sure.
They're making it happen, and I'm thankful. Everybody at home, I hope you all are thankful because this is some great racing coverage for sure. That is Kendall Glines. Kendall Glines. Yes, you nailed that one, Pam. Kendall Glines, I believe that's the Green Day area, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm starting to recognize the vehicles better.
Yep. This is the 4600 Spider Track stock class as we speak, as Kendall Glines making his way up, and there's just lots of that ledge right there is a prime example that there's hundreds of those out on this course.
Uh-huh.
It's a tough course. There's boulders out there, but there's some really tight wash sections where it's just kind of loose boulders and whatnot. But there's some getches in there too, so it's really coming together.
Oh, and you can see right there, either he's backing up because he needs to turn a little tighter, or that ledge right there, he was just wanting to make sure he takes it easy. Oh, that's a tight section right there. That's where when I was watching earlier when Brad Lovell was on screen on the first lap, it didn't even look like.
It's a little pinch section. There's lots of those.
That's what the drivers were saying.
It's going to be interesting. These big cars, obviously this is a full width Jeep, but the 4400s, they get bigger and wider.
Yes,
and,
they do.
It's going to be interesting.
Bigger and wider and bigger tires.
Yep, and better suspension and all that.
Mm-hmm.
So
motor power.
Yeah, it's just going to get faster and faster as the day goes on.
Yeah, and that's what a lot of the drivers were saying. There are some areas out on the track that are super tight, but it's awesome that there are 12 different either-ors out on course.
12 different either-ors. There's that one joker there at Brittany Spears, and you do have to stay within 15 feet of center of course because we don't want to go out there and trashing the area BFE. Thanks, Robert Lucero and his whole team for letting us come out here and race, so we're trying to be as respectful as we can. There's obviously some rock slab sections where the either-ors are that you have 100 feet to go either direction on the either ors, but on these tight 2-track, it's stay on the course. Unless you're trying to pass, you have 15 feet.
Yes, and that, it's good for the, the plants and everything out there too, but it's respecting the land of the people that, we want to respect where we're racing. We want to, have other events and everything. So that's why you definitely respect the land. The racers know that. They respect the land, and going to that, it's like, out here, you'll see people walking around. If somebody drops something, you'll see people picking up trash. I mean, that's about another respect of the land that we're on as well.
Pack it out, absolutely. We're doing our best to keep everything going.
And that is Kendall Glines still on screen there.
So, Pam, what is the fastest lap right now? I know it's Brad Level, but the Off-Road Syndicate is going to throw out $1,000 to the fastest overall time today. And what's that time to beat right now?
Right now is a 27-minute, 29-second lap.
I thought it was a 26-minute.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. My bad. 26-minute, 29-second lap.
Okay. Like I said, I do believe a UTV and especially a 4400 car has
drone down.
has a shot.
Drone down.
So we'll, they're probably just changing batteries.
Yes.
So yeah, so $1,000 from the Off-Road Syndicate for fastest overall lap today, and we'll be throwing out some checks later on, some laser nut trophies. Remember, go to the MAO app. Download that on Google or Apple. Go to ultra4racing.com/live. Go to the Ultra 4 or Mid-America Outdoors Facebook or YouTube. Hit that share button, start a watch party. Get on the Instagram and hashtag it up. This is the 2022 Beatdown at Area BFE.
And coming on screen is Mr. Brad Level. You can see him in the background here behind us, Miles. He is coming in to get the checkered flag.
He still has a little bit of the course to go, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, that's not him. That's out. That is, I'm sorry, that's Kendall Glines I can see going up.
No, I think that is Brad Level. He's probably right around the drop kick area. So
you know the course more than I do.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting. That is Albert Contreras, very possible, at the center of our screen.
Yes, because of the worn on top of that Jeep. Yes, that is Mr. Albert Contreras on screen right now.
He's coming around with Jeep Thrills Off-Road. He's been racing Ultra 4 for quite some time. And we need to give some of our partners some love. So we have Holly EFI, LaserNut, Griffin Race Radiators, VP Racing Fuels, Nitto, King Shocks, Ultimax Belts, King of the Hammers, Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster Energy, Optima Batteries, Four Wheel Parts, Progressive, Mid-America Outdoors, the Off-Road Syndicate, Amsoil, Method Race Wheels, Axial RC, 360 Wrap, Rugged, Spider Tracks, Recaro Seats, Baja Jerky, Raceline Wheels, ARB, Rigid, Brannick Motorsports, Tread Lightly, Action Sports Canopy, Off the Grid Clothing, MBRP, Yukon Gear and Axle, HCR, Warren, and Factor 55. So please support who supports the sport. Without all of those wonderful partners, we would not be racing here today. So next time you go to build your tow rig, your race car, your mall crawler, go check out one of these amazing partners and show them the love that they're showing us.
Exactly. And Miles, you've been going over our Ultra 4 schedule for the rest of the season. We also are going to be at Mid-America doing the Side-by-Side Championship Series as well. Some of the races will be coinciding, but our next event actually in Jay, Oklahoma is going to be April 29th for round 2 of the Side-by-Side Championship Series.
That's a whole series
it
at
is a
Mid-America
whole Yes, everything takes place at Mid-America. So we have April 29th through May 1st. Then we'll have another one May 27th through the 30th. It's not just the Side-by-Side Championship Series. We also have Pro Rock Racing, and there's a pit bike series. And then after that, we do have June 17th through 19th, and that one there will be a Pro Rodeo as well. Visions July 13th through 17th. That is a whole week-long event. That is Ultra 4, that's Side-by-Side Championship Series. It's pit bike racing. It's
Dennis Anderson,
everything.
The rodeo, music.
Everything. And then in August, they're actually having a UTV takeover going on August 11th through 14th. Then September 2nd through 5th, the same weekend as Crandon that Ultra 4 will be running, we will be at Mid-America with the Side-by-Side Series as well. Then we have September 30th, another Side-by-Side and pit bike race. And then the last race of the year will be Legends of the Fall, where we'll have the Side-by-Side Championship Series, the Pit Bike Series, and the Ultra 4 Championship. So it's going to be a full year of racing.
It's going to be awesome. I can't wait. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just Ultra 4 Series going on. We also have all of that we were just going over. It's working together a lot. I mean, I'm going to be at all the side-by-sides. Sometimes maybe you'll get to come in there too, and it's going to be fun.
Yeah, I'm excited to see it all come together.
Definitely.
That is for sure. So lots of action out there for the 4600 Spider Track stock class. Looks like that's the 4627 of Jacob Seeger in that Land Rover.
That Land Rover is pretty cool. I've never seen a Land Rover racing, personally. All right, and we have people. Stan Haynes is watching from home. Thank you.
All right, Stan the Man Haynes. He's the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends Class sponsor. He's been racing Ultra 4 for as long as I have, and he's just a great character of the sport. So, Stan, thanks for tuning in, and can't wait to see you at the next one, buddy.
Yes, and there are people also wanting to know where they can see the feed on YouTube. If you go to the Mid-America Facebook page, there is a link within the live feed right now that if you want to watch it on YouTube, you can just click that link and it'll take you to the YouTube live feed.
And Mid-America also has an app you can download on Google or on Apple, so go check that out. There's lots of cool stuff in there, and there's a link for the live show.
What's really awesome, too, about that, Miles, is not only the link for the live show, but you can go back on that link where it says streaming, and you can watch the past races. You can watch what's already happened this year if you wanted to go through and do that. I mean, we've had some exciting events already.
Absolutely.
We had the 918 Grand Prix that happened. It was a nice snowy weekend. And then the very next weekend, round one of the side-by-side championship series. And then that side-by-side championship series was the BMR, the big meat run. Never been to that before until that weekend, and it was pretty cool to see. I couldn't believe how many people were there. I've never even heard of Disney in America started until I started following their page. I don't know how many, page.
That's where I first started going wheeling, probably 20 years ago. Was Disney? I'm 3 hours. I'm just south of Kansas City, out of Paola, which is Oklahoma, which is right around where Disney is.
We had a racer in the side-by-side series. Off the top of my head, I can't remember their name, but they are from Paola, Kansas.
Really?
Yeah, I have all my paperwork.
I know Marvin Vale has a boy that races. He's out of Gardner, which isn't too far.
I'm not sure. They're actual VAR entries, and their town was from where you're from. I wonder if they know Miles.
I'm sure we know each other.
I'll get the paperwork out later, and I'll ask. Super cool. Disney Oklahoma is where they were doing the big meat run. It was pretty cool because they're literally on the other side of the dam of the lake.
Yeah,
like when
it's on the back side of the dam.
When it rains, there's what I was told is there's 30 feet of water.
Well, once they open the dam.
Oh yes, once they open the dam,
and so it's flood control.
And they were going up the waterfall
there's a lot of cool spots out there.
And Mr. Cash LaCroix and Paul Wolf, they were there. They will be actually today. Cash LaCroix is co-driving for Paul Wolf in his Can-Am. It's going to be super exciting.
And I was talking to Paul Wolf last night around the campfire, just chatting it up, and I was like, so how is Cash? He's a young guy. The kid can drive, but he's never co-drove.
Right.
He's like, he's excellent. He knows how to pick up the lines. He's telling me, he's helping me pick lines. He's saying, hey, remember that rock on your left? He said he picked it up instantly, and he was very impressed with that young man.
Yeah, he said that I asked him when we were talking yesterday, you and I had asked Paul, I said, so would you have him in with you at Hammers? He's like, definitely I would have him in with me at Hammers. But, Cash is a driver. When you're a driver, it's hard to, give up that control and give up that driver's seat.
He tried to find a driver's seat. He just couldn't quite find one.
He did. I definitely, it's definitely hard, though, giving up that driver's seat for sure.
So you just saw right behind us is the Bronco Proving Grounds where we did qualifying yesterday, and just below us is the start-finish line. It's just a beautiful day. The sun is starting to come out. It's a beautiful day. If you're anywhere in the Moab area, come on out. It's only $40 per adult, $20 per kid. 11 and under is free. So come out to Moab, to Area BFE out here in Moab, or go to Zach's Bar and Grill if you want to grab lunch. You can watch the live show. They'll have it on in their bar and grill.
We do have a vendor out here serving food as well. So if you do come out to this area, come on out, have some food. You need a jacket, you can buy it at the merch trailer.
Yeah, the whole group's over there. They've got hats, they've got shirts, they've got socks, they've got a little bit of everything over there.
Sweatshirts,
so
gloves.
Come on out and check it out.
Yeah, all the ladies over there, like we were saying earlier, they were working hard all day long yesterday. And also on Thursday, when the majority of all of our drivers did come in, they were working really hard doing driver's registration, getting them all registered so they could go out and do the qualifying course. And then last night, during the driver appreciation meal, they're over there serving the drivers. I mean, they work hard from
the whole team puts
everybody.
In all the effort. And nobody has one job. They do just a little bit of everything.
Exactly.
Is that Justin Reese?
That
yes,
is
it is. Justin Reese coming into the Bronco Proving Grounds. That'll put him in physical second or third?
Let me pull timing back up right here. Stan Haynes, I said hey earlier. Thanks for.
He's won King of the Hammers 2 separate times, so he's putting the Toyota through its paces. He won this race last year, but it looks like Brad Lovell's got it wrapped up.
Yeah, he's got it pretty wrapped up because Justin Reese is just now getting ready to go through on his second lap.
Yeah, so he'll be getting the white flag here in just a few moments.
He's got to have at least a 10-minute plus lead right now, Brad Lovell.
I'd say more than that. I'd say it's closer to that 15 to 20
minute
mark.
Yeah, because it's been a while since Brad has came through.
So the white flag is flying.
Yeah, so 16 minutes and 40 seconds between Brad Lovell and
what was
Justin
the time
Reese.
split?
16 minutes and 40 seconds.
But that's still pretty good for old Justin Reese. He's been racing with us for a very long time, been very successful in that old Toyota. And like I said, the 4600 Spider Track stock class is such a fun class to watch, and they're all there to help each other. And like I said, just a week ago, he was upgraded to new seats, and he was giving seats away to any fellow competitor in the 4600 stock class. He's like, you can have them as long as you don't resell them.
Yeah, that's
and
awesome.
If you get them and they don't work, give them to the next guy.
Right.
It's really, really, really cool.
It's good karma.
Yep.
That is good karma.
Yep, good things happen to good people.
Definitely.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and his Toyota's out there just doing amazing right now.
Need to give USAC a thank you. They're our sanctioning body and run our timing, scoring, race ops, and safety and tech.
Sounds like they're having an estimated finish.
That's for
Justin Reese.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yep. So I assume we'll see Brad Lovell within the next 5 or 10 minutes in that Ford Bronco.
Because, Justin Reese just went through. His lap time was a 36:45.
Yeah, so I'm saying 5 to 10 minutes we'll have Brad Lovell in here with that checkered flag.
Definitely. I mean, if he runs...
Unless he has issues. And I believe after Brad Lovell, everybody else will be getting the checkered flag as well, no matter what lap they're on.
That's why you never celebrate before the checkered flag.
And we were talking in the driver's meeting about the Joker lap, that let's say you saved the Joker at Britney Spears for the last lap, and then you get the checkered flag a lap early. You don't finish the race because you didn't do the Joker. So there's strategy in there that I'd run the is that Brad Lovell? I believe.
I think it's Albert Contreras.
Albert Contreras.
No, that is
that is
John Williams?
Kendall Glines?
Kendall Glines. Glines.
John Williams. I think you are right. Sorry.
Well, John Williams is physically third on course.
Yes, that's John Williams. Sorry. There's our little heads-up loop right there. As he's getting ready to hit the Yukon launch. He'll drop down that.
And it's called a launch, but these guys are not launching.
They will be launching later on this afternoon. That is for darn sure. So please stay tuned in all day long. Up next, we'll have the 4900 UTV race. Then we'll have the 45 and 48s. Then we'll have the 44. So we'll be live racing all day long. So stay tuned in. Put this stream up on your TV out in the garage or wherever you want to go. But we will be live racing all day long on all the Mid-America pages, on all the Ultra 4 pages. So go to ultra4racing.com/live.
I was talking to Joey Beck's wife at the last Mid-America race.
It's her birthday today, by the way.
It is. You took it. You took it. There you go.
And it's my brother-in-law Ben's birthday today.
Is he the one that comes to the races sometimes?
Yep.
Okay.
So happy birthday to everybody.
Elise and your brother-in-law.
Elise.
So, I was talking to her, and she was not at the 918 race, and excuse me. And what was pretty cool about it, she told me she was at home, like doing stuff, and she had it on her TVs at home, so she was listening to the race while she was like doing housework and stuff.
That's awesome.
But normally she's out here at the races, and she is here this weekend. It's super cool because she was actually able to come. And Joey was saying how he was, feeling bad because he had to leave and it was his wife's birthday, but she got to come along and spend it here in the beautiful Moab.
Absolutely.
They've never been here, so what
Moab's
a good place
amazing.
to spend it.
So out on course, it's physical Brad Lovell, then Justin Reese, then John Williams. And Brad Lovell and Justin Reese are the only two out on their third and final lap. Oh, John Williams is as well now. So we got 3 cars out on their third and final lap as he blows by the AMSOIL hot pits.
So, yes, everybody's slowed down their lap time. So, Brad Lovell, he came in. His first lap was his fastest lap at a 26:29. His second lap, 27:29. Justin Reese, his first lap was a 33:53. He slowed it down by 3 minutes. He's a 36:45 on his last lap. John Williams, he didn't slow up too much. His first lap was a 36:06, and his last lap he came through was a 37:03. So he hasn't changed up his lap time too much, but Justin Reese did slow it down by 3 minutes.
Give me Brad Lovell's fastest lap at
26:29.
So fastest lap of the day thus far is 26:29. I do believe that will get beat. I guess 25 earlier, but now looking at that, I think we're going to be in that 22-23 mark.
You could be very, very correct. We'll see next with the UTVs. Of course, you know that you got, Jacob Versey, Paul Wolf, Cole Clark, all these names. Cole Clark's won
Travis
here.
Zollinger.
Yes, he was next on the list
Josh
here.
Smith. I mean, we got some heavy hitters here in Moab for the 2022 Beatdown at Area BFE.
Mr. Brian Crofts.
Yep.
He's double duty in today.
Double dipping,
Same with
absolutely.
Paul Wolf.
Yep. I think those are the only two that are racing multiple classes today. We do have John Dykus that's out shotgun right now, and he'll be Gorman later on today.
Exactly. So. Yeah, and with Mr. Terry Madden, he's actually be racing today.
I hate to
so
hear that,
you guys will see him on the starting order, but he is actually not racing.
The car's hurt, his foot's hurt, and his feelings are hurt. So tough break for Terry. We've been buddies for a long time, but I hate he couldn't make it, but he's making the right choice.
Well, he's making a right decision because, if he said when he did his little tumble in qualifying yesterday that he actually
the chassis.
Yeah, hurt the chassis on the A-pillar, but, he broke his foot a week ago. He's not in a cast yet. He couldn't get an ortho appointment until next week. So physically and, for the car as well, he's just not going to. Because he would have had to go take the car yesterday somewhere else to have it welded up.
Yeah, he said if his foot was in good shape, he would have took it to Jimmy's shop over in Cortez and welded it up. But he just physically.
Sometimes you have to make that decision of how hard do I really, really want to push it. And, it sucks because he lives in Southern California and he had to drive, he drove all this way to race and now he's not racing. But there's a point that you need to get to and decide, if you're hurt.
Absolutely.
Don't do it. Don't push it. And he actually said that he was having trouble with throttle control yesterday because it is his throttle foot that he broke.
It all taped up
yes,
and whatnot.
Yes, so. But definitely at some point you have to make that decision.
I'm sure Terry will come up and have a chat with us at some point today.
Yeah, we actually had asked him about coming up here, because as long as all goes well, we'll be doing the awards between each. So, I'll be going back and forth. So it'll be good to have somebody up here, help fill in as well if he's able to do that. I can see down below, they already have Mr. Paul Wolf lined up down there, ready for the next race, which is going to be the Can-Am 4900 class. We have the class. That is the fastest growing class in any style of racing. Desert racing, Ultra 4, everything. That is the fastest growing. I've been in a Can-Am. I raced a Can-Am myself. So it's fast to go in. I say that, but people are buying.
I was just going to say, I got out of the UTV racing because it started getting expensive, but it is the cheapest way to get in.
It's the cheapest way in one way. But, if you look at it, there are people out there building these chassis, and they are definitely spinning upwards into the 120, 140.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, for a UTV.
Everything adds up in a hurry. But we have three different UTV classes. We have stock production, we have UTV Open, and Pro Mod. So you can literally go to the dealership, buy a Can-Am, do all the safety deals, put a new cage on it, get the right seats, the seat belts. So you could be into a race car for under $40,000.
Right.
Pretty easy.
The other really cool thing about it, too, is when you're in a class like a UTV class, you were talking about stock class and everything, those stock classes can run those stock arms, whatever. But majority of the people that are building the chassis up and doing like the pro modified classes, they're also running different trailing arms, everything, the axles.
Yeah, HCR builds a great suspension setup for it, and then all the wheels and all the shocks. There's lots of stuff you can do to make these
HCR definitely, and Travis Zollinger, who's out here racing himself, he builds a whole line of everything. But it's not about just the stock suspension, everything. You build a car, you run a certain suspension, and guess what? You can call up Travis Zollinger. You can call up, there's Cognito Motorsports. There's, Allsup Racing Development. You run whoever suspension you want, HCR.
Kendall Glines coming in the screen.
And you can just call them up if you need a new trailing arm, and you get one and bolt it back in. It's really awesome. But, yeah, there's Kendall Glines on screen doing the Yukon launch.
So I'm hearing a little chatter through my Rugged Race radio. I think I just heard John Dykus, if I heard it correctly, saying we're getting ready to stop. So John Snell may be having some issues. I don't even know where that's coming from, but it was in my headset, and I'm pretty sure that was John Dykus saying we're having some issues.
Well, we are running our Weatherman channel here. So
for race ops.
For race ops. And if a racer is out on course and they need to radio in, they can get on that Weatherman channel. So that's where you're hearing it through. But, yeah, Kendall Glines on course right now.
I believe this is only finishing his second lap.
Yes,
but
it is.
We're going to give him the checkered flag because he doesn't have enough time to finish his third lap. So an official he only finished 2 laps, but
yes.
they will stop him.
So
we still want to keep
689 has his first lap was a 33.53, so we'll see what his second lap was. But our top 3 right now that have been out on course and completed, well, not completed, but they are going. There's Brad Lovell getting ready to come and screen right there.
Coming into the Bronco Proving Grounds as we speak, so the checkered flag will be out for Brad Lovell. Unofficially, he will win this race. It is on adjusted time. They started in 30-second increments, but there is nobody close enough to steal this win away from Brad Lovell. So we'll see how it shakes out, but it's looking good for Brad Lovell. And how cool is it to have his son by him riding shotgun? The Lovell family, I hope they're tuned in. I hope they're as excited as I am.
Exactly. Super cool to see him out here finishing on his third lap right here. He's got to be super excited. He is missing one little piece of his car, but hey, that's not bad.
But it looks like Brad Lovell unofficially winning the 2022 Beatdown at Area BFE in that Ford Bronco. So if he signed up for that contingency, he'll be taking home some cash from Ford Performance.
I'm sure he is signed up on it because he is a Ford athlete as well.
Absolutely. So he's got to be stoked to be taking home some cash today.
I don't know. Do they call it Ford athlete or Bronco ambassador? I'm not
probably
sure.
Probably a little bit of both.
We could probably ask Brad. Brad is sitting right here in front of us. He could tell us what Brad is.
So that's Justin Reese heading up. That's the Green Day area, I believe.
And he's physically second.
So he's still another 20 minutes out. So
well, remember he stopped.
16 minutes and he stopped. So yeah, he's going to be a little bit off pace, but that's our physical second place out on course for the 4600 Spider Track stock class. So while we're watching Justin Reese go through, we just had Brad Lovell unofficially winning this race. So I have a quick break in the action. We'll be right back after this.
4WP is more than a store. We're truck and Jeep experts and have been for over 50 years. From wheel and tire upgrades to full custom builds, 4WP has you covered. Whether you want to order the best parts online or shop in store, do the work yourself, or get it done by a pro, all roads lead to 4WP. Do your rig right. Shop online or find your store at 4WP.com.
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
You know, the thing that people don't realize about ARB is that they have been developing the parts as our series and our sport has grown to these new extremes. They keep evolving as the sport is evolving.
need it so bad.
It's not just a hobby. It's not just something we do on weekends. It's how we live every day.
Can we go out and play?
I needed to try. Needed to fall. I needed your love. I'm fading away. I need never get old.
Welcome back. We have Mr. Brad Lovell in, and Albert Contreras just came in as well.
But Albert just finished his second lap.
He did just finish his second lap, and Kendall Glines just came in and finished his second lap as well. But we definitely are getting ready to wrap up the 4600 stock class, and we're going to be moving into the 4900 Can-Am class. It's going to be an exciting day of racing. Miles, Brad Lovell has probably at least an 18 to 20 minute lead over second place right now.
Yeah. And the second place is Justin Reese. If you're just tuning in, this is the Beatdown at Area BFE, presented by Area BFE Tents. We're coming to you live from the Nitto studio. Everything's coming together really nice. I'm absolutely loving some racing here in Moab. The Mid-America Outdoors crew teaming up with the Ultra 4, and it's just it's coming together, and I'm having a great time. I know you're having fun. I hope everybody back home is enjoying as much as we are.
You know who else is having fun? The drone pilots. They're right here behind us, and they're having fun. It's super cool to watch them sit there with their like bug goggle-looking things on and watching them fly those drones.
The FPV drone guys are absolutely awesome.
There's no way in a million years I could ever be a drone pilot, but
it's pretty amazing. I've actually flown one, but they had to take it off and land it. I just got to zoom it around a little bit.
I wouldn't even do that. I wouldn't even take the chance. But, yeah, we definitely have an exciting year of racing. Our next race coming up for Ultra 4 will be in Rush, Kentucky, April 23rd and 24th. That'll be our first East Coast Series Championship points race. And then we will be in Prairie City in Folsom, California, May 13th and 14th. After that, we'll be in South Pittsburgh, Tennessee at AOP, which is an exciting race course as well. Lots of rocks there. Then we will go into Visions, which is in Jay, Oklahoma, a whole week-long worth of
that's
events.
A festival, so that's an event. Come out for that one for sure.
I know that they were talking about getting because you can rent cabins there. You can bring your motorhomes and have hookups and everything. So I know that they're going to be putting those up on the website here very shortly to start reserving. Then after that, we will be back in Sturgis at the Black Hills Throwdown, August 5th through 7th. That is also during Bike Week. That's another busy week. And then after that, we will be in Crandon with the Crandon Classic, September 2nd through 4th. And then the last race of the year will be the Legends of the Fall back in Disney, Oklahoma is going to be where that is taking place.
It's going to be at Mid-America and at Disney.
Okay, so I didn't get that clarification on that, but definitely.
I think it's going to be a little bit of both, but it's going to be a great weekend because remember you have the side-by-side championship as well. We have some rock bouncer stuff. So again, when there's a race at Jay, Oklahoma at Mid-America Outdoors, it's a full-on festival. Live music and absolutely everything.
It's a lot of fun. I know when I was there 2 weeks ago for the first round of the side-by-side championship series, I was talking with JT because he was actually working at the Big Meat Run, and so we're talking with JT, and he said, I have the course in my head. I just can't wait to get out there and actually get it set up. Yeah. So that'll be super fun to see how that course lays out. And I know you'll probably be out there helping him. Hopefully I'll get to see that course get set up because I'm excited. It's a lot of new trails. I believe he said it's like 1,000 acres of new trails.
Yeah, there's 1,000 acres across the street that we get to go racing on. So it's going to be interesting to see how it all shapes up. And JT Taylor, our race director, he likes putting on a good show for the racers. So.
He likes to put on a good show, but he's also not going to make it easy for them.
Oh no, we're he's putting the 4 back in Ultra 4. That's for sure.
Definitely,
he's wanting these guys and gals to earn it. And talking about earn it, it looks like Brad Lovell just earned the win for the 4600 Spider Track stock class.
Exactly.
It's obviously unofficial for now, but it's looking good. And I believe it's going to be Justin Reese in physical second right now. And I just had some chatter through the Rugged Race radios. It sounds like John Snell is out with overheating issues.
Bummer.
He was asking for some water from whoever. So there's a Green Day, I believe. And is that Kendall Glines?
That would be Kendall Glines because Albert Contreras is already setting over here, and they're the ones who have similar-looking vehicles.
Yep, so Kendall Glines heading up the Green Day section. And it sounds like Tom Biddle just went before him. We just missed him. But they're still moving strong out there, and we're still hoping to kick off the next race here in about a half hour. So it's going to be really tight on time.
So Justin Reese and John Williams are technically the only other two out on course right now, going out for on their third lap.
And final lap.
So we should be seeing Justin Reese here probably within the next maybe 5-10 minutes.
Yep, 5-10 minutes.
Yeah.
That's a good guess.
Because he was 16 minutes behind Brad Lovell at one point, and so he more than likely is going to be probably 18 to 20 minutes probably behind this last lap.
At least 20 minutes, yep.
For sure.
Brad Lovell just threw down an absolute great race. He's a seasoned veteran. He's raced that Ford Bronco to the limits and brought it back home for the win.
Yes.
Brad Lovell does such an amazing job at whatever he does. He races T2. He's raced King of the Hammers for a long, long time in that old Ranger. He's got this new Ford Bronco. He is a Ford Performance driver. I mean, Brad Lovell's got a good program, and having his son buy him riding shotgun. If you do go have an interview with him, you got to go straight to buy him and say, how cool is it to ride with your dad? And if they win and get one of those laser nut trophies, it's going to be awesome.
Yes, for sure. And it's definitely, I can't wait to get over there and talk to the drivers and see how their day went. It's always so much fun to get their reactions whenever they're up there on the podium. So exciting, and it's I'm excited that we're doing it right after, as long as time permits. We're going to do the awards right after, but as long as it permits, and get their reactions when they're
and worst
fresh out.
Case if the next race does already start, I think we'll record the podiums and then play them back later on during the next race. So we'll see how it all shakes out. This is live racing. We can't plan on how fast these guys and gals will drive, so it'll be good. But we're having fun. I hope you all are too. This is the 2022 Beatdown at Area BFE, presented by Area BFE Tents.
And you can see Area BFE. They're over there setting up all their displays right now.
They've got a lot of roof rack options, and it's really cool. So if you're in the area, come on out. It's only $40 per adult, $20 per kid. 11 and under is free.
You can see the UTVs behind us are getting lined up. Paul Wolf, he's already over there lined up. You want to be prepared and ready, and he's over there ready to go. It's strategy. It's a mind game for some people to get into that mode. And when we're out talking to drivers, I know, Miles, whenever at some of the races, when we're closer and you're able to go down to the hot pits, you go up to the cars, and it's like you can tell, because these drivers so well, you can tell by the look in their eyes, because obviously they have a helmet on, and all you can see is just their eyes. But you can tell, can I talk to you or not? Sometimes you'll be yes or no.
Yeah, I've been around them long enough that they know.
Exactly.
They know, and then I can tell if they're in race mode. I leave them alone and just talk about the car. And
exactly.
if they kind of give me a smile, I'll throw the mic in there and give them a chat.
And that is Alex Fleming getting ready to drop down the Yukon launch.
So Alex Fleming with Sherpa Motorsports hitting the Yukon launch as we speak. He's had a great run going thus far in that Toyota 4Runner. They started racing with us last year in Montana, and they've been racing the Your Series for quite some time and really coming together.
It's awesome to see them down here. And like you said, they changed the color of their car. Now they're in that bright yellow. It was
really
silver.
Pops. I dig it.
Yeah, the silver, you couldn't really see their sponsors and stuff because it was silver, and then I think all their logos were like a white vinyl. So it's good that they changed it up a little bit, and it's definitely visible out on course.
Yeah, and go check out their Instagram. They've got a great following on social media.
Yes, they do.
So everybody's getting the checkered flag from here on out. And up next, we will have the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. And we'll be giving away some of these laser nut trophies and some checks here momentarily.
We have some people chiming in on Facebook. Melissa, we are at Area BFE out here outside of Moab, Utah. And Tracy Snell, she's chiming in. She said, yes, they're having overheating issues, which we did hear that over the radios. So, and then also, Elvira Contreras, update on Albert. He is actually in. He has finished the race. He did not get the third lap in.
He finished his second lap. So we're still waiting on Justin Reese and John Williams, correct?
Correct. Those are the only two that are actually going to get to finish all 3 laps.
So if you're just tuning in, this 4600 Spider Track Stock Class raced 3 laps, 5.5 miles per lap, so it's 16.5 miles of racing, and this course is tough, and that goes to show you, out of 9 cars, only 3 are going to make the time frame for racing. It's the attrition definitely set in, and it's a beat down here at Area BFE.
But we have only seen one come through with a flat that they had to re-rack.
They changed the flat tire in the pits and then re-racked the flat tire for Contreras as well. So we've had at least two.
Two for sure. But
and I think that's going to be more common. I really do. We're going to get faster and faster as it goes on. So
as the day goes on, those bigger tires are exactly like you said, faster and faster. And we do see the flats setting in. And, this is where you're like, got to really be on point with your tire pressures, because if you run it too hard, it'll pop way too easy.
There.
Yeah.
No, if you run it too hard, it's better, but you have less traction. It doesn't pop as easy.
Yes, but then if you have two less, then you can get those pinch flats on
absolutely.
But it's a game. It's a game for sure.
But yeah, most of them are running these race line bead locks and all that, so that's a huge help there. And I believe Paul Wolf will be the first one taking off. So, there he's out of the car, just kind of checking it out. He'll have Cash LaCroix.
His game face is on, though. This is where you, do you go chit-chat and say, hey, how you doing today, blah, blah, blah. But no, definitely not.
Yeah, so Paul Wolf just kind of patiently awaiting as he's there at the start line in that 4900 Can-Am UTV class. He was on the pole yesterday qualifying, so he got those 7 important points going for either the National or the East and West Series Championship.
Yes, I believe he's going to run both cars in all the races. He's going for the championship this year.
Yeah, and I think I was chatting with him since with the new merger, King of the Hammers is worth double points, and he didn't race that, so you had to put it in writing before this race which regional race you wanted to submit for King of the Hammers, and I think he was going to say Rush, Kentucky is going to be his double points.
That's definitely going to be a really good area for him. That's he's used to that. That's what he likes.
Yep, he's from the East.
He's good. He's a tree racer.
And speaking about Paul Wolf, we were able to catch up with him earlier this week. So let's listen to what Paul had to say.
Hey guys, this is Paul Wolf Racing. We're out here at Area BFE, getting ready to throw down. We're qualified first, so we're gonna see what we can do. Hopefully, bring home some money. We'll be racing in the UTV starting out, and then we get to race the big car, 4400 class. First time out here at Ultra 4 racing the 4400, and hopefully we can bring home some money in that one too.
Race NorCal.
Yeah, we raced NorCal last weekend just for practice. It's such a different terrain. We were on a short course. We were reaching speeds of 100 miles an hour. Car felt super, super comfortable. We're out here now. It's like top speeds of 40 mile an hour, just brutal rocks. So totally different course. I got a lot to learn in that car, in that 40-pointer car, but that car's pretty cool. It takes good care of me. So I think just not get flat tires. Push as hard as you can, but don't get a flat tire. If you get a flat tire, it takes too long to change it. I think the guys that are smooth and consistent will pass you up. So the key is push hard, but protect the car. So I think that's what we're going to try to do, and it's easier said than done, though. Race day, race pace, it's hard to do. Good.
Well, it's always fun to get caught up with some of our racers, and Paul Wolf is kind of new to the Ultra 4. He's raced with us a few times, but he hasn't really raced a long time. But it's going to be fun to watch him race up next here in the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. And then once again, he just got a UFO from Dan Wyrick. So, Paul, thanks for your insight on what you got going on. And I know I'm excited. I hope you all are excited. But it's going to be a good show.
It's definitely going to be a good show. And he had a great showing last weekend when he raced at the NorCal Rock Racing, his first race in Dan Wyrick's car.
He got
second place for sure. So that's pretty cool. He's excited out here as well. But like you were saying earlier, he has Cash LaCroix in that passenger seat. He is going to do amazing. He has a great view and a young mind, and he's helping Paul call out those lines.
So here comes Jacob Seeger coming in the screen in that Range Rover. I believe this is his first race with us as he hits the Yukon launch as we speak. So it'll be fun to see. He'll be getting the checkered flag. I believe Jacob Seeger's only going to be finishing in his second lap, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe so. You've got to pull this up here. I believe only Brad Lovell, Justin Reese, and John Williams will be the only three with their third. Ooh, that was a nice little handstand there.
And I'm kind of looking behind me down there. I see Brad Lovell, and he's giving Albert Contreras big high fives and whatnot, and they're chatting up how their race went. I just love seeing the camaraderie between our Ultra 4 racers.
That's where I like to be, like when we're down there and we can sit there and we can hear like them talking about what their favorite part of the race course was or what they did on this line or that line. It's super cool to hear the racers sit there and chat about it.
So Jacob Seeger getting the checkered flag. He finished, I believe, his second lap.
Yes, he did. His last lap was a 55:12.
So he must have had some issues out there. Speaking of issues, we heard John Snell did have an overheating issue, so that's a tough break for him. He just put that car through its paces last weekend at the NorCal Rock Racing. So tough break for him and John Dykes. But John Dykes will be have a break during the Can-Am race and then hop in with Andrew Gorman for the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends race. So John Dykes playing double duty once again.
And if you're at home watching the live feed, you also can still go on. It's not like as up to, as quick as qualifying is, but if you want to see people's lap times and where they're at on lap or position, obviously it's unofficial. You can go to live.ultra4racing.com, and that's where you can watch the live timing as well. So you can watch the live feed on the Mid-America Facebook page, or you can, watch the live scoring as well. That's what we're doing here.
Or get the MAO app.
Or the MAO
that
app.
One's really cool. And we still are doing our premium feed. You can go to there and check everything out and rewatch anything from the past, from King of the Hammers or regional races, car walk-arounds in case you missed it. There are lots of still cool stuff yet to come. And I know we're working on a few things for that premium, but we're working through it as we speak.
Exactly. Lots of stuff coming into the works as well. So you can go back and watch all the past stuff. We have lots of stuff coming. It's exciting to hear really the ideas that are getting ready to come to life.
The behind the scenes of what's going to happen here in the near future with everything that's going on is very, very exciting. So you all should be excited.
Definitely be tuning in for sure. And look at the terrain out there. I mean, you can see that there's a canyon right there. We do not
the high and wide here in Moab is absolutely phenomenal.
And right there, that is the overlook of where we are at. All the cars in the parking area and the merchandise trailer, Nitto trailer. You have our rugged trailer there as well.
We're sitting in the Nitto studio as we speak. And there's the start finish. Now we're flying over. That's Brad Lovell coming to screen.
And right there you can see that is there's Brad Lovell, and you're coming up to our
Nitto studio.
Sitting right there.
So far, so good for the 2022 Beatdown at Area BFE, presented by Area BFE Tents. Robert Lucero and his whole team have been extremely helpful this entire week. They've let us, come in here, make ourselves at home, and this place is such an amazing piece.
Yes,
and it's been around for such a long time. The trails are iconic. This Area BFE is an amazing place. So thanks again to Robert Lucero and the whole Area BFE team.
Yes, because again, this is on private land, so he has things that he wants us to abide by, and the racers are doing amazing. Us as Ultra 4 crew, we're all doing an amazing job of abiding by what you want, because this is your private land. You want to keep it how you want it. And I mean, if I had people camp on my property, because we do like a overlanding stuff, and so it's the same concept, except I don't have however many acres this is. But, respectful of the land, pack it in, pack it out, take care of it. Go up and say hi to Robert and, thank him for letting us be here, because.
And speaking of that, you can go through the pits and say hi to all your favorite racers. They're all extremely friendly.
Welcoming.
And they've got stickers they can hand out, and they've got some swag. Some of them have swag they could sell you and whatnot. But go through and check out the cars. I've seen multiple racers let the kids get in and sit in a race car.
Take pictures.
I absolutely love it. And Shannon Campbell comes to mind at that he's given away so many of his trophies right after he wins them. He gets we do our interviews with him. He's done. He'll even sign it and then hand it to a kid. I've seen him do it on multiple occasions.
Yeah, that's really cool.
It's really cool. So come on out and check out the Ultra 4 with the Mid-America Outdoors team, and we're here and we're ready. We'll be kicking off the 4900 Can-Am UTV class here very, very soon.
Of course, they have been giving everybody the checkered flag, but they want to make sure that the race course is clear. We have safety crew all over the race course. Some areas are in remote, but there's radio communication with the rugged radios through all of the safety crew all over race course, talking back and forth. We can hear it in our ears.
Yeah, we have Todd that he's at the farthest vantage point back by Ejection Rock, and he's on top of there, and I hear him chatting up. It sounds like everything's going smooth so far.
Yeah, everything's going great, and it's awesome. We have communication with everybody letting letting us know who has made it through the Joker line, like we were doing earlier. It's just, great. It's a teamwork.
Yep.
Teamwork makes the dream work. Again,
Absolutely.
we'll hear that a lot.
But yeah, everything's going so really good so far. Our next race is going to be a 4-lap race, and the pace is going to be picked up. There's a lot of fast cars that are going to be out on course here very soon. The fastest lap right now is Brad Lovell with a 26:29, and I think he's going to get bumped out on that.
Yeah, we know that definitely will not be the fastest of the day for sure.
Yep. So let's give some of. So while we have a little break in the action, we're going to throw it out and give some of our amazing partners a little love. So we'll be right back after this.
It's time for electric to turn into lightning. An electric truck that can haul on both ends, that can help build your house, and if need be, power that house. That feels like a bullet train and works like a freight train. The fully electric F-150 Lightning.
Years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
I am Monster Mate.
Welcome back to the 2022 Beatdown at Area BFE. I believe this is John Williams coming into screen. This could be our physical second position. We'll see what happens when he crosses that start-finish line. But it looks like we have another car coming into the Bronco Proving Grounds. And again, I do believe it is John Williams, number 4623. So we'll get our timing pulled up.
Well, John Williams was physically in third place, so Justin Reese has not came through. But yes, you're correct. John Williams is now in that number 2 position.
Unofficial, it is Brad Level 1 and then John Williams in that second position. unofficially. Remember, we have to dot our I's, cross our T's, make sure everything's correct, make sure he did the Joker line, which I've already heard he did. There's Cole Clark coming in the screen. But unofficially, it's Brad Lovell 1, John Williams 2, and where is Justin Reese, who won this race last year, has won King of the Hammers. That's a tough break. I mean, racing's racing, and we all know it ever happens, but, man, it's a tough break when you can't make it, like John Snell overheats. Where's Justin Reese? He won this race.
But John Williams just came through. He was 25 minutes behind Brad Lovell.
25-minute lead win.
That's
for
almost
Mr.
a
Brad
whole lap.
That's pretty wild.
Because I mean,
that is almost a whole lap.
Because Brad Lovell was his fastest was a 26:29. So. Almost a whole lap ahead of everybody.
Yep, and remember this race is on adjusted time, but they only took off in 30-second increments, so a 25-minute win is a win in my book for sure.
And Justin Williams on that last lap, he really picked it up because that was his fastest lap. He was running like a 38, I believe, was his lap time earlier, and that one was just a 30.
Remember, this race was a 3-lap race, 5.5 miles per lap, 16.5 miles in total. Up next will be a 4-lap race, so that'll be a fun one to watch. The 4900 Can-Am UTV class will be coming up next, and we hope to be starting them in roughly 8 minutes. But we still have a few cars out on course, so I'm not sure how we're going to play that, but we'll get it squared away and keep the live race action going. And I see a line coming in here to the area BFE, so it's a beautiful day. If you're anywhere in the neighborhood, come on out.
There's a lot of private land around us that people have that they have purchased. And I've seen people out on their own land camping and stuff. But there also is public land around here as well.
Lots of public land with lots of public camping.
Exactly. So you can ride, if you're out riding and whatever on the trails, you can ride trails to Area BFE and come in here and, pay the $40 to get in and watch some live action.
Absolutely. Or stay at home and watch it on ultra4racing.com/live. Go to the Ultra4 and MAO Facebooks and YouTubes. You can go to the MAO app or go to Zach's Bar and Grill there in Moab. They'll have this live stream on, and you can go grab lunch and a frosty beverage.
Yes, for sure. But there is right now Mr. Justin Reese. No, that's Kendall Glines. Kendall Glines is in. So he finished.
So this is third place,
This is third place because Justin Reese hasn't came in. So Kendall Glines has passed Justin Reese. And so we had 4 cars out on their third lap. So it wasn't just the top 3 of Brad Lovell, John Williams, and Justin Reese. Kendall Glines was also out on his third lap.
So the 4600 Spider Track stock class is always a fun race to watch, and unofficially right now it's Brad Lovell in 1, John Williams in 2, and Kendall Glines in that third position.
And Kendall Glines bumped up his lap time too because that was just now his fastest lap at a 32:09. So they all definitely picked up, all but Brad Lovell. Brad Lovell didn't have to.
Yeah,
he had a
ran
tremendous
smooth
lead
and consistent with that Ford Bronco. And like I said, I assume he signed up for that contingency. He's going to take some home, some Ford contingency money.
He definitely is signed up for that. He is a Ford Performance athlete, so he definitely is signed up for that contingency. So super cool for him. He's been with Ford for quite some time. He's not new.
He's ran that Ford Ranger for 10-plus years out of King of the Hammers, and now he's in a Ford Bronco. He races in a T2 truck down in Baja and at King of the Hammers. He's raced the Mint 400. I mean, he's done it all and done it all well.
He's a well-seasoned racer.
Yeah, and he used to rock crawl way back in the day before we used to, it's crazy how the Ultra 4s came to life because we used to take a rock crawler and drive fast. Take a race car and drive slow through the rocks.
Right.
It's really cool to see the transition and the technology has changed, and there's a lot of cool cars that are coming to light right now. To be here right now and watch it happen. Fox has these live valve shocks that are coming. King has the IBPs for the 48 class. It's just really cool to see everybody, just really pushing up the limits.
The technology that is coming out.
Yeah.
So
and Paul Horschel, his new car, he debuted at King of the Hammers. They wanted to bring it here, but they just ran out of time. But he's got rear steer on a fast car. It's going to be. It was fun to listen to Paul Horschel and Shannon Campbell talking. And I was just we're around the campfire just BSing and. so Shannon's asking about the new car. He's like, why do you want more moving parts on the rear end? He's like, oh, you just wait and see. When I go to pass you and you see my rear steer, you're going to want it.
Now
and then
know
they're
why.
just they're just giving each other a hard time. It was funny. But Shannon Campbell's always fun to listen
It
to.
is
around
fun.
the fire,
it
for
is
sure.
fun to hear the racers go back and forth like
the
that,
camaraderie between the Ultra 4 family is absolutely amazing.
And back to Brad Lovell, wasn't this the first year he didn't bring the Ranger or didn't race the Ranger?
Correct. Yeah, in a long time. Like I said, I think it's 10+ years.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. All right. See all the racers coming in right here, finishing up. You got all their family members and crew members over here lined up with them. All right, super exciting. It sounds like we're going to be doing some podiums here in a little bit, but it might not be live because we are starting the next race as well.
Yes, we'll give away the Laser Nut trophies and hand them some checks here very soon. But we're about to kick off the 4900 Can-Am UTV class.
It's an exciting one. Like I said earlier, it is the fastest growing class in any style of racing. It is our largest class out here at Area BFE this weekend as well. So it is definitely a class that a lot of people have been getting into. We have, a few drivers that are crossover within the UTVs and other classes as well. Like we have Brian Crofts today racing UTV, and then he'll be getting into his 4400 later. We have Paul Wolf, who is racing his Can-Am UTV. He actually is out pole position right now for starting the 4900 Can-Am class. So a couple drivers out here doing double duty. Great seat time. Like we were saying earlier, too, I believe Paul Wolf is going for the year champion. So we'll see the national championship. Yep. So super exciting to see people crossing over and racing.
And speaking of the national championship, I'll kind of explain the points real quick. King of the Hammers is double points. Visions is double points. Legends of the Fall, which is nationals, is double points. And then pick any 2 races from this season, and that is the national points. And then for the East and the West, it is Visions, Legends of the Fall, and then 2 either East or West, and that's how it comes out. So we will be giving away a lot of Laser Nut trophies at Legends of the Fall for the National Championship and the East and the West Series. So it's going to be a fun season. Again, I'm Miles Hasquist alongside with Pam Hall, and we'll be with you for the entire season.
And we do have our top 3 in, Miles, and I believe I'm supposed to be going over to do the podium. I might have to leave you here in just a moment.
Yep. We'll make it happen.
Just trying to listen to the chatter over the radio to make sure. I can see they're all headed that direction, though, and lining up. We have Cole Clark will be starting behind Paul Wolf today in that number 2 position, and Scott Lesage. And then we'll have Travis Zollinger, Mark Welch. It's a fun day of racing here.
Yeah, I'll give you a quick rundown. On the pole is Paul Wolf, Cole Clark, Scott Lesage, Travis Zollinger, Brandon Grapevine, who's a MAO ambassador, Zachary Davis, John Rance, Terry Madden is not racing today. Tough break for him. Riley Ribeiro, John Coffey, Mark Welch, Jacob Versey, Chad Martin, Joe Gould, Brian Hamby, Josh Smith, Brian Crofts, Rich Bursch, David LeMay, Jeff Barnes, Mike Hatch, Mike LeClure, and Jason Berry. And remember, we will have 3 different classes racing all at the same time. We have stock production that has to have an OEM frame, 1,000 cc maximum engine, 33-inch tires. Then we have Pro Mod, which is it's based on an OEM chassis, but aftermarket chassis are allowed, 1,000 cc's. Aftermarket turbos are allowed. It seems like that's Tom Biddle in the Bronco Proving Grounds that came to a complete stop as he comes down the monster drop. And you can have up to a 35-inch tire in the Pro Mod class, and it's open UTV. It's open. Build whatever you want. It just can't be larger than 1,000 cc's. And
he is our last 4653. He is our last finisher of the day for the 4600 stock class.
For the 4600 Spider Track stock class. So up next, we will be racing here very shortly, hopefully, for the 4900 Can-Am UTV class.
And Miles, you just ran through the starting order, but it actually that is correct of the starting order, but that was by class. So we have down there they are lined up per time but class mix. So when we do have 3 different classes racing, we do take their times from their qualifying and we start them in order by fastest to slowest, because you want to integrate those times instead of splitting them up by class.
Yeah, so honestly, for you, everybody back at home, it's going to be a lot easier if you want to get on to live.ultra4racing.com. That's the timing we have, and that's going to be the easiest way to see what place it's in. We'll do our best to call the screen, but we're not going to be able to know exactly which class it is from afar. So we'll do our best.
Yes.
But definitely use that live.ultra4racing.com to keep the updated for the class breakdown.
Exactly. And if you're watching the Facebook page, make sure you chime in. Let us know where you're watching from. It's awesome to see where people are watching from and giving shout-outs to their drivers.
All over the world.
Yes, all over the world.
Absolutely amazing. So, again, thank you to each and every one of you for tuning in to Ultra 4. This is the 2022 Beatdown at Area BFE, presented by Area BFE Tents.
And you can see them getting lined up over there for the podium.
Do I need to go ahead and send Pam your way, or what?
I have my running shoes on today, Miles.
Well, that's good. I've done a little too much raining. My right knee is barking at me. It was swelled up all the way last night. And I'm a little better this morning, but getting old. I'm not even old yet. And, whew.
Oh, I'm older than you by a lot. So.
Oh, you could. It shows. I'm joking.
Now, Miles. Respect your elders.
All in good fun, Pam. Yeah,
I know.
Great
I don't
day of
ever take
racing.
you seriously.
Oh, I hope you don't.
Only when you're talking about the race cars.
So it sounds like we're trying to dot our I's and cross our T's, but we're hoping to give away some of these laser nut trophies here very soon.
Miles, I can hear chatter over the radio. I'm going to go ahead and get down there, so I'll be back up here with you here momentarily after we go down and do the podium for the 4600 Spider Track stock class.
You do your thing, and I'll take over. Turn the computer for me just a little bit.
And I will show you, because I'm your techie person. So this is you at home. We're going to see what's going on here. So, Miles, if you switch over here and want to do the Facebook, it's there, and then
perfect.
we have Ultra 4 there.
I got it.
So I'm headed over to the podium right now, guys, so I'll see you back here in just a little bit.
Well, thank you, Pam, and give away some of those laser nut trophies. So up next will be the 4900 Can-Am UTV class, and they're going to run 4 full laps. That is a 22-mile lap race at 5.5 miles per lap. So it's going to be a fun, fast section. And our pole setter that got those 7 points is Mr. Paul Wolf. Riding along with him is Cash LaCroix. Look up Cash LaCroix. He's a young guy. I think he's 13 or 14 years old. He's a young kid, but really has his stuff together. He races some side-by-side stuff at Mid-America Outdoors. He's into the rock bouncing scene very heavily. You know, he races with all the rock bouncers. It's really, really cool. I mean, Tim Cameron has gotten beat by Cash LaCroix before, one of the top names in that sport. But, yeah, it's really cool to see everybody coming together, and this merger with Mid-America Outdoors and Ultra 4 Racing is really, really coming along nicely. Again, if you are just tuning in, this is the 2022 Beatdown at Area BFE. And it's just an amazing place out here. If you've never been to Moab, do it. My first time was a few years ago for the first Ultra 4 race that I came to here. And now I've been here, I think, my third time with that. And it's just absolutely beautiful. We have Arches National Park that's just about 15 miles over yonder. And if you've never seen it, it's picturesque. It's absolutely picture perfect here. And just look behind me. this is what I had to do all week for work, was go riding these trails and check everything out. And it's absolutely amazing. So again, thanks to Robert Lucero for letting us come in. Thank you to the Robinette family for bringing me in and letting us be a part of this thing. So it's just great things are coming. So please stay tuned in, and I'm excited to see how this all shakes out. The Area BFE is a private park. There's 625 acres out here. There's over 150 miles of trails. It is absolutely amazing. It's a private park, but he does open for private events. Some big weekends. I know he'll be open for Easter Jeep Safari here soon. And if you want to come out here, it's an iconic place. Strike Ravine, Green Day, Offspring, Suicide Hill, Volbeat, Tool, Dropkick, Britney Spears. I mean, there are so many awesome trails out here. Come out and check it out. We got a lot of people coming in. We're getting ready to spectate. And I always kind of say these cars are the Swiss Army knives of off-road. They can do it all. I mean, we raced King of the Hammers, Moab, Crandon, Mid-America Outdoors, tight jumps, mud, trees. These cars can do it all and do it all well. They can go over 100 miles an hour, and then they can go up the side of the mountain in the next little spot. So it's really cool to see what these cars can do. USAC is our sanctioning body. They help us with timing, scoring, safety, and race ops and everything in between. Leo Donnell is our kind of main man from USAC here. And it looks like we're going to have we have some side-by-sides as we speak. So there's kind of a look at some of our race cars we have down there. And look at the snow. So we've seen snow the last couple days on the side of that mountain. It's gotten more and more. Right now it's melted off a little bit because there was more snow on there just a couple days ago. But this place is absolutely amazing. And I'm sitting here in the Nitto studio as we speak. There's Mike McClure with Bitten Twisted Racing. Lots of fast cars yet to come, so stay tuned in for that.
Nick, just so you know, I'm on your camera. I'm staying on it.
So that's Mike Hatch we just took a look at. So we're trying to get everything wound up. We'll be giving away some awards here shortly. Sounds like we have the Yukon guys. Neil's tuned in watching. Thanks for tuning in and sponsoring the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. They just hooked me up with some parts. I had some truck issues, and he lended a hand, and we got those ordered, and then I'll be putting them in next week so I can drive down to Rush, Kentucky here soon. So thanks again to Yukon for helping out everybody here at Ultra 4 Racing. Sounds like we will be doing awards live here in just a couple minutes because we're still waiting on the 46-19 to come in of Justin Reese. He's still moving out there. So we'll be doing awards here very shortly for the 4600 Spider Track stock class before we throw out the 4900 Can-Am UTV classes. So let's give some love to some of our sponsors. We have Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Holly, Lasernut, Griffin, VP, Monster, Optima, 4-Wheel Parts, Nitto, King, Ultimax Belts, King of the Hammers, Progressive Mid-America, and the Off-Road Syndicate. And speaking of the Off-Road Syndicate, they are throwing out $1,000 for the fastest lap of the day. And right now the time to beat is 26:29, but it is gonna be beat. I guessed 25 earlier. I think we're going to be in that 22, 23-minute mark.
Okay, copy that. Thank you. Make sure to return your transponder, please.
Lots of chatter on the Rugged Race Radio. We'll see, trying to keep everything flowing well. But, again, thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Ultra4Racing.com/live. Remember to go to the Mid-America Outdoor app or the Mid-America and the Ultra 4 Racing Facebook and YouTube channels. We're all over the place. So tell your friends, tell your family, and tune in. We'll be live all day long till 6. And I'm sure we always run a little bit late. But we'll be live all day racing. Again, I'm Miles Hasquist. We have Pam getting ready to do awards right now. We'll be with you all day and all season long. So we're getting ready to give those laser nut trophies away here very shortly, and just waiting on Justin Reese to come in so we can send out the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. Sounds like we're actually going to be paying all the way through 5th position today. That's another thing that we've kind of really swapped up this with the merger is lower entry fees and higher payouts. We're giving out over $800,000 to the racers this season. That's just because, again, to reiterate, I was talking to Gayla and Jason Robinette last night that without the racers, we can't race. We can't do this. So they're really trying to support the racers in a huge way, and it's very, very exciting to see this future come together. Our next race for the Ultra Force season is our first Eastern Series race, April 23rd and 24th in Rush, Kentucky. And then our second Western Series race is in Prairie City in Folsom, California, May 13th and 14th. And don't forget, we have Visions in July and Legends of the Fall in October. And we're going to Sturgis. We're going to Crandon, Tennessee at AOP. We've got a lot of racing yet to come this season. We are just getting started. Moab is just west of Colorado in eastern Utah. It's the gateway to the massive Red Rocks Formation in Arches National Park. The elevation is 4,000 feet. Population is roughly 55,000 people, and it's just awesome to see how all this comes together. So while we're waiting to get everything lined up, we're hoping to do the interviews soon. We're hoping to kick out the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. But it looks like we'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back after this.
4WP is more than a store. We're truck and Jeep experts and have been for over 50 years. From wheel and tire upgrades to full custom builds, 4WP has you covered. Whether you want to order the best parts online or shop in store, do the work yourself or get it done by a pro, all roads lead to 4WP. Do your rig right. Shop online or find your store at 4WP.com.
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
You know, the thing that people don't realize about ARB is that they have been developing the parts as our series and our sport has grown to these new extremes. They keep evolving as the sport has evolved.
And welcome back to the 2022 Beatdown at Area BFE, presented by Area BFE Tents. Sounds like we are going to have to record the award, so Pam will do that here shortly, but we are about to kick off the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. So Paul Wolf is on the pole. They will be in 30-second increments. Sounds like the Rugged Race Radios. JT Taylor said we are ready to rock and roll. Paul Wolf was on the pole yesterday with a 59.833. So Paul Wolf and Cash LaCroix, sounds like they are hot on course. And there they go. So Paul Wolf out of Brighton, Illinois with Wolf Racing, racing his Can-Am, which HCR, CA Technologies, G-Force, Hess Motorsports. He was in third place this year at King of the Hammers. So Paul Wolf out on course running this 4 laps at 22 miles. It's going to be exciting to see. Paul Wolf is a madman behind the wheel. And speaking about madman, here is Cole Clark, number 24, out of Cortez, Colorado, with Jimmy's 4x4 Racing. He's racing in the 4900 Pro Mod class. Paul Wolf was racing in the Pro Mod class as well. So Cole Clark has an RMS-built RS1 Polaris Razor, KMC wheels, rugged radios, PRP, RCV, HCR, and ZRP. So up next is going to be Scott Lesage, the 4932 out of San Diego, California. Sage Alternatives, he's running the 4900 Pro Mod class. He's got a Razor 1000 with a Craftworks supercharger, so kind of cool to see is something a little different. He's running RCVs, Fox, PRP, and Maxxis. He's won the Ridgecrest Rest a few years ago, and he is working in four-wheel parts manufacturing. So off the line is Scott Sage. Up next is number 20 of Travis Zollinger out of Nibley, Utah, with Zollinger Racing Products. He's in a Polaris RS1, ZRP, RCV, BFG, Sparco seats, HCR. So there is Travis Zollinger as we speak. He had a Can-Am earlier, but had an issue, so he got out the backup car, and Travis Zollinger, Mr. ZRP himself, is out there on course. So up next is going to be Brandon Grapevine out of Langley, Oklahoma, with Brandon Grapevine Racing. He is a Mid-America Outdoors ambassador. He's racing a Polaris Razor, MAO, Moto. So I think I missed this. That was Mark Welch that just took off. I apologize. Mark Welch, number 88. And that Polaris Razor, he won this race last year. So there's the 817. So we're a little off mine. I apologize. But number 817, Brian Hamby in a Can-Am with Maxxis, KMC, and Fox. So up next on the line, it is going to be, that looks like Josh Smith, I believe. Yes, that is Josh Smith, number 1948, out of Castle Rock, Colorado, with Smith Brothers Racing in the 4900 stock class. He's in a 2021 Razor Turbo built by Infinity Fab with Liqui Moly, MRT, ZRP, HCR, KMC, Factory UTV, and Hostile. So Josh Smith is a super fast young man, so it'll be very exciting to see how he does. And that off the line is number 1, Jacob Versey, the blonde ambition out of Idaho Falls, Idaho, with Reckless Motorsports. He's in the 4900 Open class. He's got a rental car from Josh Smith. He's in a Polaris, Rhino, Fox, KMC, X-Comp tires, and Sparco seats. And you can see him running that number 1 plate and super excited about it. So up next is Brandon Grapevine out of Langley, Oklahoma, with Brandon Grapevine Racing in the 4900 Pro Mod class. He's a Mid-American Outdoors ambassador, running a Polaris, MAO, Moho Moto, MRT, Aftermarket Assassins, Dynojet, and L&W Fab. So Brandon Grapevine out on course. And up next is going to be the 91 of Brian Crofts out of Queen Creek, Arizona, with CB Motorsports, around the 4900 stock class, and his Polaris Razor. And don't forget, he'll be racing later on today in the 4400 class as well. think this is going to be the number 5 of Chad Martin. Taking off out of La Junta, Colorado with Radical Motorsports in the 4900 Open class. He's racing a Polaris Turbo S, KMC, Factor 55, Yokohama, and Method race wheels. So number 5, Chad Martin out on course. Believe this is going to be our Honda Talon, so this could be David LeMay, if I'm not mistaken. Getting ready to take off. There's Paul Wolf, our physical race leader with Cash LaCroix riding shotgun. He's in the Green Day area and running strong so far. That Can-Am is looking good. Paul Wolf is a driver for sure. I believe that is Rich Birch that just took off the 4916. Out of Castle Rock, Colorado with Genesis Motorsports. He's in the 4900 stock class, a Polaris Razor, EFX tires, KMC, and Fox. Back to Paul Wolf on screen. So was that Zachary Davis that just took off possibly? So 49.57, Zachary Davis out of Yakima, Washington with GG Racing. He's in the 4900 Pro Mod class, Polaris Razor, RCV, Fox, MSA wheels, and ITP tires. So it looks like David LeMay just took off, the number 915. He's in the 4900 stock class in that Honda Talon, Sedona tires, System 3 wheels, and Fox tires, Fox shocks. So lots of action all over the course. There's David LeMay on screen. So up next is the 234 of Jeff Barnes in the 4900 stock class with a Polaris Razor, Method race wheels, BFG, Walker Evans. So action all over. We should have 23 UTVs take the course. Sounds like there's a tire in the middle of the track right around mile 4. So these cars are definitely taking a beating. So Mike Hatch, number 36. Out of Grand Junction, Colorado in a 4900 stock class. He's in a Kawasaki KRX, System, and Fox help him get to the start line. So that's Mike Hatch on the screen as we speak. And then it looks like that's going to be John Rance. Number 4931 out of Mancos, Colorado with Mud Nut Racing in the 4900 Pro Mod class. He's in a Razor XPT, Walker Evans shocks, Raceline wheels, and PRP seats. He's been racing with his dad, John Rance Sr., his whole life. And his brother, Kevin Rance, is actually his co-dog. And they're right now actively getting ready to start their Ford Bronco build for the 4600 Spider Track stock class. So if you want to get into Ultra 4 racing, the first round is on us, and you might be able to buy that UTV from John Rance. Up next is the number 22 of Mike McClure out of Ness City, Kansas with Bent and Twisted Racing. He's in a 2020 Polaris Turbo S, Evo tuned, ORB suspension, STI beadlocks, Maxxis, rugged, Rhino axles, PRP, Keller Performance, and Eibach. He's been racing off-road for a very long time, and he has been racing King of the Hammers since almost the beginning. I've ran around with old Mike McClure for a long time. Great to see him back here racing with us. So there is the 813. That is Jason Berry. Remember, he did not finish his qualifying wrap, so that's why he's taking a rear start. He's in the 4900 stock class. He's in the Can-Am, MRT tires, Sedona, Fox, and RCV. So we have a few more UTVs to go to send them out. So that's the 4952. That is John Coffey out of Elizabeth, Colorado with Mustache Motorsports. He's in the 4900 Pro Mod class. He's in a Can-Am X3, PRP, Fox, BFG, and side-by-side Fury. His first Ultra 4 race was Sturgis in 2021. His co-driver is Jared McGee. So we should have 23 cars out on course here momentarily. They are going to run 4 full laps, 5.5 miles per lap. So that's 22 miles total of this rugged range here in Moab, Utah. So that is Mr. Joe Gould, number 4955, out of Tabernish, Colorado, with Rocky Mountain Speed and Fab. He's got the pit guys ready for them down there. Saw Hopper yesterday. He's ready to work on some cars. He's in the 4900 Open class. Polaris S, Super ATV, Rhino axles, Walker Evans wheels, shocks, Raceline wheels, ITP, and King. Joe is a former U.S. Army helicopter pilot, and it's really cool to see him out here playing with us at Ultra 4. So I do think we had a couple cars that didn't start. So the field is starting to get spread out just a little bit. This is the 2022 Beatdown at Area BFE. So action all over this course. I thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you for coming out and watching here on site and back at home. Ultra4Racing.com/live. Go to the MAO app on Google or Apple. You can go to Ultra4 and MAO Facebooks and YouTube. Start a watch party. Share it and hashtag it up. You can also go to live.ultra4racing.com for the live timing. And this is the Green Day section. We got 3 cars on screen all at the same time. That could be Mike McClure up front, and then Brandon Grapevine, if I'm not mistaken. And they are bumper to bumper out there. Remember, they started in 30-second increments, but look how close they are right now. So that looks like, I think it's Mike McClure, then Brandon Grapevine. No, that is 91. That's Brian Crofts. I apologize. So Brian Crofts, then Brandon Grapevine. Brandon Grapevine. And then that is Chad Martin. So Brian Crofts, Brandon Grapevine, and then Chad Martin, bumper to bumper. And remember, there are 3 different classes racing at the same time. So we'll have to keep you honest on that. But honestly, the best way for you at home to keep up to date on that is go to ultra4racing.com/live. Or sorry, go to live.ultra4racing.com for our live timing. We've got our live timing guys here right now, and they've done a great job. Their website's very easy to navigate. I know Pam just did some awards. We'll have her back up here shortly and get everything pulled up, but everything's going great thus far. So, again, thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Again, we need to give Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster, Optima, 4-Wheel Parts, Progressive, Mid-America Outdoors, the Off-Road Syndicate, Holly, Lasernut, Griffin, VP, Nitto, King, Ultimax, and King of the Hammers, just to name a few. So please support who supports the sport. Without all those wonderful partners, we would not be racing here today. So right there is the Bronco Proving Ground. Oh, we have the 4916. That is Rick Bursch. He is upside down. That's the Green Day area, so tough break for him. Remember, there is no outside assistance other than MAO and Ultra 4 Racing Recovery, unless a fellow competitor wants to come in. And speaking of that, there's a bunch of them coming to screen right now. We'll do our best to call to see who we have. I believe that's the number 36 of Mike Hatch making around. Rick Birch. That's the Green Day area, if I'm not mistaken. And then they'll head up towards the Suicide Hill where there's a little 3-way split. So that is David LeMay on screen.
It's in the Green Day area. There's a side-by-side on that side.
Yeah, Rick Birch is on its side in the Green Day area, so tough break for there.
Hey, Jerome, in Green Day.
So there's the three-way right there. So he's going to take that right section, which is a lot easier but a lot longer. And then Mike Hatch followed him also. So I'm going to welcome back my buddy. Pam Hall is back here in the Nitto studio with me.
Thanks, Miles. It's a busy day today, and it's fun going down there and talking with the drivers, and Brad Lovell and his son out on that number 1 position this morning in the 4600 Spider Track stock class. They're super excited. I had to ask an awkward question on the podium. I said, so.
Hey, don't tell us everything, because we're going to show that here in a little bit.
That is true,
so don't
yes.
Don't give it away. Let's let them watch it here in a little bit.
Yes, and there is the 4916 over on its side there, and a little bit of
Birch?
chatter. It looks like 4957 of Zachary Davis has a broken tie rod on course as well.
So lots of attrition already, or carnage starting to set in. The attrition will be high today, I promise that. Yeah, so Zachary Davis has a broken tie rod. Rich Birch is upside down. We got our drone there making sure everything's okay.
Lots of action. I mean, this is a large class, and you want to not be in the dust, so people are trying to get out and away, driving a little harder. Some obviously harder than others.
And look at the Believe Cam FPV drone getting right up in there, making sure everything's okay.
Definitely an exciting day out here. It's warming up. The weather's beautiful. I actually could take off my jacket for the first time in 2 days. So
I'm not quite there yet, but it's definitely starting to warm up.
I'm from North Carolina, where it's been really cold, so this warm weather is awesome.
I'm loving it. Moab is absolutely beautiful, and the weather is fantastic today. So if you're anywhere in the area, it's only $40 to come on out. It's going to get up into the mid-70s. It's already 57 degrees, and it's going to kiss 70 degrees today. So come on out if you can.
Looks like they might be trying to give a thumbs up to our drone there in the car.
That's what I was looking. I couldn't quite tell, but we're hoping. Yeah, hoping that was a thumbs up. There's Joe Gould with Rocky Mountain Speed and Fab. Heading up the Green Day section. It's a super, super tough area, as you can tell.
It's really cool to see all the family members and race people that are out watching the race. They're all set up, lined up in our spectator area down here behind us. Lots of camp chairs. It's going to be a beautiful day out here.
And if you showed up, come on out. We got lots of merch on site. We've got rugged radios, Raceline wheels. We've got a food truck, and all the hats and apparel you could ever want. Tristan and the whole crew is over there selling. Tona's got some shirts lined out for us. So
that's a 49.52 of John Coffey right there, followed closely behind the 49.50 49.55 of Joe Gould.
Yep.
Yes.
So this 4900 Can-Am UTV class. So I'm getting a little race chatter from Rick Birch. They are okay, but the way they're hanging in the car, they're just stuck in the car. They can't crawl up, and their door's on the ground. So they are okay. They're just stuck in the car. So hopefully a fellow racer or some of our recovery crew can get out there and give them a hand.
Well, sometimes it's difficult, too. I've been upside down in a car before myself, and it isn't too easy to actually unbuckle.
Yeah, because sometimes you have all of your weight or even your passenger's weight on you, and that really, it kind of locks that seatbelt on.
Exactly. But that's why we have all this safety gear.
And it sounds like through my rugged race radios, driver is out. Rick Birch is okay. Giving thumbs up. So we have Paul Wolf into the Bronco Proving Grounds already.
Closely followed behind is Cole Clark.
Cole Clark in that single seat. So On adjusted time, Cole Clark may have Paul Wolf, because remember they took off in 30-second increments. So, yes, on adjusted time, Cole Clark is in first, Paul Wolf in second as they're coming down.
And don't forget, Mr. Paul Wolf has the young, what do you say, young lad? That would be a
Jim
Martison.
Yep.
Yes, the young lad of Cash LaCroix riding shotgun there.
And during the stock class, they bypassed this. But now for the rest of the day, we got to go up and around the King Shocks 180. And Cole Clark is right on Paul Wolf's tail. This is super exciting. So
you can
Pam,
hear the horns going on.
Give us some lap times.
All right, Paul Wolf is a 2022. Cole Clark came through at a 1956.
So they are sub 20 minutes.
Yes.
So what's Cole Clark?
Cole Clark is 1956. Paul Wolf is 2022.
So if that fast time of the day sticks, Cole Clark gets $1,000 from the Off-Road Syndicate, because they are throwing out $1,000 for the fastest lap overall. So 1956, I guessed 25 earlier. Then I went down to 22.
No.
We're already below 20. These guys and gals are slaying it out there. I love it. So will Cole Clark be able to get around Paul Wolf?
Well, you can see Paul Wolf is on the left side there. It looked like some dust. Not sure if that was an either-or in that section, or if Paul Wolf might have made a incorrect turn. Because on screen right there, it looks like Cole Clark is out in that number one position.
Yeah, what happened to Paul Wolf, I'm not exactly sure. But on screen, you can say on adjusted time, Cole Clark is in front of Paul Wolf. And then Paul Wolf, I'm not exactly, I'm just speculating. I'm not sure. Everything is definitely unofficial. But one of them made a wrong turn.
Yeah, everything is.
Or they're stopped and we just missed it. So we have our Believe Cam FPV drones flying out on the course. If you are just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 2022 Beatdown at Area BFE, presented by Area BFE Tents. So is that Mark Welch, I believe?
That is Mark Welch.
Yes, it is. He won this race last year, so he's coming in the Bronco Proving Grounds as we speak. So he'll cruise by the Rigid Ridge and jump on down the Yukon launch here shortly. So we're following Mark Welch closely.
The speeds that they are going to get up to right there is going to be pretty awesome. I was just talking with the gentleman on the podium, and they were all saying, like, this is the fast section right there on the Rigid Ridge, but right before they come into that, there's another area. Those are the only two spots that they could even pick up any kind of speed today.
And you missed it, Pam, but Mark Welch just launched the Yukon launch. As he hits the monster drop as we speak. Then he'll go up and around the King 180, and we'll have our physical third position heading out on his second lap out of 4. So they're going to finish this race a lot quicker than we thought. So we'll be back on track and hopefully be able to do these podiums live.
Well, and Mark Welch, he started in that number 5 position today, right? Correct?
Mark, so my paper's out of sorts, so
okay, so
I would go by your live timing for sure.
So he is in the third position right now. His lap time was a 20:58.
So a 20:58 for Mark Welch, very respectful as he's heading towards the Amsoil hot pits. We'll see if he blows by, which I very suspect, because I don't think anybody will have to stop today. I don't think there's any planned stops today.
No, they definitely wouldn't. What is the total mileage? It's 51.
5.5 miles. Per lap, there's 4 laps, so 22 miles.
So 22 miles, they definitely don't need to stop for fuel. So the only reason why they would need to stop is if they have a flat tire.
Tires, and I'm surprised we haven't seen more flat tires with these guys moving as fast as they are.
And in the background, that is Joshua Smith coming in.
Oh, this kid is super fast as he hits the Yukon launch.
He took it very, very
so he's saving
conservative.
The car. Yep. And still waiting for some info on some jokers. I'll keep you updated.
So in the race today, again, we'll talk about the young gentleman of Daniel Triggeris. It was awesome that we'll see what happened, but Liam O'Donnell paired up him with David LeMay as his co-driver today. So it's super exciting. Who you never know, it could become a new team.
And we have another rollover.
That is the 813.
Jason Berry, I believe.
Yes, that is Jason Berry.
And
he took a role in qualifying yesterday, too.
Yep, he sure did. And I just getting some info. Thanks, Jody Ford. But he did say Paul Wolf did pull in the HCR hot pit, so I missed that.
Okay.
So that's why. So Cole Clark is physical and on adjusted time, first place position. Josh Smith heading out. What's Josh Smith's lap time?
Josh Smith's lap time was a 21:29. All right, so it looks like the cars that have taken the Joker so far is Cole Clark in the number 24, Mark Welch in the 88, the 1948 of Joshua Smith, the 4932 of Scott Lesage, and the number 20 of Travis Zollinger. They have all taken that Joker line so far.
So that's a strategy for sure. And look at, so that is Travis Zollinger
right
all
on.
over the heels of Scott Lesage. There is some great action out on course right now.
Definitely. And there is, looks like Jacob Versey in the background behind us here, not on screen because we were watching this great action, but Jacob Versey has a right rear flat behind us here getting ready to go through start-finish line.
So he'll be heading into the HCR hot pits. I am sure of that. And they're going to be busy today. That is Travis Zollinger on screen with that RS1 single seat, Mr. ZRP himself.
So
Pam?
breaking it down, we have by class, we have Cole Clark number 1, Paul Wolf number 2. Those are in the pro modified class. Mark Welch is 3rd overall, but he is 1st in the UTV Open class. Then in the 4th position, we have Joshua Smith in that number 1 position for the UTV stock production. And then Jacob Versey is actually in 2nd place. Like I just said, he came through with a flat, but in 2nd place in that UTV Open. Travis Zollinger is in 3rd place in his class of UTV Pro Modified, 6th overall. And then Scott Lesage is 4th in the UTV Pro Modified class, but 7th overall so far for the day. And again, this is all unofficial.
For sure. But you can also go to see this at live.ultra4racing.com. That's the live timing that Pam just read you off. So definitely check it out.
That great drone footage again.
So I'll give you.
On screen is Cole Clark.
Yep, and that's our physical race leader. So that's the top of Green Day, if I'm not mistaken. He's already made it through. So running a great race for Cole Clark. So I'll give you a quick little walkthrough. So we start in the Bronco Proving Grounds, then we go down Abyss, past the Gatekeeper of Upper Eldorado, up Minor Threat, hit the new wash of Ozzy, up Offspring, up Green Day, up Suicide Hill, down Ejection Rock, around the wash of Volbeat, down Tool, down Dropkick, down Lockjaw, another Death Rose, another new wash we cut out, Old Rets, another new wash, and Britney Spears for the first lap. Remember, it is a 5.5-mile lap, 4 laps total of 22 miles. They did leave in 30-second increments.
So it sounds like the 4916 that we saw that were on the lid, they actually winched themselves back over.
They self-recovered.
Self-recovery.
Remember, there is no outside assistance other than MAO and Ultra 4 safety crew or a fellow competitor.
Yeah, so the 4916 of Rich Birch. So it's good job on those guys. Great teamwork right there.
And
looks like we have somebody else on their side. 813.
So that's Jason Berry.
So he had, unfortunate yesterday. He rolled in qualifying, had to start in that last position today. Again, qualified now right here during the race. So tough luck for him. And on
Mark
screen,
Welch just passed him.
The number 88 of Mark Welch.
So Jason Berry having some tough love, and there's another car, but Mark Welch is weaving his way through the broken down parking lot out there. This area BFE is really taking the toll on these cars as we speak.
So Paul Wolf, having to pull in and, do what he had to do in the HCR hot pits. I'm wondering what happened there for him today, and he's in that number 86 Can-Am UTV. That looks like that is the 22. That's
Mike McClure winching up. So he must have a broken something, or he may have rolled and we missed it, but I hate to see Michael McClure's co-driver out of the car.
Some action going on down here on the King 180.
So Mike McClure pulling out the winch. That's never a good thing when we're trying to drive fast. And speaking of fast, Cole Clark threw down a 19:56 fastest time of the day. There's Chad Martin coming into spring. He is here in the Bronco Proving Grounds at the King 180.
The 05 just going through the 05 of Chad Martin. That puts him in 3rd position right now in the UTV Open class, but 9th overall. Brian Hamby went through as well. He is in 3rd position of the UTV Stock Production class, but he is 10th overall. So 3 different classes. I know you keep going over 2 miles, but 3 different classes running within. But we do have a total of 21 cars that took the green flag this morning.
Yeah, we missed 2 cars that went out. Not sure what happened, but tough break for them. But we have 21 out on course.
Well, one of them was Terry Madden,
Yep, you're right.
And then the other one was
foot.
Riley Ribeiro.
Okay, and then okay, so you got it.
Mm-hmm. Lots of racing action. Super exciting. Great race course out here today. But you can see, people at home that don't race it, or people that think, oh, it's only a 5.5 mile lap. What can you do? There's lots of rocks out there that jump out at you.
It is gnarly. That's Joshua Smith coming to screen, I believe.
Yes, it is. And Brad Lovell, he was talking.
He has Corey Nasso riding shotgun with him.
And he's young. He's a young gentleman. He actually went through last night with me. He has quite a few sponsors that have came on board with him. So Josh Smith, he has Liquid Moly, MRT, ZRP, HCR, Scott Graphics, Furry Motorsports, Infinity Fabrication, Warren, and Factory 55. Those are his sponsors that he wanted to update, and I just got that information from him last night. We have a couple cars getting really close here on course. I can't see their numbers, but I will hear momentarily.
More cars. I see Brandon Grapevine coming into the Bronco Proving Grounds, getting ready to hit the Yukon launch. Again, this is the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. Lots of action, lots of attrition, lots of flat tires, lots of rollovers. There is stuff all over the place.
Right here coming into screen, that is Brandon Grapevine. He just now went down the monster leap there, and he's going up into the King 180.
And Brandon Grapevine is a MAO, Mid-America Outdoor Ambassador. So great to see him out there running strong.
The way he's running, I'm wondering if it kind of looks like his driver rear is going low. So I'm not sure. I can't quite see it, but from this angle, that's what it kind of looks like out there.
And I've been helping the Mid-America Outdoor crew all week building, and this is one of their local buddies. And they're like, he doesn't know what to think. They're just some good old boys from Oklahoma, and they're giving him a hard time. But I was talking to Grapevine last night around the fire, and he's super stoked to be out here as we see Mike Hatch coming through.
And he had somebody right on his tail. We'll be able to give you that number. It's a 234 of Jeff Barnes. And he is in that single-seat RS1.
Yeah, I love those RS1s.
They're fun.
Visibility is awesome.
Have you driven one?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, they're a lot of fun.
They're a lot of fun. So Mike Hatch making away. We'll get a lap time for him.
So Brandon Grapevine, he just came through with a 28.53. Mike Hatch, he came through with a 25.56. So Mike Hatch is in the number 3 position, 10th overall in the UTV stock production class. Brandon Grapevine is in the 5th position, 13th overall in the UTV Pro modified class.
And getting some updates here. It looks like that Jason Berry, number 813, is out.
Oh, he is out. He was the one that had rolled over down there.
And David LeMay just took the joker line. So we have Mike Hatch. So I'm going to run over all the people that I'm confirmed that have ran the Joker line of Britney Spears. Mike Hatch, David LeMay, Josh Smith, Mark Welch, Travis Zollinger, and Cole Clark are confirmed that have ran Britney Spears, which is the Joker. And if you missed me covering the Joker earlier, Britney Spears is a really tough little rock crawl section. It's not very long, but it's a Joker line. You have to run it one time out of your race. So for this race of 4 laps, you have to run it once out of your 4 laps.
And like you were saying earlier, Miles, it's all about strategy. You want to make sure you get that done and out of the way early because later on it could be a bottleneck.
Yep. Traffic is going to be an issue. As we're watching David LeMay. I believe he's in a Honda Talon.
And he is the one who has the new co-driver from Albert Contreras' crew.
Yep,
That is him.
That's pretty cool.
And it was Liam O'Donnell who set this up for them. Just yesterday having conversation, he remembered that he was working on Albert's car whenever he was looking for that tire, and it just kind of thought, let's just see if this might work for you.
Yeah, that's super cool. And again, that's what it's all about here at Ultra 4 Racing is the family atmosphere. That, hey, I'm looking for somebody. Hey, I'd love to race. Boom,
well,
done.
Here the story behind it was David LeMay. He's new to this, and so he was going to actually go out there and run by himself. And Liam told him, you might want to get a co-driver. And he thought about it, and that's whenever he came up with the young gentleman Daniel that is out there with him. And that looks like Joshua Smith right there on screen, or that could be Jacob Versey.
Okay.
No. That is Jacob Versey.
Jacob Versey, the blonde ambition, who won the national championship last year running that number 1 plate.
And he also came through with a flat tire earlier, so he went through the HCR hot pits and is back out on course. We have not yet seen anything from Paul Wolf, as you had heard that he did go through the hot pits.
There's Joe Gould with Rocky Mountain Speed and Fab. We'll see if he goes and checks out the pit guys. Hopper's down there waiting to work on whatever he needs to do. And I was talking to Hopper last night, and he said his buddy Zach, they've got a really cool podcast they're doing called The Pit Guys.
Yes, they're actually out here, correct?
Hopper is, but Zach, with the new schedule change, wasn't able, and that poor guy's having to ride his Harley through Arkansas. So I really feel bad for him.
Poor guy. Speaking of Harleys, we're going to be in Sturgis in August
during Bike Week. We did that last year.
Oh,
Kid
so cool.
Rock played last year, and I think I heard Snoop Dogg.
Yeah, they've been doing some releases. They were doing like weekly releases of their lineup of their concerts this year. I actually went home from Sturgis last year, and I told my husband, I'm like, I am going to get my license to ride a motorcycle, and I'm taking one next year. And he thought I was crazy. But he's
bring
more
one
on
and
board.
I'll borrow it.
He's more on board with it now. Well, not more on board with it, but he's like more okay with it because there's a lot of women in our area that ride motorcycles. And a lot of our racers too. I mean,
absolutely. There's John Rance coming in the screen, heading over the Rigid Ridge as we speak. And he is in the Bronco Proving Grounds, getting ready to hit the Yukon launch. We'll watch his dad, Sean Rance Sr., race in the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class after this race.
You can see these guys are taking it a lot easier on that Yukon launch for sure. I mean, there's such a short wheelbase. You don't want to snuff the nose in there because it can definitely make you tumble down the rest of the hill.
Absolutely. We are right in the middle of the 4,900 Can-Am UTV class. Up next, we'll be running the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class and the 4,800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. Right around 12:30, we'll try to kick them off. And then from 3 to 6, it's scheduled for the 4,400 Unlimited class. It looks like John Rance and John Coffey just ran through the Joker line.
And that's John Rance on screen right now, the 4931 of John Rance.
Sounds like we'll have our leader in here in about 2 minutes.
Well, and getting ready to go down that Yukon launch, as you can see on screen, is the 4930. Oh, no, that's the 4952.
That's John Coffey.
Yes, John Coffey.
And he just ran that Joker line, got it out of the way, so everybody is making some good headway.
Decisions.
What a great race we have on our hands. I hope you all at home are enjoying it just as much as we are here on site. Yeah, Cole Clark, number 21, is physically still out front.
24.
And number 24, Cole Clark.
All right,
his last lap was a 19:56.
Let's go ahead and run through our top 5 right now. Now, mind you, at home watching, if you're not watching the live timing, they are different classes, but our top 5 right now on course, unofficially, is Cole Clark in that number 1 position, Paul Wolf, number 2, Mark Welch, number 3, Joshua Smith in the 4th position, and Jacob Versey in that 5th position. But Jacob Versey did go through, and he did have to go to the hot pit, so I'm not sure if anybody got past him why he was in there, but we will find out soon.
And don't forget, this race is on adjusted time. They took off in 30-second increments. There's Brian Crofts coming into screen. We'll see his fiancee Bailey Campbell race later on the day. We'll see him in the 4400 car as well.
And then Bailey's dad also.
Yep,
so.
Mr. Shannon Campbell, the off-road Hall of Fame legend himself. He's won King of the Hammers 3 times. He's getting a little older. His vision's getting a little worse, so he's building a 2-seater so he can have a co-driver. And I was talking to him the other night, and I was like, so what I think getting a co-driver is a great idea. And he's like, yeah, I'm tired of getting lost, because he's gotten lost out at King of the Hammers more than one time.
Did you happen to discuss who he's going to have as his co-driver?
Yes, I did.
So that's a secret coming out
later. You know who it
on?
is? He doesn't either. He's still looking. But he definitely,
is he taking applications?
I don't know. I know Jess will ride on a few of the races, but when it's a little more physical and a little more
strenuous,
he'll have to find a good co-driver, and he's got a good co-driver with Ryan Miller, but Bailey's already got him locked down.
He's definitely tied up already for sure. And Ryan Miller, speaking of him, he was very good last year. When she was pregnant, he took over that driver's seat and did an amazing job. And that looked like
that's the 817 of Brian Hamby, I believe.
Exactly.
Pam, you're getting.
I was going into it. You took it, so I was going right into it. Brian Hamby, yes, on course.
That's the top of Green Day. There's that 3 either or right there. And it seems like the right line is definitely the most popular.
There's Cole Clark right there coming in screen.
Physical race leader cruising across the rigid ridge.
I can't wait to see.
Yukon launch.
I can't wait to see his lap time, because he picked it up for sure.
Well, or did he?
I think he did. We found Paul, and Paul Wolf is on
Paul's
Green Day.
in Green Day, so that's another 15 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes out. So what happened in the pits, we're not sure, but Paul Wolf is off pace. Cole Clark's starting to pull away with this race.
All right, Cole Clark is in that King 180 right now, getting ready to go across that start-finish line.
So Cole Clark, number 24, out of Cortez, Colorado, with Jimmy's 4x4 and that RMS-built RS1 Razor with a turbo drivetrain.
Oh, I was way wrong.
I thought he slowed down.
He did. I thought he picked it up, but at a 21:29.
So does he know he's out front?
More than likely.
Or did he have issues? Or did he run the Joker line? Yes, he has already ran the Joker line. So he ran a faster lap doing the Joker than he just did his last time.
Exactly. And you can see he's taken it very conservative over here on the qualifying course. But you see on screen right now is Mr. Paul Wolf with Cash LaCroix running in that passenger seat for him. The 86 of Paul Wolf. And on screen now is the 05 of Chad Martin.
And Cole Clark did blow by the HCR hot pits.
I mean, if you don't have any issues, you definitely don't need to stop in this class, because you don't need fuel.
Takes time.
You don't need fuel. I mean, they could do
Chad Martin back on screen.
They could do 8 laps, and then they would maybe need to get gas. But more than likely they wouldn't. But Paul Wolf getting some great seat time out there right now. For that later on, he'll be in that single seat UFO Dan Wyrick previously owned.
Going to give some of our partners some love. We have Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster, Optima, 4-Wheel Parts, Progressive, Mid-America Outdoors, the Off-Road Syndicate, AMSOIL, Method, Axial, 360 Wrap, Rugged, Off the Grid Clothing, MBRP, Yukon, HCR, Warren, Holly EFI, Lasernut, Griffin, VP Racing Fuels, Nitto, King Shocks, Ultimax Belts, King of the Hammers, Spider Tracks, Recaro Seats, Baja Jerky, Raceline Wheels, ARB, Rigid, Brannick, Tread Lightly, and Action Sports Canopy. So please support who supports the sport. Without all these wonderful partners, we would not be racing here today for the 2022 Beatdown at Area BFE,
and
presented by Area BFE Tents.
On screen, he is now our second-place physical leader, Mark Welch, coming in the screen.
And he won this race last year, so he's hunting down Cole Clark. And Cole Clark and Mark Welch were both wanting to race the 4400 class, but I think with this different terrain, we said just please run in the UTV class. They were cool about it. So Mark Welch and Cole Clark are out on their second lap out of 4, so they're not quite halfway through this race.
So on adjusted time.
No, they are halfway through this race. They just finished their second lap, sorry.
Correct. So Mark Welch, he is running in his class. He's in the UTV Open class. He is running in the number 1 spot, but number 2 overall. So that's pretty exciting. But on adjusted time, even though Cole Clark is in the Pro Modified class and Mark Welch is in the UTV Open class, Mark Welch is only running 30 seconds behind Cole Clark on adjusted time.
30-second split, that's pretty impressive. And remember, this race is on adjusted time.
Exactly.
They did take off in 30-second increments.
And Mark Welch, he actually just went through, which was his fastest lap. His last lap wasn't as fast. He just made his fastest lap at a 20 minute, 0.58 second lap. So he definitely picked it up on number 2.
Sounds like we have another rollover in Green Day, but thumbs up from everybody. Everybody is okay. Don't have confirmation on the car, but thank you to Race Ops.
That is...
Is
that the 05? Is that Chad Martin? No, that is the Honda Talon, I believe. 916. That is... No, 915. That is David LeMay, the Honda Talon.
Yep. There's Josh Smith coming in the screen as he's passing by the Rigid Ridge, getting ready to drop down the Yukon Launch.
He's definitely picking it up. You can tell on his as well. And on screen where you can see they keep going to the left, they do have an optional taking that right side right there, but nobody is taking it. It's definitely more of a drop-off as well right there.
And that's where pre-running comes into effect.
Yes.
So,
I mean, and during pre-running, when they were out here doing the qualifying course, I saw a lot of drivers actually out there walking those rocks.
Absolutely. I mean, you can see a lot when you're looking at it slow and putting your boots on the ground.
Yes, and that's what JT Taylor was saying whenever he was talking about the qualifying, not the qualifying, but when they were out pre-running, because he had a pre-runner drivers meeting, and he was telling them there are optional lines. Get out, walk them, because you can see them better when you're walking them, and that was one suggestion that JT Taylor did have for the drivers. But the 1948 of Joshua Smith making it through timing, he is in that number 1 position in the UTV stock production class unofficially, but 3rd overall. So we have all 3 classes. Their number 1 spot for each class. You have the 24 of Cole Clark in the UTV Pro Modified class, who is also number 1 overall. You have Mark Welch in the 88 in the UTV Open class, who's number 1 in the Open class, but 2nd place overall. And then Joshua Smith in the 1948 in the UTV Stock Production class. He's in number 1 position right now, 3rd overall. And that on screen right there is the 1931 of John Rance. Yes, 49.31 right now on screen.
So 49.31 of John Rance.
Lots of action out there on course today.
Yeah, it's pretty wild that the top 3 are all leading their class. We have the Open, the Pro Mod, and the Stock class all are our top 3, so that's a pretty cool feature. And we got another special guest in here, Terry Madden. How's it going, buddy?
Morning, Miles. How are you?
I'm doing real well. How's your foot doing?
It's great.
I hate to see you here in the Nitto studio with us, but hey, at least you're still here. You're supposed to be out there racing, but you had some tough luck. But I'm glad to still see a smile on your face.
No, that's part of it. I kind of slept in my depression this morning and hobbled up here. Catch me up.
So we got
and on screen right there is Cole Clark. Yes, he is leading. He actually has the number 1 position right now, but Mark Welch in the UTV Open, which separate class, he was only 30 seconds behind Cole Clark on adjusted time coming through. But we have all 3 classes right now. We have first place 1, 2, and 3 overall as well.
And I hate to hear it, but Mr. Mike McClure is out of the race. I'm not sure what happened, but Our Kansas buddy Mike's out of the race.
He was struggling with four-wheel drive.
Oh, goodness.
We saw him winching earlier, so that makes sense.
When I walked up from the pits, they were saying his front diff wasn't working right.
And on screen right here is Travis Zollinger.
And you can't do much out here without four-wheel drive.
No, you're not doing this course without it.
Absolutely not.
Definitely not. These rock faces are a little steep to be trying to do that without it. And other areas on course that I have not seen. Another beautiful day out here, right? No clouds this morning. It's T-shirt weather. Well, Miles, I don't know what's wrong with him. He's in a sweatshirt still.
I don't know how he can stand sitting there.
I need to take it off. I kind of forgot.
Yeah, it's a gorgeous day. But Travis Zollinger right now going through part of the qualifying course. That right there was a little tough on qualifying yesterday, wasn't it?
That's one of them sketchy areas where you got to pick your battles. You go through it fast, it's the risk versus reward.
That's where you were talking about the
Tires.
30 seconds or whatever.
Yeah.
I can't remember exactly what you said, but something about the slowing it
300
down.
seconds
300
in 5
seconds.
minutes.
There we go.
Yep.
Yeah, that right there, you definitely want to take it easy, but not because those rocks will jump out at you.
So,
Thank you.
How much fun did you have last night at the Mid-America Outdoors Drivers Appreciation Dinner?
It's so amazing.
Cool,
it was just like old times to see everybody up there with a smile, everybody hanging out around the fire. I was going to leave today. I'm broke. I'm ready to go home.
Now, are you broke or is your foot hurt?
Both. But I'm going to stay for the night just because we're having band, we're having fire, and it's back to what it was like to just hang out with the family. It's not just about racing.
I had a great time, and I knew I had a big day today, so I did I kind of snuck out last night about 8:30 and went back and did a little homework and got a good shower and all that. I wanted to stay, but I knew I'd be a little sluggish today, so I'm glad I
didn't,
snuck out
and
when I did.
I should have. We ran into town to get phone service and go to the grocery and ended up at Woody's for a while.
You'll have that.
I keep hearing of Woody's. I have not been to
It's
Woody's.
a neat old bar in town.
I know. I texted you, Miles. I thought you were still over by the fire. I was over talking with Ryan Few and everybody over in the Nitto lounge area, and I kept looking over there to see if I could see you, and I'm like, texted you. Where are you at, Miles?
I was like, I snuck away. I know myself better than that.
Yeah.
But I was having a great time. The Robinette family have really doing some great things for Ultra 4.
Let's run through. They definitely are. Props to them 100%, everybody with Mid-America Outdoors. But let's run through the top 5 right now. Cole Clark in the UTV Pro Modified is in the #1 position in class and overall. Mark Welch is in the UTV Open class, #1 in class, 2nd overall. Joshua Smith, UTV Stock Production, #1 in class, 3rd overall. Travis Zollinger is 2nd in the UTV Pro Modified, but 4th overall. And then Scott Lesage, he is in the UTV Pro Modified, 3rd in class, 5th overall. But our fastest lap time of the day so far has been a 19:56. That's pretty good.
That's pretty quick.
Do you think that time's going to get beat, Terry?
No.
I originally said 25 minutes, and I saw Brad Lovell with a 26. I was like, okay, I'm going to back it down to 22, 23, and now all of a sudden a 19:56.
No, that first lap, adrenaline, everybody's beating on their cars. Sometimes you slow down after that.
Yeah,
it's awesome to see these guys push these cars this hard, and the HCR hot pits have been hot today. And obviously you're probably not going to be much help down there. Otherwise, I knew you'd be knuckles deep helping whoever you can.
I actually just got done welding Paul's steering rack where I walked up here.
Paul Wolf.
Oh, is that why
he
was a little behind?
Yeah, he pulled into our pit as I
Okay.
was walking up here with a broken steering rack, and we welded it up real quick. So
that's unfortunate.
he should be back on pace.
I love to hear that. Thank you for the update.
Well, because we were wondering, they told us over the radio that he was in Green Day, and we're like, oh, he should have been farther.
He's 10, 15 minutes off pace.
Yeah, I hope it holds.
Oh my gosh, that was sorry.
Ooh.
So at the monster drop, we just had a car tip over.
That is, I can't quite tell, but he did a, what do you call it when?
A pirouette.
Thank you very much.
And that was on the monster drop right here in the Bronco Proving Grounds.
915. That is David LeMay.
So tough break for him, pushing a little too hard. But it looks like Joey Beck with our Ultra 4 safety crew is okay, or making sure he's okay.
Sounds like they're wanting to get flipped back over, and as long as their car's still good, they can continue on.
Oh, absolutely. And Joey Beck is part of our safety crew, so I think we will recover him just so it's not a bottleneck right here in the Bronco Proving Grounds.
So the way the rules are written on that, if you're blocking or impeding the flow of traffic or the course, the safety can flip you over to clear the course.
To keep it flowing, yeah.
Right, and it's not considered outside assistance.
Correct. Yeah, there's no outside assistance except for a situation like this or a fellow competitor.
Right.
And we do have Jacob Versi that is coming up right now, and they already have somebody up there warning him because they will have to do a little bit of a bypass line.
And Jake's in a rental car.
Yeah.
He's not in his car.
Yeah, he totaled his brand new car at King of the Hammers.
Jacob works really hard at this.
Oh,
his prep is phenomenal.
He won the
works.
national championship last year. He won the North Series and the West Series. That young, the blonde ambition, he calls himself. As
I don't think he gets the credit he deserves a lot of times.
I agree with that 100%.
He ran hard last year, and it definitely showed.
Yep.
And he'll get his car back in action, but obviously right now he's driving his Polaris teammates Joshua Smith's car.
And we only have 5 cars out right now they're on their third lap
out of 4. This is a 5.5 mile loop. They're doing 4 laps at 22 miles total for this race as he's going around the King Shocks 180.
The number 1 of Jacob Versi on screen there.
So I'm looking at your screen, Pam.
Yes.
As far as these updates here and what you're reading off, that's just when they come through the start-finish.
Correct. That is the only timing loop we have.
We don't have any
course.
timing loops out there, so it could be shaken up more than we know.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
So,
and what Terry and Pam were talking about, you can go to live.ultra4racing.com and watch the same live timing we're watching here in the booth in the Nitto studio.
Nitto studio. I like that. It rolls off the tongue really well. Nitto has came in and they are sponsoring our production, and it is our Nitto studio.
It's a really impressive trailer.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Very impressive.
Yeah, the Mid-America crew is really coming together, helping us out here at Ultra 4 Racing.
I'm amazed.
And Jacob Versi's pulling into the hot pits.
His front.
Hey, Terry, you want to run down there real quick and see what's going on?
Yeah, I'll get right on that, Miles. Aren't you supposed to be down there somewhere with a wrench or something?
Every now and again. Is that Brian Crofts?
That is Brian Crofts. Up on the Rigid Ridge.
So Brian Crofts cruising along. We still have David LeMay upside down in the monster drop, so we have our safety crew making sure everything's good. David LeMay's pulling winch, trying to do a little self-recovery.
Brian's car is a good-looking car. I like that black and gold.
Yeah, it's he definitely has the flash everywhere he goes.
Clockworks is a new company to our series. There's some really great people out of South Dakota I've worked with a long time. They're more in the motorcycle industry.
Is that who built JT's motorcycle?
That is.
Yep,
Yeah.
and they build these amazing windshields. I've ran them on the race car, and you don't have to look through them. You look over them.
Huh.
But you can drive it in the rain, and it flips all the rain or wind over your head.
Oh, that's interesting.
So you're not looking through the dust, but it still goes over you.
So they're making windshields for UTVs?
Yeah, we've been working on them for a few years with them.
That's pretty
That's
cool.
That's really, really cool.
And that's one of Brian's
one of his sponsors,
correct?
Yes.
And there's Scott Lesage coming into the screen with that supercharged UTV. That's kind of cool. I think that's about the only one that's racing with us.
And Scott Lesage is 5th overall right now until he goes through the timing loop, and we'll see exactly where he is, but he is 3rd in class in that UTV Pro Modified.
And that is the top of Green Day we just saw Scott Lesage. So, Terry, what's your thought on the supercharger versus turbo? I mean, it's different. It's cool. But is it too different?
I'm more to the stick to the simple.
Yep. 100% me too.
I like
Keep
I
it
like
simple,
the proven.
Terry.
I like the off-the-shelf parts. I like something I can go in and get from a dealer if I need it. That's something Brian Shirley preached back in the day when we were first building stuff. Was you could go get stuff you could go to the parts store and get.
Mike Hatch on the Rigid Ridge as we speak, and I completely agree with that. But then
I understand.
But look at Ultra 4 with Paul Horschel, and look at all the big names.
I understand.
They put some pretty trick stuff out there.
But there are certain points where evolution is amazing, but there's certain points where you want to be able to run to the parts store if you're in trouble.
And just like you, I mean, you're running a stock Can-Am, and you took a little tumble, but it held up really well except for a roll cage. I mean, that's not the Can-Am's fault. That's Terry's fault.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a rock's fault.
Yeah. And I know I'm giving you a hard time. It's all in good fun, buddy. But,
no, it was error. It was 100% me.
Yeah, I hated to see it for you, but I'm glad you made the right call. And
I can make excuses all day long, but I just missed that corner.
Yeah, it's part of it, but I'm glad you came up here and chatted with us.
Well, we were talking earlier, too. It's like sometimes you got to make that decision, like you were saying yesterday. You know, you have a broken foot. Your car, you would have to take it, elsewhere to have it all welded up and fixed. And what point do you make that call of, I need to not get back in that car this weekend?
I think I made that call with age.
A
few years ago, it wouldn't have mattered.
Are we? Yeah.
Now it's a little different.
All right, there's the 05
Chad
right there
Martin?
of Chad Martin, yes.
And I'm at a different point where I enjoy just being here. I don't
100%
necessarily
agree,
have to be out there to enjoy it. I'm enjoying the people. I'm enjoying the crowd.
The lifestyle.
Exactly.
The Ultra 4 family. So Chad Martin heading out for another lap?
Going through that rough qualifying course yesterday.
So I slept through stock class this morning, honestly. What are our results?
Just guess who won.
I don't know.
You can't guess who won? He has hit the podium every time in the vehicle.
Brad Lovell?
Yep.
Where did Albert Contreras end up?
Albert Contreras, they ended up giving the checkered flag to the majority of the people because they were not able to complete their lap in time for this race to start. I have the starting order.
Albert's one that just really works hard at it. I love walking in his pit. Everybody's always happy. The kids are always involved, and it's a family affair. He had his kids' friends out here who were young, working pits and helping and running around.
Did you hear the story on one of them?
No.
So one of them, his name is Daniel. Yesterday, Liam O'Donnell was talking with a new driver, David LeMay, and he was saying how he was going to drive alone. Well, Liam was like, you really need to have a co-driver. Well, he went back to Daniel, who was with Albert, and he saw him working on Albert's car. He was taking care of him on course. He paired them up, so he's actually out in the race car with David LeMay.
And this is his first race ever.
This is his first race ever,
yeah,
exactly.
Pretty cool.
See, and that's something that kid will remember the rest of his life.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's amazing.
Exactly. But
so there's Jeff Barnes coming into screen as we speak.
So this is the 1, 2, and 3 from the 4600. We had Brad Lovell number 1, John Williams in number 2, and then Kendall Glines was in that third position. Albert, like I said, not everybody finished all of the laps.
It's rough. I would not have wanted to run it in a stock class.
There were only 4 of them. 4 of them that actually finished all 3 laps.
And that's Brandon Grapevine heading up the Green Day section. And you were out there pre-running. Green Day's a long, rough trail, and then you get to the top, and I think everybody's taking that right line. Did you ever pre-run the straight or the left?
I pre-ran the left previous years.
The pinch rock?
And lots,
not in a UTV, though.
And this year in the UTV, I was pre-running in a UTV, so I just went right.
Yeah,
I didn't even try it. I didn't want to mess with it.
Yep. It's probably 500 yards longer, but super smooth and easy compared to trying to, tear. There's plenty of other parts on this course to tear it up.
Yeah. I mean, if you're down on last lap, you're pushing for the lead, you're in that decision, that left line's an option, but it is a gamble.
Yeah, I'm going to go over our who's taking the joker lines that I'm confirmed on. It's Cole Clark, Travis Zollinger, Brandon Grapevine, John Rance, John Coffey, Mark Welch, Joshua Smith, Rich Birch, David LeMay, and Mike Hatch have all taken Britney Spears the joker line. You have to run it one time per race, so it doesn't matter any lap.
Yep.
There's Joe Gould coming to screen, coming down the Yukon launch.
I like that because it shakes things up a little.
Oh, yeah, it's great. And Britney Spears is no punk. It's a tough little trail. You don't go all the way up. Thank goodness, because that's not a race. That's a rock crawl like Jesse Haynes style.
Yeah, I like that. We used to do that, back in the day at King of the Hammers, where back door had to be 1 lap of 3.
Yep.
And you could gamble on which lap and when you went, and it just shakes things up. It adds a little strategy.
It's strategy. I 100% agree with you. It's a lot of fun. And JT, it's great to have him out here making these awesome race courses. I mean, you and I have known JT for a long time. You've co-drove for JT multiple times, and JT's he's just the man.
Yeah, just don't let JT co-drive for you.
So Chad Martin just went through with a 29-28 lap. We have not seen Paul Wolf. He should have been.
Yeah, I really hope it held.
Who welded it?
I did.
Oh, so it may not hold.
But it was broke bad on both sides. We couldn't really get in there. I welded it, and he looked at it, and he's like, "I'd just get me out. If it doesn't hold, it doesn't hold."
Yeah, better than nothing, but it is what it is.
Yeah, and we were having trouble with the generator. We just really couldn't get it hot enough. So.
Well, we are out in the middle of area BFE.
Yeah, we're out in BFE.
We'll see. We glued it together, but we'll see what happens. I'd like to see him finish.
Band-aided it.
Yeah. Well. And
a little bit.
And he's got little Cash with him, so
yes.
I kind of want to see Cash get the experience of finishing.
Well, I mean, just being in the car with him pre-running and then qualifying and now what he's already experienced, that's great experience already.
And kid's something else. I was under the car trying to weld, and he's sitting in there talking trash.
Yeah, I flew here with him. He's a pretty funny kid.
Just getting some info. Jeff Barnes is out of the race. Tough break for him.
The number 234 of Jeff Barnes. Let's look at
and then
Facebook
817,
here.
Brian Hamby took the joker line.
Oh, my gosh, our leader is coming through. He is going to be getting that white flag. Mr. Cole Clark. Let's see if he's picked up his number or his lap time or not, or if he's running a consistent.
He'll have to slow down right here. We still have a car rolled over, but he's coming down the monster drop as we speak. So we'll get the white flag out for Cole Clark as he does the King Shocks 180 and heading out for his 4th and final lap. So he's got 5.5 more miles to go.
Miles. Wait just a second. You're going to see who is following closely behind, and he is on a mission.
Mark Welch is right behind him. He won this race last year. They are running in different classes, so that's just going for overall. But they're both in the lead in their class.
They're both in the lead in their class, yes, but he only had a 30-second. He was only 30 seconds behind Cole Clark earlier on overall time, so we'll see if he just picked it up. But Cole Clark definitely is slowing it down. This lap just now was a 22:45.
Yeah, Cole Clark's fast lap of the day was a 19:56. And that's going to be, like Terry, he said, I don't know if that's going to get beat.
There's some money on the line for that past lap, too.
From the Off-Road Syndicate, there's $1,000 out on the line. So,
oh, my goodness. Mark Welch just took over the number 1 position unofficially from Cole Clark.
By over a minute? That's pretty impressive.
Yes, 1 minute, 9 seconds. And my goodness.
There's Brian Hamby, the number 817. So he'll be heading out for his 3rd lap out of 4, Brian Hamby.
Looks like Megan Becker is saying go Joe in the 49:55.
Rocky Mountain Speed and Fab.
Debbie Sterner is wanting to know what time did the 4400 class run? It's
3 p.m. is what we're trying, Mountain Standard Time.
I mean, of course, sometimes racing happens and we have to push it just a little bit, but more than likely it's going to stick to that, hopefully. And
that's the plan.
I feel like we're actually ahead of schedule.
Well, we were a little behind after that race, but I think we're going to be right on because we have a lunch planned, and I'll work through lunch. I don't care.
These UTV laps are quicker than we anticipated.
Yeah. Yeah, these UTVs are fast. I mean, like I said, that 20-minute lap by Cole Clark, 19:56. And there is the 36 of Mike Hatch in that Kawasaki. It's great to see all the different manufacturers out here racing in Ultra 4. Obviously, you're in a Can-Am.
Things have evolved the last few years. Things have truly evolved. Yep. It's amazing seeing everybody come in, and that competition breeds growth.
Absolutely.
And the technology of them all. I mean, the shock technology alone is amazing.
I tell you what, out of the box, a new Can-Am is the closest thing I've got into besides a full-built trophy truck. The fact that you can get in it and it can handle that well in the desert is just crazy.
Overly impressive.
And for a tenth of the cost.
Well, and I went from a Class 10 personally racing into a UTV, and I had more fun in the UTV. I raced the Can-Am X3 as well, so that was more fun than the Class 10, I think, because of the 4-wheel drive and the versatility.
They're lighter, they're more nimble, they're a lot fast. Yeah, there's Chad Martin coming into screen. This is the Green Day area.
Struggling a little.
Yeah,
or just being extremely cautious.
I think the car still looks like it's in decent
caution's
shape.
going to get you a long ways today.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look at all the cars that have already dropped out. We've already got a handful that are out of the race, and we've only got a couple cars out on their 4th and final lap, which is Mark Welch and Cole Clark on adjusted time. But physical, Cole was out in front.
I am concerned we didn't see Paul come back in.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
I'm going to give Paul another 10 minutes before we start worrying too much because, it took a little bit to weld it up and whatnot.
Looks like they're making themselves recover.
Well, because there is an
alternate line.
There's an alternate line, so that's part of it. But I'm a little surprised.
I'm surprised
by that,
they didn't just clear the course.
Yeah, but that's part of it. And just a tough rollover too, right in front of the crowd.
Yeah, it happens.
That wasn't even a stab at you this time.
We got to update the 817 of Brian Hamby has now taken the Joker line. So didn't look like he decided to do that on his first lap. I'm going to see if I can get some information on Paul Wolf from the people out on course.
But Cole Clark and Mark Welch have taken the Joker line. So our 2 leaders out front have already cleared the Joker line on their first lap. So that is the 49:52 of John Coffey heading down the Yukon launch. Still having a little caution, making sure everybody's staying safe out on course.
I think what they were trying to do is they were trying to winch that car back over, but they can't quite get the right angle to get it back over is what it looked like to me. And I can see the driver right now going back up to the car.
Yeah, there's not much to get a hold of there. Sometimes you got to just hook to something and drag it.
Yeah.
Levi and I had one in like 2012-ish on the top of Wrecking Ball.
There's not much up there to
It was
to winch
ugly.
off of.
We literally drug the car on its side for a long ways to get to where we could flip it back over.
And speaking about winching, how was it over in Europe winching when you're neck deep in the mud? All you can see is two bright orange helmets.
We got a whole new experience there. The Scotland race, we showed up to, had a fresh, brand new off-road Armory built car, thought we were on top of the world. Went out there in the mud, was 5 foot deep, and literally got passed by like tractors on swamp buggy tires.
There goes Mr. Brad Lovell leaving the building.
We did not know what we were getting into.
Yeah, that was a pretty wild experience for y'all. It was pretty cool.
We learned a lot.
And like you said, it's cool that you're able to kind of live the off-road lifestyle and race all over the world. It's pretty wild, isn't it?
It's crazy compared to what this started as. We have been so many places with Ultra 4.
Yeah, I mean, we ran around in the XRA days. Our first my first King Hammers was 09. I think yours was too.
Cole Clark on screen right there, our race leader.
It's crazy to see how far it's came.
Yeah,
I mean,
a few of us around a campfire.
Yeah, we just used to run around, do little shenanigans from time to time, and now it's came all the way to this.
So, Pam, there was the best top circle in the middle of the fire ring, and then it became the tribe hammer and the different stuff. We can thank Miles for that.
Oh, yeah, because he jumped it, right?
We used to have
that was back in the day. I'm almost matured up.
We used to jump pit bikes over the fire, and that was their
Don't
way
give the pit bike racing any ideas at Mid-America. Miss Gala would not like that.
That was their way of grounding us, was putting something in the middle of it that we couldn't jump.
On screen there, Mark Welch.
Times. But yeah, Mark Welch, number 2, and we saw Cole Clark.
And Jacob
that was
Versey.
Jacob Versey that just pulled over. So Cole Clark still physically out front, then Mark Welch, and then a lap down, I believe, is Jacob Versey.
He would be a lap down. Yes, he came through with the flat tire earlier. I think he must have pulled over. I mean, it's race etiquette. Etiquette.
That's a class act right there out of Jacob Versey.
If you're not
remember,
leading,
he's in a rental car too, so he also doesn't want to completely destroy it. There's Cole Clark, our race leader as we speak, number 24 out of Cortez, Colorado with Jimmy's 4x4. And he has the number 234 of Jeff Barnes right behind him. He's lap traffic. But Cole Clark's starting to pull away a little bit. Where's Mark Welch? So I think
Mark Welch is right there.
I think on adjusted time it's going to be really, really close. Do we know what spot Mark Welch took off in? Because my sheet is wrong.
Mark Welch, he took off in.
Our sheet's
I'll
wrong.
tell you. I'll be able to. I'll be able to tell you.
Just doing the math.
Perfect.
So we had Paul Wolf. Okay, Cole Clark.
So Mark Welch took off in 11th, possible? No, I think we're wrong. So there is Jacob Versey at the top of Green Day taking the right easier line, and I don't think anybody's going to take the other.
Mark Welch was in the number 2 position, and then it was Cole Clark, or it was Cole Clark and then Mark Welch.
Well, yeah,
I'm not sure. We can't confirm
Mark Welch back
that.
on screen with our FPV Believe Cam drone.
Look at this, Miss Tristan.
Got some pizza.
Awesome.
Thank you, Tristan.
Thank you, Tristan. I'm gonna grab me a piece. I'm sorry. I'm starving.
Go ahead. There's John Rance. So John Rance still running strong in that 49.31.
I can hear here on screen. I believe that is Scott Lesage coming into screen.
Yeah, whatever you got. Thank you.
He is going to be on his 3rd lap, and Travis Zollinger is right now in the Bronco Proving Grounds.
I think my buddy Jody Ford told me that Mark Welch took it off in 5th position. So that's
thank you, Jody. I
so
love
that's
it when
a minute and a half behind on physically he took off a minute and a half behind Cole Clark. So if he's anywhere in that range on adjusted time, it's going to be interesting.
I love that you have people at home. I have people at home watching and giving us updates.
Oh, absolutely. We got good friends everywhere.
It's not just teamwork makes the dream work here. It's all over.
And Casey Gilbert's back at home with his feet up watching the race.
I could not quite hear who that was, but it sounds like somebody is out of the race. We'll We'll get the update on that number here
I believe
shortly.
that was David LeMay that rolled right here in the infield.
Oh, because they cannot get the recovery done. And on screen, that is the 817, I believe, of Brian Hamby on screen.
And I'm just getting a little info. It's Mark Welch's 50th birthday. That old man is really laying it down. So a big shout out to Mark Welch. Happy birthday, buddy.
50's not that old, Miles.
I guess you're sneaking up on it, isn't it?
Yeah, so is Pam.
So 49-16, Rick Birch is out of the race. So tough break for him.
And we haven't seen Paul come back around yet.
Yeah, so
which is really bumming
that's a
me
bummer.
out.
But it's just part of it. So the 49-16 of Rick Birch is out of the race. Tough break for him to be doing so well. Have a tumble right there at the monster drop. But that's just part of racing. Yeah, you're right. I think he tumbled in Green Day as well, so that's his second tumble of the day.
You know, it looks like he's cleaning out the car at the moment.
Or putting the stuff back in that fell out when he rolled just now.
Yeah, that's one thing I can't handle. I like having everything tied down tight. I don't like stuff flying around in there with you.
I did see the fire extinguisher was not – it was on the course. And they picked that up right away because it was where the other cars were going to be coming through. And that's the 49.55 on screen of Joe Gould.
With Rocky Mountain Speed and Fab. He's got the pit guys in the pits waiting on him, but he's got a pretty good run going. He's running the open class because that was a four-seater that they chopped down and made a two-seater out of it for a little more wheelbase for the faster desert sections. So that, he did a little bit of frame modification, so that puts him in the open class. And speaking about classes, we do have three different classes out there for the UTVs right now. We have the stock production, which has to have an OEM chassis, 1,000cc engine, 33-inch tires. And then we go to the Pro Mod, which you can have aftermarket turbos, 35-inch tires, and you can have an aftermarket chassis, but it has to be very similar or based on an OEM chassis. And then the Open is run what you brung, but it can't be more than 1,000 cc's.
So in our overall positions as well, we have Mark Welch in that number 1 position, Cole Clark number 2, Travis Zollinger in that 3rd position, Scott Lesage 5th, and Joshua Smith 5th. So Mark Welch is in the UTV Open class. He took over the overall from Cole Clark. Not the fastest lap of the day, but it is the fastest, or he has overall time fastest.
So Cole Clark is the fastest lap of the day of that 1956. So we'll see if that stands. And if it does, he'll get $1,000 from the Off-Road Syndicate. And if you are just joining, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 2022 Beatdown at Area BFE, presented by Area BFE Tents. This is our first race in the Ultra 4 Western Series. Up next will be the first race in the Eastern Series on April 23rd and 24th for Rush Off-Road. So make sure you go to the MAO app. We have that on Google and Apple. You can go to ultra4racing.com/live or go to the Ultra 4 and MAO Facebook and YouTube pages. Share it, start a watch party, and hashtag it up. There's the 49.52 of John Coffey. He started towards the back of the pack because he was a DNF during qualifying.
Somebody walked up with something.
So John Coffey making his way up. I believe that is Green Day.
It's new.
So John Coffey making his way up the Green Day area, taking that right either or. So right there's a shot. You almost saw the left section. It's a super tight squeeze rock with a steep climb. You really have to squeeze through it.
I think we'll see some of the Ultra 4 guys take that because they're not going to follow. It'll be a passing
That's
spot.
exactly what I'm going to say. There's 12 either-ors on this course, and if you're following somebody, you're going to take whatever either-or they don't.
Right.
Even if it's a little slower, it's worth trying to pass because if you've caught them, you've passed them on time. So hopefully they're courteous and pull over. But
not everybody pulls over, though.
Not at all.
And on screen, can't tell who that is, but that looks like that might be Cole Clark.
And just getting some information, Rich Birch is still in the race because we used our recovery crew just to make sure everybody was safe. So Rich Birch is still in the race.
Well, that's awesome to hear. You'll obviously be a couple laps down, but to get back in and try to finish the race, that's, perseverance right there just to finish. Sometimes finishing a race is a win in itself.
Oh, absolutely. Just like hammers, there's a handful of people, obviously, that go to win, but there's more of a handful that just go there to try to finish King of the Hammers.
Well, there's usually that point in the race, Miles, where you're trying to win, and then you have to shift gears and slow down
and
if you have trouble and just realize, okay, we're just going to finish.
Absolutely.
And I can't tell if that is Travis Zollinger or Cole Clark.
That is Travis Zollinger. You are correct. Number 20 out of Nibley, Utah. Mr. Zollinger Racing Products himself.
ZRP.
He had a single-seat Can-Am he brought out, but he broke it during pre-running, so he's out in his RS1 Razor. I believe he raced that one down in Baja recently.
He builds a lot of amazing parts. He's another one that thinks outside the box.
Yep, he sure does. And he races down in Baja. He races the Mint. He races with Ultra 4. He races a lot of desert racing with Score and everything. That guy's he loves to race and put his parts through the paces. And what other better place to do it than Ultra 4 racing?
Exactly. Well, he has a single-seat Can-Am, like we were saying. There is another single-seat Can-Am out there that is racing the short course at Mid-America for the Side-by-Side Championship Series, and it's Kobe Caraway. He raced a couple weeks ago, and it was a Greaves-built single-seat Can-Am. So it's exciting to see people taking cars and wanting to make them single seats, and a little bit lighter to do that, and great for short course. Travis ran his at Hammers, though.
I believe so.
Yes, he did. But right now on screen, that is still Travis Zollinger. You can see the rocks. The rocks are just, the tires are going to either get popped, or if you don't take it, slow enough, or they'll come back and get you for sure.
Yeah, a lot of guys were basing their...
That's the 4932 Scott Lesage. Sorry about that.
Their pace on tires. There's a few spots where we were having that balance of tire pressure was a big talk earlier last night. You want to run a little more pressure, you can run the canyons a little faster, but then it's harder on the climbs.
Right.
So what's that balance?
That's what we actually were talking about that earlier. The tire pressure is a big deal. I mean, because if it's the harder, like you just said, the climbs, but then again, you don't want to hit a sharp rock with that hard pressure. But then again, if you run too little air, if it's, pressure's low, you can get those pinch flats.
Yep.
And those pinch flats are definitely not fun at all.
So it's just a gamble.
Yeah, that's where all of the what do I do. And Brandon Grapevine just took a nice leap down the Yukon launch. We have 3 cars coming through here. Brian Crofts is getting ready to come through.
And Brian Crofts did run the Joker line this time.
Yes, he did. And then we have the 05 of Chad Martin, who is running behind right now at Brandon Grapevine. Brian Crofts is creeping up on Chad Martin.
It's nice being able to get them up through here every lap. Miles, you remember when we used to race here and we only had the one route down into the canyon?
Yeah, it was pretty gnarly.
We'd run a couple laps up here, and then everybody'd go down, and then you run a couple laps down there, and then everybody'd come up. It was two-way traffic on that road going up and down.
Oh, wow. That's not fun.
Yeah, that's a little too sketchy for us nowadays. And
that was Brian Crofts. He is right on the tail end of the 05 of Chad Martin. And then you'll see coming in screen here very shortly as well as Mike Hatch in that Kawasaki.
And that is actually David LeMay that Crofts is right behind in that Honda Talon. So Brian Crofts does get around him.
Oh, that is a 915. See, 50's creeping up. I saw a 5.
So Brian Crofts in that Clockworks Polaris Razor running strong. And what better pre-running racing at race pace? So he'll be racing right now the UTV 500 class here coming up.
That's actually what got us starting racing UTV. pre-running for hammers because it gets you to see the course at a different pace than you.
Because pre-running is great, but there's no better than at race pace. You can, the rocks and everything comes at you different when you're going at race speed.
And let's go ahead and run through the top 5 here again. We have Mark Welch still in that number 1 position. He's out on his last lap. Actually, we have 6 cars that are on the last lap. So we have Mark Welch, number 1.
Oh, and here comes Cole Clark, our physical race leader. He's coming in for the checkered flag. So we'll have Cole Clark coming around the Rigid Ridge as we speak. He's in the Bronco Proving Grounds right now. We're just a minute away from the checkered flag. This will be an unofficial first-place finish for Cole Clark, number 24. As he hits the Yukon launch, and you can tell he knows he has a lead. He's being very gentle with it. But he's hitting the monster drop. One more quick turn away as the King 180. He'll be the first-place finisher for the Beatdown at Area BFE. Cole Clark in the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. He won this race 2 years ago for James Cantrell, but it looks like he's going to win it for himself. Unofficially, first place, Cole Clark.
Now, I understand Cole wasn't even going to race this class today.
He was going to race both classes. So Cole Clark has the fastest lap of the day, and Cole Clark grabs the checkered flag. Unofficial first place, Cole Clark. So JT's having a little chat with him, so now we'll have to start our timers. It's 11:40. How far back is Mark Welch?
Mark Welch was not very well. Mark Welch came through with a faster lap last time, and he was in that number 1 position. But Cole Clark right now is overall in number 1 position, fastest lap, fastest overall, and then
it's only a minute and a half that split them two up because this race is on adjusted time. Mark Welch started a minute and a half behind Cole Clark, so it's going to be interesting to see how it shakes out. But Cole is feeling really good now, but where's Mark Welch? It's looking good. I think Cole Clark's going to pull the overall. There's Mark Welch coming in. It's going to be down to the wire, but I think Cole has it. As he comes across the Rigid Ridge, Mark Welch is going to give it all he's got. And he put a turbo on this machine here recently, so he's got more power than he's used to. He won this race last year, and he's given it all the beans all the way to the end. So Mark Welch is pushing strong. You know Cole Clark is sitting there patiently awaiting. Oh, it's going to be close. Pam, you're going to have to keep us honest on this time. He's going to hit that King 180. I think Cole's got it, but it's going to be really close for Mark Welch, the birthday boy.
I wonder if he's got anybody on the radio if he knows how close it is.
Probably. We saw in the background how he went off the Yukon launch.
So second position goes to Mark Welch unofficially, but on adjusted time?
Nope.
Unadjusted time, Mark Welch has that number 1 position right now with Cole Clark only, 4 seconds behind.
4 seconds splitting the two. So Mark Welch on adjusted time unofficially. That is absolutely amazing. So Mark Welch unofficially 1, Cole Clark unofficial 2, but they are in different classes. Cole Clark is in the Pro Mod, and Mark Welch is in the Open, I believe.
Yes.
So we have our 2 first across the line. We have Cole Clark that finished first, but on adjusted time, Mark Welch just bumped him out. But Cole Clark still holding the fastest time of a 19:56. What a race we got, and we still have 2 more races to go, and this one's not even over yet.
Definitely not. This is still a long race, but we do have, 6 of our 21 starters are on their last lap. So at this point, though, now everybody will be getting that white flag.
The checkered flag.
Checkered flag.
Right. Looks like Travis Zollinger should be the next one we see.
He should be the next one in. He is in the UTV Pro Modified class, which is Cole Clark's class as well. So Travis Zollinger right now unofficially is 3rd overall, but 2nd in class.
And Scott Lesage is out there too, right?
Yes, Scott Lesage is in the number 3 position in the UTV Pro Modified class, but 4th overall. So we'll see what happens and if any changes has happened out on course.
It's been a great day of racing thus far, and it is not over yet. Thank you to each and every one of you for staying tuned in for the 2022 Beatdown at Area BFE, presented by Area BFE Tents.
And out of the 21 starters, like I just said, we only have 6 of them that are out on their 4th lap to finish the whole entire race.
It's definitely a race that's been going on for a long time. I see Ken Goodall heading towards the staging area. We're hoping to kick them off around 12:30. We'll see how many of these UTVs we can get across the line, see if we can do some podiums, and keep this day rolling. But what a great day.
Who ended up qualifying first for 4,800 miles? What is our start order for the next race?
So 4,800.
Kenneth Goodall.
Yeah, Kenneth Goodall for 4,500. Jeremy Jones for 4,800 in that second position. Then it goes Brent Harrell, Tony Howard, Matt Murphy, Andrew Gorman, Jesse Lee, Eric Weichel, Caleb Boxey, Sean Rance, Greg Neff, Michael London, Traycon Johnson, and then Matthew Weiss. So we'll have 14 cars taking off, and we'll be racing the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class and the 4,800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class all at the same time, but just like this, they'll be racing their own class.
Yeah, those cars stack up pretty close.
Yeah, it's going to be good. So Jacob Versey just ran the Joker line. And number 51 of Brandon Grapevine, a Mid-America Outdoors ambassador, is out of the race, so tough break for him.
Oh, and he was running good, too.
He was running up there, so tough break for Brandon Grapevine.
On screen is the 234 of Jeff Barnes. He will be getting the checkered flag. He is also in a Polaris RS1.
And he's a lap down, if I'm not
Yes,
mistaken.
he is. Well, this is him finishing his third lap.
Right. I don't know. We'll see if they let him go back out for a last lap.
That is true.
I'm hearing lots of chatter through the rugged radio.
So it's a Grand Prix finish as well.
But JT, I just heard him say he's going to chat with him and see. So we'll see what happens.
So what they've been doing is if their time, lap times are enough that they can get back before the cutoff time to start the next race, they'll let them take another one. Exactly. And the reason for that is because of the points.
Right, exactly. And on screen right there is the 91 of Brian Crofts out in Green Day. And coming up, let's see who that is. Also getting ready to head up into Green Day.
Sounds like number 234 of Jeff Barnes is out of the race. So they're not letting him head out for another race.
Oh, he was the one who just came through. So, I mean, you got to figure out, the time frame of the races. They want to keep everything on time as much as possible.
We got a lot of racing yet to come. Up next will be the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class and the 4,800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class.
Haven't quite got.
And then followed by the 4,400 Unlimited. I cannot wait for that race.
Levi ended up qualifying first for 4,400.
Yep, yeah, he's on the pole. That's
exciting.
He had a good run at the 918 race, and then
on screen is Jacob Versey. He's coming in. He'll more than likely be getting that checkered flag as well.
Yeah, he'll be a lap down as well.
Yes.
Again, he's in a rental car, so he probably took a little bit easy on things. But what a great day of racing. Jacob Versey had an amazing season last year. So Jacob Versey heading through the Bronco Proving Grounds. He'll be up and around the King Shocks 180.
It's really getting chewed up in that area, as you can see right now. Just wait till the 4,400s go through. It's going to be way worse.
Yeah, the course definitely changes between pre-running, then qualifying, and then the race course. It just gets chewed up.
Oh, he's actually getting the white flag.
So they're letting him go out for another lap.
His lap times are probably faster on average.
That last lap was a 36-minute, 54-second, but his fastest has been a 22:20. And that is the 915 out in Green Day of David LeMay.
He was one that was rolled over in here for a while, so glad to see him back over.
Who's your money on for 4,400 miles?
Everybody keeps asking me, and that's just such a tough.
Well, we talked about this yesterday, too. Remember Darian Gomez?
There's a lot of heavy hitters. Lauren Healy, that new car is phenomenal if he can keep it together. I think he broke an axle or something yesterday, but he got it fixed. He's a heavy hitter. Levi Shirley's on the pole. We got Darian and Marcos Gomez. Brendan Thompson in that brand new UFO. Paul Wolf is racing in a new to him UFO. We got a lot of heavy hitters. Brian Crofts, who won this race last year. So I'm just going to say them all. Do you have a pick?
I don't know. I believe Levi has probably more track time here than anyone. He raced here clear back to XRA, and we ran a lot of dirt right here, so he's definitely familiar with it. But
Brian Hamby with a flat tire.
Issue with his wheel, I think, is what it is.
It's a hub or something. And he probably doesn't know it, but he's about to lose that right rear tire.
I'm sure it feels a little weird, but I don't know. Going through all these rocks, everything probably feels a little weird.
So he's getting the white flag as well. So Brian Hamby.
Oh, yeah, look at that. He's got a
hub.
hub.
Let him go out, but he's about to lose that. So he better pull into the HCR hot pits.
As they're watching as he went by. It almost looks like he had a rear steer just now how he was going through that turn.
It's not going to make it much further. So we got a lot of cars still out on course, but across the line first was Cole Clark, followed closely by Mark Welch, but on adjusted time, just under 5 seconds, Mark Welch bumped out Cole Clark.
Yes, so we only have 2 cars that have officially finished all 4 laps, and that was Mark Welch in that first position and Cole Clark in that number 2 position.
And Rick Birch is back under power. He was the one that was rolled over for quite some time, but he is back out on course. We'll see if they let him go out for another lap. So where is Travis Zollinger, Scott Lesage, and Mike Hatch?
Yeah, I'm wondering about Paul Wolf, too.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming he's broke out on course.
I am, too, and that bums me out.
Yeah, he's one of your Can-Am teammates.
They're not hiking back.
Well, he's got to hike back because he's got a race here in a little bit. Well, he's got till 3 o'clock.
And then they got to just make sure course is clear as well. And
yeah, you can leave Cash out there to babysit the car.
Yeah, he's got a single seat, right? So he's not getting in the next car.
So it sounds like Chad Martin is out of the race over by Brittany Spears. So tough break for Chad Martin. What a wonderful day of racing it has been thus far, and is not over yet. This is the Beatdown at Area BFE, presented by Area BFE Tents. I'm Miles Hasquist. We have a guest host, Terry Madden, and Mrs. Pam Hall. What a wonderful day it has been, and I can't wait to keep the action going.
It's a long, long day of racing, and it's so much fun. I'm excited. Like you said, I can't wait till the 4400s get out on course, but the UTVs have put on a great show.
The 4600 Spider Tracks class started the day. They had 9 of them. Last year, they only had 6 or 7, I think, so it's great to see the classes still stacking. And with the schedule change last minute, with the merge and everything, I know a lot of people that just couldn't make it due to date reasons.
Right.
So we still have a great car count for that, and I think the next race is only going to get better and better.
Considering San Felipe 250s this weekend, too. We still have a really good car count with everything that's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Definitely. Lots of action. I mean, with the race last weekend, this weekend here, and then, like you just said, San Felipe 250, lots of racing going on, cars having to decide where they're going. But, how hard does that have to be right now, though? You have 2 Gomez's who are racing their trophy trucks down in the San Felipe 250. Then you have Darian.
Joe Gold right there.
Then you have Darian and Marcos here. You have to split your team up, and it's like the families are wanting to watch both.
I had to make that decision. I was supposed to go San Felipe 250, which is a problem, but it's also amazing that our sport has so many different things going on.
You poor guy, you couldn't go to the San Felipe 250
that we actually have to
here,
choose.
Huh?
Yeah.
I do not feel bad for you, I'll be honest.
No, I would rather be here. This is amazing.
Jack Childress is chiming in, and he's saying thank you to all 3 of us right here. It's an awesome broadcast going
Jack,
on.
somebody I haven't seen forever.
I was just going to say, that's another name from the OG King of the Hammers days.
He had a Sniper Fab car that was almost a twin to the one that Brian and Levi and I had.
Yeah, and he raced hard. He was fun to hang out with for sure.
Oh, he was all in.
So there's Joe Gould getting the checkered flag for Rocky Mountain Speed and Fab.
Awesome.
In the 4900 Open class.
So I'll be leaving here, and again, once we have our podium finishers, so maybe if you're going to stick around, you can help Miles out starting the next race.
I don't have a whole lot else to do today, considering.
Yeah, and Rusty, one of my people back home, they're chiming in and saying it sounds like fun out here. It is definitely fun.
Oh, it's a beautiful park. If you haven't been here, you should come out to Area BFE. We got Easter
legendary.
Jeep here in a couple weeks, and just to come out and trail wheel and bring the family, it's a neat spot.
Yeah, it's definitely super cool out here. I love it. I wish, like I said yesterday, I wish I could actually come out here and do some wheeling. So maybe next time we come this direction, I'll get to take an extra few days and go have some fun out on the trails. I mean, this is fun. I'm not complaining at all because this is why I'm here. But it would be awesome to go see the terrain.
There's
and
so much
the
to
trails.
see. You have to do Moab.
I've never been to the Arches.
You have to do Top of the World.
Yeah, Top of the World's one that's I haven't seen it yet either. That's awesome and sketchy.
Yeah, it is.
It'll be fun one of these days to come out here and do some wheeling. I loved being here last year during EJS, but I have to say, I'm liking that I can go get my coffee and not wait in a line for 30 minutes.
Yeah, no doubt.
I mean, it's just everything, a lot less people right now. It's more friendly for us as
and
we're.
And don't just say coffee. She's a little picky. It has to be Starbucks.
Because that's what's here.
Scott Lesage coming through the 4932.
It's kind of like Johnson Valley during Hammers. I mean, I live out there.
Is.
I love Johnson Valley when nobody's there. It's neat when it's Hammers, but when nobody's there, it is special.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool place.
And that's what's so awesome about being there before everybody gets there at Hammers, too, is seeing
It's quiet at night and the stars, and it's just a special space.
I remember being around the campfire one of the first nights and just looking up, and it's just no noise, stars everywhere. Johnson Valley is a special place.
100% agree. All right, so Scott Lesage just came in 4th overall and number 3 in class of UTV Pro Modified. Travis Zollinger, he came through 3rd overall and 2nd in class in that UTV Pro Modified. So as of right now, we have our 1, 2, and 3 in for Pro Modified, and it's Cole Clark who took number 1 in class, but number 2 overall. Travis Zollinger, 2nd in the UTV Pro Modified, but 3rd overall, and Scott Lesage, 3rd in the UTV Pro Modified class, but 4th overall. So this is all unofficial, and we still have Mark Welch. He is the only UTV Open that has crossed the line with all 4 laps.
So the Pro Mod is full on the podium right now, unofficially.
The number 1 overall, Mark Welch.
But fastest lap of the day still right now is the 1956 time of Cole Clark. So the Off-Road Syndicate's throwing $1,000 for that fastest lap. Is Cole going to take that home? Only time will tell.
Will that hold against 4,400 miles?
You said no. I'm going to say I don't know. Usually I got a good guess, but I've been off today on that. So, yeah, I think we're going to get a 1940.
I'm going to say I think.
Got a dollar?
Can I borrow one? I gave you all my dollars, remember?
I think it's going to hold.
I think that here's my take on the day. I think Darian Gomez has a good chance, as long as it stays consistent and everything, his car stays 100%, of taking the number 1 spot. This is my intake. I think fastest lap will go to Paul Horschel.
That or Lauren.
Paul's fast. Lauren's fast. I mean, Levi, you can't count it.
There'll be
nothing against everybody else.
I think there'll be a Gomez on the podium. There'll be a Campbell if we count Croft in that group.
Well, look at Miles' notes. He has his
on the podium. And then the other one's a wild card between Levi, Horschel, Lauren.
I mean, I was wrong at Hammers. I thought JP was going to win, and I told Raul on the podium, I'm like, I'm sorry I had your brother winning this. And he's like, what? But, I
there's
think
too many good names to actually make a real pick.
How cool would it be, though, to have Gomez's on the
sure.
podiums here, and what if they get on the podiums down in San Felipe?
That'd
What
be
kind of
awesome.
party are they going to have when they get home?
They know how to party. I love me some Gomez brothers. They're some good people. They're what Ultra 4 is all about.
Right.
They're here to have fun with the family. Everybody comes up. Everybody tunes in, and I just love it.
Marcos had the family up at the fire last night,
Yeah,
had the kids here, and his youngest, I believe he's 13 now, got to race his first race last week. And
That's awesome.
It's pretty neat that there's more of them coming.
There's
that
John
is awesome.
Grant's on screen. Yeah, the next evolution is kids. I mean, Levi just had a kid. Bailey Campbell just had a kid. We've seen Eric Miller have a couple kids. I mean,
it's crazy because I remember when
it's
Levi
coming.
and Bailey were the kids.
It's the future of the sport.
Yeah, no doubt. I remember I was at XRA Alabama at Grey Rock for Levi's first race, and that was our first race with Wyatt and Triple Nickel, and it's just cool to see how far it's actually came. You know, Levi's turned into a professional race car driver, and now this is my full-time gig as announcing for Ultra 4.
The first Hammers I went with Brian Shirley to work pits, and Levi was too young to even go. He wasn't with us.
He had school to handle, right?
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
Yeah, it's pretty wild. Now he's a top name in the sport for sure.
Has his family out here as well.
Yep. Dawson's out here, and they're expecting another one, I believe, in August.
I love seeing
Levi
the little
and
ones out
Miranda.
here on their little,
Absolutely.
what are they called, the stride bikes, and they're all, going around having fun. It's super
Striders
cute.
are something I'm actually involved in. They're amazing.
Oh, are you?
There's
cool.
a thing called All Kids Bikes that if we get a chance, you guys should look up. It's a charity that Strider does that is putting bicycles in all of the grade schools in the U.S.
Oh, that's cool.
So that kindergartners have it in their PE class and they actually learn to ride bikes. So what they found is it's not just that they learn to ride a bike. If a kid doesn't have a bicycle, and 75% of sixth graders can't ride a bicycle today.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah. So if a kid doesn't ride a bicycle, they sit in the house and they play video games. It changes the dynamics of who a kid is. They go outside. They learn to work on things. They learn to be mechanical. And a bicycle
Times are
actually
definitely
changes
different, for
who they grow up to be. And the Strider program is something I've been working with a lot in L.A., and we're putting them in the L.A. schools. And it's neat to see the kids get to have bicycles.
Yeah,
that is awesome.
Both my little girls, Jade and Ella, hopefully they're tuned in, and Bailey, who knows? But both of them ride bikes. We get them outside in the dirt as much as we can. They play video games
makes
from time
a difference.
to time, but man, that's what we play outside more than inside. I promise that.
Well,
weather pending.
We used to go ride around the neighborhood, and whatever front yard the bicycles were in is how you knew to find your friends.
Exactly.
There wasn't a cell phone.
You didn't text anybody. You probably had a pager.
No.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, when we were older. That wasn't great. I wasn't even younger.
No.
We're about the same age, right? I'm 44.
44.
Yeah, I'll be 45 this year, but yeah.
45 in a couple weeks. A week.
Oh.
So you're almost 45 years old. You aren't getting any younger, Terry, but so far so good. I hate to see your foot, but I feel like you're onto some good things.
I'm actually kind of thinking of working out of it. I truly enjoy the training and the kids, and I'm going to race a couple more years. And Mid-America's talking about some really big youth programs, and I want to get involved in that and help with the training and the kids. I love the thought of the next generation.
Yeah, Mid-America Outdoors has a lot of things in the works. It's so awesome to see what they're doing. Like you're saying, being involved with the kid programs and stuff. They've got 170 races at Mid-America Outdoors. It's really cool to see what they're bringing to the table.
Look at that view right there that you guys are seeing at home. That is what is behind us, not behind us, but to our left. It's absolutely beautiful out here at Area BFE.
And we've seen the snow change from time to time up on that mountain. It's pretty cool. This is a beautiful place.
We actually went and rode that it's been several years ago now, but we came out here as a group for Eric Miller's wedding and rode UTVs, and a big group of us went up and rode through all that, and it was epic. It's such an amazing trail ride that day with such a good group.
So thank you for everybody tuning in. This has been a great day. This is the 4900 Can-Am UTV class, and it's been a great race. We've already finished up the 4600 Spider Track stock class. Up next is the limited classes, the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class, and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. That's going to be a fun one. I always love that race.
I'm missing Brannick's. I wish they were here.
I know, yeah. Stan said he was tuned in early.
Yeah, he's tuned in.
Jody Ford's been keeping me up to date on a few informations. The Team Indiana will be out. I believe they'll be at Rush, Kentucky.
Stan's amazing.
Oh.
He is just – I don't want to call him old. Sorry, Stan.
I call him Stan
Everybody
the
knows
man.
you're old. But he's one of our true grandfather pioneers of this sport, and he's been in it, and he cares about everybody. He takes care of everybody. If you need something I mean, I had some problems in the past, and Stan's one of those guys I could call. If I needed something, he's going to be there.
He's a good guy.
He's
definitely a good
He truly
guy.
cares.
Yeah, Stan the Man Haynes. He's the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class sponsor. The Brannick's been around for a long time. They've raced
with us. They started next race. I mean, they've been around.
Been there from day one when I came in. He was just a pillar already.
Yeah, and he's one of my really good buddies, and I'll be chatting with him and just, hey, thanks for getting involved. He's like, without
where I'm at today, so we're thankful for him, and he's thankful for
It's
us.
that Camp Indiana is always just the best Bloody Marys, the best camp, the best
The
hangout,
best parties.
They're just truly family.
Yeah, wing night. I never miss that.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, they do always do the wing night.
Absolutely, yeah. They come out
I don't eat
full
wings,
force.
but I know they always
What do you
that.
eat? You're picky.
That's why I'm Picky Pam. I eat French fries with cheese
Yeah, that's healthy.
and ranch. I don't eat healthy. No, I eat healthy, but I don't watch what I eat. I should. But we have amazing food out here. I mean, Dawn's been out here cooking for us. So I've been eating good.
Oh, yeah. No, we've been very well
Besides
taken
the
care of
pizza
here.
I just ate.
The dinner last night was amazing.
Yeah, the crawfish boil, I mean, that was cool to give back to all the racers.
There was a lot of people last night. I just walked around, took some pictures that I don't want to say we're the grumpy people, but for years there's people that have been kind of down on things and have different attitude, and you don't see them out of their pits. And there was a lot of faces last night that were sitting there with smiles and happy,
it was a
and it
great
was
time.
neat to see those smiles back, and it just brought back old times.
There's Brian Crofts coming in the screen as we speak.
The energy was amazing. Like,
Brian
people were having a great
Brian
time.
raced stock production, I believe.
Right rear flat. Yeah, he's in the stock class for UTV. He's got
Did
a right
he?
rear flat.
So he's just been out cruising,
and he
pre-running up. More
Finished
than
last
likely.
year. I think he finished last year in his
I don't
number
think-
9 with a flat tire.
Oh, very possible. I don't think he raced UTV here last year, but
No, he did
won
not.
this race last year in the 4400
Yeah,
class.
and I don't know why I'm thinking that he finished last year with a flat tire, but
Lots
for
of people
some reason
had
I
flats, so I can't remember that many.
Yeah, we quit counting.
Does Brian have anybody with him today?
Yes,
Wonder-
Ryan Miller.
is.
So he's learning the course for Bailey later
I
on
wonder
today.
how far out he was when he had the flat. If they had to have been closer, you'd think he'd have just stopped and changed it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree with that.
And if they're not close in time, it's like, if we can just make it to the finish line, let's not even
Right.
bother with it. They're not in the hunt for the number 1 position, but Actually,
in class he is, though.
He just did. He just took the #1 spot over from Mike Hatch in the UTV stock production class.
Really?
Yes, he did.
Awesome. Good for him. And here comes Joshua Smith with Liquid Molly.
Did you notice that was a right rear flat?
Yep.
Same.
So right rear is your biggest flat, period.
Because of the way you turn.
It's the farthest from the driver. They don't pay attention to it. It's the rock you catch. Like when I co-drive, there's something I say that Bailey or Levi or anybody would just recognize. When you're turning a corner to the right, I'll say you're clear, letting them know it's clear to cut back in. Because
cut all the way.
That's a tire you always catch. You need to stay straight until you're clear.
Gotcha.
And Terry, on screen we have Josh Smith. You know who his co-driver is? You know him, Corey Nasso.
Really?
Yeah, that's pretty cool, isn't it?
He co-drove with him at Hammers as well.
Absolutely, and he built that car with Infinity Fab.
I hadn't seen him out here.
So the
and look at this. The 36 of Mike Hatch is coming up behind him, and it looks like Josh Smith is having some issues getting up that lip.
That's going to hold Mike up on time, fighting against Croft here for the finish.
Yeah, we're still got some more podiums to make, so we'll see how it all shakes out.
Yeah, Mike's pushing for a win here, and
we'll see what happens right here.
If it comes down to
he took it. He took it from Brian. So Brian right now is in the second position in the UTV stock production. Mike Hatch just took over that #1 position of the UTV stock production class.
Wow, so that bumps Brian to third then, you're saying?
No, he's in.
Second.
Mike is in first. Brian is in second in class, but Mike Hatch is 5th overall, and Brian Crofts is 6th overall.
Where's Josh Smith?
Josh Smith.
He's pro mod, isn't he? Okay.
Is not.
Our next stock production would be
Josh Smith. There we
Brian
go.
Hamby. He's running third.
So the fastest lap of the day is 19:56, and we have the Off-Road Syndicate throwing $1,000 at it. Hey, Brad, do you think that time's going to get beat? It's a time of 19:56.
19:56 is the fastest right now. You think it's going to get beat? And it's a UTV.
So Brad's he's the one that's throwing the money at it, and he's saying some of the big cars are going to be fast. We'll see how it all shakes out. But again, thanks Brad with the Off-Road Syndicate for throwing $1,000 for the fastest overall lap. That's pretty cool.
And also with one of the Ford Performance winners this morning, Brad's got to be super happy about that one. You know, right now, first off the line this morning was
Ford's got a good day started
Brad
already.
Level, exactly. It's a great day. You can see Brian Crofts and Ryan Miller are out there chit-chatting about their day.
Jonathan Terhune, part of Team Indiana's tuned in and watching. We appreciate all of our buddies tuning in. And while we wait for a few more of our UTVs to finish, we'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back after this.
Really thankful to have VP Fuels on board.
UTV 96 is like perfect in these things, makes them rip.
It ran cool, it ran strong.
We got into those rock sections where we really needed that throttle response, and it was right there every time.
We run all VP lubricants. We haven't had any problem with any kind of leaking or any kind of heating issues.
And in the State Frosty, no drama, temperature stayed under 200 the entire race.
Bronco, an American classic, returns. And it only gets better when it's outfitted with the right gear. From bumpers to winches, rigging accessories, suspensions, body armor, and wheels. You need a full array of gear to outfit your Bronco for adventure. Get them now at warren.com.
Hello and welcome. Breathe, relax, and enjoy the meditation. Provided by Yukon Gear and Axle. Shop now. The ultimate in off-road performance.
It's time for electric to turn into lightning. An electric truck that can haul on both ends, that can help build your house, and if need be, power that house. That feels like a bullet train and works like a freight train. The fully electric F-150 Lightning.
You know, the thing that people don't realize about ARB is that they have been developing the parts as our series and our sport has grown to these new extremes. They keep evolving as the sport has evolved.
I am Monster Mate.
Years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
And welcome back, world. This is the Beatdown at Area BFE, presented by Area BFE Tents. I'm Miles Hassels. We have Terry Madden with me. We just sent Pam Hall up to do some awards, so we'll hopefully get that all taken care of. And then we will be live racing with the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. Terry, thanks for coming up and hanging out. You know, we've been buddies for a long time, and it's really cool to see where we're both at in life. And it's just cool. We both started just because we love it, and we still love it.
This has truly always been all about the family for me. I don't think a lot of people even realize how much. I, without sharing too much, came home years ago from military pretty screwed up. Didn't want to travel, didn't want to do anything, stayed in my bubble. And the first time I left and did anything was some of the trips with the Shirleys racing. And the race family felt similar to my military family and allowed me to have a safe space and got me back into this world. And I love it. This is my family.
Absolutely. And let's even dive in a little deeper. Talk about the Warrior Built Foundation a little bit. We have Michael London coming up in this next race, and you're involved with that too.
The Warrior Built Foundation is something truly amazing.
It really is. Absolutely.
Truly amazing. If you don't know about it, please look it up. It is a combat warrior foundation that helps wounded veterans or combat veterans that are dealing with mental issues. I went to their Tuesday night counseling in Temecula for years, and they have an amazing space. It's primarily sponsored by Monster, and it's rehabilitation by recreation. They have a boxing room, they have a weight room, they have a music room, and they race Class 11, they race Baja, they
race Ultra 4?
Guys can come in and have a safe space to come work on their bike, come change the oil, come have a space to have that community that you have while you're in the military instead of sitting at home depressed and drinking, because it's hard to come home. It's weird. Yeah. It's different. And Mike London has volunteered his 4800 car. He puts a tremendous amount into it. I know Yokohama helps him. There's a few others that help him. And he uses that car and allows different people to be in it, different people to co-drive with him. I co-drove for him at Hammers trying to help promote the cause.
And at Hammers, he has a deal where you can pledge a certain amount of money per mile he makes it in the race, and that goes all
and
to
it all goes
back
to the foundation.
It's pretty cool.
And the veterans come out, work pits. It gives them something community to be involved with to help bring them back to the real world. And it's really special. It's really important. Mike's racing today. He asked me to race with him, and I couldn't with my ankle. So
I thought it was your foot.
Yeah, your ankle's part of your foot, Miles. I know you didn't graduate, but we had that anatomy somewhere in there. No, Warrior Built Foundation is just a very, very, very special group that if you get a chance to support, it helps a lot of our veterans.
Yeah, and thank you for being involved with. Thanks to Mike Lutton, and thanks for kind of giving us a little explanation.
They made a difference in my life. Yeah. I was not okay. I don't talk about it a lot, but especially after Jesse's accident, Warrior Built's somebody I leaned on really, really hard. They were there for me. Well, they were really there for me.
Again, I'm glad to hear they made a difference for you, and they're making a difference for a lot of people. And, I mean, you and everybody else thank you guys for putting your life on the line to help protect the United States of America. I mean, I love it here, and without you guys and everybody else that's out there on the front line, we couldn't do what we're doing today.
Yeah, there's somebody I try to get back to every chance I get. And Mike London's he gives a tremendous amount to him with that car. So if anybody can support their cause, support Mike London, it is a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, it's a charity foundation, so check it out.
It's a true 501(c). It is, as far as I'm concerned, the best foundation that's out there. I had opportunity last week. We did some stuff on a shoot, and we had a bet, and whoever won $5,000 went to a foundation. Warrior
awesome.
Built was my pick.
Did you win?
No, I did not. I broke my foot. But
so you lost.
Everything I can do, it does go to Warrior Built.
That's awesome. So we are here at Area BFE. Thank you to Robert Lucero and his whole company, or his whole gang, for letting us do what we do out here. It is a private park. It's over 625 acres. There's over 150 miles of off-road trails out here, and it's been around for a long time. And then it got closed down for a little bit, but he's really opened it up and making it a nice off-road park. So it's cool to see.
What I understand, he's got some pretty big plans here.
Yeah.
They're putting in some camping. I don't think it'll ever be to the level of Mid-America with the resort side, but I've seen some drawings of some big housing, pool, resort.
Really?
Yeah,
I didn't know it was going that big. I knew he was doing the rooftop tents and all that. They've got them all here. Come out and check it out.
Yeah, he's actually talked about, he set up locations. I saw a drawing where he has plans of planting rooftop tents clear out in the park.
I heard that last year, yep.
Rent your rooftop spot, and then you go out and wheel to it. You can't get to it unless you have four-wheel drive, and that's your camp spot.
And they'll, and even to further that, he was telling me, they'll have coolers out there that you can have, water, beer, food, whatever. It's there when you get there. You pay for whatever you want.
Yeah, which is pretty neat.
Yeah, how cool is that?
Be kind of a fun job to drive around out here and stock coolers.
Yeah. Oh, I had a rough job this week. I had to ride around with JT and go mark course. It was awesome.
That's better than cleaning course.
Yeah, I'm sure I'll get roped into that too.
I spent a lot of time with JT doing that.
I'm okay with that.
We actually had a lot of fun at Hammers 2 years ago. JT and I stayed for a week, and we cleaned course and just drove around and trail wheeled and hung out.
I helped do that this year, and that course is a lot bigger than you think it is when you're trying to pick it up.
That place is so peaceful when nobody's there.
Oh, it's awesome. I mean, King of the Hammers is one of the biggest and best events that happens out here, and for Ultra 4 to be involved with that, it's just amazing.
Yeah, I'm very impressed with Mid-America. the way I know this merger couldn't have been easy.
Yeah,
It's not a merger, acquisition, but it was an acquisition of Mid-America purchased Ultra 4,
Correct.
but then they're partnering with Hammer King Productions to keep King of the Hammers as part of it. And that's a lot of gray area and a lot of things to work out. But the fact that they worked that out
it's coming together really
so that
nice.
we can all still be involved and Hammers can all still be part of the family is really cool to see the business side of it work together like it should.
The Ultra 4 is still feeding King of the Hammers. So in the 4,400 class, the top 10 finishers that are not already qualified for King of the Hammers, this is how he qualifies during Ultra 4. So the partnership between them is still there. But, yes, Mid-America Outdoor did acquire Ultra 4 Racing.
Right. But the fact that there's still King of the Hammers is still an Ultra 4 race and they were able to work all that out is neat because King of the Hammers is where a lot of it started.
Absolutely.
But I truly believe this the Visions race and our nationals.
Yeah, the Legends of the Fall.
Legends of the Fall.
Be
I think in 5 years, Legends of the Fall is going to be just as big.
You think?
Looking at that facility and looking at the potential there, it's crazy what it's going to grow into. And it's, we were lucky enough we were on the ground floor of the King of the Hammers.
Yep.
We can remember what the first ones were. These new guys coming in are going to be that next evolution of getting to say, I was at the first Legends of the Fall.
You weren't at the first Visions, though, were you, buddy?
No, I was not. But so I wouldn't miss Legends of the Fall. I think that's one that people look back on and be able to say I was OG at Legends of the Fall.
And Visions. I mean, you can still come in for your second one.
Yeah,
so
thanks, Moss.
We'll call you good enough. But, that place is absolutely phenomenal. It is an off-road resort, not just a park. I mean, their general store, they've got a steakhouse, they've got race suits, parts, they've got cabins, bathhouses. They've got car washes that are free.
And heated. We were there when it was frozen a month
I didn't
ago.
know that.
And could go in and wash our cars off before we put them in the trailer and wash the mud and ice off of them. It was really amazing.
And they have a legit concert stage right there on the park. They've got 2 pools, a lazy river. I mean, what don't they have?
The only thing I know to even compare the stage to is Full Throttle or Buffalo Chip.
Yep.
It is a huge venue that is going to have class acts, and it's just amazing.
Yeah, no, it's going to be awesome, and the Robinette family has done a great job with everything, and they have events. And then they have races during it, and that's just what they're showing.
I'm a firm believer in. I've heard a little opposition to that because people were concerned that if they have an event, then we're a sideshow. Well, what a lot of people need to realize in our sport that is without eyeballs, we don't grow. You are not going to get sponsors. That's why this is such a struggle. In Baja, you're in the middle of the night in the dark, and there's no exposure. You can't see that truck. Without eyeballs, we don't grow. And if it creates an event around it and there's eyeballs that are out of our industry, we all grow. Brannick, for example.
Yeah.
Brannick can only sponsor so many cars. They're a small company. We have to get some eyeballs and some sponsors in. We need a Kellogg's. We need a
– we have Progressive.
But we need people that are out of our industry to come into it. And that's what creating these events are going to do for all the drivers is be able to, yes, it's going to be more I've heard all the complaints of it's more expensive, the schedule, the travel.
But it's also going to pay for.
Yes, it's also going to make it a bigger platform. If we want this to be NASCAR, the Indy 500, we have to treat it that way and we have to grow with it.
Absolutely, and I think we're on the right avenue for it.
Right. And I believe this new format is what's going to give all of us that opportunity.
Yeah, and like you're saying, making these partnerships now and just growing them, it's only going to be better for everybody.
It's going to bring new eyeballs to our sport that haven't previously been there.
Yeah, and I'm excited to be there for it.
Yeah, I think we're really onto something new.
So we're hopefully going to be racing here in about 10 minutes. I see the 4,500 cars and the 4,500 cars out down there lining up. So we hope to be racing here very shortly.
What was our qualifying order again?
So Kendall Glines in the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. Kenneth Goodall got the pole position for that, so he got 7 points. And then Jeremy Jones for the 4,800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class got 7 points for his class. And then it goes Brent Harrell, Tony Howard, Matt Murphy, Andrew Gorman, Jesse Lee, Eric Weichel, Caleb Boxey, Sean Rance, Greg Neff, Michael London, Traycon Johnson, and Matthew Weiss.
Just looking back at our final results here, 4,600 as well. I just saw Brad Lovell go ahead and pull out and leave. Brad won again. He's been having quite a stream in that new Bronco.
Yeah, he hasn't not been on the podium. This is his third win, and he's gotten a second place at Hammers in that car. So
there was a tremendous amount of engineering that went into that car. There's a pretty big debate going on right now as far as what stock class actually is anymore.
Yeah, and it's going to be it's all going to work out in the end. But it's pretty impressive what these Ford Broncos are actually doing.
Yeah. I'm torn on it. I'm actually on the fence on it because I watched that car be built. I've watched the engineering in it. I respect it. It does fit the rules. It's an amazing car, and Brad's an amazing driver. But it does make it hard for the guy that's in his garage to compete with some of it these days.
Yeah, it does, but it's the evolution of the sport.
That's exactly where I was going with it. Those guys that are in their garage keep working at it. That's what this new format of our series is going to bring, is the eyeballs for them to pick up the sponsors, for them to evolve with it as well. And that's how we change and turn this into something real.
Yeah, and real is where it's going. It's pretty amazing. I'm glad to be a part of it. I'm glad to see it grow. And with the acquisition from Mid-America, I think it's only going to get better.
Oh, without a doubt. Watching things out here, how professional it is. Everybody running around, everything wrapped. Speaking of that, some of these trailers weren't wrapped when we were in Oklahoma, 3 weeks ago? There wasn't an awning on that other trailer. I've wrapped trailers. I've put race awnings on. I've done that, and it takes time.
Oh, it takes a lot of time.
How they did some of this overnight,
it's pretty impressive.
I have no idea.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's a great thing we have going, and I just want to keep plugging along. And if you're just joining in, we appreciate everybody. This is the 2022 Beatdown at Area BFE. I am Miles Hasquist and guest host Terry Madden. And we have Pam Hall doing some awards here in a little bit, and then we'll bring her back in the Nitto studio.
It's good to see you guys here.
Yeah.
I was truly concerned with the acquisition and the purchase, how it would shake out and what the team would do, and it's really neat how it's all unfolded to stay family.
Absolutely. I mean, obviously, the unknown is unknown, and I was nervous, but JT reached out, and then Jason Robinette reached out, and it's coming together. And I've been around Ultra 4 for a long time. It's my heart and soul. I love it, and I think it's just a win-win for everybody. I really do.
It truly is. It truly is. I believe all the series races are going to take a step up, and it's also going to allow the Hammer King team time to make Hammers take a step up.
Absolutely. And this year, Hammers was absolutely amazing, so I can only imagine what they got in store for next year.
Yeah, watching what goes into that. I've been lucky enough I live there close and go out early and leave late. And I don't think people realize that don't see it in the off-season. There is nothing there. Nothing. What they do to build that in the middle of nowhere is impressive.
Yeah, I mean, I was lucky enough this year. I was out there for 32 days.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was too long. I'm not going to lie.
I've been there.
But it was really humbling to see because I just take it for granted. And it's such an effort by such a small team to build it from the ground up. I mean, no water, no electricity, and put on a live show from the middle of King of the Hammers. It's amazing.
And there is nothing there.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Nope. Right now, there's nobody there.
Living there, too, watching what King of the Hammers does for that desert, I see it all year long. And all through the year, the desert gets trashier and trashier and trashier and trashier. And it's bad before Hammers because the locals, not the locals, but the local tourists, don't take care of it like we do.
Yep.
And then Hammers comes in, has their event, and cleans it up, and it's spotless again. If Hammers wasn't there once a year, I believe that desert would be a disaster.
I think you're right. I was amazed on how much trash they actually did pick up.
A lot of that trash is not event trash.
Nope, absolutely
I'd
not.
say less than 50% of it is event trash.
Yep.
It's stuff that's dumped out there through the year, which is truly sad.
Yeah. So it sounds like I just heard a little chatter through my rugged race radios. We're about 10 minutes out from starting the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. So hopefully we'll have some race action to come here very shortly. We still have a lot of Laser Nut trophies to give away today. And speaking about Laser Nut, let's give some of our amazing sponsors some love. We have Brannick Motorsports, Spider Tracks, Recaro Seats, Baja Jerky, Raceline Wheels, Holly, Laser Nut, Griffin Race Radiators, Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster Energy, Optima Batteries, 4-Wheel Parts, Progressive, Mid-America Outdoors, the Off-Road Syndicate, and that is just to name a few. So please support who supports the sport.
Absolutely. Though we wouldn't be doing this without them.
Yeah, I mean, it just absolutely
just literally
would
wouldn't be doing this without them.
You wouldn't be doing what you're doing. I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing. And I'm thankful for it.
I couldn't touch it without my sponsors.
Yep.
Partners. I don't even like calling them sponsors.
So Brad Lovell, it was a few years back, I always said sponsors. He's like, it's not a sponsor, it's a partnership because I'm giving them value and they're giving me value. I was like,
exactly.
That's a great
I actually
way to
gave
look
a few up this year that it wasn't a partnership, but it was not from my side. You know, I have companies that I work with that actually help promote me, and when they promote me, it gets me up the road to the next partner. And there's some that I was doing my part, and they weren't sharing anything, they weren't doing anything. And some of these companies work really, really well with their partners, and that's what you need to do is work together to promote each other.
Absolutely, and yeah, we got some of the best sponsors out there, and we got Mr. Stan Haynes, Brannick Motorsports himself, just tuning in. Thanks for checking us out, and thanks for sponsoring the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. I mean, it's people like you that got us here, so thank you to Stan and your entire family and Team Indiana. I mean, you guys are some of the best in our sport. Hate you're not here, but I'll see you guys in Kentucky.
Yeah, I miss Stan. I've missed him the last couple. I didn't even really get to talk to him at Hammers this year.
So we're still just kind of waiting to get everything, the course cleared. We got to dot our I's, cross our T's. Just got to make sure everything's good. And while we're waiting for the 4900 Can-Am race to wrap up, before we send out the next one, we'll take a quick break and we'll be right back after this.
4WP is more than a store. We're truck and Jeep experts and have been for over 50 years. From wheel and tire upgrades to full custom builds, 4WP has you covered. Whether you want to order the best parts online or shop in store, do the work yourself or get it done by a pro, all roads lead to 4WP. Do your rig right. Shop online or find your store at 4WP.com.
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
You know, the thing that people don't realize about ARB is that they have been developing the parts as our series and our sport has grown to these new extremes. They keep evolving as the sport has evolved.
need it so bad. It's not just a hobby. It's not just something we do on weekends. It's how we live every day.
Can we go out and play?
I needed to try. Needed to fall. I needed your love. I'm fading away. I need never get old.
It's time for electric to turn into lightning. An electric truck that can haul on both ends. That can help build your house. And if need be, power that house. That feels like a bullet train and works like a freight train. The fully electric F-150 Lightning.
Years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
I am Monster Mate.
And welcome back, world. This is the 2022 Beatdown at Area BFE, presented by Area BFE Tents. I am Miles Hasquist with guest host Terry Madden, and we are about to kick off the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class and the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. So we're just about a minute away. We're just a few minutes late on the schedule, but we're doing our best, and we want to give you the best racing action we can. So, tune in.
Sounded like they were having a couple cars from the UTV race. They were just finishing clearing off course and getting ready to go. Got Kenneth Goodall lined up to start first, and Jeremy Jones and Brent Harrell.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun race to watch. I'm excited. These cars are getting faster and faster. I mean, Ken Goodall, that car is super fast. Kenneth Goodall is number 7779 out of Phoenix, Arizona with Goodall Racing. He's in Kevin Stern's old car, and it's a monster. And then Jeremy Jones, you can never count him out. This dude is fast. He's consistent. He's smooth. It's gonna be interesting.
Kevin had success with that car, and it's proven. Kevin's new car sounds really good.
And Jeremy Jones has David Hartman riding shotgun with him, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I didn't think we'd see David back. He's having so much fun with them little boats he's playing with, but it's sure good to see him. Sounds like JT's about ready.
And Ken Goodall, number 7779, is out on course. Kenneth Goodall, number 7779, out of Phoenix, Arizona with Goodall Racing. He's got a Klein LS7, zero gravity, 4L80E transmission, stacked T-case, Spider Tracks, Fox, Nitto, Warren, PCI, Dirty Life race wheels, Willwood, Baja Designs help Kenneth Goodall get off the line. In the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, you can have 2.5 shocks per corner, mechanical steering, maximum of a 37-inch DOT tire, and front-mounted engine. And then off the line next is going to be Jeremy Jones, number 4837, out of Laramie, Wyoming, with Doc Jones Racing. He's got a Trent Fab top-shelf chassis, LSX 454, 4L80E transmission, Atlas transfer case, Spider Tracks, Gearworks, PRP, Raceline, Fox, Mickey Thompson, and Warren help him get out there. And in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, has to have a front-mounted engine. Vehicle must contain 2 seats side by side, single shock per corner, maximum of a 37-inch DOT, and only solid axles are allowed. And off this line now is Mr. Brent Harrell with number 56 out of Almsville, Oregon, with team changeover. He's got a 2021 Horschel chassis, Danzio LS7, 700 horsepower. Gearworks Turbo 400, Magnum box with a SES on it, Spider Tracks, PRP, Pro-Am, Fox, Nitto, Rigid, Obstacle, Max Tie-Downs, and TubeWorks. And speaking about TubeWorks, he has Justin, the engineer for TubeWorks, riding shotgun, so that is definitely a good combination there.
Justin's got a lot of knowledge. So, Miles, DOT tires for this class. You think we're going to see much difference between DOT and the race tires as far as flats?
So we haven't really had race tires yet, right?
Right.
I mean, the UTVs, I guess they are race tires, but once the 4400 class, yeah, we're going to see some flats in this class for sure. So up next, Tony Howard, number 4805, out of Concord, California, in a Liberty Mountain Fab. He's got a pick and pull engine, just a junkyard motor, running BFGs and Method race wheels.
That's 5166, Matt Murphy, that just went ahead and took the start.
I missed him. Thank you. Matt Murphy, number 5166, out of Salt Lake City, Utah, with Jimmy's 4x4. He's got Jimmy's chassis, 6-liter, Turbo 400, Atlas, Spider Tracks, King, Nitto, and KMC wheels.
And we got Andrew Gorman now, 4853 off the line.
Out of Bell Canyon, California, with Reed's Automotive Racing. He's in a Jimmy's chassis, running Nitto tires, King shocks, and PCI race radios.
And Jesse Lee, 4819, up next, getting ready to take the green flag.
So 4819, Jesse Lee. He is in a Toyota-based buggy, running Nitto tires, trail gear, and ADS shocks.
Jesse Lee's off the line. We got 406, Eric Wickel? Is that how you say that?
Eric Weichel. Out of Helena, Montana, with Some Fear Racing. His wife, Nancy, is tuned in, I am sure of that. She used to ride shotgun with him, but now he's got Wade in the shotgun seat of that Jimmy's chassis, LS3, Turbo 400, Atlas, King Shock, Spider Tracks, Falcon, Raceline, Mastercraft. Help Eric Weichel get out there.
And Eric's off the line. Boy, I messed his name up. I'm really getting this next one. We got number 44, Caleb Boxey. So
Caleb Boxey, number 44, out of Orangeville, California. He's got an Ecotech horsepower and Nexon tires.
4531, Sean Rance next. I haven't seen Sean for a while.
Sean Rance Sr., what a great guy. He's been racing Ultra 4 for a very long time out of Farmington, New Mexico. We saw his son racing earlier today. He's with Mudnut Racing. He's in a 1976 Ford Bronco, 455 Ford small block, ATI Turbo 400, trailworthy T-case, rough stuff, Mega High 9s, RCV, King, Milestar, PRP, and Raceline wheels. And if he signs up for the Ford contingency, he can take home some cash because he's running the Ford horsepower and Ford body. There's $1,000 for each of those items.
Yeah, they just have to have a Ford grill, right?
A Ford grill is $1,000. If you're running a Ford grill and Ford horsepower, it's $2,000 to my understanding.
And then there's another 1,000 out there for fastest lap.
And right now it's still Cole Clark.
We got Greg Neff in the 73 running 4,800 next. That's not a name I recognize. How long's Greg been racing with us, Miles?
Greg Neff, he's been racing with us at least last year. He's an engineer by trade, number 73, Greg Neff from Broomfield, Colorado, with Neff Motorsports. He's in a Neff chassis, LS3, 500 horse, 6L80E transmission, Hero T-case, Nitto, PRP, Fox, Raceline wheels, Warren, Racer Coffee. You can see that wrap on the side of his car, and Rough Stuff.
4825, Michael London next, 4800. So this was the Warrior Built car I was talking about earlier. I've spent a lot of time in this car. Michael does a lot for that foundation. He's really amazing.
Yeah, it's great to see him out here racing. So Michael London, number 4825, out of Moab, Utah, with Gray Squad Motorsports, with the Warrior Built Foundation. He's in a 2020 Jimmy's 48P chassis, LS3, Turbo 400, Atlas, Spider Tracks, King, Vision Wheels, Yokohama. And he's got Dom Balducci riding shotgun with him. He's been around as long as we have.
Yeah,
so
Dom does a lot of the prep on that car.
He does a lot of prep on a lot of cars. There's Ken Goodall coming into screen.
So we got 4535, Traycon Johnston up next in the 4500 class. He's actually just leaving the line.
So Traycon Johnson, number 4535, out of Mapleton, Utah, with Impulse Off-Road. He's in a 2014 Jeep JK. He's got a stock 5-speed manual transmission, Atlas T-Case, Terra 60s, Fox, BFG, PRP, and KMC wheels.
And it looks like number 55, Matthew Weiss. Is that Weiss or Weiss, Miles?
He's brand new to our sport, so what do you want it to be? I'm going to say Weiss.
Let's go with Weiss.
So Matthew Weiss, his first race with us here at Ultra 4, number 55, out of Meade, Colorado. He's a Jeep YJ, LS, Maxxis, Pro Comp, and King. So lots of action out on courses. We're watching Ken Goodall in the Green Day area. He's at a complete stop, not sure exactly what's going on. Backing up a little bit, not sure if he had a bad line or if he's got some broken parts already.
I hope not. I'd like to see. That's always so hard when you break early in the race.
Oh, absolutely.
Or qualifying.
Yeah, or qualifying. I'm trying to take it easy on you, buddy.
Yeah, I'd much rather have been out there than having to spend my day with you.
Well, I'll take that as a compliment, I guess. So we're watching Ken Goodall make his way up the Green Day wash, and at the top there's that triple either-or. There are 3 either-ors on this course. There are 12 either-ors on this course. It is a 5.5-mile loop. There are 5 laps, so this is a 27.5-mile race, and he's finally the first one taking that center line. So this is a big step area, and this is a huge hole where his right front tire is going up right now. And he is up and around. Huge wheel stand from Ken Goodall. So he's this definitely a shorter avenue, and I think he's going to make up a little time and go on that right
It's a lot shorter line. I think it's probably the line we'll see more of the big cars take. The right line's a lot flatter, and I think the UTVs in that center line, you have to kind of hit it, and you take a risk of breaking an axle when you come
absolutely.
down.
Or wheel standing over backwards. It's a pretty gnarly spot. So Ken Goodall making his way. Again, if you're just joining in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 2022 Beatdown at Area BFE, presented by Area BFE Tents. So that looks like Brent Harrell coming on screen. And that beautiful Paul Horschel built machine.
I'd like to drive that car.
Yeah, that thing is absolutely amazing. Paul Horschel is one of my favorite builders in Ultra 4 right now.
He's meticulous.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
And out of the box on every build. He's not going to just duplicate the same car. He's going to figure out where he can improve
evolution
every time.
He's evolving,
absolutely.
Completely evolving. He's one that's helping push things forward.
So Brent Harrell in. Oh, and there's Doc Jones right behind him. So
he's made up some time.
They're both taking that right section. If I was Doc, I would have tried that center section just to see if he can get around him. But that's part of strategy, saving the car. And we'll keep you updated on the Joker line. There is one Joker line here, and that is Britney Spears towards the end of the race.
That's no joke as far as the Joker line goes.
And that is Tony Howard coming into screen in that Liberty Mountain Fab buggy.
I really like the Joker line.
Yeah.
I like the fact it shakes things up, switches things around.
It can make or break your race for sure.
We raced some Nitro Rallycross last year, and they had the Joker line on all those races, and it would come down to the last second. It changed things. It was strategy. It added a lot of things. I hope we see more of them.
Yeah, no, it's great. We're going to Rush, Kentucky next. I don't remember last year if we had a Joker. I don't think we did. I think we had one in AOP. But we'll see. We'll see if we can shake it up. And you weren't at Rush, Kentucky last year, but it rained a little bit, and it was one of those brown car versus brown car races.
Yeah, I had a lot of stuff going on last year. I don't know that I made any series races last year. We raced a lot more score in Baja last year.
Yeah, I mean you're definitely having some fun and glad to see you back here with us.
I kind of feel like my days are numbered on some of this, on how much of it I get to do, and I made a decision a few years ago that if I had conflicts, I was going to always go to the one I hadn't been to before.
I like that idea. There's Eric Weichel coming up.
The new experiences.
For sure. No, that's a good way to do it, for sure. And you have a lot of opportunity to do a lot of things, so keep on keeping on, buddy. So Eric Weichel chasing down. I couldn't quite see who that was. Ooh.
I think that's Jesse Lee, isn't it?
Oh. I think Jesse Lee's in that Toyota base.
Caleb's
buggy.
already coming around Eric, though, right there.
So lots of action out here. So is that Tony Howard or Matt? That was Matt Murphy, I believe we just saw. That Eric Weichel's right behind.
I think so.
But what a wonderful day of racing it's been thus far, and we are not even close to being done. We still have to go through this race, and then the 4,400 class kicks off. The biggest and baddest names of our sport will be racing later on for 8 laps. It's going to be gnarly.
8 laps is going to be a truly long day on this race.
There's Jesse Lee, then Eric Weichel on screen as we speak at the top of Green Day. So we'll see which Jesse takes the right. So does Weichel.
I would definitely go left here if I'm following 2 cars.
I would have, but he didn't. That may be Caleb Boxey at the tail end of that. So we got another one. That looks like Greg Neff coming up through. See the Racer Coffee wrap on that machine. This is our first race for the Ultra 4 Western Series. Up next, we head to Rush, Kentucky for our first race in this Eastern Series. It'll be second race of the season, April 23rd and 24th. Don't miss that. And then our second race in the Western Series will be in Prairie City at the SVRA in Folsom, California, May 13th and 14th. So definitely don't miss that. And while we're going through the schedule, I'll keep rolling. Up next, we'll go to AOP in Tennessee, June 17th through the 19th. Then we'll be in Jay, Oklahoma at Visions at Mid-America Outdoor, July 13th through the 17th. Then we'll be up in Sturgis, South Dakota, August 5th through the 7th. Then we'll be at Crandon at the Big House, September 2nd through the 4th. And then back to Mid-America Outdoors for Legends of the Fall for Nationals, October 26th through the 30th. And then we also have the MAO Short Course Series. They'll be raining all season long at Mid-America Outdoors in Jay, Oklahoma. Next one will be April 30th, then May 28th, then June 18th, then June 16th, September 3rd, October 1st, and October 29th. That's some of the best side-by-side racing you will see. And there's Michael London coming to screen with Dom Balducci riding shotgun with Warrior Built.
I think you'll see Michael running just a consistent, steady race. He said he wasn't going to push too hard, wanted to keep the car together. The prep is on his mind. He pays attention to what it needs for the next race because he's wanting to make more of them.
I was talking to him. He had a power steering issue during practice, so he got that swapped over, and he's hoping he got that figured out. I know he was having a lot of steering issues earlier. They switched some things around. He's had good luck, but now he just
Yeah, when we first ran that car when I was helping him, we had a lot of steering issues, and he completely switched pumps, completely switched to the design, and he hadn't had one since until this.
That's a shot of the Bronco Proving Grounds. There's the Yukon launch right in front of us. And then just to the right of that will be the start-finish here. Well, there's a car. We'll see when it gets a little bit closer, but that's coming up the Green Day wash.
Have you went out and wheeled Green Day?
Yeah, I mean, setting up course. It's long. It's a little rough. There's some fun little sections in it. It's a cool area.
The cameras truly don't do it justice.
They never do. It's a lot steeper than it looks.
Those waterfalls in the middle are legitimate.
Yeah, I mean, it's real race course out there. JT always builds an amazing course.
And the new trail, Death Row.
Yeah, how wild is that? It's a fast little wash, and if you don't make that right at the end, it ain't looking good.
It is definitely adequately named.
But we marked it off very well, and keeping everybody safe on course.
The course was marked extremely well. I was impressed when I was pre-running. You don't even need a GPS.
Yeah, I mean, you could get away with that one for sure. We want to give a shout-out to everybody that's hanging out at Zach's Bar and Grill there in Moab. We've got the live stream. So thanks for tuning in and joining us for some Ultra 4 racing.
We got Cash LaCroix just walked up here. He was with Paul Wolf in the UTV race. We really kind of want to talk to him and find out what happened.
So, Cash, how was it out there riding along with Paul Wolf, buddy?
It was definitely a rough ride. That course is legit.
So that was your first time co-drive, if I'm not mistaken.
It is. It was my first time co-driving. I like driving a lot better.
Yeah, no doubt.
So I got to see you guys when you came in with the broken steering rack and helped welded it. Did my welds break or did something else break?
Well, so we started off, went into Green Day, and it's a pretty big ledge there. We had one guy on each side, and we were being impatient.
Oh, so that's co-driver's job is to set the pace.
He was telling him keep going.
I just said go.
See, this is endurance, not rock bouncing.
Yeah, I'm used to being able to go up that stuff pretty.
And Cash,
not worry.
Cash, how old are you?
I'm 13.
That's pretty wild. Good for you, buddy.
But so we rushed it, went up the left side, which is a lot worse,
Yeah.
And broke the front ring and pinion.
Oh, so your weld did hold up, Terry. Good on you, buddy.
And then we then we ran pretty much the whole course almost, and the steering, your welds didn't hold.
After you were beating on it with a broken ring and pinion.
After that, yeah.
Okay.
So that car needs a little TLC. So
it would help.
So
well, I hate to hear that. I was definitely rooting for you guys.
So you got to ride with Paul Wolf in the UTV, and now he gets to go out and race the 4400 car. Are you excited to watch him do that?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a fun race to watch. Should be a bunch of fast drivers out here.
Oh, absolutely. So
entertaining.
Give me your little rundown of the course. You just said it's tough, but what was your favorite part? What was your least favorite part?
My favorite part was the part where it wasn't rough, where it was just a road.
So what was the hardest trail out there?
I would say probably Green Day was pretty rough.
Yeah, just
other than the Britney Spears trail.
Yeah, you guys went. You guys had to go as far up there.
We never got to do it because we were broke every time.
So you didn't get to run Britney Spears.
No.
What'd you think of navigating with the lead nav? Paul said you picked it up and you were right on it. You ready to go co-drive some Mexico?
I'm ready to drop some Mexico.
Like your style, Cash. Yeah, it's been a great time. You've been doing the rock bouncing for quite a little while now, so it's good to see you out here playing with the MAO guys and with us here at Ultra 4.
Yeah, we'll be I guess I'll be at Rush next couple weeks.
Are you racing there?
Hopefully, if I have a car.
What class are you going to race in? UTV, I assume?
It'd be the UTV. What is it, Pro Unlimited?
We have Open, we have Pro Mod, and Stock.
Yeah, Pro Mod.
Okay. And that being that little single-seater you have, right?
No, that thing is totaled.
Oh, you smoked that one at Visions last year, right?
Greaves building you a new car.
Yeah, Greaves is doing me a short course car, Pro XP.
Oh, for Mid-America Outdoors?
For Mid-America.
Nice. So what car are you building for Ultra 4?
Well, hopefully I'll might be sponsored. Chris Hickman might help me out.
Oh, nice. What kind of car would that be?
I don't know.
Whatever it is, you don't care. You just want to get behind the wheel.
I just need to drop something. Better than nothing.
Absolutely. That is Matthew Weiss coming to screen. This is his first race with Ultra 4, so great to see him out here playing with us. He got that teched here on site, and he's out here racing. And anybody back home that's watching this is his first race. This could be the next race could be your first race, and the first round is on us. So if you've never raced Ultra 4 before, we waive your entry fee for the first time, kind of sell you a little adrenaline for free and get you hooked.
Well, if you haven't looked at the entry fees have changed pretty drastically recently too.
Yep. Lower entry fees, higher payouts. It's all about the drivers.
Yeah, it's really impressive how the difference has changed.
Yeah, it's been a great transition or acquisition with MAO getting Ultra 4, and it's just really coming together. This is our first, series race, and it's going great.
Look at that view.
Yeah, it's just absolutely beautiful out here. You can see just for miles and miles out there, and it's just I absolutely love Area BFE in the Moab area. So let's give some more shout-outs to King of the Hammers, Ultimax Belts, King Shocks, Nitto, VP, Griffin, Lasernut, Holly, the Off-Road Syndicate, Mid-America Outdoors, Progressive, 4-Wheel Parts, Optima, Monster Energy, Bronco, Ford, Can-Am, Rugged, 360 Wraps, Axial RC, Method, Amsoil, Raceline, Baja Jerky, Recaro, Spider Tracks, ARB, Rigid, Brannick, Tread Lightly, Action Sports Canopy, Warren, Factor 55, HCR, Yukon, MBRP, and Off the Grid Clothing. So please support who supports the sport. Without all those wonderful partners, we would not be racing here today for the 2022 Beatdown at Area BFE, presented by Area BFE Tents.
Wind's starting to come up a little bit.
It's getting a little wind, and usually the wind is the racer's friend, but here there isn't a whole lot of dust, so it's just making me a little
Doesn't
chilly.
really matter. Yeah, kind of wish I'd have brought a jacket up.
I got one you could borrow, buddy. So we are racing the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. You can have 2.5 shocks per corner, limited to 14 inches of travel. Mechanical steering, 37-inch DOT tires, front-mounted engine, but unlimited horsepower. We're also racing at the same time the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. Front-mounted engine, but unlimited horsepower. Has to have 2 seats side by side, single shock per corner, 37-inch DOT tires, solid axles only, and there's a lot of new cars that are being built, but this is a great place for the 4400 older cars to go to retire.
Yes. Your money on 48 or 45 for the overall?
Man, it's going to be. I think it's going to be down to the top. The top few is Ken Goodall's fast, Jeremy Jones is fast, Brent Harrell. So between those three, man, Brent Harrell and that new Horsel car is fast, but Jeremy Jones and Ken Goodall, they're smooth and fast. So
I'm going with 48 for overall.
All right. Now, are you going to say Jeremy Jones or Brent Harrell, or what's your thoughts? Or Andrew Gorman? I mean, anybody could take this.
What consists of like a 48 and 45 car?
So I just read over all those rules. The 4500 they're both 37-inch DOT tires. The biggest deal is some kind of mechanical steering on the 4500 car. But yeah, 37-inch DOT tire is kind of the main thing that keeps them between the 4500 or 4400 car.
The 4800 can only have 1 shock per corner also. Now, we just had a 4800 change, right? Because previously it was only front engine?
That is not settled out yet.
Okay.
Yeah, it's up for discussion, let's put it that way.
I saw some of it, I heard some of it, but I wasn't sure that was confirmed or not.
It's been front-mounted engine, but there's been some rumors about a rear engine. We'll see how it shakes out. JT and the whole Mid-America and Ultra 4 crew will want to listen to the drivers and get their input. So
I really don't see the issue either way.
It doesn't bother me either way.
I don't believe it's truly that big of an advantage, and I believe at some point there'll be some 4400 cars retiring that could go to that 4800 car by just changing tires and shocks.
I mean, look at Cade Rod. He's put some bigger tires on, still running single shocks and running the 4400s and running well with them. So, And I heard some rumor that I think Casey Gilbert's actually going to step up and run 4400 here this season. We'll see.
I haven't seen Casey Gilbert. He's going to have to come to a race first.
He races the East Coast.
I'd like to see him.
And he was at Hammers. And here we have our first car. It's Kenneth Goodall in the Bronco Proving Grounds right behind us. So Ken Goodall, physical out first. He was our pole setter, and he is out front as he's getting ready to hit the Yukon launch. So Ken Goodall in that Stearns-built 4500 car is out front, still running strong, and the car looks great as he hits the monster drop. So we'll get some times on for him here shortly.
How do you think his lap time's going to compare to the UTV?
I think Cole Clark's 19:56 is going to be hard to beat. I'm going to say we're going to be in that 22-minute mark as a guess. So Ken Goodall around the King Shocks 180, and we'll have a time for him momentarily. What's your guess on time?
Looks like we're at 24:20.
Okay, so a little off pace, but that's still very smooth. I was
consistent.
guessing a 25-minute lap this morning, and then they got a lot faster. So these cars are a lot bigger, not near as nimble, bigger tires and all that. But Ken Goodall running a very, very solid race.
Well, this is endurance racing. And one tire change can take you completely out of it. So that pace is going to determine a lot. You want to get back out there for 4400, Cash?
if he ratchet straps me to the roof.
I don't think that's going to happen, buddy. But
Yeah,
you're going to be in the pits helping out?
I'll do whatever he needs me to do.
Cash woke me up the other morning. Heard that my foot was broke and called first thing in the morning trying to steal my car.
I like your style.
It'd be racing today.
Oh, Cash talking a little smack. I like it. Nothing, Terry?
No, he might be right.
All in good fun. We've got a great day of racing, and it's not over, so stay tuned in. So we have a couple cars on that little fast, windy section.
So I don't know what happened to Jeremy Jones and the rest of the pack. Kenneth came in with a pretty big gap.
Brent Harrell, and then it looks like Jeremy Jones, I believe. So Ken Goodall out front, then Brent Harrell, and then, yes, that is Jeremy Jones. So 1, 2, 3, that's the way it is, physical on course. But remember, this race is on adjusted time. Ken Goodall is in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class in that first position. And then in first in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class is Brent Harrell with Justin with two Burks riding shotgun. And then Jeremy Jones and Dave Hartman right behind him. So the 4800 class is pretty tight as they head across the Rigid Ridge. So Brent Harrell heading down the Yukon launch as we speak, and Doc Jones is really close to him. So Doc Jones started in front of Brent Harrell, so on adjusted time and physical, Brent's got a little bit of lead on Jeremy Jones. So Brent Harrell in that Horschel-built machine heading around the King Shock 180.
That car sounds so good, Miles.
Oh, it looks good, it sounds good, and it's performing well as well. And there goes Jeremy Jones right now, heading around the King 180 as we speak. And he did get passed by Brent Harrell, but it's still looking good. So there, we got the 4800s really close. What was that time?
Brent was at a 26:24 for that lap.
So after watching this, Cole Clark, it's going to be hard to beat. Looks like Brent Harrell took the Joker line as well.
Oh, that makes a difference. So Jeremy Jones was at 27:07. So Brent Harold's currently sitting first in 4800, while Ken is first in 4500.
So Brent Harrell ran the Joker and got around Jeremy Jones, so not quite sure what happened to him, but Brent Harrell's looking good in that 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. But physically out front, Mr. Ken Goodall. So, Cass, what are you thinking right now, buddy?
I wish we were out there, got to finish the last two laps. It was definitely a fun course.
Yeah, this place is amazing, isn't it?
You're up there and you're just wondering how cool it is racing out here. Has all the views up here.
Is that Andrew Gorman, I believe? So he'll be coming in the Bronco Proving Grounds as we speak. I believe that is Andrew Gorman as he heads across the Rigid Ridge. Yes, Andrew Gorman just hit a tree, got a little off course. What happened, buddy? So Andrew Gorman across the Rigid Ridge, getting ready to drop down the Yukon launch. So that'll put him physically in fourth position on course and on adjusted time. I think he'll be in that third spot behind Brent Harrell and Jeremy Jones.
Yeah, so that'll be the third 4800 car, and we haven't seen another 4500 car yet. Sean Rance would be the next 4500 we should see.
And through the rugged race radios, it looks like Brent Harrell, Tony Howard, and Eric Weichel have all chosen to take the Joker line at Brittany Spears. And here comes Tony Howard in that Liberty Mountain Fab chassis.
That's a balance on when to take that Joker line.
Yeah, we were going to take the Joker on lap 1, but it just didn't work out with the steering being broke. We probably should have taken it but
Well, broke's broke. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
That's a tough break. But, yeah, Tony Howard making his way.
That was going to be my choice, was take it on lap 1.
If it's open, take it.
Well, your car's still 100%.
Well,
and later you could risk taking it with a broken axle or something and having to winch.
And
but the rest of the course you could run with a broken axle.
We were going to do the Joker in 2-wheel drive.
Yikes.
That was going to be rough. We might have had to get out and winch.
You definitely would have been.
Paul would have probably held it. I've seen him running 2-wheel drive before.
Yeah, Paul is a madman behind the wheel. Paul Wolf, that is. And I'm super excited to see him in that 4400 UFO. So
should be interesting.
Eric Weichel coming through. He's getting ready to drop down the Yukon launch, and Greg Neff is right behind him. So we got a lot of action. So there's Eric Weichel right now with Wade riding shotgun. And then that is Andrew Gorman with John Dykus riding shotgun with him. So we got a lot of action. 2 different lines coming down the monster drop. Oh, that is Greg Neff. Sorry, I just did Andrew Gorman. So that is the number 44 of Caleb Boxey. So Greg Neff and Eric Weichel battling it out around the King Shock 180. And it sounds like it looks like this is our leader in Green Day, Ken Goodall. Last time he had a little bit of hiccup here. Hopefully he can keep on moving.
Green Day kept getting worse and worse dug out.
It's getting dug out, is it? Okay. So I saw a few people kind of spinning some tires. So it's loose
that's
at the
actually
bottom.
Where we broke our pinion gear in the front on the diff.
And you guys at the top of Green Day, you took the right section where it was the 3 either-ors?
On the top, we went far right.
Yeah.
It's just safer.
Oh, absolutely. Ken Goodall looks like is making his way up Green Day. So I'll give you kind of a walkthrough of the course. We start here at the Bronco Proving Grounds, then we go down the Abyss. We pass the gatekeeper for Upper Hellerado, up Minor Threat, a new wash of Ozzy, up Offspring, up Green Day, up Suicide Hill, down Ejection Rock, around back by Volbeat, and then down Tool, down Dropkick, down Lockjaw, Death Row, Old Reds, and then Britney Spears, and then right back in here to the Bronco Proving Grounds.
Death Row is quite the new trail.
It's pretty wild, isn't it? It's fun.
Did you go out and spend any time on Old Reds?
Old Reds, I hiked it. Did you see how it got made?
Have you seen the old engraving in the rock?
Yeah, it says something like CW Reds 1914.
Yeah, the Reds family still owns, like, here to Colorado, from what I understand,
Really?
a huge chunk of this ground.
That's pretty wild. It's super cool. But, yeah, 1914, that's where JT got the name of that trail, and found some old beer cans laying on the ground. He just kind of checking it out and looking at them, and looked up and saw the engraving from 1914.
Yeah, there's some neat stuff up there in the rocks.
Super cool.
We got stranded out there had to walk all the way up and down the mountains. It definitely was not fun.
Looks like Sean Rance Sr. just went through Britney Spears and took the Joker line, so he's got that checked off his list.
So Sean's sitting second in 4,500. Everybody that's in front of him except Kenneth Goodall is 4,800 class.
Yeah, we have 4 in the Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, and then we have 9 in the 4,800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. We have 14 cars out on course.
Well, Brent Harrell was leading the 4,800s, Greg Neff in second, Jeremy Jones in third, and Andrew Gorman was running fourth.
How many laps total were they doing?
They're going to do 5 laps at 5.5 miles apiece, so that's 27.5 miles of some of the gnarliest terrain Moab has to offer.
And then we got the 4,400 doing 8 laps.
They're going to do 8. That's going to be hard on equipment and body and soul. There's Doc Jones right there with Dave Hartman riding shotgun. And that Trent Fab machine, he really does well in that car.
It's a good-looking car.
I saw Dave Schneider last night around the fire pit chatting with him, and he's super excited to be here and loving the new look of Ultra 4. There's Sean Rance Sr. right now.
We got a party tonight, right, Miles?
Yeah. I guess you can talk me into it.
Did they bring a band in from somewhere?
I think they're just doing music on, DJ music,
Okay.
And then we'll have the big Mid-America Outdoors fire pits, and we're going to have a good time tonight after the racing. But
There
we've
was
got a lot
huge-
of fun to have yet.
There was a huge pile of wood up there.
Yeah, and we're going to burn all of it, they said.
All right, Sean Rands is across start-finish, starting lap 2. So that'll put him second in 4,500.
What was his lap time? Looks like a 30:34.
30:34.
So the fastest lap is Ken Goodall with that 24 in this race, but the fastest lap of the day so far, taking that $1,000 home from the Off-Road Syndicate, is Cole Clark.
I'm fixing to go run and try to find Paul.
Well, thank you, Cash, for coming up and chatting with us. The wind's starting to pick up. You're probably getting a little
Probably
chilly.
fixing to blow away.
Yeah, so Cash, always a pleasure talking to you, and thanks for coming up. Good luck and have some fun today.
Yes, sir. Thank y'all.
See you later, Cash.
See ya.
The wind is definitely picking up out here at Area BFE. So the wind is a blowing for sure. We're trying not to lose all of our stuff up here in the boot in the Nitto studio. Lots of action here in the Bronco Proving Grounds as he comes down.
Who do we got
Yukon
coming in
Launch.
there, Miles?
I'm trying to get the name. I'm drawing a blank. I apologize. I'm pretty good
I'm just
at
trying
picking
to see a
cars
number
out.
there, and I can't. 45, 35. That's Traycon Johnson.
Okay, so he is a new racer. That's why I don't recognize him. So Traycon Johnson out of Mapleton, Utah with Impulse Off-Road as he takes a pretty good little wheel stand. Taking that little wide ride up the King Shock 180.
That'll be our third 4,500 car, so he's running third in 4,500 class.
So he's still rocking strong in the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified
He got
class.
around a couple 4,800 cars, so we might have some people with issues out there. We're missing Matt Murphy and Michael London.
Well, we'll see what happens. Roxy's tuned in. She said to say hi to you, Terry.
I miss Roxy.
That makes two of us, buddy. Was that Andrew Gorman, I believe? I just missed that one. That looks like it is Tony Howard. And that Literary Mountain
That's
Fab
Tony
chassis.
Howard.
Yep. Phil Licciardi built that machine. So this is the top of Green Day. They're doing a great job so far, but it is not done yet. Remember, we are running two different classes at the same time. This is the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. You can have 2.5 shock per corner, limited to 14 inches of travel. Mechanical steering, 37-inch DOT tires, and front-mounted engine. For the 4,800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, front-mounted engine, 2 seats side-by-side, single shock per corner, 37-inch DOT, and only solid axles are allowed in both classes. There's Andrew Gorman, I believe. Yes, it is Andrew Gorman. And John Dykes. Those Nitto tires look like they're holding up well as he's heading up Green Day. So 51.66 of Matt Murphy made it through the Joker line. And it looks like Pam Hall got done with the awards, handing out some of those laser nut trophies. And she's back in the Nitto booth with us.
All right, Miles, you're going to have to update me here. I guess I can look at the timing and know, but as I was coming back over here, I did see, I believe it was Jeremy Jones was going through.
Brent
Greg
Harrell,
Neff,
Ken Goodall.
Ken Goodall. Yeah, it's been a fun race going on so far that I can see.
I believe that's Matthew Weiss.
No, that's a Matt Murphy dog.
Is that Matt Murphy
I
coming
believe,
in?
Yep. He's got one of our old friends, Robbie Flandreau, riding shotgun with him.
Oh, Robbie.
He's a good time, isn't he? So he's heading down the Yukon launch as we speak and getting ready to hit the monster drop.
Oh, I saw that you guys had little Cash LaCroix up here. Did he tell you guys about his race and what happened out there on course and why we didn't see them again?
Yeah, they broke the steering rack, and then Terry welded it, and then they went out, broke the front diff, kept going in two-wheel drive, and then re-broke the steering again.
Oh, gotcha.
And I said, did you have fun out there? He's like, oh, I sure did, but I want to drive. So he's hoping to get a UTV for the next race or so. Greaves are building him a short course race, so you'll see him at the Mid-America Outdoors Side-by-Side Championship Series.
And who is that right there, Miles? The 516? Matt Murphy. He has a right rear, looks like it's going down on him, so hopefully he knows that, or people are telling him that. It looked like it when he just was going down. You can see kind of in that angle there.
I couldn't quite tell. So we'll see if he heads into the AMSOIL hot pits or not. And there haven't been as many flat tires as I anticipated.
Not yet.
No, I expected way more after pre-running.
Because these are DOT tires, so it's anything you can put on your pickup. I mean, run down to 4-wheel parts, pick up these tires, and come racing.
Tire technology has changed so much in the last few years.
Especially when the 4400 cars come out.
Mike London coming in, the Warrior Built car.
He's got Dom Balducci riding shotgun. He's been around the Ultra 4 Series for a very long time, but Michael London with Warrior Built coming down.
Yes,
hitting the monster drop as we speak.
Who was that again, Miles? The 5166?
Matt Murphy.
Matt Murphy, sorry. He did just go into the hot pits.
So you were probably right about that right rear flat. Good eye, Pam.
My eyes aren't that old, Miles.
So Michael London heading up the King Shocks 180.
Now I have my correct paperwork in front of me. Now I can keep up with who they are.
And remember, they are heading, they are going to do 5 laps, 5.5 mile laps apiece. So 27.5 miles of some of the roughest terrain here at Area BFE. This race is on adjusted time. They took off in 30-second increments.
So Kenneth Goodall, he was first off the line this morning, wasn't he?
Correct.
Yes, he was.
Okay.
And hasn't looked back yet.
Yeah, Kenneth had a really good first lap. He was at 24 minutes.
Oh, 24:20. So far, Cole Clark has held up with his 19, I think it was 19.5. I can't remember exactly what his lap time was. Miles, aren't you glad there's rocks around here?
Yeah, I'm putting all
It was a
all over my
1956, ma'am. It was a fast lap time.
Okay.
Sorry about that. I was putting on a jacket. I'm getting cold again. The wind picked up. And
the shade is coming over to where we're sitting.
Like I said, normally the wind is the racer's friend, but the dust is not an issue here at Area BFE, so it's just making us a little chilly. But it is absolutely beautiful. I love Moab, Utah.
Who do you got that did the Joker lap, Miles?
So Joker lap is Brent Harrell, Tony Murphy, Tony Howard, Matt Murphy, Eric Weichel, and Sean Rance.
Okay.
So there's 13 cars that are out on their first lap that have not come through for their second. Is that correct?
State that again?
I'm looking at timing that is up on the screen right now.
Yeah, so everybody but
everybody's come through with Matthew Weiss, and this is his first race ever, so I can't help but root for him to finish.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Obviously, he's a little off pace, but we just want him to do well and get a finish. That'd be awesome. And that's a win in itself. And there's only 4 cars in that class, so if he can just keep going, and if somebody else breaks, he can get a podium. A podium in your first race at Ultra 4?
Be crazy.
That would be pretty wild. Now, speaking about them, I think that was Matt Weiss right there that just cruised through the screen. So that means we should see him coming through the Bronco Proving Grounds very soon. So, like you said, I always like rooting for the underdog. So I hope Matt Weiss can keep on keeping on.
I actually think we're going to see Kenneth Goodall again pretty quick if he keeps his pace.
That's Sean Rance Sr. coming into screen, and that Ford Bronco Ford horsepower machine. And speaking about Ford, their race team, the Mud Nut Racing, just got a 4600 Bronco to start building. Ford Performance, Lauren Healy was kind of involved with that and threw out a few names, and they got a Ford Bronco. So they're super stoked to start racing with the 4600 Spider Track stock class.
I hadn't heard that yet. That's exciting.
Yeah. So they had a few Bronco demos that they'd give to all the magazines so they could drive it around and do a write-up on it, and they got done with all those, passed them around. Now they're sitting around, and they're like, what do we do with them now? And Lauren Healy was like, let's race them. So they kind coordinated and threw some names in a hat and figured out. And John Rance is getting one. Josh Atterbury's getting one, and the third name's slipping my mind.
That's great.
Yeah, it's great for the sport, and Ford Performance has really stepped up and helped us here at Ultra 4. So just can't say enough good things about Ford and Ford Bronco.
Hey, I got to give a shout out to Miss Karen at AOP. She's watching. She was just heard Mr. Little Cash LaCroix on the camera with you guys.
Karen and Benji, we'll see you guys here in just a month or so at AOP. We love that park. Can't wait to come back.
It's a lot of fun.
And try to keep the rain away this time.
No, that's the Rufus Racing. They brought the rain. They did the rain dance.
Yep. So there's Matt Weiss cruising along the Rigid Bridge, getting ready to hit the Yukon launch.
Matthew Edmondson saying, my dudes, Mike and Terry. Miles and Terry. He meant to say Miles.
So Michael London, I'm hearing, is out of the race.
So
that is tough.
Matt
break.
Edmondson is with Team 360, which is 360 Wraps.
Yes.
It does all of Mid-America stuff.
Yeah, he helps announce at Mid-America. I announced with him at Visions, and I think Pam's teamed up with him a little bit.
Yeah, he is doing. He is keeping the crowd alive during the live show. While we're on the live show, he's doing all of the announcing for everybody that is there watching it. Super nice guy. I met him for the first time at the first round one of the side-by-side championship series.
He's involved in a lot of fun stuff. He's got a surfboard company that does
Doomswell, I believe.
Big surfing. We're actually got some stuff planned at Pirate Cove later in the year to do a few fun things.
That's awesome. Yeah, I teamed up with Matt at Visions. We worked closely together there, so I'm looking forward to getting back to park and hanging out with Matt. So Matthew Weiss, for his first race, is getting ready to finish his first lap. He's got to be excited for that. So they're supposed to do 5 laps, but we're hoping to be racing 4,400 here in about an hour and a half. We may push it back a little bit, but these cars are going to have to pick it up just a little bit.
Because it's 4 laps?
It's a 5-lap race.
Lap.
Yeah, so we'll see how it all shakes out. I know JT's watching the timer and watching lap times, so we'll see how it plays out.
Well, we're going to see Kenneth Goodall here pretty quick if he holds his lap time. So it is a Grand Prix finish that once he finishes, they can shut the others down. So that may keep us on schedule.
We are surely hoping so.
So every car that started the race has now crossed over, and they are on their second lap.
I believe that's Caleb Boxey on screen. That's our Believe Cam FPV drone. They do some great work out there. Oh, I was wrong. That's Traycon Johnson. I apologize. I got them a little mixed up. So 45-35, Traycon Johnson. So if you're just getting tuned in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. Thanks for tuning in at ultra4racing.com/live. Get on the Ultra 4 or Mid-America Off-Road Outdoors Facebook and YouTube. Get on the MAO app, and we've got it for Google and Apple. We got one of our good buddies, John Goodby, just finished a race in NorCal Rock Racing last weekend. He's here enjoying some Ultra 4.
We're going back to Goodby's track here in Prairie City later this year, right?
Yep, absolutely, and that's such a fun one. That was my first race I announced at a regional race back in 2017, and I can't wait to go back. I love that track. We missed it the last couple of years when COVID hit. We had to stay away from California, but I'm excited to get back in there and get going.
Well, we actually had a race scheduled when it happened, when the world shut down, so that's why we ended up having to cancel.
I had tickets booked and everything.
I was already in California.
Yeah, so there's Traycon Johnson right there on screen, the number 4535 with Impulse Off-Road. He's at the top of the Green Day area, I believe.
Goodby's track's the first track I really got in trouble at. I think you were part of that.
Oh, what did we do this time? I can't remember.
Years ago when I had that Volkswagen thing.
I wasn't there for that, I don't think.
We took it out there with Shirley's, and we might have made some laps later in the night we weren't supposed to.
Not it. This time. The wind's blowing once again. Sorry about that.
Here, I'm going to take off this trash we have so we don't lose it. Keep it clean.
There's a little go fast wash section. That's just after Britney Spears. And again, the camera does not do any justice. Those are huge walls that come through there. So again, we need to give a huge shout out to the Off-Road Syndicate, Mid-America Outdoors, King of the Hammers, Ultimax Belts, King Shocks, 4-Wheel Parts, Progressive, Optima Batteries, Nitto, VP Racing Fuels, Griffin Race Radiators, LaserNet, Holley, Optima, Monster, Bronco, Ford, and Can-Am. Without all those wonderful partners, we would not be here racing today. So thank you to all of those, and please support who supports the sport. And coming into the Bronco Proving Grounds is Kenneth Goodall.
Yeah, Kenneth Goodall coming in for finish lap 2 here.
Looks like he may. Nope. Left rear looks a little dusty. Can't quite tell. He'll be coming down the Yukon launch. No, it looks like the tires are all good. I don't know what I was seeing. Looks like he may have a limit strap hanging on the driver's front.
It'd be real interesting to see how far Brent Harrell's behind him. What kind of...
I always mix those two names up because Brent Harrell's racing right now, and his dad, Brett Harrell, races 4,400. He did not bring his car to this race, but I had a great chat with both Brent and Brett this week, and they're excited to be here. And Brent's new car is phenomenal. But speaking about this, look at Kenneth Goodall and Kevin Stern's old car. That thing's holding up well. He's putting it through his paces. I believe Ryan Rockhold just picked up Goodall's old IFS car, so we'll see it racing once again.
I hadn't heard that. I knew Ryan got a new car, but I didn't know which one.
Yep. Ken Goodall sold it, and Rockhold brought it back to his shop, and he's ran out of time, so he's shipping it back to Goodall and say, hey, put this thing back together for me. I want to go racing this year, not next year. So we'll see Ryan Rockhold later on this afternoon in just an hour or so, or a couple hours it looks like.
So Kenneth Goodall just pulled into the pits.
Yeah, he's in the AMSOIL hot pits right now. He's our physical race leader. Not exactly sure what's going on. Looks like they may be pulling a body panel. So not sure what's going on. Tough break for him. But we got our drone down there flying around trying to check it out.
Drones are so amazing these days, Miles.
Yeah, the Believe Cam FPVs, these guys do an absolutely amazing job. And it's been a game changer for the production side of things. Used to have helicopters and all that. Now a few drones and a few cameras, and look at the amazing action we're bringing to you live from Area BFE.
We're just catching the corner of my trailer and the KC canopy there, and my car's gone. Kind of makes me wonder.
Uh-oh. Who took it?
I don't know.
Did you load it up last night?
No, it was sitting there when I came up here.
Oh, no. You know who just left? Cash.
That wouldn't surprise me, honestly.
So, yeah, he's pitted just right in front of your trailer, it looks like, right next to you. So they got the body panel off. There's Ryan Rockhold right now. See, the whole Ultra 4 family's there just checking everything out. I love when somebody comes in, everybody's all hands on deck. Doesn't matter what team you're on. It looks like we're going out to Green Day. Is that Caleb Boxey possibly or Traycon Johnson?
I can't read that number, Miles.
So that is Matt Murphy, it looks like, on screen. Sorry about that. Matt Murphy. What a wonderful day it has been so far, and it is not over yet. This is the 2022 Beatdown at Area BFE, presented by Area BFE Tents. Is Doc Jones.
Doc coming in,
getting ready to hit the monster drop it. So he got around Brent Harrell. So what happened there? Because Brent Harrell did come through in front of Jones just a minute ago. So Brent Harrell's just a tick-off pace, but both cars still look good. So these Kenneth Goodall is in first place, but still in the AMSOIL hot pits in the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class. And now it's Doc Jones and Brent Harrell in the 4,800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class.
Doc Jones, he was out there doing his pre-running, his qualifying course, everything. He's been out there doing his homework on this. A lot of these drivers actually were out there doing a lot of homework for sure, and it's definitely going to pay off for these guys, the ones that went out and looked at the different lines for sure.
Yeah, the more pre-running you can do, the better. I will promise you that.
So Brent Harrell is in that number 2 position, but in number 1 in the 4,800 Legends class at this time.
So Jeremy Jones is physically in second, but on adjusted time, Brent Harrell's got him by just a little bit. What's the time split there?
2 seconds, almost 2.5 seconds.
Oh, only 2 seconds.
Oh, wait. No. Sorry. It would be 19 seconds.
Okay, 20 seconds. That's still pretty close. We did leave the line in 30-second increments. This race is on adjusted time.
The 2 second is, that's 2 minutes and 27 seconds between Brett and Goodall.
Correct. Jeremy should be home in front of Brett right now because he started 30 seconds behind him and he's physically passed him.
Oh, you are right. I'm not sure what's going on there.
Well, sometimes it takes a second, too, for timing to update for us as well. So,
yeah, they're real consistent on their laps. That lap, they were only 20 seconds apart on their lap time.
And there's Tony Howard coming into screen.
I think I'm going to check out for a minute, Miles, go do a few things. Maybe I'll see you later in the day.
Terry, thanks for coming up and joining us. I thoroughly appreciate it. Always a good time hanging out with you, and good seeing you, buddy.
Hopefully your foot holds up for you.
That's one of my few things to go do.
Go put it up, maybe a little ice?
Yes, sir.
All right, well, Terry Madden, always a pleasure. Thank you, buddy.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
So it looks like it's the 48-53.
And right now on screen is Greg Neff in the Racer Coffee Company.
So Andrew Gorman has made it through the Joker lane. Out there at Britney Spears. So Ken Goodall still physically out in front. No, he may still be in the pits. So that is Tony Howard coming into screen. He's made it down the Yukon launch, the monster drop. And now he's heading around the King 180. That is a Liberty Mountain Fab car.
So, Miles, let's just go through a little rundown. We have 4 cars that are going out onto their third lap right now. We have Kenneth Goodall in that number 1 position, Brent Harrell in that 2nd position, Jeremy Jones 3rd, Tony Howard 4th. But those are different classes. But Kenneth Goodall is the 4500 Modify. He is the only 4500 Modified class that has gone through and is out on their third lap. But Brent Harrell is running first place in the 4800 Legends. Jeremy Jones, number 2 in the 4800 Legends, and then Tony Howard is in 3rd position in the 4800 Legends. And, of course, this is all unofficial, but we are going by our timing, and that's where we're sitting right now.
Well, thank you for that update. And while you were talking, we saw Greg Neff and Andrew Gorman and Eric Weichel all nose to tail, so pretty exciting. But Greg Neff and Andrew Gorman are nose to tail, and Greg Neff almost flops her over with Gorman right on his tail. This is a good race we have right here.
That was some great footage, but we were turning around watching it live.
So Greg Neff and Andrew Gorman racing strong out here today at the Area BFE Beatdown. And Eric Weichel is just a few seconds behind those two, so that'll be a fun race to watch as they go out on course.
And Greg Neff, he is running right now. He qualified 11th.
And I wish I could see, but I just can't quite tell. Is Ken Goodall still in the pits? I can't see.
I cannot see myself, but just to let you know, Greg Neff, he qualified 11th in his class, and he is running in the number 1 spot in his class right now. He just took it over from Brent Harrell.
Well, that's pretty impressive. Remember, this race is on adjusted time. They took off in 30-second increments. They are doing 5 laps at 5.5 mile apiece. So that's 27.5 miles of some of the gnarliest terrain Moab has to offer.
Well, and even though Andrew Gorman, he qualified in the 6th position, because Greg Neff qualified 11th on time, Andrew Gorman is 6th in the 4800 Legends class unofficially right now, just due to the way the timing happened, even though they're running neck and neck right now.
So, yeah, that's going to play its toll on this entire race. And remember, we still have that joker line. Only one joker out at Brittany Spears. And Brent Harrell, Tony Howard, Matt Murphy, Andrew Gorman, Eric Weichel, and Sean Rance have all ran the joker line already. So they do not have to hit that tricky little rock crawling section again. And then next up, we'll have the 4,400 unlimited cars. I think we have just shy of 20 cars that will take the course. I think we have 18 that are running, and those are the biggest and baddest cars in the sport. The unlimited horsepower, unlimited tires, unlimited suspension, unlimited everything. It's phenomenal. I can't wait. I mean, obviously, this is a great race too, but the 4,400 race really is a lot of fun. And coming into screen right now is Jesse Lee in that Toyota-based buggy, number 4819, and the Bronco Proving Grounds getting ready to hit the Yukon launch.
His colors of his car remind me of a Starburst.
Yeah, I like it. It's a good-looking rig.
It definitely shows out there, for sure.
And I'm pretty sure Jesse is fairly new to our sport, but it's great to see him out here running.
Well, Miles, if you don't know a lot about him, he obviously is, because you know everything about every driver for the most part.
Not everything.
Almost.
I am pretty good, I hope.
That's why I said for the most part.
Definitely do the best I can and enjoy it while we're going. So Jesse Lee having a great run going thus far.
Great camera footage.
Yeah, it's really impressive. There's Jeremy Jones and Brent Harrell out on the Green Day section. So Brent Harrell is trying to chase down Jeremy Jones. Brent Harrell has Justin, the TubeWorks engineer. And then Doc Jones has Dave Hartman, a former racer with us here at Ultra 4. So great to see all the familiar faces out here racing. Oh, and in the Amsoil hot pits. Nope, that is the wrong car.
Some of these cars, they have multiple cars in different classes, so they look very similar to each other.
I thought I saw Ken Goodall's car, but I think that's Dave Oliver's car that'll be racing up next.
He's number 10, right?
I still just can't quite tell if Ken Goodall get out of the pits yet or not.
Miles, remind me. I keep saying I'm going to bring binoculars so we can see the car numbers, so you need to remind me.
Well, the race trailer has this one hidden, so you couldn't see it with binoculars.
True. But I could see the one that's sitting over there.
Oh, I got you. But, I can. That one's got IFS, so it's definitely Dave Oliver.
And there is on screen Jeremy Jones. Doc Jones, as everybody calls him.
And switching over to Sean Rance Sr. and that Ford Bronco machine.
I think that's my favorite one out here.
And he's been racing that for a very long time. And it was here, I'm going to say 2 or 3 years ago during qualifying, he came up and did a wheel stand and flipped her over backwards. Sean Rance has been racing a long time, and their whole family is awesome with Mud Nut Racing.
I keep saying again, I love the yellow new Bronco he's been driving around.
Yep. And they'll be starting to build that out here and hopefully debut it at King of the Hammers 2023.
Super cool. So our 4,400 class, they're going to be doing 10 laps.
8 laps.
8 laps. Okay,
yeah.
This is says 10 laps on our timing, so I'm going to adjust that so I do not misspeak again.
So, 8 laps for the 4,400 class.
And we're going to have 19 cars take the green flag.
So 44 miles for the 4,400 class. That's kind of cool.
They won't have to stop for gas, of course. We all know that. Hopefully they don't have tire eaters. I remember last year there were so many flats in the 4,400 class.
And we've been talking about that as we're watching Brent Harrell, but you and I were talking this morning. We assumed we'd see a lot of flats, and I'm impressed on how many flats we aren't seeing. They really are saving their cars, but they're going to be pushing here pretty soon.
Yes, they are, for sure.
Again, if you are just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. Do not go anywhere. We've got a lot of racing yet to come. This is the 2022 Beatdown at Area BFE.
We still have a long day of racing. We should be kicking off the 4,400 class right around 3 o'clock.
And we are here at Area BFE, so thank you to Robert Lucero for letting us come and play at your park. This place is absolutely amazing. It's over 625 acres, over 150 miles of trails here. It's absolutely amazing. And if you've never been to the Moab area, it's a bucket list thing. We are just west of Colorado in eastern Utah. It's the gateway to the massive Red Rock Formation in Arches National Park. Elevation is roughly 4,000 feet, and 5,500 people live here. And it's famous for engineering, hiking, rafting, biking, and especially off-roading.
Yeah, it's definitely a destination for a lot of people. And a couple weeks is going to be full of Jeeps. Everybody off-roading.
Everybody will be here.
Overlanding.
Yeah.
I mean, not just
the
Jeeps.
Easter Jeep Safari is about to go down.
Last year, when we were here during the race, it was amazing how many people were in this small town. It's kind of like Crandon. Crandon's only a town of, 2,000 people, I think, or 1950, and it just gets packed full of people just for a short amount of time.
Absolutely.
Moab's a little different, though, because it is a destination. I actually was speaking with a local
last
night.
It's very tourist area.
Very tourist. I was speaking with a local last night, and she was telling me how much this has changed, not just during Easter Jeep Week, but just in the last 10 years. She said it's just changed so much with all of the tourism, and it's just not the same as it was. She was born and raised here, but I love Moab. I want to come back here on vacation.
Oh, it's a beautiful part of the world. That is an absolute fact. Now, these cars are absolutely amazing. These are the Swiss Army knife of off-road. We race KOH, Moab, Crandon, Tennessee, Kentucky, Mid-America Outdoors, Sturgis. We go over huge rocks, mountains, short course, tight trees, water crossings, mud desert, whoops, and jumps. These cars can do it all and do it all well. I mean, these Ultra 4 cars are the cream of the crop in my mind. It's just great to see what they can do. I mean, they can do it well over, I've heard of 130 miles an hour across the lake bed, and then they go up a mountain. They're doing
like
racing at 2 miles an hour. They can do it all. I mean, short course, rock crawling, through the mud, through the trees. It's really cool to see what these cars can do.
It definitely is. I mean,
the evolution of the sport is amazing.
Yeah, they're like billy goats when they're going up the mountains and the rocks there at King of the Hammers. And here, I mean, you can see that they're having to take it slow. Even though they have those bigger tires and everything, in these rock sections here, they are having to take it a little bit slower as well. You can hear in the background
Which car
a nice
is
loud
that?
motor. That would be, that's the Havoc. I think it's Caleb Boxey.
Okay.
The 44?
I'm dropping that one.
44.
I'm sorry.
And he's going a little bit slower right there, so I'm not sure if he's having some issues or if he's just taking it easy. Yes, that is the number 44 of Caleb Boxey.
And speaking about 44, he went through Britney Spears, so he checks the box for the Joker line.
He's getting ready to go up through that King 180. Now, Miles, I wasn't up here during the first part of the race. Have you had to see any of these cars make the U-turn, or is it pretty, or not the U-turn, but have to back up, or have they all been pretty good at making this turn?
They're getting it figured out. It's starting to get blown out, but you did see, who was it, Greg Neff about tipped over when
yes.
Gorman was pushing on him. So that was a little probably just Gorman was on him, so he's a little nervous.
I wonder what they are, if they're going to be neck and neck still when they come in here.
Is that Ken Goodall? Yes, it is. So Ken Goodall finally got out of the Amsoil hot pits, and he is back out at the top of Green Day, it looks like. But now he's at a complete stop. So not sure what's going on there, but he's making it up the climb. So Ken Goodall is still making good time, but I know for a fact that Jeremy Jones and Brent Harrell got around Ken Goodall. But remember, they are racing in different classes.
And still yet, Kenneth Goodall is the only one Sean Rance is the number 2 car that came through for the 4,500 modified class. So only 2 of them have made it through onto their third lap.
Out of 5, we were racing 5 laps at 5.5 miles apiece, so 27.5 miles of some of the gnarliest terrain here in Moab, Utah.
And did you say that Michael London was out earlier?
Yes.
Okay, so
I heard that through the rugged
Legends.
race radios over Race Ops. So bad break for him. I hate to hear that, but that's part of racing. He'll get the car back fixed, and he'll be out here racing with us once again.
He looks like he might be having some steering issues.
Steering or transmission, I can't quite tell, but
I mean, he's had to back up a couple times now, so obviously if he's not taking those turns tight enough, maybe it's something to do with the steering. Somebody else it was Paul Wolf, his steering rack. Wasn't that what Terry Madden welded up
on
for
the Can-Am? Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So lots of carnage out there, lots of action in the Amsoil hot pits just off to our left. But it's been a great day of racing. Thank you for everybody back at home for tuning in to ultra4racing.com/live. You can get that MAO app on your phone. It goes to Google and Apple. You can go to the Mid-America Outdoors and Ultra 4 Racing Facebook page and the YouTube. And there we have Jesse Lee. So there is action all over here for the 2022 Beatdown at Area BFE.
So out of the 14 starters, we have 10 out on their third lap at this time.
And if you want to keep up with everything, just what Pam's looking at, you can go to live.ultra4racing.com for our live timing, and it's a great avenue to root for your favorite racer, and then have us on the other screen, and you'll have the best of both worlds.
Exactly, and it tells you the time of laps, like how long they've been out on course since the race has started, the laps. It tells you all the information you'd like to need and know, and it has the time splits. And I know a lot of teams, they will have people at home that are actually keeping track on it, and they're communicating the information back to the race teams.
And I'm getting lots of feedback from people at home watching us and saying, hey, I heard or I saw. And, so Jonathan Tertoon and Casey Gilbert and Jody Ford and a lot of great guys that couldn't make it out here are feeding me information to keep everybody back at home involved. So,
right, exactly.
Thanks, everybody, for helping out.
It's teamwork.
Absolutely.
All around, whether you're at the course or not.
And we've got a good team, I'll promise that.
So we'll go through here. We have Kenneth Goodall in that number 1 position in the 4,500 modified class and overall. Then we have Greg Neff. He is 2nd overall, but number 1 in the 4,800 Legends class. Brent Harrell, 4,800 Legends class. He is in 2nd place, 3rd overall.
So Greg Neff is in the mix with Brent Harrell and Jeremy Jones because he took a start back in 11th spot. So on adjusted time, Greg Neff has a great run going.
Yes, and that's exactly what I was saying as they went through earlier, because Andrew Gorman, he qualified 6th position, but he's back down. He is in 6th position right now, but because of time, Greg Neff, even though he was behind Greg on course, Greg has him on time. So, and then we have Eric Weichel in the other, he's in the 4th position in the 4,800 Legends class, but 5th overall. So we have lots of close times here on the racers and a lot of mix-up. I can't wait to see them come back through here.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to see it come to life, and there's just some great racing out here. I hope I'm having fun. I hope everybody back at home's having fun. This is just a great program we have going.
Well, I know I'm having fun. I always have fun at the races.
Absolutely. This course, you do have to stay within 15 feet of center of line. Sometimes we do 50, but here at Area BFE, we don't want to tear up Robert Lucero's place. He was nice enough to let us race here. So JT said, hey, 15 feet from center line, so it's basically you can only go for a pass of the 2-track sections. We do have 12 either-ors, and there's lots of room there because we have some big slabs that you can go left or right, and there's plenty of passing in that spots. But the 2-track, you have to basically stay on course. And if you've been caught, you've already been passed on time, so just pull over, be polite, and let the fast guys go. And most everybody here is very
cognizant of it. And we saw Jacob Versi. I'm pretty sure that's what I didn't ask him. He actually ended up on the podium up there. I did not ask him if that's what he did, but that's what it looked like as we were watching the live show.
He's a class act.
Yes, for sure. It was awesome to talk with all those guys up there on the podium, and they were all talking about how that's a rough course out there.
Oh, it's gnarly out there. So it's fun to see, and we're handing out some of those laser nut trophies and getting some checks handed out. So be sure to tune in. We did record those. We'll show them later on. You can go to the premium later, and it'll be on there as well. So thanks everybody for tuning in. ultra4racing.com/live.
And behind us, you guys cannot see, or you might be able to see the vehicles going by. All the pit vehicles for the 4,400 class, they're all going down, getting lined up, ready for the hot pits.
I see Lauren Healy's pit machine heading down there. They're patiently awaiting, and as soon as this race is over, they'll swap spots in the hot pits and go out for some racing.
He was standing right over here a few minutes ago when you were up here with Mr. Madden. So
Lauren was down here?
Yeah, he was talking to Goodby. So
I should have brought him on up.
I think he walked away fairly quickly, probably did not get on camera. Oh, he's still standing over there. You caught him. I thought he had walked away.
Yeah, he was hiding around the corner just having a chat. But we're going to bring up Lauren Healy up in the booth and have a chat with him. He's getting ready to take off. Definitely one of the fan favorites out here. I love your new car. You've been beating on it. You just finished well at the Mint 400, and now you're here in Moab racing with us. How's it going, buddy?
Doing awesome. Yeah, I mean, this course, you good? Sorry, I was saying.
Yeah, the wind. You can hear the wind.
Is the center mic on?
Now it is.
All right, so Lauren Healy, like I said, you've been doing good with a lot of things right now. How are you feeling about this course and your car?
I'm definitely excited. This is only 3 hours away from us to come race here, so it's Moab's one of my favorite places on the earth.
Oh, it's beautiful here.
It's like your backyard.
It is, but this course is gnarly. Like,
it's hard.
I love going fast in the desert and hauling butt, and our top speed here is like 25 miles an hour.
Oh, you get faster than that, don't you? No?
I don't know. Maybe 30.
Wow, that's crazy. What setup difference do you do on something where you don't need top speed? Do you change transfer cases out and stuff?
We do. We play with some gear ratios. We have a whole bunch of options with that new car with the independent rear suspension, the portals.
So you have an SCS so you can change it easy?
We got a little bit of a secret sauce transfer case in there.
I'm okay with it.
That we've been testing, and that's been a lot of the development with this new independent rear car. We've got a full billet transfer case from Ford and Gearboxes that has some kind of newer technology to Ultra 4. And, nobody else is running a setup like this. And then with the portal gears, we have gear reductions out at the hub as well.
And you're running portals front and rear, correct?
We are.
Yeah, that car's a work of art for sure.
And that's a big reason. That's, you just mentioned the Mint. That's why we went to the Mint, to go put 400 miles on that truck. We had an early failure at King of the Hammers that we weren't expecting. And so this year is all about durability testing. So, my whole goal is to go win King of the Hammers again. That's all I think about every night when I'm going to bed. And
I mean, you've won it 2 times. You're wanting to join up there with the 3-time winners, aren't you?
I definitely do. And it's been 8 years since I've won. So that's that one that's hanging in front of me. And it's not for lack of work. I mean, we put in the work. We're always trying to develop that truck and get there. So really think it's the right vehicle to win King of the Hammers. It's so amazing. But with the technology in it, there's some development. And after the Mint and putting 400 miles on there, with very, very small, minimal issues, we finished 3rd in Class 1 racing against the Unlimited buggies.
That's pretty impressive.
I was very, very happy with that day. And then, coming straight here, this is the closest thing to the rocks at King of the Hammers.
Yeah, it's hard.
Yeah, and that's why we really wanted to come here and beat the truck down. It was a tight turnaround and a tight schedule with schedule changes, and Vaughn's over at Formula Drift this weekend, so we're going to Rush, and that's what we had kind of adjusted our schedule to. But, I want to come and get a good rock beat down on that truck here. So.
Well, you're definitely going to get it here for sure.
Yeah, I don't doubt it. I mean, we were just saying, like, this, we're probably going to be more beat up in the truck after, 2.5 hours of this than we were at 400 miles at the Mint.
Yeah. Wow. So I want to brag on you for just a little bit. We're talking about King of the Hammers. Was it 2010 the first time you won?
Yeah, 2010.
So back then, I've been going since 2009. And, we're doing the thing where I'm in the pits and they say, Lauren Healy just won. I'm like, who's that guy? I've never even heard the name. He's in a trail car out here, did an amazing job. And to watch your progression, and now you're a professional athlete, this is your whole job. To see where you've came to where you've been, I'm proud to be your friend. I'm proud to see how the progression has came, and just good on you, because you've done a great job with it, and you're a great person for our sport.
Well, thank you very much, Miles. I definitely appreciate that. And yeah, I mean, it's kind of like those pinch me moments. You never knew where your life would change that day. And my co-driver Rodney's actually down here watching that one King of the Hammers with me in 2010. Yeah, he's here at the race, so it's awesome to see him out here. It's been a while since he's been out to the races, but we never thought that. It was what we loved on the weekends. We were out wheeling, and Dave Cole showed up at a race, or at a rock crawl event in Farmington, and was telling about the King of the Hammers and what this was all about. And we're like, well, that's what we're doing on the weekends every weekend anyways. We're racing to the trails and trying to climb the dumbest stuff we can find. And So we went out and tried King of the Hammers and just got completely hooked, and never really knew in a million years that could turn into my job and where we were headed for the rest of my life, for sure.
Yeah, and you've recently jumped on board with Ford Performance. So kind of walk us through that, because now you've got a Ford Bronco you're racing in the 4400. You got a Ford Bronco you're racing in the stock class. How cool is it for them to jump on board so hard, and you help kind of develop the Bronco a little bit, and it's amazing to see a great company like Ford team up with you and actually listen to you.
Yeah, absolutely. It's such an honor to be a part of the Ford Performance team. And we knew Bronco was coming, and it's no secret. That's why Vaughn started getting involved with Ultra 4. He's a longtime Ford athlete. And he, knowing Bronco was coming 5 years ago, he started coming out here. And him and I just kind of, hit it off and became good friends before we became business partners. And when Ford, really started pushing the Bronco and helped us get involved with some of the durability testing and some of the Bronco off-rodeo programs that come with the Broncos, it's been a real honor, and to see them start pushing into off-road racing. When they come in, hopefully Jeep and everybody else comes in and wants to come beat us in the Broncos. And, this year, the way we dominated in the 4600 class, I hope we see more OEMs come. And
Team Funhaver, you and Vaughn won the 4600 Spider Track stock class.
Yeah, we did. And that was the whole game plan, was going in is, one of those three Broncos was going to win, and for us to go 1, 2, 3 on the podium was absolutely. And I know maybe there's some hurt feelings, but I think the majority of the actual racers in the 4600 class took it as a challenge, and they want to go build better trucks and get faster and come and beat the professional drivers, and that's what I love about Ultra 4 racing, for sure.
Everybody's just getting pushed up higher and higher, and the competition's getting better and better. The evolution of the sport's coming. I mean, look at your car, the IFS IRS with portals. I didn't see that coming, and now I'm not going to say it's the new thing you have to do, but it's a pretty cool thing that's coming, and I think it's got the advantage, especially in the rocks.
Yeah, it's going to take a little bit more development, and before that car goes and just absolutely dominates and beats everybody. I think everybody's kind of watching from the side, and everybody has their own ideas on what's the right thing to win King of the Hammers and win Ultra 4 races, and that's what's awesome about our sport,
And you're pushing it to the limits. And on screen right now is Jeremy Jones. I believe he's our physical race leader, so he's got a good race going as he goes across the Rigid Ridge. So what's your game plan for the next race? How hard are you going to push it?
Keep tires together. So I think it's going to be, this race traditionally is quite the attrition race. We always see a lot of cars go out pretty quick. Keep tires underneath the Bronco, and see where things are falling out. Lap 3, 4, 5. See if we need to start pushing harder.
So you're going to run, I'm going to guess 75%.
Yeah, or? I like to say that. My guys tell me I'm full of crap every time I say that. But
especially when you put the helmet on.
Yep.
Everything changes.
Yep, exactly. But yeah, that's my goal is see where the race develops and stay in pace with the race leaders, and then hopefully be there to push at the end.
And I really love the Joker at Britney Spears. It just gives a little bit of strategy. I assume you'll hit that early if that was my guess.
Jesse and my co-driver Jesse and I were just talking about that. I think we're like third-ish, fourth lap, like something. You still want to have a good car. If you had something unhealthy and had to winch through that, it could cost you a lot of time. So, yeah, I think you don't want to do it lap 1, 2.
Well, why not?
Because I don't want to lose a position.
Okay, and you're starting in what, fifth, if I remember right?
I'm starting
fifth position.
Yep, so I don't want to lose a position or two there. That could create a big problem, and
this race is on adjusted time, so you really have to take that into action. So
you definitely do, and there's no passing out there. So if you get somebody that's a little stubborn and you're having to push them out on a corner or something to get around them, it can really affect your race.
So let's talk about that, because there's 12 either or. So if you're behind somebody and they go left, you're going to go right, correct? Or are you going to pick your line that you already like?
It's pretty tough. I wouldn't say any of the either ors have a huge advantage. So if you're behind somebody that's the same pace as you, most likely you're going to meet right at the point on the other end. So while there is a little bit of passing there, you're really going to have to push hard around there, take a risk because most likely the person in front of you is going to take the faster line. Most of them have
absolutely
a little bit. So
well, the ones that pre-ran and know which one is the faster line.
Yep, absolutely.
Or did their homework. Did you get out and do any hiking and to see the lines better?
So I've been racing here since like 2011, 12. I mean, I know these trails really well. We did go out and pre-run a couple laps like we always do, just to see the way the course flows and where it's going.
But you kind of knew the flow in your head, or the flow in your head already, right?
I did, yeah. Yep. I mean, we've been racing through this brutal environment for a long time.
What do you think about the new trails that they went out there and cut?
It's got a good flow to it. The courses, brutal as always. I mean, it's still going to beat us to death, but it's got a good flow to it, and hopefully we can have a good, clean race.
Because JT is definitely not going to give you an easy course.
No, he doesn't.
You know how he works.
I don't know how you would lay out an easy course. Maybe if we did donuts in the parking lot here, but I don't think there's an easy course here.
So
Definitely
here comes
not.
Andrew Gorman. So I believe that's our physical second position. So what happened to Brett Harrell and Neff and Goodall? If Andrew Gorman's out front, he's having a great race.
Yeah, Jeremy Jones is definitely the on-corrected time. He is in that number 1 position overall and in the 48 Legends class.
And he just finished lap 3. He's out on lap 4, correct?
Yes, sir.
Oh, there's
Weichel.
And there is Tony Howard right behind him, and then Eric Weichel. So it's coming along. This race is really starting to take shape, and we're hoping you're going to be racing here in about an hour. So are you just kind of chilling? I saw you chatting with Goodby. Sorry for stealing you away from him, but thank you for coming up and chatting with us. But what's your going through your head the hour before the race?
I mean,
obviously you get a little nervous, right? You can't not.
I get a little more nervous for qualifying anymore.
Okay.
That's because you have to be so on point and perfect for qualifying. Race day, it gives you a little bit of time to make a mistake. So I don't get quite as nervous, but yeah, just making sure I'm hydrating, eating, getting food in me because I'm going to need energy and I'm going to need some water.
Oh, absolutely.
We're going to be pretty dehydrated.
I used to race a little bit, and even it goes with announcing now. Like, when it's coming up, I do get nervous. But as soon as we go live or the green flag, you kind of go into your own zen, and you just kind of get comfortable. That's the way I do it.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm pretty much the same. As soon as the flag drops, it's back into the zone.
Yeah, because there's nothing to do except for to do it. So
right.
It's on you to make your own mistakes. So just roll with it and have fun. I mean, that's why you started doing this, and obviously Team Fun Haver. How could you not have fun with Vaughn and your whole crowd?
Yep, absolutely. We have such a cool team.
And now from Rush, Kentucky, you were talking yesterday that you guys are going straight down to Jeep Beach.
I am. Yeah, we're gonna go down to Jeep Beach and take some Broncos and see if we can create a little havoc down there at Jeep Beach.
Awesome.
Now, are you guys putting on a show down there at any kind?
We are not. So we're just gonna go, cruise around on the beach down there. Jeep Beach is a really fun family environment. So there's not much wheeling that goes on with it. It's a little bit of a
show
different.
And shine.
Yeah, but they're still enthusiasts. They still love off road. They just do stuff a little bit different down there. They put big wheels and different tires, and they can't understand why we put bigger axles underneath our vehicles on the West Coast. But
and there's Ken Goodall dropping down.
Yep.
So what Bronco are you? Well, it's two questions. What Broncos are you racing at Rush, and then which Broncos are you taking to Jeep Beach?
So Vaughn will be racing his 4400 car there to try and stay in the championship points. He did top 5 at KOH, so we'll be out there trying to get him on the 4400 points. And then
back up it because he won last year.
He did. Yep. And then the 4600 truck, since we're sitting, after winning KOH, we'll be racing that as well. And we're still figuring out how we're going to do driver of record there because he was the driver of record at KOH. I may race the 4600 and he may jump in for a lap or something like that.
Well, I think you either have to start or finish,
right.
however that plays out.
Right. So we jump him in for the start or jumping in for the finish.
Cool.
Or if he feels like doing double duty, he can race both of them because I don't love racing in the mud.
Yeah. Are you racing your big car there?
I am not. I came here, so I didn't have to race in the mud in Kentucky.
So you're not really racing in Kentucky except for maybe a little bit in the stock class, huh?
Yeah, that's what I'm planning on.
But you're talking about the mud like you're expecting it to rain. I'm hoping it doesn't.
Does it stop raining on the East Coast in Kentucky?
There. It stops every once in a while.
I've yet to be there and see that.
We love giving you a hard time, but we know you don't like the mud and the trees. And last year it was a
muddy mess.
It's fun, and so what are you taking to Jeep Beach?
We'll just take a couple of our stock Broncos.
Stocks?
Yeah,
cool.
Some of our modified ones. We debuted the Fun Runner Bronco at SEMA at the Ford booth, so we'll have that down there. We'll also have our gray Ambassador Bronco down there that's got Fun Haver suspension, bumpers.
That's got RTR stuff on it, right?
So there's Fun Haver and RTR.
Okay,
and it's a little confusing. The Fun Haver stuff is, more my niche stuff of the hardcore parts, people that want to come run the hard trails in Moab. RTR is an OEM plus, so they stuff that you can distribute through dealerships and that type of stuff that is awesome appearance, and they do performance stuff as well. So.
Nice. Well, yeah, that'll be a lot of fun, and obviously I'm looking forward to you racing here in just a little bit, and excited to see you at Rush, and it's just going to be a good time. So, again, if you're just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate everybody. This is the 2022 Beatdown at Area BFE.
Oh, the top five
Lauren,
are within 90 seconds of each other right now.
That's awesome. Lauren, always a pleasure to have you up here in the Nitto booth. Thanks for everything, and good luck, and hope to see you up on the podium later on.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Appreciate your time. We'll see you out there.
All right, well, thanks, Lauren Healy. Appreciate it, buddy. Sounds like we're going to push the start back to about 3:30 for the 4,400 class, so you still got a little time.
All right, let's go through the top five. The top five right now, we have Jeremy Jones in that number 1 position, Andrew Gorman in second, Eric Weichel third, Tony Howard fourth, Kenneth Goodall in number 5 position. So that is our top five right now. We do have 2 different classes running. So Jeremy Jones is in the 4,800 Legends class. Andrew Gorman is second place in the 4,800 Legends class. Eric Weichel third. Then we have Kenneth Goodall in the 4,500 Modified class. He is in that number 1 position. But on screen right now, we have Jesse Lee crossing over the start-finish line, going out for his 4th lap. So they have 1 more lap to go. Next time around, they are going to be getting the white flag. He's going through that area right there where we ran through in qualifying. Lots of big rocks that definitely could take the tires out if you weren't careful through there, so they are being careful. And then on screen now is Matthew Weiss. He only has completed 1 lap so far, so he is out on lap 2. And it looks like... Oh, it was just a little stop and go there. Oh, and there's Mr. Jeremy Jones right there. Doc Jones, he's out in Green Day right now. He's doing awesome. He is leading this race right now in that number 1 position in class and overall. It looks like not Andrew Gorman. It looks like Kenneth Goodall still has the fastest lap for this race overall between the 4,500 Modified and the 4,800 Legends class with a 24:20. So that's a great time. But we're going to see if we can break Mr. Cole Clark's, what was it, 1957? 1956. So we'll see if anybody can make that.
And speaking about Kenneth Goodall, he just went through the Joker line at Britney Spears. So everybody that's went through the Joker line is Kenneth Goodall, Brent Harrell, Tony Howard, Matt Murphy, Andrew Gorman, Eric Weichel, Caleb Boxey, Sean Rance, and Michael London.
So I wonder what happened with Greg Neff and Brent Harrell. We have not seen them come back through here. They should be here any time, though. And on screen again, that's the 55 of Matthew Weiss. When he comes across, he'll be going out on his... So he's just finishing his first lap, or his second lap right now. He'll be going out for his 3rd lap.
But that's still pretty good for his first race ever with Ultra 4 Racing. The weather is absolutely beautiful out here in Moab, Utah at Area BFE. Again, a huge shout out to Zach's Bar and Grill there in Moab for having us on your live screen. So if you're there having a frosty one, cheers to you guys. We've got the whole Mid-America Outdoors and Ultra 4 swag booth over here, so go check it all out. We've got the Rugged Radios and Syndicate Off-Road booth out here as well. Area BFE has a bunch of tents set up. This place is a lot of fun. You still have a little bit more time. We did push back the start of the 4,400 race to 3:30, so you still got an hour if you're anywhere in the area. Come on out and check it out. It's $40 for the day, $20 for a kid, and 11 and under is free. And then we will have a pretty good party tonight at the Mid-America Outdoors and Ultra 4 area. We got a couple big fire pits we'll be lighting up tonight, and just
live music,
sharing some race stories from today, and
that's what I love to hear.
It's going to be a party with the family, absolutely.
Sitting around telling their stories, like we were saying earlier, when they come off the track, right behind us here, and it's really cool because you know that they're sitting there going, "Oh, dude, you know what I did on this line," or whatever. That's what you sit there and you do. You go back and forth with your fellow racers and talk about the race course. But we got to give a shout out to John Grounds. He ran every race last year.
The last couple years,
exactly, for the last couple of years in 2 different classes. But he's at home watching right now, and he said he's missing being here. So,
well, John, we miss you too. Hopefully we see you at the next couple of races or whatnot. I know you had some changes in your program, and best of luck to you. So what did happen to Brent Harrell and Greg Neff? They were running super strong earlier. Now they're both a little off pace, so I'm not sure what's going there. But
well, Greg Neff, he had came through earlier in front of, and who was it he was in front of? He was in front of Andrew Gorman,
right?
Yeah. And he has not came back through, so I'm not sure what's going on.
But he was running super strong for such a long time.
Yes,
That looks like it's Eric Weichel.
Yep.
Coming into screen. That's at the top of Green Day, I believe.
Oh, it looks like number 56, which is Brent Harrell, is out at near race mile 2 with driveline issues.
Oh, I hate to hear that. So Brent Harrell looks like he's out with driveline, so tough break there. Right around race mile 2, getting a little chatter through my rugged race radios.
I love that he has that little happy face up on top. It's definitely visual. Besides the yellow car, the happy face, we know who it is. Nancy's actually at home. She's watching from home.
Yeah, Wade's riding shotgun. Nancy, it was this race last year she was riding with him. It's pretty cool to see the husband-wife team up.
I love seeing the husband-wife teams, and I had a great conversation with her when out at King of the Hammers because I was out at Remote Pit 1 and sat there and, you get to sit and talk to the teams out there as you're waiting for them to come through, and great conversation. She's an awesome person.
Yeah, it's that's what it's all about. Just like this morning, Brad Lovell was with his son Byam. And we have a couple brothers out there. I just love it. It's awesome. Here up next, we have Kirk Jensen and Russell Jensen. They'll be racing with each other in the same car. And I'm sure I'm missing a couple others, but I just love the whole family affair that comes out here and races with us.
It looks like we're going to have a guest speaker come up here.
I don't know if he's a guest.
He's not really a guest, but he's a part of the Mid-America crew, Mr. Joey Beck.
So, Joey, how's it going, buddy?
Oh, it looks like we have a little bit of a hang-up right here. That would be Kenneth Goodall right there.
Oh, that's our leader, ain't it?
No, it is not. Actually, Jeremy Jones is our leader right now.
Okay, it changed since I was walking around.
Would you like a chair?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to step away for just a minute, Joey, while you and Miles have some chit-chat. I'm going to give you my microphone for the wind issues. So you guys enjoy your talk for just quite a minute.
So, Joey, I know you've been running around quite a bit. How's it going out there? You've done a lot. You've been helping a lot. We thoroughly appreciate your help, and it's been nice working with you.
Man, we've enjoyed it as we've combined all these crews and made all these synergies together. Everybody's working as a team really well, and it's really nice to know that everybody's got each other's backs. And I'm just enjoying myself. I feel whatever role's needed at the moment. I may be lining up. I may be on the start line. I may be filling in for JT. I may be with you.
Yeah, maybe hooting and hollering out in the middle of nowhere. You never know.
I mean, I just start telling people to do things, and they don't know who I am, and they just listen.
Yeah, no, it's great. We got a great set of racers here, too.
Man, the racers have been having a good time. We've had a lot of people coming up talking about how great it is, and the weather's beautiful out here. This location's beautiful, and we've
what
been
about last
very
night's
blessed.
Appreciation dinner from the Robinettes and Mid-America Outdoors? That was awesome, wasn't it?
Well, I can tell you this. I've never seen that many crawfish in my life.
That was a bunch. It was awesome. There's Sean Rance Sr. coming into screen. But it was just felt like old times getting together around a campfire, having some beverages and having some good grub. It was a really cool thing to do. And I was talking to Jason and Gayla, and they just said, without the racers, we wouldn't be doing what we're doing. So they're really trying to give back, and it shows. It's great.
I think they've done a fantastic job ever since they started getting into the off-road world, and I think they're going to continue to do more and more and more. And I just can't say enough good stuff about Jason and Gayla and the whole Mid-America team.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. My first time going there was during Visions last year, and I was absolutely blown away because it's not an off-road park. It's an off-road resort, and there was so much stuff going on. It was such a great time. I mean, every part of that park is just amazing.
Well, I can tell you they put their heart and soul into it. They thought about the family aspect of it. They've thought about the fun factor. They've thought about comfort. And, of course, they've thought about entertainment. And that's at the forefront. They really go through this thing, and they think through it well as they make decisions and plans. And it's a fantastic place. And Visions is, dear to all our hearts as we've all combined. And this is kind of where some of these synergies started, was as we all pulled from different areas to make Visions a big hit and success. And it went off great. And I'm excited to do more and more.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Last year I didn't really know what I was getting into. Obviously I was going for Ultra 4, and we did the live show for the whole thing. And then a rodeo. That was awesome. Dennis Anderson, that guy's a legend. I got to have a beer with that guy. It was amazing. And then the live music every night, the pit bikes, just there was so much going on at the whole time. It was a festival. It was amazing.
Yeah, and I got to hang out. I did some things behind the scenes, and I got to hang out with that stunt team a lot.
Yeah, they were a great time.
If you saw them jumping each night and everything, you definitely saw a show. But one thing for sure about the stunt team, behind the scenes, those guys are a mess. Matt Buxton and Kenny Bartram and all those guys, we had a lot of fun with them and hope to see those guys again soon. And Dennis is a lot of fun. We ended that with a bang with the world record jump with Teeny Anderson, and now he's in Monster Jam doing his thing. And we love those guys and proud to be associated with them. I could tell you this, this race, I thought that I had it picked how far out we were going to be able to predict who was going to win, but, I was hearing as I was walking over, you were telling the people at home and telling the people here that 90 seconds was separating the top 5 people, which that is an exciting end of this race with just 90 seconds.
Yeah, it's amazing how it all shakes out. And I just got some info through the Rugged Race Radios. It sounds like number 73, we just asked about him. Greg Neff is out with a rear link bar, so tough break for him. Hate to hear that. He was having such a great race going on. And it's just been an amazing race so far. But attrition is definitely starting to set in. And I have to apologize to everybody. If you want to come out, it's adults are $40. Children from 5 to 12 is $20, and 4 and under is free. So I misspoke earlier. I apologize for that. But if you're in the area, come on out. We are starting the 4400s right around 3:30, and it's going to be an amazing race. So you do not want to miss that one. And if you're not in the area, don't leave the MAO app, the Mid-America and Ultra 4 Facebook, ultra4racing.com/live. Make sure to tune in. You got about an hour before we kick off the 4400 Unlimited cars. And Joey, I know you've been around racing for a long time, but you're fairly new to the 4400 cars, and what are your thoughts? I think they're awesome.
Some of these guys that they came and raced with us when we used to run the Survival Series with Pro Rock, of course not as many as what Ultra 4 pulls because that's the home and the foundation, but as I've become, in the circle and meeting more of these guys, one thing that I think is really cool is the different backgrounds that all these people come from, whether the businesses they run, the lifestyles, the locations of where they live. Yep. It's very vast. It's very different. And I think that makes for a good mixture of people. And it's really cool to see how everybody has this thing in common that they come from all over the country to do.
Yeah, it's a great thing. Yeah, I mean, all over the country. And we have a few from Canada that come race with us, a few from Europe. I mean, it's really crazy to see it all come together. And it started – what was it? 2007 was the first King of the Hammers, and look at the progression it's came.
Yeah, I met a guy here last night from Australia that does some racing, and he didn't know what a crawdad was, didn't know how to eat it.
Did you show him?
Well, I jokingly told him you just bite it, and he ate the whole tail in one piece, shell, legs, and all. So I felt bad afterwards, but he ate a second one. So
the same way?
What do you do? And he ate a second one, and there was a crowd watching him, and everybody went along with it, so I just let it happen.
Yeah, last night's dinner was a lot of fun, and I can't wait to get going with the day, and then ended up with another fire pit this evening and catch up with everybody and celebrate a victory of an amazing race.
So I haven't been up here all day, and I don't know if you've been tracking it, but hopefully we can pull some data and let them know. I'm curious if that 26:38 is the fastest lap of the day.
It is not.
Okay.
Cole Clark in a UTV has a 19:56.
Wow.
And the Off-Road Syndicate with Brad Snyder and his guys, they at the drivers' meeting, they asked about the fastest lap that you guys did at the 918, and JT said, no, that was a one-off thing. And then Brad said, nope, the Off-Road Syndicate's thrown $1,000 at the fastest overall lap, and right now that goes to Cole Clark.
Well, that's great. That is great. You know, there was some good racing out there in the UTVs. There was a lot of heart shown today in that UTV race as well.
Absolutely.
The 4916 flipped over at the beginning of the race in Green Day, and they spent 15 minutes upside down trying to get out of the car.
They were kind of trapped in there, it sounded like.
Yeah, they were safe.
Yeah, they were
just couldn't
safe,
get
but
out.
they just couldn't get out of the car.
They finally got out, got flipped over, and then they come down here and they flipped again just before crossing the start line.
And you were down there helping them, it looked like.
Well, I was down there managing
Yeah.
traffic. I didn't want to help until they called it. We were about to call it, and then JT made a decision because it was a little bit of a safety hazard. We could step in and get them back over, but guess what? We get them back over, and the battery's dead because we killed the winch. So what we ended up doing is they ran back to hot pits, grabbed a jump box, ran back, fought the jump box for 20 minutes, got it cranked, and they went out and they started a second lap. So that was really cool to see those guys pushing on.
Oh, absolutely. And I'll kind of dive a little deeper into it. Here at Ultra 4, it is a no-chase race. Only fellow competitors can help you unless it's a safety hazard. So that's what it was, is the Ultra 4 and the MAO crew can help your car to unblock something or for safety. But other than that, nobody else can help you recover anything. No outside assistance except for fellow racers.
Yeah, they were really good sports about it. He kept saying, hey, no, we're good.
But we understand the rules.
Yeah.
I'm sure they were frustrated
and then,
just watching you sit there watching.
Man, it's hard for me because I'll tell you, our rules were a little different with what we did with Pro Rock. So it was hard for me. I wanted to help so bad.
I 100% understand.
But we got to play by the rules. And
Yep.
One thing that JT said in the drivers' meeting, and one thing that's going to be the truth for Ultra 4 is we're going to stick to the rules.
Yep, black and white.
Black
the
and
rules
white.
are the rules.
That's
Yep.
right. So until JT made that call, we didn't touch the car. I know some people were asking us about it down there while we wasn't.
I was asking about it on screen. I was like, I think they could help them because they're in the middle of the trail. But yeah, I mean, they were making the call until it was like, okay, we do see some cars that are getting a little close. Let's clear the course for safety reasons.
Well, definitely the safety hazard there was people were coming so hard off that first ledge that if they couldn't stop, they were going to have to come down on top of us. That was the call.
Yep, and that only makes sense for sure. But, yeah, everything's going great so far. I mean, you've been helping the last few days from behind the scenes doing everything, and it's really come together great.
Yeah, we're really looking forward. I know I've heard y'all talk about it a little bit, going to Rush.
Yeah, we raced there with you last year, and it was that was my first time ever watching rock bouncing live, and you guys put on one heck of a show, and I had fun. I sat in the background, drank some beers, and watched you guys put on a show, and it was great to see. And I think we'll see that again at Visions, right?
Yep, you'll get to see that this time at Rush also.
Oh, they are doing it at Rush.
We're 100% putting on
I didn't know that.
A wild rock bouncing show.
Who's putting that on?
We are.
Oh, so we are. All right, that'll be a good time.
You will be a part of that.
Oh,
so
I'm
there
excited
you go.
for it.
You heard it here first, Miles.
Perfect.
But we'll be doing a knockout racing there. We do have that on the agenda. And I talked with Jason last night, and he's thinking we're going to go ahead and move forward with the bounty that we've been thinking about, and putting a bounty out there for UTVs and bouncers, which should get it pretty wild to end the night, just like what you saw last year.
After the racing is done, then do a bounty shootout. And
that's right.
Man, that's going to be a good
See
time.
who's got what left and put a little money out there. And, that late in the evening, people tend to get a little hyped up.
Yep.
And you saw the show last year under the lights.
Wild. Absolutely.
It was wild.
Awesome. So that'd be a good time. And, yeah, we raced there last year with you. Now we're doing it again with Ultra 4 and the rock bouncing, and it's going to be a good time.
Yeah, man, we're looking forward to it. EB and his team at Rush Off-Road, they're fabulous.
A good dude.
They're fabulous. The course out there is really different. When you go from this terrain with these rocks and then you change and you go all the way across the country, a totally different terrain.
Yeah,
everything's
tight
different.
with all the trees. And last year it rained. It was pretty muddy. Hopefully it doesn't do that, but that's part of it.
Well, I've never put an event on at Rush without it raining, so I don't have a whole lot of hopes.
All right, well,
except
we'll see
for
how
I'll
it
tell
plays
you,
out.
there's a first time for everything.
Yep. And regardless, we had a good time. It just makes everything a little bit trickier.
And if you're watching this live feed and you're planning on coming to Rush, I need you to remember two things. We don't have designated camping spots for reserves, so you need to get there and be early, get you a good spot.
Yeah, first come, first serve.
The second thing is I need you to know we sell this event out. For 7 years, we've sold this event out in advance, normally more than a week before.
So get your tickets now is what you're saying.
Get your tickets in advance. You go to rushoffroad.com. There should be some links that we were just getting up from MidAmericaOutdoors.com and, of course, Ultra 4 Racing. So we need you guys to know we want you to enjoy the in-person experience. We need you to go ahead and grab those tickets, and you can see the flyer and the social media push that's out there should lead you where you need to go to get to the event Bright Lake.
And, get there because you don't want to miss out. That's going to be a great show. I mean, we're going to do some Ultra 4 racing, then some rock bouncing and some hill shooting, and the best of both worlds right there.
Yeah, 100%. And I expect for there to be a good crowd. We've been hearing there's some pretty heavy hitters coming all the way across the country to come play with us at Rush.
Like
so
who?
Be fun.
You want to drop any names?
I may or may not have heard that Von Gitten's going to be there.
He is. Yeah. He's racing.
He's going to come out there. Yep. And I think Lauren may come, but maybe just in a Razor.
Yep. Yeah, he's just coming to spectate and help out Vaughn.
And I heard that maybe one of the heaviest hitters of all time is making their entrance into the 4,400 class. I heard on a little rumor Casey Gilbert was classing up.
Yes, he is. The sandbagger himself is finally he's down. He has raced it before, but he's mainly done the racing the 4,800 class. But yeah, he's stepping up to 44. He sent me a picture the other day with the 40s on it, and cool to see. There's Sean Rance Sr. in the Green Day section.
So this car right here, I really like this car. I'm loving all these Bronco cars, to be honest with you. They just got a great look to them, and these guys have done a fantastic job building them. The cool factor and the fun factor in these cars is really awesome.
Yeah, this is the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, and we're also racing the 4,800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. So about Legends class, there's Doc Jones and that Trent Fab machine. Him and Dave Hartman are pushing strong. There's Sean Rance Sr. and that Ford Bronco. He's been running that Ford Bronco for a very long time.
So I'll tell you, I feel like the people running it right now on course between the 48s and the 45s, I think they are all playing a very strategic game. We haven't seen a whole lot of breakage. There's a few that's out. But outside of that, I feel like everybody's really trying to get to the end of this race to see where they land.
It's a race of attrition. I mean, we've seen quite a bit of carnage already, but I'll be honest, it's not as many tires as I expected. Last year we had tire after tire, but we'll see. The 4,400s, they're going to be pushing hard.
So I saw people running GPS, and I don't think people were running GPS to know where they were going. I think they were marking things that were catching tires or potential breakage areas, and I think they were really going by that. We got a little action right here.
Yep, that's Matthew Weiss getting passed by Sean Rance Sr. This is Matthew Weiss's first race with us, so it's really cool to see. And speaking of that, if you've never raced Ultra 4 before, we waive your entry fee for your first race. So if you've never raced, you want to come out, we'll give the first race on us, kind of get you hooked, get you in the family, and I guarantee you'll want to come back. And that is Ken Goodall, I believe, pulled over.
Oh, no.
That is he's got the hood off.
That means he's probably hot.
Well, hot or power steering, or, it could be multiple things, but that is a tough break because Ken Goodall, he was our fast pole setter, and I hate to see them both. When both driver and co-driver are out of the car, you got an issue. That's not good.
Well, I can tell you this is, when you're on the side of the trail like that and you're trying to make a repair and you see these cars that you've been in front of all day edging by you, it's like everything you worked for is slipping away.
Shin every time. Yep.
It's like it's just slipping away for the clean race that you've run or the battle that you fought. And not only are you sitting there trying to get that thing together, but now you're playing a mind game with yourself.
100%.
You don't want to go too fast or miss something, get back in and have to stop again.
Exactly.
And even getting in the car is a battle.
Oh, yeah. No, it's not easy. These cars are battleships. That is Tony Howard in that Liberty Mountain Fab car. But, yeah, talking about getting in and out, it is tough getting out of a car. Some people can probably do it in under a minute, but, just marking course, I took the seatbelt on and off 100 times, and it just takes time.
Getting in and out of the car is one of the most overlooked things that people should practice, in my opinion.
Oh, absolutely.
You should practice getting in so you can save time on race course and keep yourself safe, and you should practice getting out for emergency reasons.
So speaking of that, I used to do a little UTV racing, and I did that. I put a blindfold on and practice getting out a little bit, just knowing your machine and knowing that, because you might be upside down, underwater, on fire, anything, and you need, that is a huge issue. So it's definitely worth trying to figure it out.
Yeah, I'll tell you, one time I was messing with a guy who he was one of my buddies. He wanted to start racing.
You got buddies?
Yeah, I have a few. I don't have any friends, but I have some buddies. And this guy is not my buddy anymore after this. But I'll tell you what I did to him. He wanted to come racing. I told him the first thing I had to do was figure out the safety gear and how to compete and how to make sure that he stayed safe. And I took it real serious. And then when it came time, I was like, all right, I want to practice you getting unbuckled and then buckle yourself back under pressure. He was like, what do you mean under pressure? And I was like, just get going. And I took some water bottles and stuff, and I was dumping them on his head. I was like, it could be raining. It could be whatever. It was funny for me. And then he was like, do you do that to everybody? I was like, no, man, I've never done it. I just made that up. But it was fun.
Oh, yeah, all in good fun. That's what we're doing here right now.
But in all reality, getting out of your car is just as important as getting in, because you got to be able to get 100%. Out in certain situations. And I think that is something that everybody should practice, and I think it'll make you a more well-rounded racer and a safer racer.
And there's Eric Weichel coming through the Bronco Proving Grounds, getting ready to hit the Yukon launch coming down. He's had a great race. Him and Wade have been driving all day long, and I believe he'll be finishing his 4th lap.
Yep, he'll be heading into the final. He should be getting a white flag if I'm looking at it correct.
I missed Jeremy Jones. He is out on his 5th and final lap. I apologize about that. Jeremy Jones is out on his 5th and final lap.
Yeah,
so,
I believe we were talking.
Okay.
The camera was on us when he come through, and he's the only one currently out there. So this will be the 2nd car going out on the final.
So I see here's some horsepower behind me. We see
I'm excited to see when this updates, if he moves, how far he moves, because he's clearly going to move to 2nd.
Well, yeah, for sure. Eric Weichel will be physically in 2nd and on adjusted time. He just bumped into 1st position. Eric Weichel's got to be super stoked. I know Nancy is back home, jumping up and down right now. Eric Weichel out of Helena, Montana, has to keep it together. That is awesome.
23.841 is the gap. That is
23
literally
seconds.
That's one backup or one bad ledge or anything could happen. So Eric's got to be perfect. Jeremy's got to be a little better than perfect.
Yeah, and Jeremy Jones started in that 2nd position, and Eric Weichel started back in 8th. So adjusted time is on Eric Weichel's side right now. And let's see. Jeremy Jones, I do not believe, has ran the Joker, so he'll have to run this Joker line on his last lap, and Eric Weichel does not. So there's even more time that Eric Weichel could put on Jeremy Jones. Well, I could be wrong. They're definitely keeping on. We've got it physically. They're writing it down out on course.
Yep.
We got a course marker.
So we could. That is an unofficial statement, but if we're looking at it correctly, that does be the way that it appears. Now, let me tell you, Andrew Gorman is the fastest lap for these classes that are on course right now, I believe. Well, he's just a little faster than Greg Neff was, but so when Andrew comes in, I want to see where those gaps are also.
Yeah, it's going to be, like I said, we do have 2 different classes racing at the same time. We have the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, and then the top 2 out on the 4,800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. And speaking about Brannick, you guys run some of their stuff in your bouncer stuff, I assume, right?
Oh, of course. Yeah. Brannick Motorsports.
And he's helped you guys for a while, right?
Yeah, Brannick Motorsports and Stan and his team 100% has been supporting pro rock racing and rock bouncing. He has many racers using his products. Strongest stuff out there.
Yeah, no, it's solid team, solid company, solid dudes. It's great to see them sponsoring the 4,800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class.
And I'll tell you, I'm excited to see those guys. I think they'll all be at Rush.
They'll be at Rush. They'll be at AOP, and I'm sure they'll be at Visions and Legends of the Fall.
Yes. Yep, they'll be. I'm sure they'll be running a region to get a complete region so they can go and. Team Indiana and all those guys, they're some of the best people. Let me tell you something that Team Indiana done. We had a race at Rush Off-Road, and there's 4,000 or 5,000 fans there, and it can get a little messy. Trash cans overrun. I'm breaking the event down.
That was last year.
I turn around. Yep. I turn around and I look, and Team Indiana is out there with their Razors and their Jeeps, spotlighting the ground, picking up every speck of trash in the whole place. Just because they said they wanted to help and support and keep the place clean.
Yep, I was. That's where I watched. Me and Jody Ford stood on the top of his Jeep, watching the race, and when it was over, yeah, they cleaned it all up. They're a top-notch crew for sure.
Yep, it was amazing.
So we are about an hour away from kicking off the 4,400 Unlimited race. That'll be 8 laps, 44 miles. It's going to be absolutely awesome. And it sounds like number 44, Caleb Boxey, is out of the race. He ran out of fuel. I did not think I'd hear that.
He was already a lap down. I don't know if he was just running a little slower pace or if he had some problems because I wasn't in communication with this car. But running out of fuel was not something I thought we'd see.
And now I'm hearing 51.66. Matt Murphdog Murphy is out of the race as well, so it's really starting to take its toll on these cars. This is a tough course.
Well, I can tell you, I know that we saw Matt Weiss was out there. We were talking about this was his first race. I met him and did his little pre-inspection before his tech inspection, and he's so excited and so happy. And, he had to make a few adjustments to make sure everything was up to par. But at the start line, that guy, I could see it in his eyes. He said for years now he's been trying to get here to compete. And he said, you know what, I just had to say we're going for it. And I want to see him finish these laps or as many laps as he can.
For coming for their first race, it would be great for him to get a finish first off, or at least, in
this course,
he could get a podium still.
In this course, finishing this race is a pretty strong statement for a first-time try.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, that lots of people come to win this race. There's also lots of people that come out to race just to finish. So Matt Weiss, I really hope he can do well with this thing.
Yeah, and like you said, He runs this pace. He's steady. He could end up on the podium. That's a reality.
Yep, there's Jesse Lee in that Toyota-based buggy. He's running the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class.
One thing I got to tell you is this new Netto setup for the production is awesome. This Netto production trailer and this whole show, wow.
Yeah,
they've done a great job with this.
Yeah, the Nitto studio they're setting us up with is absolutely awesome. Sounds like Jesse Lee will be getting the white flag here shortly. But, huge shout-out to Nitto for helping us out with this live production feed. And speaking about Nitto, let's give a shout-out to all of our major sponsors. We have the Off-Road Syndicate, Mid-America Outdoors, Progressive, 4-Wheel Parts, Optima Batteries, Monster Energy, Ford, Bronco, Can-Am, King of the Hammers, Ultimax Belts, King Shocks, Nitto, VP Racing Fuels, Griffin, Lasernut, Holly, Amsoil, Method, Axial, 360 Wraps, Rugged, Raceline Wheels, Baja Jerky, Spider Tracks, Recaro, ARB, Rigid, Brannick, Tread Lightly, Action Sports Canopy, Off the Grid Clothing, MBRP, Yukon, HCR, and Warren and Factor 55. So please support who supports the sport. Without all of those wonderful partners, we would not be able to be racing here with Ultra 4 today here at the the Beatdown at Area BFE.
Well, I can tell you this. I confidently can tell you our marketing partners and sponsors are the best in the game. We've aligned ourselves with premium companies, and we are thankful and proud to represent these companies.
Oh, 100%. And we were talking about Stan and Brannick and everybody. Look at this. They just sent me a picture. They're here watching, tuned in, having fun, and look at the big smiles on Jody and Stan and the whole crew. So thanks for tuning in, and thanks for helping us out.
Yeah, we miss you guys. Wish y'all could make the haul, but we know everybody's busy. And
we'll see them in a few weeks.
We'll see you in a few weeks.
So lots of questions about tire pressure also. I'm going to say they're probably running between 15 and 20 PSI.
So that's a game out here. So you guys at home and you other racers, I know you're probably all battling what would you be doing in your head out here. You want these tires to fold and ball up and to give a little bit, but at the same time you go too low, you're going to snag something, rip a tire potentially. Although a lot of these guys are running top-tier tires like Netto, which can take the abuse, but you never know where that line is. It's a game.
It's a fine line. There's a happy medium. Which way do you go?
And you don't want to sacrifice in the corners having it fold or roll up on you, but you also need the traction. So it's a game. I saw a lot of people making adjustments on the fly during the qualifying pre-run, and even during qualifying, people were talking about it. They said, hey, I'm going to run more air because I'm going to go hard on these curves on the qualifying, but I'm going to air down during the race and try to get a little more plush ride.
Yeah, I mean, that's all about strategy, and I just heard through my Rugged Race radio, Ken Goodall out, popped the motor.
Oh, no.
Our pole setter blew his motor, and I think that's him on screen. We saw them working on it earlier, but that's what I'm hearing through race ops. Blown motor for Ken Goodall. Tough break. So that puts Goodall out, Harrell's out, Matt Murphy's out, Caleb Boxey's out, and Greg Neff, and Michael London. So that's almost half the field is out of this race. So there's Eric Weichel. Did he come to a stop? Yes, he did. But he kept moving. So that is our race leader, Eric Weichel, heading up the Green Day section.
So while we were switching some of those shots, Jesse Lee went from 6th to 3rd.
On adjusted time. That is awesome.
Yes,
Jesse Lee, look at him. And he's fairly new to Ultra 4.
He was able to make some moves that looks like in that other lap. I'm curious to know if we've got eyes or seen where Andrew Gorham's, what's happened there. He was on fire, he's got the fast lap right now for this class. I'm really curious to know what happened to him. Did you have anything before I walked up?
I don't know what happened to Gorman. He was running good, but, yeah, he's definitely dropped off pace just a little bit.
And anytime you see, like with Kenneth Goodall, when he panned across, we said, hey, he's got his hood off. Guys at home, I can tell you, if you're going to take the time to pop those Zerks fittings and take your hood off, there's a pretty serious issue. If not, you're going to push in, try to get to the hot pits. If you're going to pop the hood and take the time to do those things, something was serious. So we knew that, but it's really unfortunate to hear that he popped his motor.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, but that's part of racing, just like everything else. Just looks like the Monkey with a Knife team is out there. Michael and Brian are tuned in watching. They hate they're not here. We hate you're not here too, but we'll see you at the next one, I'm sure. So thanks for tuning in, and can't wait to go racing with you once again.
Yeah, and I need a shirt.
And that I got a shirt.
I need one of those.
I got to
shirts.
drive that car.
Oh, really?
Hammers this year. I was kind of joking with him. I was like, "Hey, man, I'd like to take it for a rip." He's like, "Let's do it." And I'm
those
like,
guys are crazy.
Okay,
they really are crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, it was a fun experience. I got to ride with Randy Slauson this year. Got to drive Brian's car. I've got to do a lot of cool opportunities, and that's just all thanks to Ultra 4, and now Mid-America is making it even better.
Well, man, I've been out there to Hammers and these races and then my own races for many, many years, and there's not been a whole lot of people let me drive their cars. I think I got a track record going, and
I can't say I blame them.
It is what it is, They may have seen some old stuff from me and Tripp back in the day, but that's part of it. I feel like Jody Ford let me drive his car if I really asked.
Maybe. I think he's smiling right now, said, I'll sell it to you. So that was Eric Weichel we just saw on screen, our physical race leader. There's our Believe Cam FPV drone.
So I'm trying to determine which car coming in is going to be the next one to look for. I don't know if Gorman's out, Howard, or Rance. We know Goodall's out. Neff's out.
So Sean Rance could have a good showing.
I hate that Brent Harrell didn't finish his run.
No,
that's a beautiful new car, too.
Yeah, he debuted that at King of the Hammers just a few months ago, and it is an absolute work of art. Paul Horschel builds some of the nicest cars we have in Ultra 4, and I'd put him up against some of the T1 trucks. I mean, he builds an amazing car.
Yes, he does, and all these guys, man, they've just done such a great job of making them just look so nice. I mean, they look like they're rolling off of showrooms, even though we know they've been beat and battered. All right, who we got right here? 44, Caleb.
Oh, Caleb Boxey. I thought he was out, so maybe he is not. What happened to him? Maybe he ran out of fuel and got some fuel. Yeah, he was out of fuel. So
it looks like he's got a tire on the passenger side on the front. Looks like he's limping a little bit there. I don't know if it's completely flat, but it don't look healthy.
No, it's hurt for sure. So, yeah, he ran out of fuel, but apparently got some fuel back in it, or it was vapor locked and it cooled down. Nobody knows.
Yeah, he's just barely holding on by the bead lock on that.
Yep, so he'll be heading into the AMSOIL hot pits here very shortly.
Man, that goes to show you this late in the race, even though he may have been sitting out there, I think he's about to start a third lap if he's going to continue on, but it'd be easier to say, we're going to save the car, I'm done. But you know what? Here he comes, rolling down the big hills, flat tire and all, ready for some more.
Oh, absolutely. So Boxey will be heading towards the AMSOIL hot pits as he makes it around the King Shock 180.
Look at that. Moved him up several spots into 8th as he starts his third lap, or fourth lap.
And there's good also, as long as he keeps going, he'll pass him. And where's Gorman? I suspect to see him shortly.
Yeah, I don't know if any drones can get eyes on him, but if anybody could get a shot or info on Gorman, we'd love to know. He's got to be somewhere in that section between Brittany and the backside of Green Day.
Yeah, yep, somewhere. There's a lot of course out there. And speaking about the course, I'll kind of give you a quick walkthrough. We start here at the Bronco Proving Grounds, then we go back around, we go down the Abyss, we pass the Gatekeeper of Upper Eldorado, then we go up Minor Threat, and then down a New Wash, Aussie, then up Offspring, up Green Day, up Suicide Hill, and that's where that three-way either-or is. Then we go down Ejection Rock, and that's a pretty gnarly spot.
Let's stop at Ejection Rock. Why do they call it that?
Well, that's because J.T. Taylor a couple of years ago was up there making course, and he got ejected out of his Can-Am. And then we go down Volbeat, and then back around down Tool, down Drop Kick, then down Lockjaw, a new little wash Death Row, Old Reds, which is a cool new little wash, and then Britney Spears, the Joker lane, and then right back in here to the Proving Grounds, the Bronco Proving Grounds for the start-finish line. So what a great day of racing it's been, and we are not over yet. We started with the 4600 Spider Track stock class. Then we had the 4900 Can-Am UTV class. We're still racing. We don't have a winner yet, but it's getting closer for the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class, and then the 4800 Brannick Motorsports and Legends class, and then up next, the 4400 Unlimited class. I can't wait to watch those. Those are the biggest and baddest names in our sport. Unlimited horsepower, unlimited suspension, unlimited tires. It's going to be one to watch.
Unlimited talent.
Unlimited everything. So while we have a little break in the action, we're going to step away, and we'll be right back after this.
Bronco, an American classic, returns. And it only gets better when it's outfitted with the right gear. From bumpers to winches, rigging accessories, suspensions, body armor, and wheels. You need a full array of gear to outfit your Bronco for adventure. Get them now at warn.com.
Hello and welcome. Breathe, relax, and enjoy the meditation. Provided by Yukon Gear and Axle. Shop now. The ultimate in off-road performance.
I am Monster Mate.
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
It's time for electric to turn into lightning. An electric truck that can haul on both ends, that can help build your house, and if need be, power that house. That feels like a bullet train and works like a freight train. The fully electric F-150 Lightning.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
You know, the thing that people don't realize about ARB is that they have been developing the parts as our series and our sport has grown to these new extremes. They keep evolving as the sport has evolved.
4WP is more than a store. We're truck and Jeep experts and have been for over 50 years. From wheel and tire upgrades to full custom builds, 4WP has you covered. Whether you want to order the best parts online or shop in store, do the work yourself or get it done by a pro, all roads lead to 4WP. Do your rig right. Shop online or find your store at 4WP.com.
And welcome back to the 2022 Beatdown at Area BFE, presented by Area BFE Tents. I'm Miles Hesquist. We got Pam Hall back in the booth. We just lost Joey Beck. He was helping me out. Thank you, Joey. And we're nearing the end. We're going to see if Eric Weichel can win. I think this would be his first Ultra 4 win. I know he's excited. I know he's nervous. I saw Sean Rance come through just a moment ago, and now Tony Howard.
Actually, Sean Rance is coming off the course right now. I'm not sure if they decided to give him the checkered flag or not. Because of time restraints right now, we are already pushed back till 3:30 from our 3 o'clock start. So that could be what is going on right there right now.
And if that's what they're doing, this is all speculation, but he may be winning the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. I'll wait to hear if I can get anything. And if that's the case, I heard a lot of people hooting and hollering.
So Sean Rance, he is number 1 in the 4,500 modified class, but 4th overall. Miles, were they doing 4 laps or 5?
They're supposed to do 5.
Okay.
Or that's what I was told earlier. So it sounds like that for time restraints, they did cut off a lap for him, and it sounds like Sean Rance Sr. is going to win the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. So
that's super
he's
cool.
got to be super stoked. And if he did the Ford Contingency, if he signed up for that, he'll take home some cash. So
that is super exciting.
That's awesome if Ford Performs for doing that for their drivers. If you run their front grille, I think it's $1,000. If you run their engine, it's $1,000. If you run both like Sean, I think he's going to take home a couple grand.
That is super cool for him. It was a good race out there. I haven't been up here much. Joey Beck was up here. I was actually over because the drivers are starting to try to line up down there, and a lot of them were not aware because the service out here, unless you're over here where we're at, you do not have service. So a lot of them did not know that we pushed the time back to 3:30. So I was over with some of the drivers and chit-chatting and letting them know that it is pushed back. But we are definitely seeing them all start lining up behind us. Sean Rance off course over here because he now finished, which is super cool to be number 1 in that class, unofficial.
And Tony Howard, they pulled him off as well. So I think nobody can go out for another lap so we can get the next race started here in about a half hour. We're hoping for a 3:30 start for the 4,400 Unlimited race.
You can kind of hear some information over the radio.
So lots of great racing today. We want to thank each and every one of you for tuning in. Ultra4Racing.com/live. Go to that MAO app, download it. There's a link in there to go to the MAO YouTube. You can go to the Facebook or the Ultra 4 and MAO Facebooks and YouTubes. You can go to the premium and watch that and watch anything else from King of the Hammers or any regional race. And throughout the season, we're going to start adding a lot more to the back end of the premium.
Here's
Jeremy Jones, unofficial second-place finisher. He's flying out there. He's really hauling the mail across the Rigid Ridge. So he'll be dropping down the Yukon launch as we speak. Him and Dave Hartman have been out there all day long pushing the limits. So Jeremy Jones looks like, where's Eric Weichel? So he may be our winner. I guess it's going to be Jeremy Jones. He was off pace a little bit, but he got around Eric Weichel. So it's looking like Jeremy Jones may be your first place unofficial winner for the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, and he will be the first one to finish all 5 laps. And he was definitely one of my votes that's going to do well today, and it's looking good. It looks like Jeremy Jones is going to put that Trent Fab top shelf machine on top of the box, and the checkered flag is a flying. Jeremy Jones unofficially just won the Beatdown at Area BFE for the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. So now where is Eric Weichel? He had such a great run going. We hope to see him here in town soon. Jeremy Jones started in 2nd position, so Eric Weichel started it in 8th. So he's got, about 3 minutes.
Well, and Jeremy Jones just came through, and he threw down his fastest lap of the race today at 26:10 for himself, his fastest lap.
What, say that? 26 minutes, 10 seconds.
So he really stepped it up that last lap.
So the big boys and gals are really going to have to push hard to try to take that $1,000 away from Cole Clark with that 1956. So, again, shout out to the Off-Road Syndicate for putting $1,000 on the line for the fastest lap today. And right now, that is Cole Clark.
Definitely. He has the fastest one. Even the 4400 class, they are even questioning if they're going to be able to beat Cole Clark's time. But you can see down there, Mr. Levi Shirley is getting lined up and ready for the race.
So I think I had a little mental mistake. I think Jeremy Jones has actually been leading physically, but on adjusted time it was Eric Weichel. So my fault about that.
So we'll see when Eric comes in where he's at. He has not came in and don't see him in sight right now.
So we'll see. I started an unofficial timer. He's got about 2 more minutes to come in to try to steal the win away from Jeremy Jones. Jeremy's pulling out of the Bronco proving grounds, and his team's up there giving him high fives, and everything's looking good. But where is Eric Weichel? How far back is he? Remember, this race is on adjusted time, and they have been pushing the limits all day long, and it's going to be a race to the finish for sure. What a wonderful day of racing it's been. We are just getting our first finisher of Jeremy Jones for the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. Who's going to, and there comes Matt Weiss. Is that could be Eric Weichel. So there's Matthew Weiss, number 55. Coming through, he'll finish, which lap is he on?
The number 55, Matthew Weiss, he is coming in. It would be his third lap.
He'll finish his third.
Yes.
And they will take him off course. So I think you have to do, 2/3 of the race. So I'm not a mathematician, but that's going to be pretty close to finish for this race. So hopefully he can get an official finish.
I believe the shot that we had earlier, there was a white car setting off to the side. I'm not sure if it was Goodall or not, but he has not came through.
Goodall, you missed it. Ken Goodall's got a blown motor.
Oh, okay. So that probably was him sitting there.
Out. Yep.
Oh, here's Eric Weichel right now. He'll be coming in screen here shortly. He is on the rigid ridge as we speak.
So on my unofficial clock, that's going to put him in that second position. This race is on adjusted time, but I think he's going to get beat by just a couple minutes by Jeremy Jones. So we'll see how it all shakes out. But still,
you can
regardless,
see he's on it though.
He has got to be super stoked to be finishing physically second position at the Beatdown at Area BFE. I know Nancy's back home is super excited in Helena, Montana.
He's trying to make up some time, as you can tell. But there's some areas right here where you just cannot push it too hard or you'll end up on your side or possibly on your lid.
And he is all over the throttle, all over the horn. Eric Weichel is super stoked. I think this is going to be his best finish yet with Ultra 4 Racing, and he is going to be all smiles. He is a great dude. They're a great family.
There he
No
goes.
Fear Racing. Unofficially second
position.
place.
Yes, and so let's go through these top 5 here really quick.
A minute 42 splits him and Jeremy Jones.
Yes, so we have Jeremy Jones, number 1 overall. Second place, Eric Weichel, number 2 overall. We have Jesse Lee in that 3rd position that has not came in. So right now we only have Jeremy Jones and Eric Weichel in that has completed their 5th lap. So that's super cool. Sean Rance, came up here and said he's unofficially the number 1 position in the 4,500 modified class, which is super cool. And it says Kenneth Goodall is in 2nd position in the 4,500 modified class.
Yeah, it's been a great day of racing. We started this morning at 8 a.m. We haven't taken a break yet, so we've been racing for 7 straight hours, and we're still getting ready to do the pinnacle race, the 4,400 Unlimited class.
8 laps. 8 laps.
It's going to be 8 brutal laps. I will promise you that.
It's going to be a fun 8 laps.
So I see Levi Shirley, Paul Horschel, Brian Croft, Shannon Campbell, Lauren Healy, and Dave Oliver all lined up. They're patiently awaiting, but I think we pushed it back
3:30
till 3:30.
So there's the number 44 on screen of Caleb Boxey. Yes, he has been stopped there. He is not moving at this moment.
So we got some excited drivers coming up, but it is Jeremy Jones and then Eric Weichel, unofficially 1-2 in the 4,800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class.
Okay, it sounds like the 44 has been stopped out in Green Bay, the 44 of Caleb Boxey.
Yeah, and he is, I believe he is out of the race.
Was it a drive line? No, that was not him with the drive line. That was no fuel.
Yeah, okay, yep.
No fuel.
That's a tough break.
And it looks like the 5166 is also out of the race, which is Matt Murphy. And the 7779 is also out of the race, which it says Kenneth Goodall.
Yep. He's
a motor.
Yep, we covered that one.
Oh, that's right. You told me that. So many drivers.
Tell me about it. Erin Zindler, who helps race yours, tuned in, and she's super stoked for her buddies, Eric Weichel and Wade. So thanks for tuning in, and we'll definitely see you around.
Facebook is telling me, somebody through Facebook is telling me Andrew Gorman is out of gas at mile 2.5.
Oh, Andrew Gorman had such a great day going.
2 people have said it.
Yeah, we talked about him a little bit ago and that we hadn't seen him, so that's a tough break for Gorman. He had such a great run going.
Cotton Klumer is saying, come on, Caters, the 4407.
Yep, that's Cade's mom.
Best place to race ever. She said, keep your head straight and pick them off one by one, and you've got this. She's cheering on you and JT and the whole entire Mid-America team that is here with Ultra 4.
It's been a great time. Thanks for tuning in, Cotton. And yes, I think Cade has a good chance at doing well at today's race.
I've been hearing chatter from people on the outside when I'm walking over there to do the awards and stuff from other racers. A lot of them have him as a pick.
Yeah, he's kind of. I'm not going to call him the dark horse because he's already proven himself. But
right.
Taking a 48 car, putting some bigger tires on it. He started doing that. I think it was last year at AOP.
It was AOP,
and he's really coming together with it. So.
Number 1 qualifier there. He ended up, I believe, it was 3rd on the box.
Yep. Maybe even 2nd. I can't quite remember. But, it's been a great day of racing. So thanks to everybody for tuning in, ultra4racing.com/live. It's been a wonderful day, and we are not over yet.
Definitely not over yet.
Be sure to stay tuned in. Right now would be a good time to take a quick break, get whatever you need, fill up the cooler that's sitting next to you, go get some munchies, and the 4,400 class is getting ready to throw down.
Make sure you're sharing it so people at home can be watching it as well. It's going to be an exciting race. There's going to be a lot of competition out there. We do have Miss Bailey Campbell out there, her dad Shannon, and then her fiance, husband. I don't know, Brian was on the earlier when he was on the podium in the UTV race. He said, my fiance Bailey, and then he said, wife. I'm like, well, what is it? Girlfriend, fiance, wife?
I think they're still just engaged, but regardless,
pretty much married.
Pretty cool. Pretty cool to have all them going. So while we have a little break in the action, Pam, you were able to do some awards with the 4600 Spider Track stock class earlier today. So here you go.
All right, we just finished up the 4600 Spider Track stock class, and I am here right now with our third place of Kindle Glines. Today's race, I saw you guys go into the hot pits. Tell us a little bit about what happened there.
Well, we overdrove the car a little bit the first lap. Had 2 flats, and the engine temp was about 300 degrees, or about 280 when we went into the hot pit. So we were hoping to get that figured out. We got it cooled off a little bit, and they sent us out for 2 more and didn't have any issues after that.
Well, that's awesome. You guys did qualify in that number 2 position, came in the 3rd. You can't complain about that one, but what did you think about the race course today?
It was brutal. It's rough. It's tight. You got to watch for everything. There's sticks and trees and no brakes.
No brakes at all. Now, a lot of people were saying the fastest part of this whole entire race course was more than likely the rigid ridge right here that you guys did in qualifying yesterday. Would you say that's probably where you got your top speed at today?
Yeah, either that or right before this, you come up the hill and turn to come into this. Yeah, that's the 2 fast sections right there.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your number 3 podium position today. What race will we see you at next?
Prairie City, California. So that's the plan.
Have you raced there before?
We haven't.
I haven't been there myself. I hear it's a really fun race course, but we'll see you there, and congratulations again.
Thanks. We'd like to thank the sponsors, Lone Peak Collision, Nemesis Industries, Light Nights, MRT Tires, RST Brands, Factor 55, and Terraflex. I think I've got them all. We really... Oh, and Impulse Off-Road. They're the whole reason we're here.
Yes, they are.
Yeah. Do you have anything to say about sitting in that seat today?
I should have reeled him in a lot sooner. That's what I have to say. He cleaned it up really well on the second lap. That first one, I was hanging on for dear life.
Awesome. Well, congratulations again, and hold up that Laser Nut trophy when we're done here. And congratulations. On to our number 2 position today. We have Mr. John Williams. How are you today?
I'm great. How are you doing?
Wonderful. What do you think about that race course today?
I think it was a fantastic race course. Just the right amount of speed and the right amount of hard stuff to drive on, big rocks, but it was just a great course all around.
Now, did you have any issues out there? I don't believe you did. You actually started in that number 5 position, but did you have any issues out there on course?
Nope, just no issues. As soon as we started chasing people, you get racers in your head, level vision. You know, when you're chasing the levels, you start doing some dumb things, had to slow it down a little bit, but that's it. That was the only problem we had was in my head.
Awesome. I know it's like chasing the taillights, right, or chasing the dust. Your brain completely changes over. Who do you want to thank for getting you out here today?
A big thank to BF Goodrich Tires, Active Air, Dynatrack. It's awesome to have Dynatrack axles in the 1 and 2 spots on the podium today. A lot of great companies, Warren, SCI, Factor 55, obviously our shop that built the car, Impulse Off-Road, and we're just stoked to be here.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. What's the next race we'll see you guys at?
We'll be at Prairie City also.
Awesome. Well, I'm excited for that as well. So you guys, good luck there. I'll see you there, and congratulations again today, and safe travels home, and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. All right, number 1 position, Mr. Brad Level. How are you?
I'm doing great. It's great to be standing up here. I'm really excited to be out here racing with my son. This is something pretty special for us. We've done a little bit of racing, but this is a big one because it counts. You know, this is our sponsors. This is what we do, working with Ford out here, and I'm really proud of my son. He did a great job out there calling all the shots.
Well, and you've been on the podium every race with your Bronco. Your first race down in San Felipe last year, you were on the number 1 position there as well. What do you think about that?
Well, you know, I don't want to strike any bad karma here, right? But really proud of the Bronco. This is the 3rd win for this Bronco, 4th pole position for it. And we've put a lot of work into it. And we pre-ran a lot out here. And, you know, it's something that's great for our family. And it's something that we've worked real hard with Ford with. So we're very proud of it and looking to run hard.
Awesome. Well, you got out in that number 1 position qualifying yesterday. You got out front today, or stayed out front today. No dust for you. I mean, you did go through some lap traffic. I think you had already lapped a couple by your first lap, but you had no issues whatsoever. Well, one little thing. I think I was told you lost it on Britney Spears was your rear bumper. Do you think that's where it was at?
Well, I think it was riding along a little bit loose before that, and eventually it let go right by the pits, so one of our pit guys actually recovered it. So we'll get that zip tied back on for the next race. And unfortunately, we had a little incident with a tree pre-running and just ripped the whole front fender off. But, cool thing about Bronco, you can just bolt new body panels on there, so we'll get that done at home, get a new wrap on there, and get it looking great for the next race.
Well, congratulations, and who else would you like to thank for getting you up here on this podium position?
Well, what's real near and dear to my heart is AMSOIL. They've been behind us for 15 years, so for God's sake, go buy some AMSOIL. When we're going to King of the Hammers, have everything invested in it. That's what we trust. And BF Goodrich Tires, no flats out here today. Tires do great, and we were pushing hard. I know Byam was getting a little upset. I was hitting stuff a little bit too hard here and there, but no flats. Method, Fox, all the best companies in the business have been behind this program, and we're real happy with that.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. And Miles and I were talking about, we were wondering if you're ever going to give up reins to your son.
Well, Byam did a great job co-driving. They raced the UTV and the Mint 400. All the boys did. My other son, Adam, has a lot of interest in driving our old Ranger. So if we can get home and get enough time to get a prep job on that, maybe we'll show up to an event and have the boys behind the wheel on that thing.
So is Byam going to be your co-driver, or are you co-driving for your dad the rest of the season?
I don't know. It kind of depends on what happens throughout there. I think my brother's going to do a couple, hopefully. And, well, am I? I hope we are.
That's the favorite, Dad. Who do I go to on this one?
Yeah. I guess we got to talk on the way home, right? But great job, Byam. We got to whack up the check too, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, congratulations to all of our podium finishers here at Area BFE for our 2022 Beatdown. Congratulations. Back to you, Miles.
Yeah, boys.
All right, congratulations.
Well, thank you, Pam, and welcome back. This is the 2022 Beatdown at Area BFE. Thanks, Pam, for showing us the winners for the 4600 Spider Track stock class. And congratulations to Brad Lovell for putting that Bronco on top of the box. And I got my buddy Terry back in here with me with the booth. I think we're going to try to do some more podiums with Pam here shortly. So we'll see how it all shakes out. But thanks for coming back, buddy.
No problem, Miles. I'm looking real forward to this 4400 race.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. These are the biggest and baddest cars in the sport, and I just don't know. Are they going to be able to take that $1,000 away from the off-road syndicate, Cole Clark, that 1956 time to beat?
It depends on the race. It depends on if they have to. I don't think any of them are going to want to push that hard as far as car and tires unless there's a race that forces them to.
I like that. If somebody's behind them pushing them, they're going to have to push harder and harder,
right.
Obviously.
I think it'll be determined either in this first lap or in the last lap.
Okay. I like that. I think I was talking to Lauren. He was up here earlier, and he was saying he's going to run about 75% and then start saving the car for the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th lap. But then he said, but my guys are telling me, yeah, you're going to put your helmet on and go, just all out.
That's always a good plan until you put your helmet on.
Absolutely. They say that as soon as you close the visor, your brain shuts off. And there's a lot of truth to that.
Now, it's going to depend on the Joker line, too. I really feel like the fastest lap will be this first lap by somebody that doesn't take the Joker.
Okay. And I was talking to Lauren about the Joker line. He said he's not going to take it the first 1 or 2 or 3 laps because he doesn't want to lose a position. So he's going to wait till about mid-race, but he still wants a good car because it's a pretty tough spot of Britney Spears. So it's fun hearing everybody's different little strategy.
I would do it mid-race, but not towards the end because you can have a damaged car and run the rest of the track. It's going to be hard to run Britney with a damaged car. You might have to winch.
Yeah, yep, and it could be a bottleneck at that point. You just never know. But it's been a wonderful day of racing, so thanks to all of you for staying tuned in. Ultra4Racing.com/live. Go to the MAO and Ultra4 Facebook and YouTubes, and we are probably about 15 minutes away from kicking off the 4400 Unlimited class. And I personally can't wait.
No, I'm excited to see it. What I've been really watching is the progression of the UTVs. And I'm really excited to see how the 4400 and UTV times compare.
Yeah, it's like we're saying, are they going to bump Cole Clark off with that 1956? I don't know. It's going to be close.
It's a tight course, so it's going to be tough.
And Cole's fast, and his machine's fast, and you're right. It is a tight course, so the smaller, nimble car may have the advantage.
There's also 6-8 decent-sized waterfalls that you are far slower in the UTV than in the big car,
because they can just bomb down it instead
drive
of
up it or down it a lot easier without parts damage.
So we'll see. It's going to be close. I hope they're wanting that extra $1,000 because why not, right? So again, thank you to the Off-Road Syndicate for putting that on the line. It's been great. It's just been great all around. It's been a great weekend. It's been a great event.
Yeah, and it's not over. We're just getting started.
Yeah. So again, I want to thank the Robinette family and MAO and Ultra 4 for putting on such a great show. It's been a wonderful week. And here comes the grand finale right here.
So what is our starting order, Miles?
So we'll have Levi Shirley on the pole that got those 7 points from qualifying. Then we have Paul Horschel, Brian Crofts, Shannon Campbell, Lauren Healy, David Oliver, Kevin Stearns, Ryan Rockhold, Cade Rod, Bailey Campbell, Weston Jones, Paul Wolf, Darian Gomez, Brendan Thompson, Kirk Jensen, and Marcos Gomez. Marcos and Brian Cross both had transmissions that went out yesterday, so they did that yesterday evening, swapped out trans, so they should be fresh and ready to roll.
They're both got good crews too. So
absolutely, yeah. Gomez had it fixed and still made it in time for the appreciation dinner last night. That's how fast they work.
That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. So it's just it's been a great day. So we want to thank all of our sponsors. We have King of the Hammers, Ultimax Belts, Off the Road Syndicate, Mid-America Outdoors, Progressive, Four Wheel Parts, King, Nitto, Optima, VP, Griffin, Monster, Bronco, Lasernut, Ford, Holly, Can-Am, Amsoil, Method, Axial, 360 Wraps, Rugged, Raceline Wheels, Baja Jerky, Recaro Seats, Spider Tracks, Off the Grid Clothing, MBRP, Yukon, HCR, Warren, Factor 55, ARB, Rigid, Brannick Motorsports, Tread Lightly, and Action Sports Canopy. So please support who supports the sport. Without all those wonderful sponsors and partners, we would not be doing what we're doing today.
No, not at all. None of us could do what we're doing without them.
Again, next time you're building a tow rig, a race car, even a mall crawler, go to those companies that, please support who supports us.
Have you looked at the Ultimax belts?
I've seen them. They're in the Off-Road Syndicate trailer. They're hanging on the
so
wall.
I hadn't heard about them until recently. They're actually made by Timken Bearings.
Okay, I didn't know that.
And I started running them last race at MAO, and they're amazing.
Yeah, so when I was racing UTVs, you just had to run Polaris because everything else would blow up. So if Ultimax Belts is really stepping up, that could be a game changer.
We did quite a bit of testing, and I've had really, really good luck with them.
Nice. Yeah, it made you all the way around the qualifying course.
Thanks, Miles. I didn't get all the way around.
Almost all the way, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
But yeah, all in good fun. And, it's been a great race. It looks like we're getting ready to kick off. So I think we're about 13 minutes from kicking off the start of this race. We're going to see if we can fit in the awards. I'm not quite sure.
So which car did Horschel bring?
He brought the single-seat car. He wanted to bring the new 2-seat IFS IRS rear steer, but it was a day away from being finished, and they just didn't have time.
I'd really like to see that new car.
Yeah, that new car is. They debuted it at Hammers. They showed up late with that car too at Hammers, and I crawled all over it, and it's a piece of art. It is absolutely phenomenal. Paul Horschel and Mitchell Sweat and their whole gang, their TIG welding's amazing. Their design, they've got the new live valve shocks. They're going to do the rear steer where you don't have a rear steer button. The rear steer is actually they're going to program it to the wheel, and if you're going fast, the rear steer's not going to be. They're going to just tune it out. But slow in the rocks, let's say under 30 miles an hour, it'll steer up to 30% or whatever it is. But they are doing some amazing things.
That's over my head.
Yeah, it was over my head, too. I just listened and remembered. But, yeah, that car is an absolute just rocket. It'll be very interesting to see.
I've only drove something with rear steer once, and it's a whole lot of different levers, so that would make it a lot simpler.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if that changes anything. I was talking earlier that Paul and Shan were standing around the campfire, and I was talking with him, and he's like, so why'd you go rear steer? He's like, oh, because it's awesome. He's like, that's just more moving parts to break. And Paul's like, oh, wait till you see it. You'll want it. They're kind of giving each other a little jab.
Really good at that, keeping it simple.
Yep.
And his stuff is simple, and it is very easy to work on.
Yeah. As amazing as Paul's stuff is, I love it, but I understand the keep it simple.
Yeah, that easy to work on says something.
And Shannon's right now just started building his new car. It's going to be very similar to Bailey's car, so he's going to get a co-driver.
Yes, we've talked about it.
So it sounds like we are going to have Pam Hall giving away some awards. So Pam, take it away.
With the 4800s Legend class. The third place, Miss Jesse Lee. How was your race today?
Oh, it was brutal, but it was great. You guys put on an excellent course.
I hear it was brutal out there today. We have to keep these kind of short and sweet so we can make sure you're all live. But who would you like to thank to be up here today?
I'd like to thank my wife, who's back home watching the kids. Couldn't have done it without you. My friends, family, and of course my sponsors. ADS shocks, their bypass shocks work phenomenal. Nitto Tire didn't lose a single tire. Trail Gear. Warren, Yukon, Yoda One, Jimmy Jamberger, everybody, thank you for everything. It feels great finally after we've been doing this since 2017 and finally got on the podium.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. You guys are going to stick around and celebrate hopefully tonight because we're going to have a great time, but congratulations on your third place finish today. Give it up for Jesse Lee. Do I have to do it all over? All right, second place, Mr. Eric Weichel. How are you?
Excellent.
Your race was good out there today?
It was a great day. We kept all the tires on it till the last minute.
I'm sure Nancy was at home cheering you on the whole entire time, but it was a great time out there, I could tell, and by the smile on your face, definitely.
Yes, it was. It was a great day, and the car just performed so well. We had 3 flats in practice, and here we made it all the way to the finish with this one.
Well, awesome. Who do you have to thank for being out here today?
Well, of course, I need to thank my wife. I need to thank Queen City Off-Road. They work with me all the time, Wade does, and it keeps the car up and running.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your second place finish, and we'll see you. Will we see you in Prairie City?
Absolutely. We'll be there.
Awesome. Well, congratulations, and see you then. All right, our number one finisher right here. Let's have you guys switch sides really quick. Mr. Doc Jones, Jeremy Jones here in that number one spot. You were out front today, it seems like, all day long physically, and then you're on time, corrected time. Here you are.
Yeah, we did okay today. So the Harrell kid was out in front of us a little bit, and we got around him, and I think his strategy was to pace us, which was brilliant because that would have put him, 20 seconds ahead, even if he was on our back bumper. And then something went wrong with his car, unfortunately, so it would have been fun to run it out with him, but things happen. It's called racing, not winning, and that's what happens. So,
awesome. Well, congratulations. And who do you have to thank for getting you up here on this podium spot today?
Oh man, Raceline Wheels, Mickey Thompson, tires. God, we didn't kill a single tire today. That was amazing. Yukon Gear and Axle, Wyotech for helping us get here. All my friends and family that showed up to support us. Dave Hartman for jumping in the car with me, brave enough to do it. All the fans of Ultra 4, all the volunteers and staff, you guys do a great job, and we really appreciate being able to race in the venue. And Moab's a beautiful place, and we just had a great time. And Mid-America, we can't forget about them. They're the newest addition to the family, so hopefully it's a good fit.
Awesome. Well, congratulations again. And I'm going to move away before you pop that champagne open, and we'll see you guys hopefully at Prairie City as well.
Thanks, Pam. Yeah, we should be there.
Oh, you're welcome. Good job, everybody. Congratulations. Let's get the champagne out.
That's the
I'm going to go get the other trophies. Okay. I'm going to set those right here.
Well, thank you, Pam, and congratulations to Doc Jones in that Trent Fab car for taking the top of the box for the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class. What a great race he had, and it's just been a great day of racing, Terry, and we are hopefully about 5 minutes away from kicking off the 4400 Unlimited class.
It's good to see Doc up there.
Yeah.
It really is. He works hard at this.
So we may be kicking off any time. I still see Levi up top, so we're still a minute or two out. So, yeah, listen to a little chatter through the Rugged Race Radio, and we're still a couple minutes out from going live, but Levi Shirley is our top pole qualifier yesterday, so he got those 7 points.
Sounds like they're still recovering one car off course from our last race, Miles. Yeah, Miles, I just got an update that they're still looking for one car off the other race, trying to clear course, and then we'll get the 4400 started.
This is going to be an awesome race. I cannot wait to get this thing kicked off. We've got 16 cars in the 4400 class. We got a lot of heavy hitters. It's going to be Levi Shirley starting out front. Remember, this race is on adjusted time. They'll take off in 30-second increments. So Levi Shirley first, Paul Horschel, then Brian Crofts, then Shannon Campbell, Lauren Healy, David Oliver, Kevin Stearns, Ryan Rockhold, Cade Rod, Bailey Campbell, Weston Jones, Paul Wolf, Darian Gomez, Brendan Thompson, Kirk Jensen, and Marcos Gomez. This is going to be 8 laps, so at 5.5 miles per lap, that's 44 miles for the 4400 class. That's kind of got a good ring to it.
It's going to be a long day.
Oh, absolutely. And if you are just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 2022 Beatdown at Area BFE, presented by Area BFE Tents, and we're about to kick off the 4400 class. We went live this morning at 8 a.m., and we haven't stopped yet.
Yeah, 40 miles really just doesn't sound like much, Miles, until you go drive a lap on that course.
Yeah, until you take a practice lap. It's nasty.
They're going to be very ready to be done.
So let's say it's going to be... So it sounds like the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, we're going to give away some LaserNet trophies. So, Pam, take it away.
Thanks, Miles. I'm here with the 4500 Modified class. Matthew Weiss, you guys just got 3rd place. Awesome race today. Tell us a little bit about it, short and sweet.
My first race, car wasn't ready, and I said, I don't got a lot of time left. Let's go race.
Well, that's awesome. That's awesome. Well, congratulations. Who do you want to thank for getting you up here then?
Well, my son James, my co-driver, my car builder, and probably Dave Williams, my engine builder, who's just finished this, and we tried it out here.
Awesome. Well, congratulations and welcome to the Ultra 4 family. We can't wait to see you again. Congratulations, and we'll see you later on. On to our 2nd place finishers. Kenneth Goodall, how are you today?
A little tired right now. We end up blowing the motor up that last lap about as far out as we can get, and had to walk back here, make sure we got tools back for our other crew, but we got back.
But here you are, right here on the podium. So besides the motor, did you have any other issues today?
Yeah, actually we broke the brake pedal on lap 2, so we had to do half a lap 2 with no brakes at all.
Oh, gosh. Well, who do you have to thank for getting you up here today?
All the guys come down to the shop, work with us. My wife would let me come out here and do this all the time. Our sponsors. I'll let the co-driver do the sponsors real quick.
Goodall Off-Road Motorsports, Klein Racing Engines, which held together for almost 3 years, so we're super happy with that. BFG Tires, not a single flat all day long. Dirty Life Wheels has been phenomenal. Baja Designs lights, which we didn't have to use today, but awesome. And just all our families and friends for helping us be up here.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on the number 2 spot up here, and we'll see you at the next one. Will you be at Prairie City?
Yeah, we will. We'll be there.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. And on the top of the box, we have Mr. Sean Rance. Awesome job today. I think you have a fan favorite car. How do you feel?
You know, it was a tough race out there. I hate to say it, but we kind of did a conservative pace, just hoping we could keep the car together, because it takes a lot to keep these together. And we did have a flat, but it's not the tire's fault. It's there are circumstances beyond our control. It was an excellent race. JT did a wonderful job.
Awesome. Well, it's awesome to see you here. Who would you like to thank for getting you up here on the top of the box today?
My wife for letting me go, all my kids for helping me put it together. It's Chuck here took over the co-driving spot this year, and Milestar tires are a great part of us. Rough Stuff helps us with builder parts. Everybody that comes out and helps.
Awesome. Well, congratulations to all 3 of you, and you're sticking around to watch the live music in the 4400 race, right? All right, congratulations to the 4500 modified class. Back to you, Miles.
Well, thank you, Pam, and congratulations to Sean Rance Sr. for being on the top of the box for the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class, and we are minutes away from shipping out Levi Shirley. He is staged. We're getting ready to kick it off. 4400 Racing, Terry,
Here we
it's
go.
about to be on.
Yeah, Levi's in his single-seat Campbell car today.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, Levi Shirley, number 81 out of Dodge City, Kansas, with Levi Shirley Racing in a single-seat IFS Campbell chassis, LSX 454, 6L80E, Hero T-Case, King Shocks, Yokohama, PRP, Method Race Wheels, ARB, Spider Tracks. Levi Shirley was the Sportsman of the Year in 2011 and 2014. 2014, he was also the Ultra 4 European Champion. He was the Off-Road Hall of Fame Rising Star in 2016, and in 2017, he was the Ultra 4 National Points Champion. This young man has really built a name for himself in off-road, and being on the pole, it's going to be exciting.
Yeah, Levi deserves it. He works hard at this.
Yeah, he had a great showing at the 918 Grand Prix just a few weeks ago, and then I think there was an electrical issue
He had an electrical
when he was
issue
out front. So it's a tough break there, but Levi Shirley is out front in front of a lot of big names, so he's got to be excited about it. I was talking to Brian Shirley, his dad, that's been racing with us from, one of our good buddies, been racing a long time. So he's here, he's excited. I know Suzanne's back home. Miranda's here on site. He's got a whole family affair watching, so it'll be exciting. So we are just moments away. We hope to be shipping out the 4400 Unlimited class momentarily.
3 of the top 4 cars here, Miles, are Campbell cars.
Yeah, that's pretty
Campbell
impressive.
chassis.
Yep. Paul Horschel's in the mix, but the top 4, there's 3 out of the 4 with Campbell cars. So it sounds like we have a clear course through the rugged radios. So we should be go live racing.
Timing is
good.
go.
Race ops are good. We are about to throw down for the beatdown at Area BFE. So number 81, Levi Shirley out of Dodge City, Kansas, getting ready to take off with Levi Shirley Racing in his single-seat car. Sounds like race course is hot. JT Taylor, 3, 2, 1. Levi Shirley leaves the lane.
All right.
Unlimited suspension, unlimited everything.
Up next, Miles, we got Paul Horschel, number 19.
Out of Park City, Utah with Horschel Motorsports. He's in a Horschel single-seat IFS machine, Ford Bronco, with a Danzio P600 big block, 967 horsepower, and 822 feet of torque. He's got a Gearworks Turbo 400 and Atlas, TubeWorks, Nitto, PRP, Fox, Trail Ready, Obstacle TMR, and TMR Custom. So that's great to see.
That car always sounds so good, Miles.
It is nasty.
And Brian Crofts in the number 9 car pulling up next.
Out of Queen Creek, Arizona with CB Motorsports. He's in a single-seat 4th-gen Campbell chassis, CBM LS 490, Hughes Turbo 400, Hero T-Case, Curry Axles, Nitto, Fox, Walker, and Off the Grid. So Brian Crofts is taking off as we speak. There he goes.
And number 5, Shannon Campbell pulling up behind Brian to the line.
Out of Gilbert, Arizona with Campbell Racing, a 3-time King of the Hammers winner and an off-road Hall of Famer. He's in the Dragon Slayer in a single-seat IFS Campbell chassis, CBM LS7, Hughes Turbo 400, Hero T-Case, Curry Axles, ARB, Monster, Method, Nitto, Fox, and Impact seats.
And then we got Lauren Healy in his Bronco, number 67, pulling up.
Lauren Healy, number 67, out of Farmington, New Mexico with Team Fun Haver. He's in a Trident Engineering 2-seat IFS IRS machine. Ford Performance 400. It's a 460 D3, 780 horsepower. He's got a Gearworks Turbo 400, Spider Tracks, RCV with portals even. Fox Shocks, Nitto, Monster, Optima, MBRP, VP, Warn, Factor 55, Rugged, Shell Rotella, Project X Lights, Holly EFI, Recaro, Gearworks, RTR, and Centerline Wheels. His co-dog Jesse is ready to rip, and there they go.
All right, Miles, lineup 6 is car number 10, David Oliver.
Out of Reno, Nevada with Go Racing. He's in a Jimmy's 4x4 Dragon 2.0 IFS 2-seat machine. He's got an LSX 4L80E trans, Hero T-Case, Spider Tracks, PRP seats, Nitto, Fox, Dirty Life wheels. His first Ultra 4 race was King of the Hammers 2019, and he was in the EMC class and was the last official finisher.
So now Kevin Stearns is next in his new car, number 11.
Kevin Stearns out of Hollister, California with Tilden Racing and the Triton Engineering 2-seat IFS chassis called Gina. He's got a Mass Motorsports LS 800, LS with 800 horsepower, Maximum 4L80, SCS T-Case, TubeWorks, Spider Tracks, Dirty Life race wheels on the side of that car, Nitto tires, Fox, Optima, Rigid, PRP, Haltech, and PWR.
All right, the number 417, Ryan Rockhold.
Out of Peyton, Colorado with Elevate Off-Road Racing. He's in a solid axle Jimmy's car. That car won King of the Hammers with Lauren Healy behind the wheel a few years ago. He's got an LS53, Turbo 400, Atlas, Spider Tracks King, and BFG. He started in UTVs and has moved his way up, and he just bought Ken Goodall's IFS machine, so we'll see him having some fun here shortly.
We got Cade Rod running his 4800 car in 4400.
So 4407, Cade Rod out of Cortez, Colorado with Jimmy's 4x4. He's in a Jimmy's 4x4 48P called Mushu. It's a turnkey LS7 ATI Turbo 400 SCST case, Spider Tracks, King, PRP, Nitto, Vision, Holly, and RCV. He is definitely he was a heavy hitter in the Legends class, and it's great to see him move on up.
I believe he just changed tires, Miles, and stayed with the single shocks on that car.
I think he re-geared it, but yeah, he's got single shocks.
But it's still a 4800.
Yep, absolutely.
Number 35, Bailey Campbell.
Out of Gilbert, Arizona with Campbell Racing. She's in a 2-seat IFS Campbell Enterprise machine. CBM LS7, Hughes Turbo 400, Hero T-Case, Curry Axles, Monster Energy, Nitto, Fox, and Method race wheel. Her husband just took off a little, or fiance, Brian Crofts, just took off a little bit ago.
Got 719, Weston Jones starting 11th.
Out of Herman, Utah with Tuna Club Racing. His car is named Mr. Pickles. He's in a Jimmy's 2.0 IFS 2-seat machine. He's got a turnkey LSR, Turbo 400, SCS, LKL, Jimmy's, Salt Lake Vape, and Justin Tents. His first race, he debuted this car at King of the Hammers 2022.
Paul Wolf's line up next. He just ran UTV this morning.
Yeah, he had a little bit of bad luck, but Paul Wolf, number 218 out of Brighton, Illinois with Wolf Racing. He's in Dan Wyrick's old car. He's in a 2018 UFO single-seat IFS machine, LSX 454, ATO 4L88, SCST case, Raceline wheels, Spider Tracks, Radflow, BFG, PRP, and RCV.
It's going to be real interesting to talk to Paul and see the differences how he feels about the course 4400 compared to the UTV.
Oh, I'm super excited to see Paul Wolf starting to play with the big cars.
So we got Darian Gomez in his dad's old car lining up next.
Number 90 out of Folsom, California, Flacco himself with Gomez Brothers Racing. He's in his dad's old, Raul's old UFO single seat IFS machine, King Shocks, Nitto, Sparco seats, Spider Tracks, RCV, and Method race wheels.
It's going to be Gomez Kids Racing pretty soon. They keep bringing them.
It's pretty awesome.
Brendy Thompson and his new car, 5150, lining up.
Out of Nevada City, California, with Outcast Racing and that brand new UFO single-seat car, identical to Raul's new car, or very similar. He's running an LS, huge horsepower, Maxxis tires, American forged wheels, and King shocks. This is Brendan Thompson's, that's Joe Thompson's brother, and he works for Paul Jr. Designs, building choppers. It's pretty cool to see him still racing with us.
Good fabricator.
Absolutely.
4401, a Kirk Jensen next.
Out of Salt Lake City, Utah, with ORI struts. He's in a Jimmy's 4x4 two-seat IFS machine. He's got an LS7, 447, Turbo 400, Atlas, ORI struts, Maxxis, and Raceline. His first Ultra 4 race was Nationals last year, and he's got his brother Russell riding shotgun. And this is Andrew McLaughlin's old car, if I'm not mistaken.
I haven't seen Andrew for a while.
He's been having fun. I've been keeping up on him social, but he's kind of dropped out of racing a little bit.
And the oldest Gomez brother next, Marcos.
Marcos Gomez, number 86, out of Lotus, California, with Gomez Brothers Racing. He's in a UFO single-seat IFS IRS machine, King Shocks, Nitto tires, Sparco, Spider Tracks, RCV, Method race wheels. So that is our 16th car getting ready to take the green flag. 4, 3, 2, 1. All cars are on course, so it's going to be exciting to see the drama unfold.
Can't wait.
These cars are going to be fast. Remember, this race is on adjusted time. It is an 8-lap race, so it's a 5.5 miles per loop. So that's 44 miles of some of the gnarliest terrain here at Area BFE. And again, thank you for tuning in to the Beatdown at Area BFE. This is Ultra 4 racing at its finest.
The other two Gomez's are in Mexico today.
Yeah, they're racing the San Felipe 250 in their T1 trucks. There's Lauren Healy on screen in that Triton engineering machine with Team Funhaver.
It's really neat to see what Lauren and Vaughn have done with those Broncos and the evolution of it.
Oh, it's amazing. It's really cool to see how far and how they've really teamed up as, they're Ford athletes now, and Ford's jumped full board on us with Ultra 4, and it's really great to see. Looks like that could be Kirk Jensen, possibly. So if you're tuning in on Facebook, be patient with us for just a moment. We got to log back off. We've exceeded our time limit, but we'll be right back on Facebook in about a minute. But if you're on the MAO app watching on YouTube, we see Dave Oliver on screen heading up Green Day as we speak. There's Kevin Stern's new car heading up. And if you're here on site, I hope you're thoroughly enjoying everything here at Area BFE that they have to offer. But please pick up after yourself. Pack in what you pack out. We've got trash cans all over the place. Let's help keep this car clean. There's Dave Oliver with Go Racing, that number 10 car. Takes a little bit of a bump. And that's right where I think Castler Corey said they had some issues.
Yeah, it's starting to get way more dug out than it was when we were pre-running.
Yeah, it's. We've had a lot of cars. I think we had, 80? No, we had 65 cars race with us today. So Dave Oliver making it up the top of Green Day with our Believe Cam FPV following close.
I wish we had a timing loop on the other side so we would know the time splits.
Mm-hmm.
So there's an either or. Is that Dave Oliver and Kevin Stearns coming into the racetrack at the same time? Dave Oliver swings a little wide, and Kevin Stearns is able to get around him.
Dave actually started in front of Kevin.
So that's interesting. That's at the top of Green Day where there's 3 spots. And Lauren was up here saying, the either ors are very similar. And look at them. They came in together right at the same time. There is Bailey Campbell coming into screen, number 35. So Bailey Campbell.
They came and changed them.
Nice.
So Bailey Campbell and Ryan Miller. Ryan Miller's another excellent co-driver, just like yourself, Terry.
And that looks like
Ryan spent a lot of time in that car.
No, that is Paul Wolf right there.
Yep, Paul Wolf, number 218 in that UFO machine, taking that white ride. And there is
That means
Weston
Paul's picked
Jones.
up a couple spots already. He's gaining.
And it sounds like one of the Gomez brothers had a terrible tumble down in Mexico, but the truck is moving again. So tough luck to hear that, but at least the car is still going. As we have racing here and down in San Felipe, trying to keep up a little bit of everything. I believe that's still the Goodall car that we saw in the back that still broke down, but we're back to watching Bailey Campbell. But there is action all over the course. There's a roof of a car. Can't quite make that out. That is Darian Gomez. And there's another car stopped on course. It could be from the last race, not quite sure. But Darian Gomez and that King Shocks UFO still making some dust.
Did you guys already go through your picks? I know we did earlier on who we think is going to win fastest lap. I'm still sticking with my Paul Horschel as the fastest lap and Darian Gomez.
It's going to be interesting. I'm wondering if Cole Clark's going to take the Off-Road Syndicate $1,000 cash prize. It's going to be hard to bump him off.
Well, I mean, just
I'm
the
excited.
Fastest lap in the class in general. I was talking to Darian earlier as he was down here getting ready to stage. I'm like, hey, Darian, I have you as on top of the box. I said, no pressure. And he's like, oh, man. He didn't like it that I was putting pressure on him before he even went on race course.
I'll put one of the Gomez's on the podium.
Yep, and then we talked about one of the Campbells for sure.
Including Croft.
Have a chance at
Healy. We have Healy
it.
out there.
How about a Campbell car? Because we can throw Levi in the mix, too. We're cheating a little bit there.
That is still Goodall's car. It's off course safely, but they're going to have to recover after the race due to needing to get the races started because we were already on a little bit of a time push. So here we are with the 4400 race. I'm excited for the action. You can already hear it in the background.
Is that Brendan Thompson possibly coming to screen?
Really wondering on the strategy on who's going to take the Joker line here on the first lap.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, so let's if you're just tuning in for the 4400 race, thank you to each and every one of you. This is the Beatdown at Area BFE, presented by Area BFE Tents. And this is an 8-lap race, 5.5 miles per lap, as it's a 44-mile race. And there is a one Joker at Britney Spears, so you can pick it. You have to run it one time, any lap. Like we were talking, I'd run it probably my third or fourth lap, I think. So I believe that is Brendan Thompson with. That's Ryan Rockhold.
Rockhold's backing down the hill. Looks like he possibly went the wrong way,
or he was stuck. I'm not sure. But that's Brendan Thompson up front, and then Marcos Gomez, and then Ryan Rockhold, I believe. So Brendan Thompson, 5150 in that brand new UFO.
So Marcos has made up some ground then already.
Yeah, he's doing well because he started dead last, got around Kirk Jensen, it looks like. That may have been Brendan Thompson we were just following with the FPV Believe Cam drone. These drones are absolutely phenomenal. All of our production crew has done an amazing job. I hope you appreciate it as much as we do. I mean, we've been working out here all week long. They stay late. They come in early just to bring you all this live action. So, if you ever see these guys, give them a high five.
It's unbelievable what they can do with the drones now.
Yeah, the drones
and
are
they're tiny.
Phenomenal, yeah. I mean, they started racing them, and they're like, hey, let's put a GoPro on it and whatever else technology. I'm sure it's more than that, but it's really cool to see where it's come. There's Kirk Jensen as we speak, so it looks like Marcos did get around Kirk. And his brother Russell Jensen, they are their dad Mark started ORI Struts, and they're definitely heavily involved with the family business. And it's really cool to see how far they have come because they started in their garage and now they've got a full-on factory. Great to see just a family business succeed.
You can definitely hear the motors in the background here.
So Kirk Jensen making his way up Green Day as we speak. Last year, Brian Crofts won this race. Darian Gomez was in second. And then JP, Jason, and Raul got third, fourth, and fifth. But they're not here. So how can Brian Crofts and Darian Gomez do? And can they back up their podium races just a year away? We're about to find out.
Well, in the 2020 race when we were here, we had 2 Gomez's on the podium. We had JP and Raul. That was a good time.
Yeah, that was just right down next to us. Yeah,
yes.
That was definitely a party.
So we're at 16 minutes, Miles. You think Levi will be back in the next 3 minutes?
Man, I don't know.
Somebody's in the distance, but I don't know what that area is.
There's dust all over the place, and it's just a beautiful landscape back there.
That's a Campbell car right there that we see in the back.
So if you're just tuning in once again from the Facebook pages, thank you, and we will stay live for the duration of this race. Sorry for the little hiccup, but hey, we got to do what we got to do. So welcome back to the 2022 Beatdown at Area BFE, presented by Area BFE Tents.
Miles, when they are coming down the hill that's behind us, I know that the screen can't see it right now, but when they're coming down the hill, is that where they're coming?
I believe that's drop kick. And
drop
then they
kick?
still have to go around and do Lockjaw, Death Row, Old Reds, and Britney Spears.
Okay, because I saw Campbell, so I saw Shannon Campbell, and now I see Lauren Healy in the background, so I'm just wondering like where those cars are at on course right at this time.
They come around from there and then still have to come up the wash.
Okay, perfect. This is where I wish I was out on race course when they were marking it.
Yeah, no, it's a
I came in a day late and $1 short.
Just like always, right?
Yeah, no, I'm usually here. It's awesome though. I'm usually here earlier, but the different scheduling now, I'm not going to complain about coming in a day later like I normally am here earlier, but it's awesome to get out and see the race course for sure. And get the knowledge like you have. You have actually a little map drawn out right here with all of the names of the trails. I like it.
It's a fancy map. You know, it's hand drawn. Me and JT went over it, and I'll give you a quick run through this. So we start here in the Bronco Proving Grounds, and then we go down the Abyss. We pass the gatekeeper of Upper Eldorado. Then we go up Minor Threat, then through a brand new wash. It's called Aussie. Then we go up Offspring, up Green Day, up Suicide Hill, then down Ejection Rock, and then we go around the Volbeat section on the back, and then we go down Tool, down Dropkick, down Lockjaw. Then we go through that new Death Row section, another wash called Old Reds, and then Britney Spears, the Joker line. It's going to be cool, and I don't have any updates that anybody's ran that Joker line yet.
So, Miles, I just have to throw out there, I love your drawing of that. I think next time, you know how at Hammers we throw up the race map?
Oh, absolutely.
I think you need to keep drawing that, and that's what we need to put on the live show.
I don't think anybody out there wants to see it.
No, I think it'd be great.
I've drawn it on a pizza box before, too.
Well, there you go.
There's Paul Horschel coming to the screen, number 19, out of Park City, Utah.
You can hear the motors in the background. I'm just keep looking to see who it is that's coming.
Yeah, so we're at 1850 right now, and our fastest lap was a 1950.
There's Brian Crofts coming to screen. Well, these guys and gals are pushing the limits. It's going to be an exciting race, and it will be a race to the finish. I promise you that. There's this little fast rock section. Here comes Levi Shirley out of Dodge City, Kansas, heading across the Rigid Ridge. We're at 19 minutes now, so he will not be in here beating Cole Clark yet.
Not yet.
So he's going to be around that 20-minute, 30-second mark, I believe, which is only about 35 seconds off of Cole Clark, but that's my guess. So he's hitting the Yukon
I'm not counting him out yet.
Yeah, you might be right. It's going to be close. Levi surely has
He ran a 1-minute qualifier.
It just depends on how he takes the King 180, because if you have to back up, that's going to kill, at least a second.
Levi runs an ARB locker and turning brakes, so you shouldn't see him backing up.
Terry, you may be right on. It's going to be
we have Paul
super
Horschel.
Close.
Paul Horschel's coming into camera here.
He might have just got it.
And then Brian Crofts is right behind Paul Horschel.
And I think it'll be this first lap if it happens.
Levi Shirley at 19:06.
A new fast time. Levi Shirley is going to right now at a 19:06 for Levi Shirley. So the off-road syndicate will give Levi Shirley $1,000 if we can keep that going. Then it's Paul Horschel. And then now we got Brian Cross right behind him. So 1, 2, 3. Levi Shirley, Paul Horschel, and on adjusted time. Just gets
19:05 for Paul Horschel.
So 1 second faster, 19:05 for Paul Horschel.
Oh, no,
Brian Crofts just ran at 18:42.
So,
oh my gosh.
So fastest lap, now fastest lap. So now it's Brian Crofts with an 18:52.
42.
Sorry,
Miles.
18:42.
Hey, give him his 10 seconds. He wants
Brian Crofts. Can he hold the off-road syndicate fastest lap of the day? I don't know. They're going to be pushing.
That's going to be the balance of if they can hold that pace without tearing up the car.
So a minute and 10 seconds faster than Cole Clark. I don't know if it was going to happen, and it just did.
It just did.
I mean,
even
Levi was
Lauren.
faster, and then Paul was faster, then Brian Crofts was faster.
Even Lauren was kind of questioning if they were going to, beat that lap.
And speaking about Lauren, there's Lauren Healy in his IFS IRS Portal Bronco.
Where's Shannon?
Shannon was in front of Lauren when I saw them out in the distance, and now we just saw Lauren. Oh, Shannon's coming in right now on the Rigid Ridge, so we'll get a camera on that here just momentarily. He's definitely one to watch on that Yukon launch. So Shannon on the Rigid Ridge. Let's go ahead and hopefully we get to see him on the live show here going off the Yukon drop.
And if you're here local to Moab and Zach's Bar, thank you for tuning in, and thanks for having our live show in the bar and grill, and hopefully we catch up with you soon. And speaking of Shannon Campbell, 3-time king, he is in here in the Bronco Proving Grounds, getting ready to hit a King Shock 180. He is also in the Off-Road Hall of Fame.
And that was a nice turn he just did on that rock.
He's cutting her close, but he made her happen. So Shannon Campbell on adjusted time in that fifth position. Here comes Lauren Healy. I think he's still in the mix, number 67 with Team Funhaver. Lauren Healy has a Ford Performance motor in there. He's running that Ford Bronco, so he's in the hunt for that Ford contingency money.
Yeah, Lauren's made up a little time. Right now on adjusted time, we got Brian Croft leading, Paul Horschel in second, Levi Shirley third, and Shannon Campbell fourth.
But Lauren Healy is getting ready to go by.
Lauren might have just took fourth.
He's in that fifth position. He actually, looking at him, watching him run right now, he's being a little conservative. But when he was up here earlier talking to Miles and I, he did say he was going to be a little conservative, like the first 4 or 5 laps possibly.
Before he turns it on.
Yep.
And, see how let the race come to you.
Shannon and Lauren's lap time were less than a half a second different.
How crazy is that? That is awesome. It will be a race to the finish. We are just finishing lap 1 out of 8. We still have 7 more laps to go. What is going to happen? These cars are the Swiss Army knife of off-road. We race King of the Hammers, Moab, Crandon, Tennessee, Kentucky, Mid-America Outdoors, Sturgis. We'll go over huge rocks, mountains, short course, tight trees, water crossings, mud, desert. These cars can do it all and do it all well.
Just saw Bailey Campbell gaining on Cade Rod there in the distance.
Right.
And
here's Paul Wolf.
He is gaining on Bailey Campbell.
Paul's already passed Weston Jones and has made up a lot of time on Bailey.
So Paul Wolf, this is only his second race in this car. He debuted it last weekend at the NorCal Rock Race with John Goodby and company, and it's great to see Paul coming out here racing here.
There's
there comes Kevin Stearns.
Paul got to see this track this morning at Race Pace, though, in the UTV.
He did.
So
only for a couple laps. But Kevin Stearns in that Triton Engineering IFS
he really got to
machine.
see it on his feet back.
So Kevin Stearns across the Rigid Ridge, getting ready to come down the Yukon launch. What a great day of racing it has been, and it is not over yet.
There's lots of action. Who is that's coming up now? That will be...
I don't know. Ryan Rockhold started behind
like
Kevin.
K-Rod.
Yeah, that's K-Rod, then Bailey Campbell.
K-Rod almost took a little tumble there. Bailey Campbell's right behind him. And then here comes Paul Wolf.
Drop. There is action in the Bronco Proving Grounds all over the place. This is
Kevin
awesome.
Stearns just had to do a little backup, and so did K-Rod getting up into the 180.
This is going to shake up once everybody crosses the starting line on adjusted time. Paul Wolf's going to really move up, I believe.
Yeah, let's wait till we get Bailey Campbell through, and we'll give you an update.
Well, right behind Bailey Campbell is Paul Wolf, though.
Yep. Let's wait for Paul to get through, sorry.
Oh, Bailey just had to do a backup.
Bailey Campbell and Ryan Miller running a great race. Those Nitto tires really hooking up.
You can hear...
Paul's on the move.
Yeah, you can hear Paul on the horn as well behind Bailey.
So it looks like it's adjusted time. Brian Crofts, Paul Wolf, Paul Horschel, Levi Shirley, Bailey Campbell, Shannon Campbell, Lauren Healy,
and
K-Rod, Kevin Stearns. Oh, where's Paul Wolf?
He moved into second place.
Oh, I missed that.
Paul's second overall with a lap time of 18:51 there.
So moving into that second
so
position.
So in traffic, he moved up that far.
And
he
Paul Wolf
just
gets
made
around.
a pass of Bailey Campbell.
Yep, Bailey Campbell looks like she moved over, so that's a class act of her. And we have Dave Oliver coming into the Bronco Proving Grounds as we speak. So Dave Oliver with Go Racing across the Rigid Ridge as we speak, getting ready to hit the Yukon launch. How hard is it going to go? Looks like pretty good.
All right, so just in time, we got Brian Crofton first, Paul Wolf second, Paul Horschel third, Levi Shirley fourth, and all of them are just separated by seconds.
You guys, you know who we haven't seen? Oh, speaking of, I was getting ready to say we have not seen Darian or Marcos, but here comes Darian right now. He's getting ready to make his left-hand turn right before the Yukon launch.
So it looks like Darian has passed Weston Jones and Ryan Rockhold at some point out there and moved up. It'll be interesting to see his adjusted time.
These guys and gals are on the move out there, and there's Darian Gomez coming down the monster drop with a great run. This young man started in the UTVs, has worked his way up, and now he's in a UFO. Very excited to see how he can push the limits of that car.
See where we're at when Darian crossed the line here.
Looks like he moves into
Looks
ninth
like Dave
position.
Oliver is stopped right there. Not sure what's going on.
There is action all over this race course. We need to thank Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster Energy, Optima Batteries, 4-Wheel Parts, Progressive, Mid-America Outdoors, The Off-Road Syndicate, Holly EFI, LaserNut, Griffin Race Radiators, VP Racing Fuels, Nitto, King Shocks, Ultimax Belts, and King of the Hammers. So please support who supports the sport.
Have any updates, Mile? Did anybody run the Joker yet?
I just reached out on my rugged race radio, and I haven't heard back. So I'm curious of that as well.
We did see Darian Gomez go through. He is right now in the 9th position. It's kind of crazy to think he's in 9th position with a 20.21. To me, it's like crazy that all these drivers.
They're pushing. I knew the Unlimited class would, and there's Shannon Campbell on screen.
Darian did start 13th, though, didn't he?
He did, so he's moved up a few positions.
Yeah, 4 spots on adjusted time.
And who is that on screen? Did you say it was Shannon Campbell?
Campbell. The off-road Hall of Famer himself, a 3-time King of the Hammers winner.
And when he came through in that 6th position, but we still have a few cars. Ryan Rockhold, Weston Jones, Brendan Thompson, Kirk Jensen, Marcos Gomez. They have not came through yet on their full first lap.
So Cade Rod, Paul Wolf, and Dave Oliver have all ran the Joker line.
You can see, here's Marcos, speaking of him right now, up on that rigid ridge.
That means Marcos has got around Kirk, Jensen, Brendan Thompson, Weston Jones, and Ryan Rockhold at some point this lap.
There's some good racing going on out there on the course. It is starting to unfold already. The race is coming to us. This is
It's
awesome.
a matter of endurance, though.
Yep. There's Marcos Gomez. He had to put a new transmission in that car yesterday afternoon, and they swapped it out, and I'm going to say like an hour and a half. It's pretty wild.
All right, so update. You guys are wanting to know who has run the Joker. It has been the 4407 of Cade Rod, the 218 of Paul Wolf, and the number 10 of Dave Oliver, the 417 of Ryan Rockhold. Those 4 cars are the only ones.
Hang on, Pam. So Paul Wolf ran the Joker on that lap?
Yes.
And still ran an 18:51 and is in second place.
And
that's incredible.
Yeah. Wow.
It is.
Cade Rod also drove it.
So he was 10 seconds off the fastest lap and ran the Joker.
That's awesome.
That's incredible. So Paul Wolf has really turned it on. And I had some questions on there. Does going on the Joker, is it an advantage of time? Absolutely not, because you get to bypass Britney Spears, but for the Joker you have to go up and in it. So
right.
to make up that kind of time, Paul Wolf may beat out Brian Croft's 18:42. We'll see.
Well, and Marcos Gomez, he started in the 16th position. He right now is in the 11th position with a lap time of 21:04. But like we were talking to Lauren Healy earlier, not all these drivers are going to turn on the heat until they're almost done with this race, because why chance your car at the beginning? Because other people that are doing that, they give them their chance to break before you do. There's Ryan Rockhold right now on the screen. He has that amazing iridescent wrap. Chrome wrap.
Yeah, it's awesome. And Ryan Rockhold just ran the Joker line as well.
Yep, he did. He was doing amazing at the 918 Grand Prix race and then had a
Until
little
he did.
hiccup.
Yep, that's just part of it. Rufus Racing really showed out at the 918 Grand Prix.
Yes, they did. I know Edie's been tuning in and texting me, and she's been saying they are really missing that they're here. It's also their anniversary weekend, so they'd love to come here during it, but unfortunately, other events, take over with a lot of people. So we do have right now. I'll go ahead and go through it again. We have Brian Crofts in the number 1 position,
and this is on adjusted time.
So, and Paul Wolf in number 2 position. Paul Horschel 3, Levi Shirley 4, Bailey Campbell 5, Shannon Campbell 6th. Lauren Healy in 7th, Cade Rod 8th, Darian Gomez 9th, Kevin Stearns 10th, Marcos Gomez 11th, Brendan Thompson in that 12th position, Dave Oliver 13th, and Ryan Rockhold in that 14th position, and that is on adjusted time and is all unofficial at this time. And on screen we have Miss Bailey Campbell.
And if you are just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you for tuning in to the 2022 Beatdown at Area BFE, presented by Area BFE Tents. We have the Mid-America Outdoors here on site, and the Ultra 4 merch. Come out and check that out. We've got stuff all over. We have the Off the Road Syndicate with their booth set up with Raceline wheels, rugged race radios, and just helping everybody here on site. So thanks to everybody for tuning in. Ultra4racing.com/live. Go to the MAO app. Go to the MAO and Ultra 4 Facebook and YouTubes.
I love how you say that.
Well, there's multiple of them.
It's just so funny that you say YouTubes. Miss Bailey Campbell still on screen there.
Running a great race, her and Ryan Miller. Ryan Miller, I would put him pretty close with you, Terry, on being a co-driver.
No, Ryan does an excellent job. Ryan's very mechanically inclined.
Yeah, mechanically inclined and math and just knowing the course. He memorizes everything. He reads the rule book to his kid when he tucks him in at night. I mean, he knows everything about Ultra 4.
Well,
yeah, I don't.
And what you were saying, too, earlier, Paul Wolf was going at it, slower speed on the UTVs. That's exactly what they did earlier. He was in with Brian Crofts racing, and he got to see the race course again after pre-running with Bailey. So seeing that race course as many times as possible definitely helps out in the race.
Oh, for sure. And, pre-running at race pace is amazing. There's Darian Gomez coming in the screen and the Green Day area.
If we hold our pace, we should have cars coming back into the short course in just about 3 or 4 minutes.
That is incredible.
All right, there is Mr. Darian Gomez right there on screen. And this is Green Day, correct?
Yep. This is the top of Green Day. He's taking that right line, which is a little longer but a lot safer, as our Believe Cam FPV drone is following him around. Darian Gomez, it's fun to see him in Raul's old UFO car. What a wonderful day of racing, and it is not over yet. We are out on our second lap of 8, and it's great to see everybody racing. And it sounds like Raul took a little tumble and
that's San Felipe.
Yeah, down in San Felipe, it flipped over frontwards, but they get his T1 flipped back over, and he's back on track.
That's an amazing truck. I've got to spend some time in that truck, and it's a lot of fun.
You co-drove, I think, 2 years ago, right?
We've done some Hammers races, Vegas to Reno. I think we did Silver State. We did, yeah.
Are you going to ride in that truck some more, if time allows?
I don't know, Miles.
Okay.
I'm kind of over some of it, to be honest. My body's getting old.
I feel you there. I'm not even old yet, and I'm getting there.
I can hear
some I hear
motors.
Cars coming in. We should be getting close on time.
Oh, that's
here.
Ryan Rockhold. He just came out of the hot pits.
So he was in the Amsoil hot pits doing something. There's Paul Horschel coming into screen, and he is chasing down. I can't quite tell who that is.
Well, the only one in front of Paul should be Brian Crofts, unless it's lap traffic or somebody else has already passed him.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive on what's going on. This race is really starting to shape up, and it's just getting started. The drama will start unfolding. I know there's some tires that are going to happen. The Amsoil hot pits are going to be fun.
I'm super excited to see Paul Horschel still going, because last year it was unfortunate on the first lap he broke.
Yeah, so we'll see. He's running hard. He's running fast. There's a car. That is Ken Goodall's car. And it sounds like we have Joey Beck down at the start line. So, Joey, what do you got for us, buddy?
Hey, guys, I'm out here trackside. We're right here at the big drop-off where all the crowd's coming. We are having an awesome show. These guys came in here on the first lap, stacked in here 3 and 4 deep. We absolutely are having a blast out here. We've got some people coming in right now. Let's see who we've got coming down. That's the 4401 car, ORI Struts. He's about to drop down in here. This drop right here is make or break. Look at that. You can't tell from home, but that's about a 10-foot straight ledge. Guys, these cars are taking a beating. They're going to be going through 8 brutal laps. It's going to be absolutely madness. Who can finish this race? Who can keep a car together? They've got to go off all these ledges, and not to mention a joker lap at Britney Spears about halfway through the course. Y'all stay tuned. It's going to be crazy for the rest of this race.
Well, thank you, Joey, for giving us a little insight. Looks like we have Kirk Jensen that just passed by Joey there at the start-finish. So like I said, the race is really starting to come to us. We're out on our second lap out of 8. This is a 5.5-mile loop, 44 miles in total, 8 laps. This race is going to be awesome. I can't wait to see it unfold right in front of us and in front of you. How awesome is, if you're here in Moab, you're winning, first off. And if you're not, you're winning being able to watch it from home.
Right.
So Kirk Jensen heading out of the Bronco Proving Grounds. He'll be heading towards the Amsoil Hot Pits. We'll see if he pulls in or not.
We should really be seeing some cars coming in pretty quick here, Miles.
There is Weston Jones. He takes a left. That is a legal spot, but it looks like he's coming to a stop. So Mr. Pickles, that little car right there, is coming to a stop. I'm not sure what's going on.
Right before that rigid ridge.
Yeah, so Weston Jones is pulled off. That is a tough break. I don't see much movement out of the car. But you know what? They are pretty close to the Amsoil Hot Pits, so maybe it's strategy that they could run back and forth pretty
They could very easily walk right over to the pit.
But he's creeping along.
A few vehicles, a few of the race cars have had some overheating issues out here today, even though it's not hot out here, but they have had some overheating issues. So I know they were in the UTV class earlier. A couple of them did.
Well, there aren't really any go-fast sections where you're getting air through the car.
Yeah, so
you're in the canyon, moving low, at a high RPM, and you don't get to let the car air itself out.
Oh, and right now it looks
Croft.
like Brian Croft is definitely in that number 1 position physically on course. Let's see what his time is as he comes through.
And Levi Shirley makes it through the joker line.
Oh, that would explain why Brian's in front of him.
Yep.
Levi went ahead and took the joker.
Yep, so there's strategy. Is that good
Brian
or bad?
has not taken it.
Yep, Brian Croft has not taken the joker line yet. Levi Shirley has. We'll see how far back Levi is. But this race is really coming together. This is fun. I love it.
The strategy of not taking the joker to keep clean air and stay out in front is going to go away pretty quick because these leaders are actually going to be catching lap traffic.
Yeah, there was only 16 cars out on course, but lap traffic will start being an
There's
issue.
a little bicycle right there.
So we'll get a time for Brian Crofts.
18:33.
So he was 9 seconds faster that lap than last lap.
So he beat himself.
Right.
So 18:33. So the off-road syndicate's going to throw $1,000 to the fastest lap, and right now it's Brian Cross with that 18:33.
I'm interested to see what Paul Wolf does because he was really close to that last lap, but took the joker.
He's going to stick. Oh, here comes Levi Shirley right now in the rigid ridge. We'll get that here momentarily, and there is the drone catching up with him.
So Levi Shirley getting ready to hit the Yukon launch. He's still pushing. He can see
this is
the
a great,
dust of Brian
I love
Cross.
that right there.
Oh, absolutely. With the mountains in the background.
The
Moab
drop.
is beautiful.
That really shows the drop right there for sure.
So Levi Shirley with those Yokohama tires pushing strong all the way to the finish line. He's finishing his second lap out of 8, so he'll be heading out for his third lap. So we're about a third of the way through this race. No, we're right at 25%. A quarter of the way through the race.
All right, so
Levi ran a 20-minute, 12-second running the joker line, so that's pretty still impressive.
That puts Levi in second, Brian in first, but Brian has not run that Joker.
And that's by 2 full minutes. That's 2 minutes and 2 seconds is the time split between
Wow.
Brian Cross and Levi Shirley.
And
but we're talking about, Paul Wolf is the one right now that has time on his side. There's Ryan Rockhold in Green Day.
And we have not seen Paul Wolf come through yet. They were running fairly closely earlier when they came through.
Well, no, Paul's clear back in the pack, but he was up there on adjusted time.
That is true. And Miles, the 719 of Weston Jones, is that the one that pulled off right here, right before Rigid Ridge? They are out of the car.
Yeah, both of them are out. They're just looking at the car, but they are super close to the Amsoil Hot Pits, so they aren't moving. So there's something going on that looks like it's ending their day.
Paul Horschel's the one I would expect to see coming in next.
Well, we will see because you can hear them in the background, and that is going to be.
That sounds like
it
Shannon.
Is Shannon Campbell.
Wow, that means Shannon got around Bailey and Paul.
So Shannon Campbell,
Shannon's on a mission.
So maybe Shannon didn't take the joke. Well, obviously he didn't take the Joker
I
line.
don't think he
and the
did.
other probably took it.
That's quite possible.
So Shannon Campbell heading across the Rigid Ridge as we speak. He'll be hitting the Yukon launch momentarily.
Do you have any confirmation if Horschel and Bailey took the Joker line,
I
Miles?
do not have any confirmation on that. No, sir. But it sounds like
I hear a 6-7. I'm wondering
so
if
is that
that's
the Joker line. For
I don't know. We'll find out.
Lauren Healy.
We have our person over there that keeps us up to date on what's going on that Joker line. Oh, and Shannon. Okay, yes, it was. So 67 of Lauren Healy did take the Joker line. Shannon Campbell did a little bicycling there. That's a tough section for these cars because they're so wide.
So Shannon ran a 19:48 that lap.
He definitely picked it up.
So that's our top three right now on adjusted time is Brian Cross, Levi Shirley, and Shannon Campbell. But remember, this race is on adjusted time. They took off in 30-second increments, and they are just now kind of settling into their groove. If it was me as a race car driver, you've got a couple laps under your belt. You remember where the rocks are, where the easy spots are. There's Paul Wolf, we were just talking about.
So Shannon's about 20 seconds off of Levi, and they've both run the Joker line, but Brian has not, out of our top three. And if that's Paul already coming in, I think we're going to see him move into first place when he crosses the start finish.
For his second race in that UFO machine, I mean, Paul Wolf has been racing Can-Ams for quite a while. He kind of does the hill shooting from time to time, and I know his brother Nathan does a lot of that. But Paul Wolf in a UFO here in Ultra 4 doing that well in the second race, pretty amazing. There goes Lauren Healy, number 67, Team Funhaver, across the Rigid Ridge.
We'll see if he's going to pick up his game later on like he was talking about earlier.
Yeah, Lauren Healy already did take his Joker line, so he's looking good there. We'll see where he is on adjusted time.
You got Paul Horschel, or not Paul Horschel. You have Lauren Healer coming in. He's in screen right now. Paul Wolf is on the Rigid Ridge right now.
So on adjusted time, Paul Wolf's going to be really close.
So Paul
to
Wolf's
being that
passed a lot of cars.
Yeah.
He started clear back a
He
little
started
ways.
in 12th position, and now he's physical 5th.
Physical 5th, but
So
I
it's
believe
past 7
going to
people.
be adjusted first here.
We're about to find out as he hits the monster drop.
Lauren Healy is in that number 4 spot right now. His lap was a 20:51. He dropped it by almost a minute. So he's about almost a minute slower than his last lap. And Paul Wolf is trying to catch up with Mr. Healy. On screen there's Lauren and his Bronco. He will be racing Rush, Kentucky, but in the 4600, not the big girl.
So Paul Wolf's sitting in second to Brian Croft, but Paul has ran the Joker line and Brian has not. So we got Brian Croft, Paul Wolf, Levi Shirley, Shannon Campbell, and then Lauren Healy. All of those have ran the Joker lap except Brian.
And he's out in front with the clean air, but like you're saying, it's not going to be clean for long because I think there's going to be some lap traffic coming into play, and that's our physical race leader and on adjusted time, Brian Cross, who won this race last year going through Green Day.
Where are Paul Horschel and Bailey Campbell?
Well,
There's Bailey.
there's Bailey. Yes, she's going kind of slow here. Like she's baby in the car right now. I wonder what's going on. Hopefully she doesn't have a flat or something going on
Something
with
does
it.
not
And that
look
front
right
driver,
in the left front.
It looks like the tire's back farther
Too
than
far
it should
back,
be.
agreed. There's, yes.
Oh, yeah,
Should have
definitely.
broken knuckle or ball joint or something.
That's a bummer for Bailey Campbell and Ryan Miller as we watch Cade Rod going around the King 180.
So we'll see Bailey going into the Amsoil hot pits for sure.
Yeah, she definitely got into something with the front end. It looks like the body panel's beat up too.
So Cade Rod in that 4800 car running the big tires is going to move into that physical 7th position, I believe. And on adjusted time, Cade Rod is in 5th spot. That's pretty great for that young man. I know Cotton and Randy Rod are excited to watch their boy out here racing with the big dogs.
It's so unfortunate for Bailey.
I wouldn't count that car out.
I'm always rooting for
I
Bailey.
know Matt's over in the pits, and they've got a lot of parts.
It's about how quickly they get it changed.
Yep. And those cars are built to be worked on.
Oh, for sure, because they work on them a lot.
Well, Bailey, like we were saying earlier, she preps her own car. When she was pregnant and Ryan was driving her car for her, she was even prepping the car then.
I saw that. It's pretty awesome. Sounds like number 90, Darian Gomez, took the Joker line, I believe.
And here on screen here shortly will be Kevin Stearns in that on the Rigid Ridge in his Dirty Life.
And speaking of Kevin Stearns, he took the Joker line this one. And yes, so Kevin Stearns and Darian Gomez just took the Joker line on this lap.
Yes, yep, and you got it. I was getting ready to say the same thing.
We're still missing Paul Horschel, though.
Yeah, and he's fast, so if he's obviously
something's
had
to have happened.
That's some bad luck.
I was so excited when he had the fastest lap because I've called it, and now it's like, bam, 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 it got broke really quick after that.
It's the Pam curse, apparently.
Yeah, no doubt. And Weston Jones is still out of the car. It hasn't moved in about 5 minutes, so I'm not going to call him out yet, but it looks like his day is done. So
pretty sure
tough
they
break
walked
for Weston Jones.
Sure, they walked back over to the pits for sure.
Where's Marcos Gomez? Haven't seen him for a little bit, but he started dead last, so adjusted time is on his side. As we're watching Kevin Stearns with Tilden Motorsports.
It's anybody's game still. Or I shouldn't say game, it's anybody's race.
And it will be a race to the finish as he blows by the AMSOIL hot pits.
There's Darian coming in.
Darian's got a good race under his belt.
Has Darian came in? Oh, Marcos should be.
And Darian's ran the Joker line.
Yeah, he just ran it on this lap as he blows by the Rigid Ridge and hits the Yukon launch.
He just raced this himself. Actually, what was it, a week ago at NorCal Rock Racing?
Yeah, 1 week ago. This car and the whole Gomez team, they can really get some stuff done. They got a great shop full of guys.
They had quite a bit of work to do on it. I don't know exactly what all it was, but I know it was a lot. And I asked them, I asked Darian, I said, was it a 24/7 job to get you here? And he's like, pretty much.
But they're here, and they are racing. Joe Thompson and his whole team there for Gomez Brother Racing is pretty impressive.
They definitely, I mean, I haven't been to their shop. You have, I know, but it's they have a whole team of people that work full-time for their race team.
That just moved Darian up into 8th on adjusted time.
Well, that's super exciting.
So Darian Gomez getting ready to head out. We'll see if he goes in the AMSOIL hot pits. I doubt he does. No, he does not. He blows by. And I wish I had a better vantage point, but I can't see if Bailey Campbell is in the pits.
I see her pit, and I know where her pit was, but I don't see her car.
That's what I'm thinking right now. I don't know what's going on.
She definitely had an injured car.
Did she not make it to there? I can't imagine she'd have went back out on another lap with that.
There's a car? No, that's Dave Oliver.
Yeah, she's pitted in the back corner of the pits. I can see Shannon's truck,
Yeah,
but there's not a race car there.
Correct. And we just saw the drone fly through there, and there's no Bailey Campbell.
Actually, I see her in the background on, I'm not sure what that section's called, but she's on course. She did not stop in the hot pits.
Oh, you are 100% correct.
Here comes Marcos Gomez up here on the Rigid Ridge.
I wonder if it's something they do not have parts for, so they're just going to push on for points and see how far they can get.
Yep. Yeah, and for points, to be a finisher in this race, you have to do 2/3 of the race. So there it comes into strategy for sure. And I'll give you kind of a quick rundown on how our series points works. For qualifying yesterday, the top qualifier gets 7 points. Today, whoever wins, you get 1,000 points. Then it's $975 for second, $965 for third, and fourth on down gets 5 less points.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Now, also, to be a finisher, even if you only do the 2/3 of the laps, you have to run the Joker.
You're absolutely correct.
You guys have Marcos Gomez, Brendan Thompson's right on his tail, and then here comes Paul Horschel. So Brendan Thompson's right on
Marcos was
Gomez.
was behind
Look
Brendan
at him
when
on
they
screen
came through
here.
last time, though.
Look, Brendan's getting ready to make a pass on him. There
Marcos,
he goes.
And those are teammates.
I wonder if Marcos has something going
some
on.
laps going on right now. Oh, and then he blows the corner. Oh, this is some great racing.
He hit
Brendan
a rock.
Thompson and Marcos Gomez really battling it out.
I wonder if they have radio communication, being pretty much kind of like teammates.
Probably.
I wonder
Yeah,
if they do.
they're pitting together, so I don't know why they wouldn't.
Oh, it's just funny. I wonder if they talk smack on the radio like
Oh,
the
absolutely.
brothers do.
Racing on Gomez's radio is one of the most entertaining things you can ever do.
They need a reality show. The Gomez brothers need a reality show on their race teams.
So Brendan Thompson trying to chase down Marcos Gomez as they blow by the Amsoil hot pits.
And then Paul Horschel, he came through as well. But it looks like he's kind of limping it into the Amsoil hot pits.
Yeah, Paul is making his way into the pits right now.
So not sure what's going on. We'll see if we can get a better view, but he is definitely stopping. So tough break for Paul Horschel, and that makes sense because he was way off pace.
Right.
Well, it was just a stop and go because he's now on his way. They looked up underneath the front end of his car, and now he's off.
That's odd. That was a really quick stop for as slow as he was going.
It must have just been a visual. He's in a single-seat car, so they just he's probably worried about something. They said, look at it. Nope, I don't see anything. There comes Cade
he's
Rod.
back on it now. He's coming out of the pits way faster than he went in.
Okay, so he must have been worried about something, and the team said, don't worry about it, go, go, go. As we're watching Cade Rod come up, Green Day. He's taking the wide right at the either-or at the top. So they are out. The leaders are out on their third lap out of 8. Each lap is a 5.5-mile loop. They're doing 8 laps, so 44 total miles of the roughest terrain here in Moab for the 2022 Beatdown at Area BFE, presented by Area BFE Tents.
Yeah, our top 10 right now, Miles, we got Brian Croft, Paul Wolf, Levi Shirley in third, Shannon Campbell, Bailey Campbell, Cade Rod, Lauren Healy, Darian Gomez, Marcos Gomez, and Brendan Thompson.
That's
of those
pretty
10,
impressive.
who hasn't run the Joker line? I know
Paul
Brian Croft.
Horschel has not. Brian Croft. Shannon Campbell has not. Bailey Campbell has not. Brendan Thompson has not. And Marcos hasn't.
And Bailey will have to run that with that injured car in order to get points.
Yeah, so that's going to be a little tricky. And I still see Weston Jones sitting, so I'm gonna cross him out. It looks like he's out of the race. The driver's suit was tied around his waist, so tough luck for Weston Jones.
All right, who is that on screen there?
I can't quite make it out.
It's a light-colored car. It looks like Kevin Stearns.
I think you're correct, Pam. You're getting good at this.
I told you, Miles, you're a good teacher. I've been doing my homework.
We make a good team, that's for sure.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
As Kevin Stearns, number 11, with Tilden Motorsports and that Triton Engineering 2C IFS machine. It's another beautiful car that's built. Triton Engineering, that's who built Team Funhaver, Lauren Healy, and Vaughn Gittin Jr.'s car as well.
Such beautiful cars.
Oh, they're amazing. So Kevin Stearns still making some dust. The car still looks like it's in great shape.
Should have the leaders coming back through here in about 4.5 minutes, Miles.
And there's Darian Gomez coming in the screen. Yeah, the leaders, man, they're going fast. Brian Crofts had a 18:42, then shaved off 9 seconds with an 18:33. He is on a mission. He won this race last year and wants to back it up.
I'll be curious to see if Brian runs this lap or if he goes ahead and takes that Joker.
If I was him, I'd be taking the Joker line.
I would too, because he's going to start running into lap traffic, and
how
that's
much
going to slow him
lead?
down.
He's only got 23 seconds off. Oh, well, that's on adjusted time. He's in front of him. So how far Levi? He's got about a minute and a half on Levi. So, yeah, if I was Brian Cross, I'd go ahead and take it.
I would agree.
But that's going to put Paul Wolf up front, I think, if he can keep up
if
the
Paul
pace.
holds this pace, he's
Wow.
there.
How fast was Paul Wolf's last lap?
18:47.
Man, they are flying. It's really coming together down to the wire. I love it.
So who do we have? Did you just run through that while I was not paying attention?
Absolutely.
It's quiet. I'm used to hearing those motors.
Yeah,
they are
they're
definitely all bunched up for
all
sure.
All on the backside.
We can see some dust out there. I don't know what that section is right there, but I do know that that's what you said. They're dropping down into the wash.
Yeah, we should have leaders coming in the next about 4 minutes by my clock. They got to come through that wash.
I was going to say, that sounds like a Campbell car, and I'm pretty sure that's either Brian or Shannon back there in the far background. And on screen, that is Marcos Gomez and Brendan Thompson. They are still neck and neck with each other.
Marcos is so much fun. He gets so excited.
I'm hoping to, I can't say I'm hoping because I want everybody to get on the podium, but definitely hoping, Gomez, of course, to get on that podium spot. Oh, did you see him use the rock just now to help him turn that corner?
Little pivot action.
Yep.
And look at this nose to tail. We got a race on our hands. I love it.
You really have to watch it, though, when you're hitting those rocks. Like you were saying earlier, Terry, like those rocks are what can give you a flat tire whenever you're hitting them in a turn on, passenger side. But him being in a single seat, it doesn't really matter.
Now, those UFO cars, that single seat, you sit dead center.
Mm-hmm.
The visibility, the dash is really low. It's like sitting in a video game. They're really amazing to drive.
And they only made them better with Raul and Brendan's car. I mean,
yeah,
you could see excellent out of them, and then Joe Thompson builds just one ups it. And that guy.
I've sat in Raul's new car, and it's really impressive.
Yeah, Paul Horschel and Joe Thompson, I think, are the top of their games right now. But you can't count out Miller. You can't count out Slauson. You can't count out Campbell Enterprise. We've got some amazing builders that race with us.
Oh, who is that? That is Mr. Ryan Rockhold getting ready to come onto the rigid ridge, but
he was all throttle and
he was
then
all
complete
throttle and
stop.
stopped. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. He's going in reverse right now, so he could have maybe lost some gears and knows it already, or
tough break.
He's not
going to
park in the shade and take a nap, that's for sure.
Not Ryan.
So Marcos and Brendan at the top of Green Day.
Looks
They're
like
heading
he's getting
towards
out of the way.
Ejection Rock.
Look at that aerial view. You can see where the cars are, where the dust is.
Yeah, what a wonderful day of racing. If you're just tuning in, thank you to each and every one of you. If you've been tuning in all day, thank you for that. This is the 2022 Beatdown at Area BFE. We've got amazing partners on board this year. We have Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, and lots of action out on course.
We do. So Ryan Rockhold is out of his car, but we do have that's Brian Crofts coming through right now on the rigid ridge. So I'm not sure what's going on with Ryan Rockhold's car.
He was running pretty strong.
He was.
He was all over the throttle and then came to a complete
So
stop.
Brian can walk to the pits legally and back.
Absolutely.
His pit crew just can't cross the line there and come help him.
Exactly.
So
Mr. Brian Crofts, though, going down that Yukon launch, taking it easy on the Monster, what is it called? Monster drop.
And Terry, we've seen you walk to the pits multiple times.
We've seen him run to the pits and then leave with the 10-gallon jug strapped to his back with the tie down.
More times than I've chose.
Yeah. So Brian Crofts will have a time for him very shortly as he's making around the King 180.
So I'm guessing Brian didn't take the Joker.
Didn't get any updates, so I don't think he has yet.
Now, Miles,
he ran a 1916 that lap.
Because I haven't seen the course, Miles.
So it's possible.
When you're going up to the Joker, can you see the Joker line so you know
Not
if it's
really.
bottlenecked?
Not really.
Once you get to it, but you're moving
Not at
really
speed.
fast.
Okay,
so you'd
see,
have
I
to
don't-
slow down and look.
Okay,
so.
wasn't sure.
So it's possible he took it. He was
Here
45 seconds off his own pace on that lap.
And Levi Shirley, he'll be coming into screen here shortly up on the rigid ridge.
But Pam, that was an excellent question because, at speed, you can't really see who's up there, so you'd have to slow down.
Right.
But to me, it would be worth the extra, 3 or 4 seconds to slow down to look up. Nobody's there. Take it.
Oh, it looks like Levi might have a front.
Flat tire for Levi Shirley, or maybe more. I think it's just
That's
a
just
tire.
flat.
So tough break for Levi Shirley.
Is it both on that side, or is it definitely the front for sure, the front passenger?
Just the right
Just the front.
for Levi Shirley. So he'll be heading into the AMSOIL hot pits. See if
He's still on pace, though, so it either happened recently or he's been pushing it on it.
So I know Brian Shirley and their crew will be in the pits, and Corey Nasso and everybody will dive in. I'll bet you they'll be in and out of the pits in about 2 minutes.
That's when it definitely comes into play with races like this, to where they need to do the practice at home. So, practice those tire changes, practice all of that so they can get it done super quick.
Yeah, so Levi just ran a 1920 even on the flat. He was only 15 seconds off his last lap.
So like you're saying, he must have just happened. And then it looks like Ryan Rockhold got back in his car and tried to move forward.
So I wonder if he's having transmission issues or something, because he came to a stop, was able to back up, or maybe he's got like a ring and pinion issue and it's kind of locked up. So Levi Shirley is in the AMSOIL hot pits. I said 2 minutes. Terry looked at me and hold up one finger. We'll see how long this takes.
So question for both of you, because they are single seats, and you've been with the Levi Shirley's group, you've been with Shannon Campbell's group, do they practice getting out of their cars and doing their tire changes themselves so when they're on endurance races they can get out and do it?
Yes, but
Quick?
it's more of a strategy of where you're at from the pit.
Right.
It's that if you're less than 5 minutes out, it's not going to slow you
Right.
down that much. It's worth driving it on. But you got to take that risk versus reward of tearing up a brake line or tearing something else.
Exactly.
Yeah, because a flat tire can come apart and then get on tear out everything like you're saying.
So it's that balancing, guessing game of.
Yeah. And you don't want to get out of the car, let somebody else change it.
Exactly.
I mean, there's that too.
If you can make it to the pit and stay in the car, you're better off driving on it and making it to the pit and staying in the car.
So 34-second tire change. I was way off.
34 seconds?
So,
wow.
Brian Shirley and his whole Lucky Dog team in there changed that tire 35 seconds in the AMSOIL hot pits, and Levi Shirley is out there trying to chase down Brian Crofts.
So do we have any confirmation if Brian ran the Joker or not?
And
I don't have any confirmation yet.
You guys, we have not seen Lauren Healy in quite a while.
Lauren was behind Shannon and Paul.
Well, Shannon's coming on the rigid ridge
So,
right now.
We've got a little bit.
And I see Kevin Stearns coming into the background. He's going to be dropping down into that wash y'all we're talking about.
So confirmation Brian Crofts has not ran the
Okay.
Joker line yet.
Well, he ran a way different pace lap that lap.
So is he saving the car?
I don't know. He was 45 seconds off his other two laps that were consistent.
So there's Shannon Campbell around the King 180, and here comes
Here comes your Lauren Healy. We were just talking about.
I thought hadn't seen him in a while.
He comes down the Yukon launch, and the Monster Athlete getting ready to hit the Monster Drop. And there is our three-time king, Shannon Campbell. What a race we have.
Definitely.
This is absolutely awesome. We started at 8 a.m. this morning and haven't looked back. So it's 8.5 hours straight of this live stream. So, again, thank you to the entire production team.
Minus having to shut down for time limits on Facebook.
Yeah, well, we were still working.
we don't shut down.
I love it. I could do this. I'll do this all
So
day
after
long.
finishing their third laps, we got Brian Crofton first, Levi Shirley second, Lauren Healy third, Shannon Campbell fourth. But who's run the Joker, Miles, out of those four?
Levi Shirley has. Shannon Campbell has not. Brian Crofts has not. And who's the fourth one?
Lauren Healy.
Lauren Healy
He has.
Yep. And
So
then
that-
Paul Wolf will be in the mix, and he has also.
In screen is Paul Wolf.
So that puts
No, not in
Levi and
screen.
Lauren actually in front of the other two in my book.
But Paul Wolf is down here right now getting ready to go up into the 180. Okay, here he is on screen going to the King 180.
So I'm excited to see the time update on this because he started in what? Paul Wolf started in 12th position, so on adjusted time. Remember, this race is on adjusted time. They took off in 30-second increments. So where are we going to be at, Terry?
Well, he's fifth across the line
He's
here
slow
after
right
starting
here.
12th, and he's actually second on adjusted time.
So still in second on adjusted time by 23 seconds.
And he just ran a 19:16 exact lap time as Brian Croft.
So they're both either saving the car or what? I'm not
well,
sure.
if you hear Paul's actually going kind of slow right now. His car doesn't sound quite right, but that could just be me. He'll probably take off and prove me wrong, as he is. But
Yep.
it sounded a little funny to me,
I
and he
think
was going
just,
slow.
I was just thinking he was in the rough spot taking it
That's
easy.
your motto right there, though.
There's a spot right there that's really rough on tires.
And remember, you can go to ultra4racing.com/live. Tune in all day long. But if you want to watch the timing, go to live.ultra4racing.com, and you can have the same live timing we're watching right in front of us.
I think Ryan Rockhold did pull off. He's over there. Who was that? That was Weston Jones. It looks like they're both parked off to the side.
So Paul Wolf right now is 22 seconds out of first, and he's run the Joker already.
So in my book, like you're just saying, he's got this race on adjusted
in the lead.
time, but
It's going to take longer than 22 seconds to run the Joker. So that would put him in first in my book.
Yep. I think you're right, and it's going to be a race to the finish. It's going to be close. Brian Crofts cannot leave any slack. Paul Wolf is pushing. It's crazy.
And on screen, let's see who that is again. That is Brian Crofts.
Our physical race leader and on adjusted time without running the Joker line.
We shall see what happens.
See how it plays out. What a wonderful day. Thank you for tuning in to the 2022 Beatdown at Area BFE. We're going to give some of our partners some love. We have Holly, Lasernut, Griffin Race Radiators, VP Racing Fuels, Nitto, King Shocks, Ultimax Belts, King of the Hammers, Off the Road Syndicate, Mid-America Outdoors, Progressive, and 4-Wheel Parts. But Brian Crofts, our physical race leader on screen,
Oh, he's taken
out of the car.
He just pulled over.
I bet you he got a flat just now.
I don't
And
know.
he's going to have to change it. Well, look at how quickly he's moving.
It is hard to move at that pace and
It's
not have
exactly-
a flat at least.
Yes,
Exactly
you're
what he's
100%
doing.
correct. So Brian Crofts is out of the car. Remember, he's in a single-seater.
Here's what I was
changing the
asking.
tire.
If they get out and practice at home, I bet they do. Look, he's got a right front flat is what he
Yep,
has.
so he's pulled off. So how far back is Levi Shirley, Lauren Healy, Shannon Campbell, Paul Wolf? You know he's upset.
It's just a gamble, though,
Well-
Miles. To have that many cars moving at that pace, one or two of them are going to have flats.
Oh,
Well,
absolutely.
here's
It's a given.
Cade Rod right here. He is just doing the King 180.
And let's think this through. Levi Shirley in a single-seater pulled in the AMSOIL hot pits, 35 seconds in and out. Now Brian Crofts, it's going to be a 4 to 5 minute change, isn't
Right.
it? So, wow.
So if Brian hadn't just started, he's making the right decision because he just started that lap. Get
he
it changed.
can't- Remember, it's a 5.5 mile
But if he
loop,
was
so it'd
closer
be
to the end, he'd be
4.5
far better
miles.
off driving it
Oh.
in.
Here comes Kirk Jensen and that 2-seat IFS Jimmy's car, Andrew McLaughlin's old ride. Great to see Kirk and Russell, the two brothers, racing.
All right, who do we have down here? That's Kirk Jensen you were just talking about, correct? The 4401. And we have Kevin Stearns up on the Rigid Ridge right now. Ryan Rockhold is pulling into the AMSOIL hot pit, so he is more than likely done for the day, but we do not have that confirmation yet. Oh, that was a nice
Stearns.
little handstand there.
At that monster drop, so
There's Crofts right there.
still stopped. He's still at the right front, so this is taking some time. You know Brian's super frustrated right now.
Well, it's, you got to do the jack. Usually if you have a co-driver, you have your co-driver, you're doing the jack, the co-driver's doing the tire. Sometimes the driver never gets out, but
There's something going on. I don't know exactly.
well, he's
a
got the
little
jack
off
on there.
pace. So tough break for Brian Crofts. But how awesome is this? He's on the back of the course. We're got him with a FPV Believe Cam drone, and Brian Crofts is having to take this tire off. He's having some issues. It doesn't look like the jack's going high enough.
That is so unfortunate for him. He had such a great lead. We have Darian Gomez right now. He just went through, where is he at now?
There's
He's
a lot
in
of
the
laps left, too, though.
number 6 position. Darian Gomez just ran a 19:33, so he is turning on the heat just a little bit more.
Yeah, we're not even halfway through this race as Crofts finally gets the tire off. Now he'll get the tire down, get her put on. But this is going to be at least a 5-minute change when Levi Shirley did a 35 seconds. So that's just luck. It's racing.
I mean, he literally just went through us, so he got it right after we passed. Oh,
And he's tired. Oh, look at that. He's digging out.
And you get back in the car and you're trying to catch your breath and you're trying to get the dirt out of your
Yeah, everything.
that's where it's, you need to have that water in there for you as well.
So I completely understand the single seat, but for me, I don't think I'd ever want one. It has its advantages. But here we go. Lauren Healy's going to get ready to pass him. So that means Levi Shirley passed him too that we missed, I assume.
I would assume.
So Brian Crofts still trying to change that tire. So tough break. Oh, there's Shannon Campbell, I believe.
Yes, it is. He's the one that has the warn on top of his car.
What's a great race that is unfolding right now. So his father-in-law, Shannon, just passed his son-in-law. That's pretty cool.
You can see he's getting the jack down right now and packing back up.
And he's not moving quite as fast right now. I think he exerted himself pretty good.
That's tough with a helmet on as well.
It is. I've done it,
You're
and
a
it's not
bobblehead.
fun. Not only that, it's like constricting. It makes you hot, and then you're like, trying to catch your breath. It's not fun.
It's a balance. If it's much more than a few minutes, I take the seconds to take my helmet off because I can breathe and I'm faster.
And there's Marcos Gomez is behind us. You can hear.
I remember I hopped out of a car in XRA days and had my helmet on and just completely fell over because I tripped because I couldn't see.
I always leave my helmet on just because I feel like, if somebody's on course and doesn't see you, that's the only reason why I keep mine on.
Well, better safe than sorry. I understand that.
That's actually the reason Levi and I started wearing the orange helmets way back in the day.
So it could be visible.
I mean, from the outside looking in, we could spot you guys from a mile away. I loved it.
Okay, so Marcos Gomez is down here in the King 180, but look who's not behind him.
No,
Brendan Thompson is not behind him, so I'm wondering what's going on with him. But he could have decided to take that Joker line, too.
It's very possible.
Yeah, but Marcos is running a great race, and poor Brian Croft, he sees that drone, and he's trying not to look at it, but it's right there in his face.
Oh, it kills you because you can hear it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's fantastic. And just think, all the energy he exerted, he still has to put the car together, crawl in, get the nets on, get the pumper, get your communication, belt it in. There's a lot
So
to
Marcos
do.
is sitting in 8th right now after starting 16th, and we're not even halfway through the race.
Oh, 2 thumbs up from Brian Cross, so he's still in good spirits. This is part of racing, but I love to see the 2 thumbs up from Mr. Brian Cross. So Brendan Thompson, you know why Brendan Thompson isn't right behind Marcos? It's because he took the Joker line.
And Brendan Thompson is in the King 180 right now. See what his lap time is. Maybe we'll know if he ends up going through that Joker line or not. The 51.50. Brendan Thompson just crossed the line. He did do the Joker line, so Brendan Thompson did run it just now, so that would be why he's not as close behind Marcos as he was before.
Which would be a good move. If you're following somebody, they're slowing you down, go ahead and take that and get it out of the way.
I would if it was me.
And I hadn't really talked about this much, but this is an IFS
Brandon's
party.
pulling into the pits, though.
Yep. This is an IFS party right now. They're all IFS cars except for Ryan Rockhold that looks like it's out of the race, and Cade Rogg. So it's pretty interesting to see. I would say it's not a huge advantage here to run IFS, but most of these cars are.
So they're going to put the drone in there to see if we can see what's going on with Brendan Thompson.
So we haven't seen Bailey in quite a while. She went back out with a wounded car, which I'm still not sure I understand.
Well, like you said, is it part issues or not? We're not sure, but Brendan Thompson is in the pits. They're looking at the front end, can't quite tell what they're doing.
It looks like they're taking the hood off, or the panel.
The bonnet.
The what?
The bonnet is what
the bonnet?
Jim says.
Oh. And that is Mr. Paul Horschel that will be coming through here shortly. We can hear. You guys are not seeing everybody that's coming in right away. Our cameras are panning through, but we are definitely seeing them coming through. So Paul Horschel is going down the Yukon launch right now.
So we were just talking about Bailey Campbell, and she went through the Joker line. So that's why she's a little off pace.
It'll be interesting to see when she comes back through if she's still wobbling on the front end.
Yeah, it was definitely wobbling on that left front.
But we know she didn't stop.
Paul Horschel still running strong. That is an amazing car. That thing is it's a short course master, and it's doing well in the rocks here. He's got that brand new IFS IRS with rear steer.
So
Paul wasn't quite ready.
Paul's physically running 11th and 11th on adjusted time right now, both.
All right, let's see here. The 35, yep, you just said that. Miss Bailey Campbell went through the Joker line.
Well, Ryan, knowing all the rules as well as Ryan knows that they have to do that Joker line to get any points.
Well, and he already ran it once today.
So.
Right, exactly. And this is in Green Day,
Looks
and that is Marcos Gomez. Or not, Marcos Darian, I'm sorry.
Oh, all good. Yeah, there's too many cars. My brain gets scattered all the time.
Too many Gomez's.
There's never enough Gomez's. I love them. But Darian is pushing strong.
Too many. I say too many, and only 2 of them are here.
Looks like we're in the Bronco
There's Miss
proving
Bailey.
grounds. And that left front, I wish I would have been paying attention, but it doesn't look all that bad.
Yeah,
it can't fix itself.
She
There's
was
no way.
definitely, there was something wrong with it a little bit earlier.
Without a doubt.
So we're all just kind of watching to see if we can see anything.
We're the peanut gallery up here.
It looked horrible
Watching
the
to see
last
what's
lap.
wrong.
It really did.
Like that. So I don't know if we were all mistaken or maybe they
It
did
definitely
pull it off.
looked
I don't know.
off.
But regardless, she's still pushing. Her and Ryan Miller are still still running strong. I believe that puts them in the top 10 still. No, that bumps her into 11th position on adjusted time. So I'll watch and see if she goes into the AMSOIL hot pits or not.
I mean, and if she does, it obviously might just be a little quick look around, or she could have done it last time when we didn't see her go through and they looked at it and
she
no,
blows
she is
by
not.
the Amsoil hot pits. So I don't know what was going on.
It really looked off.
But I love it when stuff fixes itself.
Yes.
What a great day of racing, and we are not done yet.
Oh, somebody is saying, Zach Oakes is saying, we need Miles in the pits.
I know. It's just too far away. We can't quite make it. But I'd love to be down there checking things out. I believe in our next race in Rush, it's close enough to where we set up our Nitto booth that I can run down to the pits off and on and check it out. Yep. This new Nitto studio is really cool, and there's a great battle in Green Day.
Is that Marcos?
It's
or is that Paul Wolf? Yeah, it is Marcos.
Marcos Gomez.
He just passed
and
up.
Kirk Jensen.
Well, you saw Kirk just pull off the side. You know, it's like we were talking about earlier. It's sportsmanship. If you know you're not the faster car, don't hold up the guy behind you.
Yeah, this race is on adjusted time, so if you've been caught, you've already been passed on time. So,
well, Marcos is actually a lap ahead.
Oh, okay. Thank
so
you.
That gives all the more reason for
Yep.
Kirk to do that.
And there is Marcos Gomez coming into screen at the Green Day area. That's from our camera. We have an FPV drone and a camera right at the top of that Green Day section.
And look at that backdrop.
Remember, there's 12 either-ors. Yeah, this place is absolutely beautiful here. I believe that's Kirk Jensen once again. Yes, that's that ORI machine. So different angles, same car. We slipped from the Believe Cam FPV to the hard camera. And again, a huge shout out to the entire production team. They've been out here all week getting everything set up. They've been staying late. They've been getting here early, along with the MAO and the Ultra 4 crew. After dark, before dark, they've been out here doing things. So again, just a huge shout out to all of our volunteers, our core staff, the production team. We've all really worked together well, and I feel like this is an amazing race. I hope you all feel the same.
Yeah, Miles, is amazing. It's beautiful. It's hard to think of being anywhere else right now.
Yeah, I don't want to be. I'll promise that.
So Karen Foster, she's one of the photographers that they do come out to our East Coast races, and she's always at King of the Hammers. She's chiming in and cheersing to us three up here, announcing the race today.
We should have our leaders coming in again really shortly.
What a great day of racing. Thank you to everybody for staying tuned in. I've had a blast. I hope you all have too, and we are not done yet.
There's Levi Shirley coming up the wash.
Oh, this is kind of a little fast section. This is a fun section.
That's a balanced section because you could go really fast, but you're going to more than likely lose tires.
I was going to say there's some gotchas just off to the side. I mean, it's you could go fast, but if you bounce off, it's going to get a tire, and obviously tires are proving to be an issue.
That's
on this
that
race.
whole strategy versus luck versus.
So there's the Rigid Ridge. We can see West and Jones' car still there, and I thought Rockhold's car was parked next to him, but I don't see it there now.
So I think we're going to have Levi coming in first this lap. Brian stopped, and Paul should still be behind him.
I wish I would have done my timer for Cross, but I'm going to guess that was at least 5 minutes, so that's a tough break for him. He's got a lot of work in front of him and try to get on that podium. Because Paul Wolf, Lauren Healy, Levi Shirley, Shannon Campbell, they're running strong.
So Levi's going to be our physical leader on course, but unless something happened to Paul Wolf, he's going to still have him on adjusted time.
So here is Levi Shirley coming down the Yukon launch as we speak, our physical race leader, and on adjusted time, it's going to be really close between him and Paul Wolf.
And we saw him come through with that flat tire earlier. He does not have any this time. It does not look like it, which is a good thing.
So Levi heading up and around the King 180 as we speak, right here in the middle of the Bronco Proving Grounds.
With a 20:04 lap time.
So he is smooth and consistent.
He is in that number one position right now. So we'll see where Paul Wolf is, because he was running in that number 3 position on corrected time earlier.
Yeah, we got Paul, Lauren, and Shannon that are all going to be pretty close here coming in.
Yes, and we all were talking about Brian, and the drone was right there, so he'll be a little bit behind, but he has a lot of time to make up. And on screen, that is Paul Horschel. Looks like he's in some silty area right there.
Yeah, this course is starting to get pretty beat up. And
That
that's
is
at the
in
top
Green Day.
of, Green Day, yep. And the Off-Road Syndicate is throwing $1,000 out for the fastest lap. And right now that's going to Brian Crofts with an 18:33. Shaved, over a minute from Cole Clark from earlier today.
I would have bet against that.
There's Lauren Healy
we were
on
on the same
screen.
page. As the monster athlete hits the monster drop. Lauren Healy has had some great success at the Mint 400. He broke early in King of the Hammers this year, but they're still dialing this car in, and I'm excited to see what he can do throughout the season. And we heard that Vaughn Gittin Jr. will be at Rush chasing down the national points.
So that just moves Lauren into first on adjusted time.
Really?
Wow,
I didn't think
he
that
really
was
picked
going
it
to
up.
That was an 18:31 lap.
So we just got a fastest lap of the day by Lauren Healy with an 18:33.
18:31.
Sorry.
18:33 was Brian Croft's fastest lap, and we do have Paul
Paul
Wolf. He'll
Wolf.
be coming
Wait
in
a
right
minute.
now.
This would have been a quick lap too
Paul
for Paul
Wolf
to
is
already
right
be
here.
this close to Lauren.
So Paul Wolf and that new to him at UFO. He just purchased that from Dan Wyrick. Paul Wolf is the man to beat right now, I think. On adjusted time, there's no way. Paul Wolf just bumped into first, right?
Yeah, Paul just ran an 18:14.
So that's 2.5 minutes above Healy, is
So
that right?
Paul
No,
just-
almost 3 minutes in front of Healy.
Paul has the fastest lap, and on adjusted time, he's leading by almost 3 minutes.
Wow.
And he's ran the Joker. So we got Paul Wolf in first, Lauren Healy second, Levi Shirley third.
Wow, so Paul Wolf is a man on the mission. I've been talking about him all week, that he's new to this car, but I wouldn't bet against him.
But can he hold that pace and not lose a tire?
You're right. What lap are we on? We're out on lap 5 out of 8 now. Whew. We are right at the halfway mark.
Shannon
of
Campbell
this
just
race.
completed his 4th lap, and he's sitting in 4th place.
That's pretty impressive.
Wow, so we have 4 cars that are out on their 5th lap right now.
Poor Brian Crofts had such a great run until he had that flat tire. So how far back is he? And then is he going to be overdriving, trying to catch up and catch another tire? That can happen. But regardless, Brian Crofts has had a great day. There's Shannon Campbell still moving strong as he blows by the AMSOIL hot pits. So he'll be heading down the abyss here very shortly.
The Abyss. Where's that at on course? Like roughly
just
mile marker?
Right out. Mile marker 1.
Oh, okay.
So Lauren Healy with an 18:31 fastest time of the day. Sorry, 18.
Paul Wolf.
Oh, yep, I'm getting
ran
old
an
information.
18:14.
Wow.
I don't know if
can't
anybody's
keep
going to
up.
beat that. He'll be the only one to beat his own time, I think, unless Lauren Healy finds that out and picks it up a little bit more.
We're at the halfway mark now, so they're going to be saving their car, and then they're going to lay it all on the line. So could have happened, but yes.
Can you run that flat without that pace without a flat?
Only time will tell. But Paul Wolf with that 18:14 is very, very impressive. And Lauren Healy's still in the mix, so there's some Ford contingency money if he can get on the top of the podium. He's running Ford Bronco and Ford Performance, so I think there's a couple grand on the line through the Ford contingency.
This is going to come down to the finish of whoever's first getting all their laps in, but then again it's like Paul Wolf, if he keeps that lap time up, and he's how far behind? Like he's running 5th roughly.
And we just saw
on course, so it's going to be fun to watch the ending of this race. It's going to be tight.
Oh, it's going to be a race.
He's up
to
to
the
3rd
finish.
on course.
And I just got some information. Brian Crofts did run the Joker line this lap, so he did run that. That's why he's a little further back than we anticipated.
Well, you know what? He should, too,
strategy.
because he was already
Absolutely.
down on time because of changing a tire. Go ahead and get that Joker line out of the way. Now lay it
have
on there.
one horrible lap, and then hopefully the rest of his
Exactly.
day can go smooth.
That's a good strategy to have.
Absolutely.
You can hear somebody coming into the AMSOIL hot pits right now, and
They're
that
getting
is
Darian.
Brian Crofts
That
right
is
there.
Croft already. I'm surprised Darian didn't catch up.
So Brian Crofts heading across the Rigid Ridge as we speak. He is in the Bronco Proving Grounds.
It's going to be interesting to see how fast he picks up these next few laps.
Absolutely. Brian Cross hits the Yukon launch, now hitting the monster drop.
Because on adjusted time right now, he went from first, having that flat tire, doing the Joker line. Now he is running in 5th position right now on corrected time. But will he stop in the hot pits right now and do a re-rack?
Yes.
That is the question.
Absolutely. I don't
Yeah,
know
why would you not?
Yeah, we're only halfway through this race, right? Yeah, we're heading out for lap 5 of 8.
So I'm sure his pit is ready for him to just do a stop. They'll do the re-rack, and he'll get on out.
Yeah, so this will
Brian ran a 26.56 that lap compared to his 18:30s 19. So that was about a 6 to 7 minute flat.
Plus he ran the Joker, so knocking a minute off there. So, yeah, 5 to 6 minute flat. That's still pretty impressive for a single-seat car. So he'll be heading into Ansoil hot pits as we speak, and the Campbell pit crew will be throwing a new spare
They
tire
are
on
not.
that. No,
He is
he
not.
closed by. I don't know if I agree with that strategy. He's going for the gold, and I don't know.
And here comes Cade Rod up to the rigid ridge.
Yeah, and you saw he took the inside line, so he's kind of keeping his momentum. But Cade Rod in that 4800 single-seat car racing with the big boys, cool to see.
He proved himself, Miles, whenever he did that at AOP last year. He definitely proved that he can run with the big boys.
Yeah, for sure. Cade Rod's a great driver, and that's a great car. I don't think the disadvantage is that much. And that is, I think, the only straight axle car left out on course. It was just him and Ryan Rockhold, but Rockhold had issues. So.
And he ran hammers in 4400, correct?
Man, I don't
I
remember
believe he
that.
did, but I can't remember. I don't think he had.
Right.
He didn't finish, I don't think. I think he had some issues, if I remember correctly. Here comes Darian Gomez up on the rigid ridge. What was
Cade
Cade
just
Rod?
moved into 5th. That bumped Brian down to 6th.
So
Cade's in the top 5.
with a 20:36. That is not his fastest lap, but he is definitely staying consistent in the 20s. But we will see what Darian Gomez is running when he comes through here momentarily. Then Kevin Stearns is up on the rigid ridge as Darian Gomez is in the King 180. So Kevin Stearns took the Yukon launch and the Monster.
So Darian just moved up to 5th.
Monster, what is it again?
The Monster Drop.
Monster Drop.
Our top 5 now, we got Paul Wolf, Lauren Healy, Levi Shirley, Shannon Campbell, and Darian Gomez.
So Darian Gomez ran a 19:36 on that lap. That's not his fastest lap, but it's only 3 seconds off from his fastest lap time.
Those are pretty bunched up. Darian's 5 minutes out of first place.
Wow, so 5 minutes is
But
splitting out the
second
top
place
5.
is 3 minutes out.
Wow. So Paul Wolf's really starting to walk away. This is going to be incredible. If this is his first Ultra 4 race in a 4400 car and he wins, Paul Wolf's going to be a force to reckon with.
A lot of race
And
left.
is that Paul Wolf, as we speak, on screen at the top of Green Day, I believe?
I think you're correct. Or is it Brendan Thompson?
Well, I couldn't quite tell, but I think that was Paul Wolf. There's a car coming up. Looks like Shannon Campbell, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm. You know, all the cars look alike, but it's awesome because they do have a distinctive, like he has Warren on top of his car. Bailey's car's white. And then, Wayland, his is a gray color. Yep. But, and then Brian's the only one that I have trouble because it's like their black car, like Shannon.
Instead of the monster green, he has the gold. So they are distinct, but at quick glance they can be, they can definitely
His is the only one that I get mixed up sometimes with Shannon.
I get mixed up with a bunch of them. And it looks like we have a lot of action on course, but it sounds like Joey Beck's down at the start-finish. Joey, what do you got, buddy?
Guys, I'm down here at the base of the Monster Hill. We're looking for the elusive Ultra 4 race car drivers. It's a special species. They're absolutely insane. We're going to see if they'll come down this hill. We hope they don't get too close. They can be a little bit dangerous. They are vicious. They are mad sometimes. And some of this special breed is Gomez. And I don't know if we're going to see a Gomez out here today. Oh, my goodness. We have a Gomez. This is one of the most dangerous breeds of Ultra 4 racer. Oh, look at this man. He is absolutely insane. I sure hope he doesn't get too close to me. Everybody stay back. What a beauty. This is truly excitement to see him in the wild, in his natural habitat. It's unlike anything I've ever seen. National Geographic has nothing on Ultra 4 Racing Live. You saw it here first. That is an original Gomez. Back to you guys up there.
Well, thank you, Joey, for that. What a great little front row seat he's got down there, explaining what he's got going on. And we got a lot of action out
So
on
Marcos Gomez just went through, moving up into 6th. Marcos started last.
Dead last.
And last lap, he came through in 8th position.
So what a great job by Marcos Gomez. So we have 2 Gomez's in the top 10. Shannon. So, yeah, I mean, it's
Well,
wow.
Marcos, didn't he start at the back at Hammers and he came up and finished 4th place?
He finished.
Wasn't that Marcos?
Marcos starts at the back a lot.
Yeah, he started,
So he started
and is
last.
always
Yeah.
consistently moving forward.
Yeah, he's fast. And remember, that's an IFS IRS machine, so it's a little different than most, but it's really cool to see.
Oh, who is that on screen there? That is Brian Crofts. Looks like he's got a little bit of smoke coming from his car. It looks like his radiator might be overheating or something.
Yeah, that doesn't look good at all.
Now that looks like it's coming from. Is the radiators?
The radiators
they're
are right
there.
on top right there.
So Brian Cross has had such a great race going, but that's a part of the attrition's definitely setting in, and Brian Cross out of the car for the second time with some overheating issues. Tough break.
He's out of the car. He doesn't. He's trying to point somebody to go by him.
Yeah, look at that. He's running out of the way saying, hey, I'm sorry for being in the way. Go this way. Go around me.
That was
Brian Cross.
That's the most frustrating feeling.
Wasn't that Cade Rod?
Yeah, absolutely. Cade Rod came flying through, but good on Brian Cross for realizing what's going on and getting out of the way. But so normally when you overheat, you still have time to pull off the race course. So I'm not quite sure what's going on.
Well, it doesn't look like he really has much of an option. Is that kind of a canyon right there? It looks like he's in.
No, there's definitely room to pull over one way or the other.
Well, unless it just died and he lost all power.
That could be. If it overheated and it just, hopefully it didn't pop the motor. That's possible.
It's always an option.
And the way he's heading up and he's going to start routing some people
and
around.
And that is Darian right there.
So tough break for Brian Cross. He had such a great run going, and now he is dead in the water, and it doesn't look like he's got much hope on his hands.
But look, he automatically. and that's where the Kenneth Goodall car is still
so
from earlier race.
It's a graveyard starting to show up out there.
But it definitely, you could tell because Cade Rod, whenever he had him go around to the left, you could see that he was kind of sliding down into the car. Darian Gomez, he had him come to the right side of the car, which he was up on a ledge. So he definitely is kind of down in a little bit of a canyon there.
So there's Darian still moving good. So that is the top of Green Day. We'll see which way he goes. I assume he'll take the easy right lane. That seems like the most popular route. And yes, he does. That's a 3-spot either or as we're watching still on screen with Darian Gomez. And Paul Horschel is coming back into the Bronco Proving Grounds as we speak.
You know, he came through the hot pits earlier. They did a quick look around on the front end of his car, and he hasn't let up since.
Yeah, Paul seems to be back on pace. We should be seeing our leaders again within a couple minutes, though.
What a wild race we have on our hands. Paul Horschel has had a little bit of issues. Where's it going to put him now? I guess we'll find out. Oh, is he in two-wheel drive?
Sounds like it.
Yeah.
Looks like it.
The front end is not pulling.
Well,
so
that's probably what happened earlier when he went into the hot pits.
So they were probably looking at something, and so we'll see if he pulls in, because this course, obviously, he's making it around in two-wheel drive, but it is not
Maybe
easy.
he was already in two-wheel drive.
Yeah.
That moves him up into 10th physically and 10th on adjusted time.
Paul has had some bad luck lately. That is a tough break.
The Gremlins are definitely chasing him right now.
Probably actually 9th, because we're not going to see Brian come back around.
Correct.
So we'll see if Paul Horschel pulls into the AMSOIL hot pits, because at this rate, do you go for points or do you try to save the car? I don't know.
But it depends. Is he running for the West Coast Championship
I don't
or
see
not?
Paul stopping as long as the car's still moving.
Now, he is pulling in, so we'll see.
I mean, stopping the race.
Yeah, we'll see. It's going to be tough to make this around this track in two-wheel drive.
And he did or did not run the Joker? I don't recall his number being called that he's ran the Joker line.
That would determine it.
Where is he at? Yes, he has.
Okay,
no, he
so
has not.
they
You're
are
right.
going to jack up the car, it looks like.
Pam, I misspoke. No, he has not ran the Joker line.
Which I don't see being possible without
Not in
winching.
two-wheel drive. And he's in a single seat, so winching a single seat is awful because you can't even help with the throttle. And so, again, in two-wheel drive, that's going to be pretty tough.
Yeah, that's a shame. He works really, really hard on that car.
Oh, he sure does. I hate to see that for him.
But he pushes it, too.
Oh, yeah,
So-
he's always pushing the limits, that's for sure. So I'm double checking. 19 Horschel has not done the Joker, so that, like we're talking, is almost impossible to run in two-wheel drive. So they're either going to have to try to fix it real quick, but I don't see that happen.
Well, and without doing the Joker, it is a DNF. You don't get your points.
Oh, you're right on that,
So
because you didn't do the course. So.
to go out and try and complete one more lap just to get that Joker might be worth it if he's really worried about the points.
I don't know. I'm glad I'm not in that position.
Marcos Gomez there. Marco's working his way steadily to the front.
Well, Terry, it's been a great day of racing. I appreciate you being up here so much with you. Obviously, I wish you would have been in the race this morning, but just thanks again for coming and hang out. It feels like old times.
It does kind of feel like old times. It's nice hanging out with you, but this is not what I want to do every race.
I get it. There is Marcos Gomez on screen as we speak. He's still pushing along very well. He's been moving his way through the packs. Remember, he started in dead last, and now he's mid-pack. He's all the way up to 6th position on adjusted time. And speaking about adjusted time, this race is on adjusted time. We start in 30-second increments. This is an 8-lap race. They are 5.5 miles per lap, so roughly 44 miles of the nastiest terrain here in Moab for the 2022 Beatdown at Area BFE, presented by Area BFE Tents.
It is crazy the amount of ground that those drones cover.
It's awesome. Without those, we wouldn't be able to see a whole lot. It's been awesome, and it looks like we have a little break in the action, so we're going to step away. We'll be right back after this.
It's time for electric to turn into lightning. An electric truck that can haul on both ends, that can help build your house, and if need be, power that house. That feels like a bullet train and works like a freight train. The fully electric F-150 Lightning.
So we cut back from commercial because we have our race leader Levi Shirley in here, so we wanted to catch him coming through the Bronco Proving Grounds. So Levi Shirley is our physical race leader, but on adjusted time, Paul Wolf is really up front. But Levi Shirley's got a great race going. Levi did have a flat, cost him a little bit of time. Paul Wolf has had a clean race so far. Can he keep up that pace without hurting the car?
It's a gamble. I really don't know, Miles, if anybody can hold that pace or if the car can hold that pace. So Levi had a lot quicker lap that lap, though. We'll see. Looks like we got Lauren coming in right now. Once we get Levi, Lauren, and Paul across the line, and Shannon, we'll get an update.
So leader Levi Shirley out on course, heading out for his 6th lap out of 8. So 3 more laps to go. Still a lot of racing, but it's fun to watch. Lauren Healy coming down the monster drop. The Nitto tires still holding up extremely well. And that is
Paul's right on Lauren.
Behind Healy.
Yeah, Paul is making time.
Paul Wolf, if he can keep this car together, he is on a mission. He's got to be super stoked.
So Lauren just ran an 18:22.
And I just heard through my rugged race radios, Ryan Rockhold is out of the race with a transfer case
So
issue.
Lauren is pushing. He just ran 18:22 trying to stay in front of Paul. And Paul just beat his time from last lap. He just ran an 18:01.
Oh, my goodness. 13 seconds he shaved off. So an 18:01
So
for
that
Paul
puts
Wolf.
Paul on adjusted time ahead of Lauren by 3 minutes and 14 seconds.
Wow, he really picked it up even more.
And that's Lauren Healy. I mean, how crazy
I-
is that for a newcomer to this car to come in and putting time on? It is absolutely amazing.
We should be seeing Shannon Campbell and Darian Gomez next.
And Darian, where did he qualify again? He was down in 13th, and he's up in that 5th position.
And
on
Marcos
corrected
was right
time.
behind him, and he was 16th.
Yeah.
So we got Paul Wolf in first on adjusted time, Lauren Healy second, and Levi Shirley third.
What a great race we have. And I'm kind of looking through, and I called all three of those with contention. I mean, I didn't make one choice. I just made a few that are up there, and Paul Wolf.
Paul's got 3
I'm-
minutes on
I'm
Lauren and
impressed.
4.5 on Levi. I mean, he's getting to the point where he almost has time to change a tire if he has trouble.
Yeah, and as fast as he's
Don't
pushing.
give him bad JoJo. Now you got to knock on some wood.
but
Wow, what a great race. This is absolutely awesome.
It's so weird when we have this little lull.
And while we have that, let's give some love to our amazing partners. We have King of the Hammers, Ultimax Belts, the Off-Road Syndicate, Mid-America Outdoors, Progressive, 4-Wheel Parts, Optima Batteries, Monster Energy, Bronco, Ford, Can-Am, Holley, LaserNut, Griffin, VP, Nitto, King, Amsoil, Method, Axial, 360 Wraps, Rugged, Spider Tracks, Recaro, Baja Jerky, Raceline, ARB, Rigid, Brannick, Tread Lightly, Action Sports Canopy, Off the Grid Clothing, MBRP, Yukon, HCR, Warren, and Factor 55. So thank you to all of those amazing partners we have. So if you ever do anything, racing, tow rig, mall crawler, support who supports the sport. And those are the top of the notch right there.
You can hear Paul Wolf over there back in the background.
we got a Campbell car coming up in here. I believe it should be Shannon.
It would be about his time to come through. Yes, that
Yep,
is number
that's Shannon.
5, Shannon
That is
Campbell.
him.
So Shannon's
three-time-
fourth physically on course.
Look at that turn right there whenever
It's
he
getting
came
blown
through.
out,
It's
yeah.
so silty.
The
That just
track
makes
is-
it even more fun to turn in, though.
Yeah, the track is really starting to fall apart right now as he's hauling the mail across the Rigid Ridge. He'll be hitting the Yukon launch. We'll see. He's still pushing hard. The Off-Road Hall of Famer, 3-time King of the Hammers winner, Shannon Campbell, the monster athlete, down the monster drop. Now he'll take that little 180 around the King turn. And Shannon Campbell did do the Joker this lap.
Well, so how many of the drivers' miles have done the Joker? You're over there keeping track of them. How many?
Let me tell you who has
done?
not. Yeah, Paul Horschel has not, and he's still in the pits. Kirk Jensen and Marcos Gomez. I don't have those down, but everybody else has ran the Joker line.
Okay, that puts Shannon in fourth physically and on adjusted time.
You know who's been running consistent?
Ooh,
is
Shannon Campbell pulls into the Amsoil hot pits.
Kevin Stearns. He's been running very, very consistent today, too.
Yeah, he's having a great run going. So Shannon Campbell, I'm not sure what they're doing.
Looks like they're looking at the driver rear area. They have a tire ready there, but obviously he's not changing a tire.
Are they putting fuel in the back? No.
No.
Well, what's that hanging over the...
Not sure what they did. Check something.
Yeah, I'm not sure
well,
what
maybe
that
he
was.
did fuel up a little bit.
I think he said he has a 35-gallon tank, so I don't know why I'd need fuel on this race.
Well, it's better to be safe than sorry. We saw,
Well,
who was
you
it
are
earlier?
right.
They ran out of fuel in the race. I can't remember which car it was, but it was in the 4800 race. They ran out of fuel.
We got Levi back on the screen. Now, Levi might be running he's running steady, and Lauren
Healy
and Paul are pushing. If one of them gets a flat, Levi's right there again.
Oh, absolutely.
And
it's
Cade
all about
Rod.
it's
Cade Rod's
all about
coming in.
Paul Wolf right now. If he can keep this blistering pace going, he's got a great run. But yeah, Cade Rod's coming into the Bronco Proving Grounds. There he is, hitting the Yukon launch as we speak. We know Cotton and Randy are excited to see him do well in this race. I think you said you talked to Randy, right?
Randy was here. I saw him yesterday.
He's out of Cortez, Colorado. Mr. Jimmy's 4x4 himself. That's Cade Rod's dad.
So Cade Rod just bumped up into that number 4 position on corrected time.
Remember,
with an 18:39.
He's on a single shot car with a solid axle up front. And there's Dan Wyer's car, Paul Wolf, our corrected time leader. Or is Levi in front of him? No. I can't remember. Who's physically out front?
Levi's physically in front.
Okay, that's what I thought. Because Paul Wolf started in 12th position, so that's 6 minutes behind Levi. So he's only about 2 minutes on 2 minutes behind him, and 4 minutes on adjusted time.
Yes,
pretty wild.
It's anybody's race still.
It sure is. The attrition is definitely starting to set in. We have Weston Jones that's out, and Ryan Rockhold for sure.
Darian Gomez coming on the short course.
Paul Horschel's still in the Amsoil hot pits, and they don't look like they're doing a whole lot, so tough break for him. I'm not going to call him out yet, but he's not moving much.
That hole's getting a lot bigger there at the corner of the drop.
Yeah, on the far right. I've seen a lot of people kind of hug in and take that left line, and it looks like that it may be a second slower, but it looks like a little safer. As the King Shock machine heading through the King Shock 180. I love that livery. Raul's been running that King Shock car for a few years now.
Having to do that little backup, though, kills his time just a little bit.
Does. But he's putting
just moved Darian up to 4th, though.
Wow, 4th position. He just ran a 19:23. That's his fastest lap of the race so far.
What a great run by Darian Gomez.
He's still, 6 minutes, 39 seconds, though, behind Paul Wolf.
Huh. Yeah, they're starting to turn it up a little bit. I assume they're going to be pushing hard as we still watch Darian Gomez heading out. I assume he'll blow by the Amsoil hot pits, and he does.
So we got Paul Wolf in first, Lauren Healy second, Levi Shirley third, Darian Gomez fourth, Cade Rod fifth, and Shannon Campbell running sixth that have all completed their 5 laps. And they've all done the Joker, correct, Miles?
Yeah. So it's gonna be down to the wire. This will be a race to the finish. It's been an amazing day. We've been live for 9 hours now. It's just been an awesome day of racing. So thanks for everybody here on site and back at home for staying tuned in. I hope you're having as much fun as I am because I just love this Ultra 4 racing.
It has been a great day for sure. It does not feel like we've been on air for 9 hours, but there's been action all day long between the races. We've also been doing the award ceremonies as well to get those done, and we'll be live doing the 4400s right after the race.
Absolutely. And Terry, thank you for joining us. Pam, it feels like old times.
It does.
We're in the zone, having a great time. And again, this is just some great racing action. The racers are bringing it to us for sure.
We're going to have a good time tonight. Everything's going to be going on over by the merchandise trailer, having music and a good time at the fires, and everybody hanging out.
I'm looking forward to tonight. I love that they brought back that family aspect of it, that we go stand around the fire and have a drink and talk.
I was over there earlier after we did the awards for the 48 and 4500 class, and Jason and Gayla were standing over there, and all the racers that had just finished, they were just saying how awesome it was last night to be able to just do that.
Yeah.
I mean, not that we just haven't done it in a long time.
Yeah, Mid-America, took over Ultra 4. They purchased it, and it's really come together. So thank you to Jason and Gayla Robinette. And we have JT Taylor now again. I think this is just a win-win for absolutely everyone. And not taking anything away from Dave Cole. He's still got King of the Hammers, and that's what this whole thing is going to lead into. So, again, win-win for everybody. I'm loving it.
We got Kevin Stearns and Marcos Gomez coming onto the short course.
Kevin Stearns is actually in the King 180. Marcos Gomez is up on the Rigid Ridge getting ready to do the Yukon launch. Marcos is on a mission. You can tell that he has definitely stepped up his time. So let's see what he
moves
comes
Kevin
up
up
to.
into the top 10. That moves him up to 7th.
And this is only his second race on that car, so Kevin Stearns has a really good run going, and Marcos Gomez is starting to chase him down.
See where Marcos is after we cross the line, give you an update.
You know Marcos is wanting to at least beat Darian, right?
I guarantee it. If he doesn't beat anybody else, he just wants to beat Darian.
Oh, and he had to do a little backup, the same thing Darian did as well.
We have Lee O'Donnell, 23,
Oh,
our
did?
USAC director here, checking everything out, and everything's been running smooth today.
So that just moved Marcos up into 7th. He's actually got almost 4 minutes on Kevin that's in front of him because Marcos started 16th.
Yeah, Marcos, he actually just ran his fastest lap so far of the race at a 19:45, so he's definitely picked it up. So we're not seeing people really slow down their laps. We're seeing them pick up their times.
So
And on screen, that is Shannon Campbell. So Marcos, he definitely just went right by the pits as well. They're not having any issues. Why stop? You don't need to stop for fuel.
Yeah, this is, I was talking strategy with a lot of the racers, and yeah, they absolutely do not want to go to the Amsoil hot pits because that means there's an issue. But like Levi Shirley, he was in and out in 35 seconds, so it's definitely nice to be there.
And it's unfortunate to see Paul Horschel still over in the Amsoil hot pits still.
Yeah, and like I said, I don't see a whole lot of movement, so.
And that's Cade Rod on
it's
screen
just a
right
tough
now.
break for Paul Horschel. Cade Rod's had a great race. He's had a great season.
Cade's sitting top 5 right now.
He is. He's doing really, really good. I mean, an 18:39. It's awesome run. But Paul Wolf with that 18:01, I didn't think we would get down to that fast of a lap today.
No way.
But we still do have quite a few that need to run that Joker line.
What do we have left that had to run the Joker, Miles?
That's what I'm checking in right now. I don't know if Marcos has ran it yet. Kurt Jensen has not ran it yet, and obviously Paul Horschel's still in the pits. But I'm double checking to see if Marcos has ran the Joker line right now. Because I thought I heard a little chatter that he may have, but I haven't gotten the update. So I'm double checking. So there's Darian Gomez.
Marcos has ran the Joker, yes.
I'm checking right now. So
And on
Darian
screen
Gomez,
is thank you.
Pam, we're
on the page. We're on the page.
We're on the same page. It's been a great time working with you, as always.
So it sounds like Joey is saying Marcos has run the Joker.
I'm
We're gonna wait and
in
see and get
communication
that.
with race ops, waiting to confirm that. But
Confirm,
I
for sure.
heard that, but I'm waiting for confirmation. As we watch Darian Gomez heading up the
I hear a
Green Day
siren,
section.
so somebody somewhere is on someone's tail. 86 has run the Joker. So Darian Gomez has run the Joker line.
Marcos
I'm
is
Marcos,
86.
I'm sorry. Marcos has run the Joker line.
Good for you. I hope you come back.
Marcos did run the Joker line.
Okay,
it's
confirmation?
yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I just had Matt Weiss come up. This is his first Ultra 4 race, and he just came up all smiles and said, thanks for putting on a great event, and big thumbs up.
We should have our leaders coming through any minute here, Miles, looking at the clock.
It's going to be interesting, and it's still Levi Shirley out front, then Lauren Healy, and then Paul Wolf, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct, but the opposite of that on
physical,
adjusted.
yeah.
Paul Wolf, Lauren Healy, Levi Shirley.
Yeah, it's pretty close race between those top three. Paul Wolf and Levi are in single seats. Lauren Healy has Jesse riding shotgun with them, so that's an advantage.
Now Paul and Lauren pushing each other could cause one of them to break.
Oh, 100%. And Levi Shirley, like I said, it's hard to be out front because you don't have that dust to know how hard to push. Obviously, I know he's in radio communication with Brian or whoever, but, man, that's a tough spot to be right now, especially towards the end of this race. I was talking to Casey Gilbert one time, and he used the word lackadaisical because you get out front and you just kind of don't know how to judge yourself by the dust of the other cars.
I would agree.
was like, that's a pretty good is a word I hadn't
It's
heard
hard
of.
to be the rabbit sometimes.
Oh, for sure.
I'm always faster when I'm chasing.
100%, yeah. But it's also nice to be up front for the clean air.
Yes.
So what do you want, apples and oranges? Just see how it shakes out. That is in Green Day.
I don't know who that is, Miles.
That is Kevin Stearns coming through with that Dirty Life machine. Dirty Life Race Wheels is his title sponsor this year with Tilden Motorsports and that Triton Engineering 2-seat IFS machine. Kevin Stearns has a great race going. He's in the top 10. So it sounds like Kirk Jensen has completed Joker. So that is everybody except for Paul Horschel, but Paul Horschel's still in the pits. So I assume he is done for the day. So it sounds like everybody that is out on course has completed Britney Spears' The Joker lane. So that we were wondering how that would play out, and it's already played. And Paul Wolf on adjusted time is looking good as Marcos Gomez comes into screen at Green Day.
We haven't seen Brendan Thompson or Bailey Campbell in a while.
Yeah, you are right.
That is correct.
We've seen Paul Horschel. He's in the pits. Brian Cross had some issues. Where's Shannon Campbell? Haven't seen him for a little bit.
Shannon came through.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, Shannon came through. He's sitting in sixth.
Ryan Rock holds out. Cade Rod came through. Haven't seen Bailey. Weston Jones is out. Darian Gomez still running strong. Haven't seen Brendan Thompson. Kirk Jensen was still moving. We'll see how this goes.
All right, 719, Weston Jones.
He's out of the race. So
they just said he's completed Joker.
No, he is the only one that has not completed Joker, and he is out of the race, so that doesn't really matter.
Well, we got Levi coming on the short course. He's maintained the physical lead.
He is on
race
it, too.
leader, hitting the Yukon launch. Levi
He's not
Shirley,
being easy, that is for sure.
He is pushing hard, and I know they're telling him. So Levi Shirley, number 81 out of Dodge City, Kansas, with Levi Shirley racing, pushing that Campbell single-seat IFS chassis to the limits. And I know Brian's in his ear saying, hey, boy, you got to go because Paul Wolf's on a mission.
Yeah, Levi's picked up the pace here.
Oh, he just took over at an 18:20 in that number one spot.
Well,
he's only one to complete 6 laps.
I know, but you got an 18:20. Took it over so far. Yeah, we'll see what Paul Wolf comes through as.
Yeah, well, the fastest lap still is Paul Wolf with an 18:01.
The 18:20, he's definitely picked it up.
And here's Lauren Healy right on his heels. So Lauren Healy is really starting to push towards the end of this race.
That was Paul.
And
Paul Wolf still
right
with
there.
Lauren.
So Paul Wolf is still winning this race on adjusted time, but it's anybody's game at the end of this race. Levi Shirley, Paul Wolf, and Lauren Healy are so close to each other. It's just one little mishap, one flat tire, and it's a game changer.
And Paul Wolf started in the 12th position.
Yeah, 6 minutes behind
Paul has
Levi
a flat
Shirley.
front.
Oh, he does.
He's going to have to pit,
front flat,
but he'll be able to change it in the pits.
And he has Dan Wyrick and his whole crew down there. So I'm going to do a timer for him.
So
and also,
Lauren's sitting in first. Well, let's let Paul cross here and look at times.
Look at it, 18:17. Everybody's running their faster laps now. They've definitely turned up the heat on all of their lap times.
I wonder how long Paul has had that flat tire, and you can tell that's causing him his issues because steering goes away when you have a flat tire.
I mean, and they're already having trouble turning on these tight turns they have here anyway.
And Lauren Healy blows by the Amsoil hot pit, so this is going to be super close.
Paul still ran an 18:30 with that flat,
and
he is still 3 minutes up on Lauren, just same as last lap. So he really didn't lose any time.
Well, he will lose a little bit of time in the Amsoil hot pits.
Oh, we got Paul Wolf in first, Lauren Healy in second, and Levi Shirley in third on adjusted time.
What a great day of racing we have.
And right now, where Paul Wolf was, he was taking it easy because that's where those rocks will jump out and get you. But you can see they are all ready.
So Paul Wolf is in the Amsoil hot pits. There's Dan Wyrick right there that just sold this car to him. He's got his whole crew down there.
Jason Sears.
I've got a timer going. We'll see how long. It was Levi Shirley with a 35-second tire
Yeah, it looks like
change.
they might be having trouble with Jack.
Oh, too bad for him. And it looks like we have another car coming to the Amsoil hot pits.
Well, that was, who was it? It was Kirk Jensen that was behind Paul Wolf, so I'm wondering if that is who just went into the hot pits.
Yeah, Levi had it changed out by the time they're getting it jacked up.
Yeah, we're at 35 seconds right now, so this is a lot longer than Levi.
They're going after another jack.
He had a
that's a shame.
He had a 3-minute lead, and what we were talking about this early. It's one tire change away from having some bad luck.
So he was 3 minutes
Look
up on
that.
Lauren
Somebody
when he
just
pulled
ran,
in.
Somebody ran across from another pit and gave them a jack just now.
That's Terry's co-driver,
That's
Jared, if I'm
Jared
not mistaken.
from my pit. Yes,
How
it
cool
is.
is that? See, that's
Oh,
why
and
I
here
love
comes another team with another jack.
That's
we have people
why I
coming
love
from all over.
Pro Eagles coming from all directions.
That's why I love Ultra 4, because everybody's just coming from every angle trying to help them.
Making Chuck proud right now. Pro Eagles all around. We have Dave Oliver. He is up on the Rigid Ridge right now.
He had 4 minutes
hours?
and 14 seconds on Levi and 3 minutes on Lauren when he went in there. So he's still in the lead if he gets out of there.
It's going to be super close.
If he doesn't overdrive when he gets out.
And he had a really good commanding lead, and it's going away right now. But he's still okay. He's still safe. So how much longer is he going to be in the pits? You know, Paul's sitting there, and this is where your blood starts boiling.
Yes, and there's Dave Oliver on screen right now.
With Go Racing. So I've got my eyes peeled on the AMSOIL hot pits, and they're still working with the jack.
Yeah,
Oh, this is horrible. We're at 2 minutes even in the AMSOIL hot pits right now.
Oh, no.
Oh, this is a terrible luck.
He had a commanding lead, and to have jack issues,
that's
you never
terrible.
know.
Yep.
You never know.
They got enough people around there they could almost pick it up.
Right.
So we're at 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and Paul is still in the AMSOIL hot pits. Tough break for him. Dave Oliver cruises by the AMSOIL hot pits. I hope they can get him going. It looks like he'll be getting ready to take off.
Jack's out from under the car.
So Paul Wolf still in the AMSOIL hot pits.
They got the tire back on. I'm not sure what they're waiting on.
I'm not either. This is antagonizing. We're at 3 minutes even.
So
he lost 3 full minutes in the AMSOIL
And he was
hot
ahead
pits.
of Lauren by exactly 3 minutes.
So
they're tied right
and then
now.
that puts Levi where at just
and
about
he still
a minute back.
he still has Levi by a minute.
So now we have our top 3 within 1 minute. We have 2. They're out on their 7th lap. 2 laps to go. 11 more miles of racing. This is where it comes down to the wire.
This is where you need somebody good on the radio to tell you that so you're not over pushing.
Right.
Oh, boy,
and there's Levi on screen right now. I believe that is Levi. Yes, it is.
Because if he over pushes, he'll have another flat.
Well, you know that people are radioing to Levi, hey, Paul was just in. He had a 3-minute tire change?
Exactly 3 minutes.
Oh, where they had a 35-second tire change. Definitely tough. And there's Levi, a good shot of him with one of our still cameras out there.
I like Levi's new roof. It looks good.
It's the American flag.
Mm-hmm.
So quiet right now in the background, but the racers are going to be coming in here shortly. That is Lauren Healy on screen right now. And Lauren Healy is running in that number 2 position on corrected time, and his fastest lap so far of the race is an 18:17 for his own personal best.
What a great race we have. And speaking about fast time, it's still Paul Wolf with an 18:01. So the Off-Road Syndicate has $1,000 on the line.
And here comes Cade Rod on the Rigid Ridge right now.
So
and Lauren and Levi are going to be bunched up now, and Paul actually has some clean air between them. So it could be he could make up that time with clean air not being in somebody's dust.
And Shannon Campbell is right on Cade Rod's tail. So where did Darian Gomez? Did I miss him?
No, Darian's been after them but ahead of them on adjusted time.
Yep, there we go. Thank you.
So Shannon's probably going to get Cade right now on corrected time.
I believe so.
Oh, and Shannon's overdriving. He just hurt. Well, it looks like they're holding up. Those Nitto tires are strong because he just put both rides right into those rocks. He is driving hard trying to catch Cade Rod.
Well, because Cade Rod, he qualified 9th position, and Shannon qualified 4th. So we shall see. when they come across the line, who's faster. Shannon Campbell went through, and he is now in the 5th position. Cade Rod is in that 4th position.
But Shannon's on a mission right now. He's either going to hurt the car or get around him for sure. He is on a mission.
And Cade Rod just did his personal best in the race on his lap at an 18:38.
Thank you for everybody who has been tuned in all day long on the MAO app or ultra4racing.com/live or on the MAO or Ultra4 Facebooks. Just thank you again for everybody back at home for tuning in. This has been a wonderful day of racing.
And that beautiful backdrop with the snow-capped mountains. And now
here's
on screen is Darian Gomez.
So he's still pushing strong. Is he going to sneak into that top 5? I think he'll still be in that 6th position.
Well, he's been pushing every lap. He's been coming up with his personal best lap time, so let's see what he has done on this lap.
And he is smooth and fast right now.
Well, what do they say? Fast is smooth.
Yep, absolutely. And this is where
or smooth is fast.
All the above. I mean. Smooth is fast, fast
I've
is
been talking
smooth.
too much today.
Smooth is faster.
But every lap he's had to do a little backup. So right here is where he's just got to practice it a little bit more and take that a little bit wider so he doesn't have to back up right there. And you can see that it's getting all rutted out right there. And Darian Gomez has put him up into the number 4th position. And again, another personal best for him at an 18:46.
Darian is really coming into his own. I'm super proud of that young man. And I know Raul isn't paying attention because he's in a T1 track down in Mexico, but he's got to be super proud. He got stuck in the trees for just a second.
And I think the trees are starting to jump out at everybody. I've been seeing some movement out there on the short course with the trees.
Yeah, those trees can come out of nowhere. Especially, and speaking of that, we'll be in Rush, Kentucky in just a few weeks. Those trees are pretty nasty.
That is definitely a tight tree course for sure. Last year, I actually went out on course with Jamie McCoy and did a pre-run lap with him, and oh my goodness.
And you were muddy.
I was muddy. I could not believe that he wasn't like bouncing off the trees like you see the guys using the rocks here, but he could needle the thread or thread the needle on those like so good because that's where he's from. He's from the Johnson City, Tennessee, so he's used to running in the sticks.
He is absolutely by far the fastest person I've ever seen drive through the woods.
Yes,
and a UTV.
There on screen is Paul Wolf,
our adjusted time leader, but with that flat tire, who knows?
Paul just needs to breathe and keep doing what he was doing.
Yep, he's had such a great day. And when you're in the pits, it was 3 minutes, right? That seems like forever. But now you say it out loud.
So tough in the car.
You say it out loud, it's still only 3 minutes. So,
but you're sitting there losing it.
Oh, for sure. But now I hope he can get it back in his head that, like, okay, that wasn't the end of my race. Hopefully they have radio communication with him. But just tough break.
Hey, Miles, what is in 2 days for you?
Heck, I don't know.
Is your birthday coming up?
It's coming up. Yep.
Yeah, well, I just got a little message that Kevin Foster would like to wish you a happy birthday. He's one of our photographers. Him and his wife are tuning in.
Well, thank you.
An early birthday for you. They'll see us in in Kentucky at Rush. They'll be coming there.
Awesome. I appreciate that. There's Marcos Gomez coming into screen. Weston Jones is out of the race. He is just outside of the AMSOIL hot pits.
And Kevin Stearns is right behind Marcos Gomez. He is on the Rigid Ridge right now. So we have Marcos Gomez and then Kevin Stearns. Let's see where Marcos ends up here.
And there's Kevin Stearns.
And
bicycle
a tumble.
And flopped her
Kevin's
over.
had such a smooth day, too.
Yes, he has. We shouldn't have said that earlier.
He tried flipping it around, but the traction here in Moab is so tough. But he does have a co-driver, and I'll bet you they'll use some safety crews because that's absolutely going to be a bottleneck.
Marcos just moved up into 6th on that
lap. Wow. Oh, Kevin Stearns, tough break for him. I mean, who's rolled over in that? There's been a few there, hasn't there, Terry?
Yeah, there's been a few. He's only 48 seconds off of Cade and gaining on him every lap.
Wow.
So Marcos should be in the top 5 on this next lap.
Marcos is going into the hot pits, you guys. He just pulled into the hot pits.
He had a right front that might have possibly been low, but I thought it was just me.
You definitely want to make sure if you have any question of it going flat, just run in there. If it is, you have a team to change it real quick.
Looks like our sending recovery out to get Kevin tipped over to clear the course.
Yeah, remember there is no outside recovery, but we can clear the course for safety reasons, and it's blocking the deal. So we're going to send in. Yeah, that's Trip Pullen.
That's Trip Pullen and his
part of the
Jeep.
Mid-America Outdoors crew, helping with JT Taylor. So we'll get him winched over real quick and get Kevin Stearns back on his wheels and racing.
And as soon as possible, because anybody will be coming, or we have should be coming in any time. I mean,
looking at
we
that
just
right
had
now.
Marcos come through. It should be Shannon. Kevin Stearns. That's
we'll
him.
have leaders again in about 6 minutes.
Brian Cross, Paul Horschel, they should be coming in any time.
Well, Brian's out, Paul's out.
Oh, that's right.
We're back to leaders again in about 6 minutes.
Wow.
So they might have a little gap here.
What a great race we have. So this is our first Ultra 4 race for the Western Series. In just a few weeks, April 23rd and 24th will be our first Ultra 4 Eastern Series race at Rush Off-Road. And we'll have some rock bouncing to go along with that, so that'll be another great race to watch. And then our next race will be our second Western Series race in Prairie City, SVRA, in Folsom, California, May 13th and 14th. So be sure to tune in this entire season, and let's keep rolling with the season. We will have Adventure Off-Road Park June 17th and 19th. Visions at Jay, Oklahoma at Mid-America Outdoors July 13th through the 17th. We'll be in Sturgis August 5th and Crandon September 9th, and then back at Mid-America Outdoor for Legends of the Fall for the Nationals October 26th through the 30th. So be sure you do not miss any of this action this season. We'll be live all season long, and it's going to be a great one.
I'm looking forward to Sturgis, Miles.
Yeah, you're coming back, right?
Yeah, so it's fun because Sturgis has been part of my life and part of the bike world forever, and to have my off-road family and my bike family there at the same time, it's just so much fun.
Yeah, last year I bumped into you multiple times, and you were a busy guy going all over the place. But, it's really cool to see you in your element with the motorcycle side of your life bleeding in with the off-road.
Yeah, it's so much fun to get to share it with both.
Because you're passionate about both, and then they're both at the same place. It's just awesome.
Yeah, it makes it a lot of fun for me.
So while we have a quick break in the action, we'll be right back after this.
I am Monster Mate.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
The thing that people don't realize about ARB is that they have been developing the parts as our series and our sport has grown to these new extremes. They keep evolving as the sport is evolving.
Well, thank you to all of our wonderful partners. I think we're going to have Levi Shirley coming in to finish this lap. But remember, to finish first you must finish. So it's down to the wire. I can't wait to see how this shakes out. We got 2 more laps to go. This is where it comes down to the wire.
Yeah, it's kind of exciting. I want to, my dilemma right now is seeing if Paul can chill or if he's going to overdrive because he had that flat.
Yeah, speaking about Paul, I still see Paul Horschel in the pits, but Paul Wolf is out there on a mission. So this is going to be
we got Levi coming
Shirley,
in right now.
And yes, it is. Levi Shirley all over the throttle, heading across the rigid ridge, hauling the mail.
Now, Levi should be getting the white flag this lap. Right?
Yeah, he's out on his 7th lap, so yes, this will be a white flag. Sorry, I was a little mixed up in my head. There's been a lot going on today, but Levi Shirley, number 81 out of Dodge City, Kansas, heading around the King Shock 180. He'll be grabbing that white flag, and he'll be giving it his all. So Paul Horschel, number 19, is officially out of the race. That's a tough break for
We got
him.
Lauren Healy on the short course. He is not far behind Levi. He's definitely going to be ahead of him on adjusted time.
So Levi, this is a tough spot for him to be. Lauren's right where he wants to be, but where's
The
Paul?
question's going to be, where's Paul?
Yeah, so it's going to be super exciting. So our top leaders are grabbing their white flag, heading out for their 8th and final lap as Levi Shirley blows by the AMSOIL hot pits. Levi Shirley's been racing for a long time, has been very close, and he's due for a win, but he's still got to beat out Lauren Healy and Paul Wolf. But it's looking good for a podium because how far back is 4th? They've got a decent lead over, it looks like about a 3-minute lead over 4th place.
So Lauren's a minute and 20 ahead of Levi.
A minute 20. That's actually a lot of time on this lap because they're running pretty consistent. So if Lauren can stay right where he's at, he's got Levi. But Paul Wolf, we'll have to see where he comes
Lauren just
through.
ran his fastest lap at an 18:14.
Really?
Yes.
Wow. So Lauren Healy, he was up here chatting with me earlier, and I was asking what his strategy was. He said, I'm going to run about 75%, and depending on how the race forms, I'll start pushing it towards the end. Well, guess what? We're at the end, so he's going to be pushing it to the limit.
It's going to depend when Paul comes through here,
and
what kind of race we got this last lap.
And you know his team's going to be patiently awaiting to tell him how hard for Lauren and Jesse to push this car. And, oh, man, it's going to be a race to the finish.
So Paul left the pits 3 minutes behind Lauren. So we should, if we see Lauren or Paul in less than the next 3 minutes,
that means
how much he's made up.
We'll see. Man, what a great race we have going on. And I'm going to call this a sprint endurance race because they've been racing hard all day, but they had to save the car. But now, they got to be giving it all of it.
Something's changed here since I walked away and came back. Wow, that's awesome.
Well, we don't have Paul Wolf yet, so if Paul Wolf comes through, it'll be the same.
That's pretty crazy.
Oh, and
you're timing it. You got your timer.
Yeah, I think I already hear Paul coming, which means he made up a lot of time.
It's still going to be really, really close. I can't make a guess on who's going to be in the lead between Lauren and Paul.
Well, and Paul had
There's
that flat
Paul
tire
Wolf
that took
on
him almost 3 minutes to change.
So he'll be coming into the Bronco Proving Grounds here in the next 20 seconds or so. So we'll see him here shortly, and he'll be all over the throttle, I know it. So just patiently awaiting Paul Wolf. This is going to be a key game changer in this race to see the time split between Lauren Healy and Paul Wolf as he's coming up. So we'll have him in the Bronco Proving Grounds here very shortly.
Yeah, this is going to be really, really close, Miles. I have to root for Paul at this point just because it's
he's
such
a new guy.
Well, he's a new guy. I love Lauren, but it's such a bummer, and it's so hard on your pit guys when something silly like that happens. You just kick yourselves.
But Paul's not giving up yet. Lauren Healy, I'm not counting him out, and Levi Shirley's still in the mix for sure.
Well, Levi's sitting in a really good spot because if these two are overdriving, pushing each other, they could both have a flat.
100%. So
all right,
Paul
let's
Wolf
see what Paul does here.
Hitting the Yukon launch as we speak. He is still hauling. Yes, he
Paul's
launches
not cutting
down
up.
that.
Why would you let up now?
Spot.
You
Nope,
know
he
you
was
lost
perfect.
time. You want to make sure you pick it back up.
So Paul Wolf in that UFO machine, single seat IFS. He just picked that car up from Dan Wyrick. So the white flag will be flying for Paul Wolf, and I'm super excited to see the adjusted time.
That was a really good corner there.
Yeah, he definitely gassed it around the corner like you should do.
All right,
Wolf
here we
is
go.
a
What do you
real man.
think, Miles?
I think he's going to leave it.
So Paul Wolf is still in first place.
By how much?
11
seconds between Paul Wolf and Lauren Healy. This is going to be a race to the finish, and it's going to be exciting. You guys and gals back home, do not move off that couch. We got about 20 minutes to go to finish this race, and it's going to be
So the difference is here, I believe Paul has the advantage.
Oh, for sure.
Because Levi is in front of Lauren, and Lauren's in his dust. And Paul's got some clean air.
Yep. And they're all within, a minute 20 of each other on adjusted time.
Yes.
But about 4 minutes out on track on real time. But this race is on adjusted time. They left it in 30-second increments, so it's going to be down to the absolute wire.
So we haven't heard anything from Brian Crofts in a while since he stopped overheated. I wonder if he had a major mechanical motor. He hadn't moved again.
Yeah, it sounds like something's going on there.
Yeah, it's kind of a shame.
Has left the track or truck?
Oh, leader. So Levi Shirley just has a flat tire at Green Day. I'm hearing that. Is
All right,
a rumor.
so now, last lap, Miles.
Wow. He does.
You're in it still for the podium. Do you get out and change it? Do you try and run
absolutely. He's not even halfway through, and he's already in third position on adjusted time. So if it was me, I'd get out and change
all he's
that
got
tire.
to do right now is beat Darian.
Yep, and Darian, how far back on this
I
last
can't tell
lap?
because he hadn't finished this lap.
Yeah.
So Levi should have time to change it. So if you change it right, if you're going to change it, you need to change it right now, not drive any further than you have to. Yeah, it looks like he might back out of the way and do it, or is he going to go on?
He's still pushing through, but Lauren Healy is on him. So Lauren
and
Healy,
this is going to slow
go
Lauren
straight.
down a little.
He doesn't. I'm surprised by that. If I was Lauren, I would have taken a straight right there because Levi's off pace with that.
This
flat
is helping
tire.
Paul by slowing down Lauren, but Lauren needs to get around him, and then he'll have clean air.
Here's Dave Oliver coming into screen.
That's where you were talking about earlier. Do you go behind the person that you are trailing, or do you take the other way
absolutely
around?
not.
I would have took the other line.
For sure. But
especially
Lauren,
when you're in that position right now
with an
Lauren's
either or, I would have
to...
absolutely took that other line,
Right.
and that could have made the difference in this race.
Oh, and this is slowing down Lauren Healy tremendously. Oh, Lauren's got to be super frustrated right now. But this is a super tight track. There's nowhere for Levi to pull off. Oh, this is costing Lauren some precious time.
He could have taken that either or.
He should have.
There he goes. He got around
him. But that cost him, I'm going to say, 10 to 20 seconds. So there's that lead.
That could make the difference in the entire race.
I wonder if something's going on with Levi because he's taking it a little easy right there. Oh, he has a left front flat.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, Levi's got a flat tire. So there's the top of ejection rock we're watching right now. That's where our buddy Todd is running race ops from the back of the park for us. He's the one that helped, that took me around marking course.
So I'm surprised Levi didn't change that.
I don't know why.
We'll see what his lap time is. If it was, that's that gamble. If he could have changed it quicker, or if it slowed him down enough.
And there's Cade Rod hitting the Yukon launch. He's still pushing strong. He's still in the top 5, I believe. He'll be grabbing his white flag. So Lauren Healy got held up by Levi Shirley. That's a tough break. But where's Paul Wolf? We haven't seen him for a little bit. He should be in Green Day by now.
Lots of people are chiming in on Facebook, so it's awesome. Thanks, everybody, for watching, messaging. There's a white flag for Cade Rod right there. It's been a great day of racing, and that puts Cade in that number 4 position.
Until Darian finishes the lap, though, because Darian's had him on adjusted time but been physically behind.
What a great race we have on our hands. We are down to the 8th and final lap as Shannon Campbell, the monster athlete, getting ready to drop the monster drop.
He did take that a little
Took a
hot
lot different that time after that last hit.
He bounced through there a little rough last time. But Shannon Campbell still pushing strong and has a great race. He is, let's see.
And we have not seen Bailey come back through in several laps.
That's unfortunate. Or Brendan Thompson.
Yeah, so
Kirk Jensen as well.
So white flag goes to 3-time king Shannon Campbell.
So right now, on corrected time, we have Paul Wolf in that number 1 position, Lauren Healy, number 2, Levi Shirley, 3rd, Cade Rod, 4th, and Shannon Campbell in that 5th position. But we will be seeing Darian Gomez probably here shortly, so we'll see if he pushes any of them out of those positions.
And through their last lap, Paul Wolf had an 11-second lead, and then he lost. Lauren Healy lost a little bit more time behind Levi Shirley when he had that flat tire and they were stuck in that 2-track. So I'm going to say Paul Wolf has a 20-plus advantage, a 20-second-plus advantage on this lap. So Lauren's going to really have to turn it up if he's going to beat Paul Wolf. And I'm just very impressed with Paul Wolf right now because he's driven an amazing race.
So Paul started, 7 spots behind Lauren?
Lauren was in 5th position, and Paul Wolf is in 12th, so yes.
So Paul needs to finish within 3.5 minutes after Lauren finishes.
So we'll definitely get our unofficial timers out when we see Paul come through, and it's a 3-minute, 30-second advantage for the time correction. So while we wait for our leaders to come through, we'll take a quick break and be right back after this.
I need it so bad. It's not just a hobby. It's not just something we do on weekends. It's how we live every day.
Can we go out and play?
I needed to try. Needed to fall. I needed your love. I'm flying away. I need never get old.
Welcome back to the 2022 Beatdown at Area BFE, presented by Area BFE Tents. Thank you to Robert Lucero and his whole team for letting us take over his off-road park. It's been a wonderful week here. It's been a wonderful weekend of racing. It's been lots of action all over this race course, and it's just been a lot of fun for the whole Ultra 4 family to get back in touch.
This has been amazing. We're coming right down to the wire. We should see Lauren coming in a minute, and then it's just going to be a matter of the stopwatch seeing how close Paul is behind it.
But remember to finish first. First you must finish.
Yeah.
It's going to be down to the wire. This will be a race to the finish.
All right, who we got here coming in?
That Darian possibly?
That is not Darian. It is Marcos.
Marcos
Yep,
got
you
around
are correct.
Darian. That's going to move Marcos up
Interesting.
possibly into the top 5.
Yeah, because Marcos came in and had that flat and had to
Marcos
change it.
started 16th.
Yeah, he was at the very back of the pack, but on adjusted time, he's looking good.
That makes me wonder where Darian is.
Yeah. It's a tough break for him, but the Gomez brother team is racing strong today. So white flag will be out for Marcos Gomez with Gomez Brothers Racing.
That was a nice turn Marcos just did there. He still has to do a little backup, but he was gassing around that corner perfectly.
So white flag is out for Marcos
That does
Gomez.
put Marcos in 5th place.
Wow, what a great run for him.
So Marcos is, we got Paul Wolf first, Lauren Healy second, Levi Shirley third, Cade Rod fourth, Marcos Gomez 5th, and Shannon in 6th at completion of the 7th lap.
Yeah, what a great race. We're back in Green Day. It looks like that was
Dave
Oliver.
Yes.
There's Ken Goodall's car stuck. There is another
Brian
car.
Crofts.
Yep, Brian. Oh, that's where Brian Crofts.
That's where Brian Crofts is.
There's Cade Rod coming into stream, that single shock solid axle machine. Jimmy's 4x4 chassis. He's got his buddy JT riding shotgun with him. And the drone just goes right under the ribbon we put up.
So Levi had 3 minutes on Cade. So even with that flat, he could probably still pull off a podium if he doesn't mess around.
We'll see. It's going to be very, very close.
So Cade doesn't have a spare on anymore.
Yeah, so did he change it himself?
Or did he lose it?
Fall off? Who knows?
And he did not stop when he came by here. He has not stopped in the hot pits.
I hope it fell off. Because I know with the new rules, we're not allowed to change one and leave it.
Right.
You have to re-rack your bad one.
So is that
Cade's been really consistent all day.
So Cade Rod's still pushing up. He's going to take that wide right section. It's been very popular today. I don't know if I saw one car for sure go up the center early on this morning.
It surprises me because a lot of the 45, 4800 went that way, but none of the 44.
I'm surprised with that as well, but this is a long race as Shannon Campbell comes in the screen. A three-time king, and he is in the Off-Road Hall of Fame. Shannon Campbell is one of the biggest names in our sport.
And he is running in that 6th position right now. Right now he is the the last car that has came through completed lap 7 and out on his 8th lap. So where did Darian go?
And
that
Kevin
is the
Stearns.
Question. Well, we saw Kevin Stearns when he
rolled.
flopped right here, but they got him turned back over. Can't tell who that is on course right now.
Well, it's a tree.
Yes, I saw the tree move a little bit.
There's a lot of real estate out here. Over 625 acres, over 150 miles of off-road trails here at Area BFE. So thanks again to Robert Lucero for letting us come out here and play out in his off-road park. And speaking about thanking people, I want to thank the Robinette family and Mid-America Outdoors and all the Ultra 4 team after the acquisition with MAO getting Ultra 4. There's lots of rumors on what's going to happen, and I'm telling you, it's a win for everybody. It's been a great thing.
Oh, it's positive, Miles.
For sure.
It's a very positive thing for our sport because it breeds new life.
Yeah, and like I said, it's just a win for everybody. I'm enjoying myself, and the racers are too. And it's all about the racers right now, and they're really showing that with the lower entry fees, higher payouts, and like last night, they did a driver's appreciation dinner just because then they kept telling everybody that without you racing, we can't have a show. We can't have an event. So it's really cool to see giving back to the drivers.
And we have a party again tonight.
I'm in. I'll be ready for a cold one here in a little bit. I promise that.
There are lots of teams that are wanting to go home, but then there's lots of teams that are talking about staying or, wanting to stay a little bit longer because why not? You want to check it out and see what's going on.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Terry said after he was broke, he was going to head home, but
I usually would have left this
he's
morning.
having such a good time, and then he wanted to come and hang out with us, too, for sure.
It was just for you, Miles.
Good times for sure.
So we should have our leaders coming in
Well, we
any
have
second.
somebody coming
Is this
behind
gonna
us
be Lauren?
right now. That is Lauren Healy
So,
right
all right,
there.
so from the time Lauren crosses the finish, Paul has 3 minutes and 30 seconds to get here.
So it's going to be
Lauren,
down to the absolute
This might be
wire.
Lauren's fast lap because he knows that.
Oh, he is on the go pedal as he hits the Yukon launch. The Monster Energy athlete hitting the monster jump or monster drop. Lauren Healy is all over the throttle. One more turn to go on the checkered flag. This is unofficial first place physical. It's going to be down to the wire. But Lauren Healy physically in that first position for the beatdown at Area BFE. Lauren Healy grabbing the checkered flag, and there he goes all over the throttle.
16:58.
Whoa.
Is that right?
He cut a minute off.
Cut a minute off. 16:58 for
What?
Lauren
And following
Healy.
Levi slowed down? That's
So-
crazy.
Wow.
Lauren Healy was really hiding some time, shaved off over a minute off of Paul Wolf's fast
I
time.
thought he was going to have a slower lap that lap
What
because
an
he was
amazing
following
race.
Levi there struggling with that bad tire.
Wow, that was
Wow.
quite the lap there.
And he's got to be super stoked and nervous about Paul Wolf. So is Lauren Healy going to take home $1,000 from the off-road syndicate for having the fastest lap? It's going to be close.
And everything is unofficial until everything is.
Look at our.
And we don't know if Paul was able to get around Levi or struggled behind him also with that tire.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
So Pam and Terry, look at the bottom right. There's our unofficial ticker to see where Paul Wolf is going to be. Wow, Lauren Healy's got to be super excited and super nervous.
You can see Darian Gomez on screen right now. I don't think he has his spare. Well, obviously he does not have a spare on there. Has he had a spare on the back all day today?
I have not paid attention to that, Pam.
Wow.
I wish
he
I
did not
would've.
have a spare tire on just now.
Oh, there
somebody
was
else
a
was
car?
coming in.
That is Paul Wolf, I believe.
Paul coming up the wash.
So he's,
he
a
is
couple
on it.
minutes
He's got 2
out.
minutes.
So,
God, it's going to be right at the wire.
It's going to be down to the absolute
It's gonna be
wire.
at the absolute wire.
Pam, Terry, I am so excited right now. I can't stand it. This is going to be an amazing race at the finish. It is going to be super, super close.
He's got a minute right now to get here.
It is crazy.
I don't know if that's possible.
It's going to be down to the wire. What a fun deal to watch.
Well, here's Darian
let's
Gomez.
see what's going to happen with lap traffic here, too.
Yeah, we have Kirk Jensen and Darian Gomez coming into the Bronco Proving Grounds, going across the Rigid Ridge as we speak.
Paul's coming up the hill right now. This could come down to if Darian and the other car are in the way here at the finish line.
Well, and hopefully we don't have anything happen like that. Just you saw him snuff it there a little bit.
So Paul Wolf is on the gas,
goodness.
going across.
I think he's got it.
It's going to be
but
super,
he is going
super,
to come
super
into this
close.
lap traffic right here and
Yes. This lap traffic is going to determine if he wins this or not.
And look at Paul. He is all over the throttle.
And he
hitting
is coming up right now on Kirk Jensen right now. This is going to slow him down.
Oh, Paul
come
Wolf.
on.
Paul Wolf.
No.
Oh, no. Kirk Jensen.
No.
This is so unfortunate for Paul Wolf.
Oh, I feel horrible for him.
He can still get it. He can still get it.
It's going to be down to the wire.
Kirk really needs to get out of his way.
And there's nowhere for him to go right now. I don't think he did it on purpose, but he is definitely in the way. Paul Wolf is all over his tail. It is going to be down to the wire.
Oh!
Paul Wolf,
He
what's
got
it
it.
going to look
He got
like?
it.
Yes,
He got
he
it.
does.
16:46.
He just got the fastest lap also.
16:46 for Paul Wolf.
Wow.
Holy.
Remember,
Holy.
this is unofficial, but Paul Wolf
Wow.
and Lauren Healy turned it up all the way at the end. Paul Wolf just throwing down a 16:46, so he takes home $1,000 from the off-road
Well,
syndicate.
as everything is unofficial right now, they got to get it
Wow.
all figured out. But wow, what an ending! 23-second
amazing.
difference.
That is absolutely insane.
So, yeah, Paul officially, unofficially, has it by 23 seconds.
Yeah, unofficial. Lauren Healy still has to be happy, but man, and
Now,
Paul
is
Wolf
Levi
at the
going
end
to
of
get
the-
in here before Marcos are
Remember,
paid?
he had that flat
Right,
tire, so
and we
it's
haven't
gonna
seen him.
It's going to be interesting.
So, who's going to round out the podium?
I was nervous for Paul as he came through that King 180 with Kirk Jensen in the way, but it came down to it. Paul was all over his tail, pushed him through, and still got it, we think. What a race. But remember, we do have to dot our I's, cross our T's, make sure everything happened the way it was supposed to, but it's looking good for Paul Horschel.
16:46.
Paul Wolf.
There was no worrying about finishing. It was
Paul
make
Wolf.
or break.
Oh, sorry. Paul Wolf. Too many Pauls out there. I apologize. Yeah, I think it's going to be a 23.5-second lead for Paul Wolf over Lauren Healy. What a great, great race.
All right, who's going to get third? Where is Levi? All right, it is confirmed, timing confirmed that Paul Wolf did win.
That is an incredible deal. So it sounds like official Paul Wolf 1, Lauren Healy 2, and then who's going to grab that third spot?
I don't know. Marcos or Cade or Shannon, any of them could get Levi with that tire.
Well, Levi, he had that flat, so we definitely know he more than likely won't be coming into third position, but we never know. But Cade Rod, Marcos Gomez, they still have a chance if Levi's out there limping it.
Several minutes on them, though.
He did. Wow, Paul Wolf is going to be super excited for sure.
So it is confirmed. Paul Wolf 1, Lauren Healy 2. Who's going to round out the podium? Oh, man.
I'm happy for
Wolf,
Paul with the morning he
what
had.
a great, great day of racing. He has got to be super pumped. This is only his second time driving this car, and to bring it in, Dan Wyrick's down there giving him all sorts of high fives. What
Proud.
a great, great race. Terry and Pam, we knew it was going to be exciting, and it was exciting, and they brought us some of the best racing action we've seen in such a long time.
Well, this third position is definitely one that we're sitting here waiting on as well.
This is going to be just as close, quite possibly.
What a wonderful race we've had. It's been all day long. We've been giving it the best action. So, again, thank you for everybody for tuning in all day long for the 2022 Beatdown at Area BFE, presented by Area BFE Tents. It's been a wonderful day of racing, and we are wrapping this day up. We're going to give away a few more Laser Nut trophies, and today will be finished out. Thank you to each and every volunteer, staff, first responders, the whole team, and all the sponsors.
We'll see who comes across here in a minute. Miles rounds out this podium and then get them over and give some awards.
And the fans that have showed up have been great also. So just a great weekend of racing. Thanks to everybody. What a great, great day.
This is going to come down to between Levi, Cade, and Marcos.
Yeah, it's going to be close because Levi had that flat tire, and Cade and Marcos were running strong. So it's going to be interesting to see how it shakes out.
Mm-hmm.
And while we're waiting for our third and final position to come through, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back after this.
It's time for electric to turn into lightning. An electric truck that can haul on both ends, that can help build your house, and if need be, power that house. That feels like a bullet train and works like a freight train. The fully electric F-150 Lightning.
Bronco, an American classic, returns. And it only gets better when it's outfitted with the right gear. From bumpers to winches, rigging accessories, suspensions, body armor, and wheels. You need a full array of gear to outfit your Bronco for adventure. Get them now at warn.com.
Welcome back. It looks like this is Shannon Campbell. I'm not sure if that's who I was expecting to come through first, but it's going to be down to the wire between Shannon, Marcos, and Cade and Levi rounding out that podium. What an amazing race it has been, and we aren't over yet, Terry.
No, Levi had that flat, and it's going to come down to who comes in the quickest here.
What a wonderful race. I can't wait to see it, who it shakes out. But it sounds like official 1 is Paul Wolf, official 2 is Lauren Healy. And we still have some time to figure out who's going to round out the podium.
Should have a car coming over the hill into the short course any second. That is, look like it's Shannon in third. I don't know for sure where that's going to put him on adjusted time.
Yep, that is Shannon.
So where did
Campbell.
Shannon start in comparison to Cade?
So Shannon Campbell started in 4th position. Cade Rod was in 9th. So what's that, 2.5 minutes?
Yeah, so Cade has 2.5 minutes behind Shannon if he comes in to get the podium.
And Levi Shirley was on the pole, so he is out of podium position. So tough break for Levi. He's been doing so great for so long.
But Cade still has a shot at it, and Marcos started last, so Marcos still has a shot at it.
So honestly, Marcos has one of the best shots right now.
Right, so Cade comes in within the next 2.5 minutes. He'll have the third.
And let's think this through. it's been a fast race all day, but Paul Wolf and Lauren Healy shaved a minute off their fastest laps on their last lap, so you know they are all running hard. So it's going to be down to the wire.
Yep.
Shannon Campbell physically third, and here we'll see how it goes. The checkered flag was out, but physical third, Shannon Campbell. But on adjusted time, I'm not sure.
We're going to have to wait on Caden Marcos to finish to see here. So Shannon started 4th and Marcos started 16th.
I think it's going to be between Marcos Gomez and Cade Rod to see if they can bump out Shannon
Marcos
Campbell.
has almost 6 minutes if he comes in the next 6 minutes.
Wow. I love it, Terry.
Yep.
Pam, this is great.
All right. Sounds like I am being called over to the podium. So, guys, we'll see you over there. It was nice working with you over here at the booth.
Well, Pam, thanks. It's been a great day, and we'll see you in just a little bit.
Shannon's pulling up here looking for some guidance. I don't know if he knows on adjusted time where things are yet.
And it sounds like through Britney Spears, Marcos Gomez is pushing all the way to the end.
Pushing for the podium. What? So Britney Spears, so he's in the Joker now?
No, I think he's passing
Britney Spears.
Yep.
So if he's past Britney Spears, that's only a couple minutes out, Miles.
Yeah,
and he has 4 minutes left.
It's going to be super, super, super close between Shannon Campbell, Cade Rod, and Marcos Gomez. Tough break for Levi Shirley. And I see some dust.
That looks like Bailey.
I don't know.
We haven't
I think
seen
that's
that
Dave
car all
Oliver.
day. Oh, there's.
Yeah, that's Dave Oliver with a left front.
Now
flat.
there's Marcos Gomez coming in right now.
And right behind Oliver.
You're fixing to see Oliver get pushed.
And Marcos Gomez gets by, and he hits something but keeps on rocking. Marcos Gomez is up on the rigid ridge, and he is coming down the Yukon launch as we speak. Marcos Gomez, I think, is going to lock down third position.
Unless he has something happen right here.
And anything can happen, but, Marcos Gomez, what a great shot.
We'll know in just a second.
Oh, Marcos is too hard on the throttle. Has to back
Easy, Marcos,
up.
you got it.
Just one last turn. The checkered flag is going, and unofficially, I think he's going to get that third-place position for the beatdown at Area BFE.
I'll have an update here in just a second. Yes, unofficially, that does put Marcos in front of Shannon for third place.
And let's think this through. He started behind everybody.
He started
so Marcos
16th
Gomez
and
just
finished
unofficially locked down third position. Great job. Starting in 16th, physically finishing in 4th, Marcos Gomez is looking good for that third-place position.
It actually looks like Marcos got Shannon by almost 3 minutes, Miles.
So great run for everybody. So it seems like Dave Oliver just finished his 6th lap, and it sounds like we have Pam down ready for some podium. So Pam, take it away.
So we're still looking for Levi Shirley. I hope when he damaged that tire, he didn't damage something else after leading all day long.
Yeah, poor Levi. He was on the pole, led the entire race until this last lap. Just tough break for Levi. He's done so well for so long, and it's always something.
That's back to that balance of do you stop and change that tire or do you drive it? I mean, it could have took out brakes. It could have done anything.
Tough break for Levi Shirley. But, again, I'm pretty sure it's officially Paul Wolf 1, officially Lauren Healy 2, and I don't know how it's not going to be Marcos Gomez in that third position.
Yeah, he started last, so nobody else can get him on adjusted time.
Yep.
They're...
All right, it sounds like we're going to have Pam Hall getting ready to give away some of those Laser Nut trophies. So, Pam Hall, take it away.
When he goes thumbs up, we're going live.
Okay. I've got to answer your questions, right?
All right, over here in the podium area by our merchandise trailer, I am standing here with Mr. Paul Wolf. He just had an amazing race. He pulled the fastest lap. You ended up with a flat at one point. You guys were in there. Let me know a little bit what happened there.
Yeah, so we were coming down. I was chasing Lauren here. I knew I didn't have to pass him, so I was just trying to keep up with him. And we got in some lap traffic, and I fell back, and I was trying to make it up, and I cut down a tire. We showed up here. We don't have a tire sponsor or nothing, so we show up on used tires and throw down. I'm pretty happy. They held up good for what they were. We got a flat, had a little trouble in the pit changing. I think I bent the rim up trying to run it back, and they got me changed, sent me out, and we come around that last lap, and they said give it everything she's got, so I did.
So you were racing at the NorCal Rock Racing Series last weekend. Here you're in the car on your first Ultra 4 race. Was last weekend the first time you drove it? And if so, how do you compare that to racing in a Can-Am?
Yeah, last weekend was the first time I drove it. We went out to NorCal. Dan took care of me, and they took care of me really well and put me up and everything, let me drive the car. We felt it out and everything, ended up second there. And then we came down here, and them guys prepped the car again for us and able to throw down here. Comparing it to a Can-Am, it's nothing. It's so different. Completely different animals. The amount of speed you can carry in this car is unreal. It's wild.
Well, you definitely showed today that you can drive this car. How do you feel right now coming in first place? And what did you do on that last lap? I'm sure you had somebody in your ear telling you pick it up. Lauren is on it. So what did you do different on that last lap to pull into that number one spot?
We went ahead and pushed all the spots I was being reserved and saving the car. I just turned it loose. I had Dan in my ear telling me, and I could see all the trees Lauren was clipping. I knew he was mowing a couple extra ones down, so I knew he was pushing, and I just took off after him as hard as I could, and we were able to come out on top. Huge shout out to Chris Hickman. Without him, I could never be in this car, so hopefully he gets a little bit of his money back right now.
Awesome. Well, you are officially the number one person, but we are going to do some podiums here in just a moment. We have our 1, 2, and 3 in here. So congratulations. It was an awesome race. You kicked some booty out there. Super proud of you. Who would you like to thank?
I need to thank my wife back home, Christy. She's let me come out here and do all this stuff. She's watching my daughter. So thank you to her so much. And then thank you to all the guys that helped me put this car together. My Uncle Robert, Ted are out here. Chris, his wife Heidi, Justin, all of them are out here. All these guys throw in, and I don't pay them. So they come out here just to volunteer.
It's just one big family. That's what Miles and I always talk about on the live show, that it's just one big family out here. If you need something, when you were in the pits and they saw that you were having issues with your jack, we saw like 5 different people come over with a jack. So it's just one big family out here.
Yeah, for sure. Without whoever helped in the pit, thank you guys. I couldn't have done it. You guys got me out just in the nick of time. Good job to everybody.
Awesome. Well, congratulations again, and we'll be back here shortly with our live podium finishers. And back to you, Miles.
Well,
all
what
right,
a great
so we're
race
actually going
Paul
to move
Wolf
on
has
here
had
to Mr.
all
Lauren
day
Healy.
long.
Today, you had an awesome race. You had no flats. We interviewed you earlier up there, and you said you were going to run about 75%, and we knew that wasn't going to happen because that last lap, you turned it on. What did you do different?
Well, like I told you, I was going to run about 75% for the first few laps and see how the race played out. And I think that strategy actually bit me in the butt a little bit because I gave a few minutes to Paul on the first few laps. And my guys told me, hey, after lap 3, you're running like 7th, and Paul's on your bumper, like, it's time to go. So we started picking up the pace at that point. We knew, like, I've raced so many years out here, and we knew keeping good tires on your vehicle is what's going to win the race. And so we were saving and had a fresh car ready to go for lap 7 and 8. And it was an epic battle. I'm stoked to have another fast guy out here racing with us. Paul put it down today. He did. I've been watching him racing side by sides for years, and he came out here hot today. I knew he was going to be a amazing racer, but. Yeah, that was a hell of a battle for the last couple laps.
I mean, we were over there, up on the booth, and we were all, like, standing up because the end of the race was so exciting. I can only imagine what it was like in the car. Who'd you have in your ear telling you better pick it up?
I mean, Clint was on the radio in our pits and giving us split times and letting us know where everything was at. So we had our whole team. We have such an awesome crew out here, and everybody just absolutely killed it this weekend. And these are the type of races that go great when they just get to sit there and watch us and give us split times all day.
Yeah, and I saw Ryan Few come over to you as soon as you came off the track. I mean, he's got to be proud to get Nitto tires on there, Nitto athlete. And how did you save your tires, or did you even try to do that this race?
So the last couple of years I've been in a single-seat car, and having Jesse, my co-driver, out here was a huge advantage today. He pre-running, having notes, and knowing where I could push, and being able to see the opposite side of the car through his eyes. That was what really made the difference. Traditionally out here, I've had a couple flats and finished it 7th or 10th or something like that. So it was awesome to be able to push towards the end and have a good car ready to race.
Well, and this is like your backyard. You don't live too far away. So like you said, you've been out here many, many years. And it definitely shows that you've been here and you've ran this course. And congratulations. Who all would you like to thank for getting you up here today?
I mean, Fun Haver Off-Road Team, we have such an awesome group of sponsors. This Ford Bronco is just absolutely killing. We had no problems all day long, no flat tires. Nitto, held up great because this is the roughest course we race on all year long. Marcel Rotella kept the motor running good all day, MBRP exhaust. The Fox live valve shocks, we were making adjustments on the fly out there, and it, it's just so cool how that stuff works, similar to what a Raptor or a side-by-side Razor works like. So, no, we have such an amazing group of partners, and very grateful for everybody, for our team. Jesse absolutely killed it today, and hi to my family if you guys are watching at home. Sorry you couldn't be here, but love you, and we'll see you tonight.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. And we're going to go on over here to Mr. Marcos Gomez. Congratulations, Lauren. We're going to do our podium finishes here shortly. Marcos, come on over here. How are we doing? I'm doing wonderful. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic for starting last today.
Let's move forward. I know, you definitely, you're one of those, this happened at King of the Hammers this year. You started last, correct? And then you moved up into 4th position? Or not last, but pretty far back.
2 years ago, I started 98, got 2nd. This year, I started deep in the field, got 4th. Just the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th are always my place, I guess. That first place eludes me, but it's okay. It was a great day today.
Well, you had your nephew out there. You know that you guys are probably trying to race each other, correct?
Oh, yeah. I was chasing him. He was chasing me. I actually, when you got a flat, I got bumped because he didn't get flat next to the pit, and I wanted to battle him the rest of the day. But, yeah, it was just a great day. It was a battle all day long. Fast field. There wasn't a lot of cars. I don't know, 17, 18 cars on the tail end of it. But it was a battle. This track, JT, wherever you are, I don't like it right now. I feel more beat up, I think, than the Hammers right now. It was a 2.5 hour sprint, it felt like.
That's what I've been hearing from a lot of the racers that they're saying. It was super, super rough out there. But so you guys here, you and Darian Racing, you have your 2 brothers down in Mexico right now at the San Felipe 250. Have you heard any word on what's going on with them?
I know Rahul had an issue before he took off, but JP started dead last. But he was hanging with Ampudia, and that's before I got in there. He was on top 10. So if he got better on 3rd, whoever gets the best this weekend here is a winner. Is buying beers the rest of the week. So we'll find out what's going on. I'll find out. I hope JP did good. I will find out here in a little bit.
Yeah, that's awesome. So are you going to be racing up when we're in Prairie City? Do you plan to race that one?
Yeah, I'm actually, since we're all on King of the Hammers this year, I'm trying to win a championship this year. So I might have been a little conservative today, maybe because I was trying to finish and maybe get in the podium. Not typical all out and mow through everybody, but yeah, I'm going to try to win a championship this year. Good start at King of the Hammers and here at 3rd. And none of the bros have won a championship, so one of us has to get that first. But Roll got the King of the Hammers.
Yeah, definitely. That was an awesome event for you guys. I mean, you got 4th, he got 1st. We knew Gomez was going to be up on the podium, but today I see that you're coming in with a little flat, but it seems like everybody was getting the right flats today. Is that the only issue you had all day?
Yeah, no, I had one the same exact flat, probably the same rock again coming in about lap 6. Lost about 2 minutes, but our pit crew, hats off to them. I don't know if they're around here right now. They did a killer job. They got me in and out of there. I'm screaming and yelling on the radio all the time, go faster! They're all Marcus, we're doing a 30-second pit. I'm all faster!
That's too awesome. You guys do have a great crew, half of them in Mexico, half of them up here. So I see them actually walking over this direction right now. But who do you want to thank for getting you up here on the number 3 spot?
Well, first I want to thank JT and Mid-America Outdoors and the team that put all this on. We enjoy racing. We do as a family and friends, and I know there were some transitions, and we've been involved. Our goal is to make sure we keep on racing and have this family atmosphere. So I want to thank all you guys, the staff that came out here, and the new owners, and JT on getting this on. It's just awesome. That's primary, and all the volunteers to put this on. It's a big production here, and that's my first thanks to all you guys. And then, of course, staff, GBR, the race team, freaking awesome. Killed it today. Got our cars together. I got my kids out here, family at home. Oh, gosh, C&H Auto Parts, NATO Tires, start off right there. Just a long laundry list of people that support us up here. NATO Tires, 2 flats, actually 1.5, because this one got flat when I was sitting here, so that's too bad.
It's better when it does that after you cross over the finish line, right?
Oh, yeah, and our suspension, I probably turn it up a little later, but The pace was pretty high at the beginning, and I had some pace counts on what was going on, and turned it on the last 3 laps there, and probably one lap too short. I needed one more lap to get up here with these guys on the time, but the suspension, our Kings, RCV, all this car is working good. It's ready to win a championship and win some races this year.
Awesome. So going for the championships, you're going to be traveling all over the country then?
Yeah, we're going to probably do for sure the West Coast, and I think like Oklahoma. We're going to see how the series pans out, but that's my goal this year.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. I know that you guys are all leaving tonight, but I know there's going to be a celebration for sure at home once everybody gets back there.
Oh, yeah. Who knows? We might not leave tonight. Kids? Yeah, we don't be school until Monday, so we're good.
Well, you can call them and sick, right?
Of course we can.
They're like, sure, Dad, let's do that. No, congratulations, though, and obviously you're sticking around tonight. We're going to have live music, of course, with the whole MAO crew and all the Ultra 4 people, and congratulations again.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Woohoo! Hell yeah!
All right, and Paul Wolf, he is officially the fastest lap, so he will win that extra $1,000 bonus. Congratulations. Let's get all of you guys together here. Take your pictures with your trophies, and congratulations to Paul Wolf, Lauren Healy, and Marcos Gomez.
Guys know where Beatdown is. We need Beatdown up here. We probably need to wait stage this far a little bit. Can we pull him in? Let's get him staged up now. Hey, can I pull you in closer? Getting our closer. Okay, so you guys are going to do your quick photo? You want to run back over and help wrap up or no?
Well, thank you, Pam. It was a wonderful day of racing. Congratulations to Paul Wolf for the fastest lap of the day. Gets that $1,000 from the Off-Road Syndicate and takes home that Laser Nut, a beautiful first-place trophy. We've been racing since 8 a.m. this morning. So what's that, 10 and a half hours of amazing race action here at the Beatdown at Area BFE, presented by Area BFE Tents. It's been a wonderful weekend of events. It's been a great day of racing. We qualified yesterday. The stock class started out, then we raced the UTVs, then the 45s, the 48s, and just finished the 4400 class. It's been an absolute phenomenal weekend, and again, with everything that's gone on in the last little while, I couldn't be more excited to be where I am right this minute, and I can't be more excited to see you all for the rest of the season. So I am Miles Hasquist signing off. We'll see you in Rush, Kentucky in just a few weeks.